Gina, you're wearing sweatpants. It's Monday.
So?
So that's against the rules, and you can't sit with us.
Whatever.
You can't sit with us! You can't sit with us! You can't sit with us! You can't sit with us!
Coca spitting fire, but this outfit on some icy shit. Bitches bout that life around the world, that's who I'm likely with. Ain't been off my game, bitch, I been working, I don't like to switch. Turn that into something from the hood, and I don't like to bitch. Can a youngin' get some space? I'ma get murked any day. Niggas hit the corner every day. We gon' get paid anyway. Hoes getting turned at the show. Pound of the ush for the road. Other times I hustle on the low. If cops tryna ask, we don't know. Look at me. Bitch, look at you. All them niggas looking at me. Ain't nobody looking at you. You bitches can't sit with me. You bitches can't sit with me. This spot's reserved for me. You bitches can't sit with me. You bitches can't sit with me. You bitches can't sit with me. I be getting turned, bitch, all the time. My homies off the shit. I ain't got no energy for niggas on some softer shit. Once I'm out the crib, it's straight to riding in them proper whips. I am out your league, I'm not the one who you should argue with. Yeah, I do a song for a miller. Nah, I ain't no other bitch realer. Pussy bitch, I ain't gon' kill ya. But only cause I got a family of killers. Got the white boy Mac Miller. Smoking on the loud from my dealer. All white straight from the dealer. Now it's off to the islands and the villas. Look at me. Bitch, look at you. All them niggas looking at me. Ain't nobody looking at you. You bitches can't sit with me. You bitches can't sit with me. This spot's reserved for me. You bitches can't sit with me. This spot's reserved for me. You bitches can't sit with me. No way. You bitches can't sit with me. You bitches can't sit with me.
All that fits me right now. Fine. You can walk home, bitches.
Happy Mob Monday. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Let me start off by saying the reign of political terror that was on this channel is now over. It is over. I just had it out with old boy on Steve's panel, and where I called him out about how daily I like the guy, but for days, weeks, months, I'll watch. Well, I'll be chilling, talking about normal shit. He'll say some fucking stupid Trump comment, and I'll just watch you guys just boom, boom, boom. Fucking daily. Apparently, I promote bigotry and exoism. Some word I've never even fucking heard of. Some sort of new fucking fucking stupid word. I don't know, something about promoting bigotry among countries or something. I don't. Apparently, Roscoe's a bigot and some that xylophone word, whatever. Whatever. You know, and you can't, I've said this a dozen times, you can't incite and play victim. You know, and y'all, everybody's guilty. Everybody. In this situation, everybody's guilty. You guys are guilty for not acting like adults. He's guilty for not acting like an adult. We're all guilty. Oh, he makes a dumb Trump comment. Somebody in the chat room will call him stupid. He'll call you guys stupid back. Never ending constant childhood fucking bullshit crap. You know, that goes nowhere. Constant circle of bullshit motherfuckers spew daily. Goes nowhere. I'm not a political channel. Like I told him, if I'm trying to fight democracy. When they go fight democracy in the political channels where it matters, go out there and vote. You want to fight democracy? You ain't doing it in MobTube. You want to fight democracy? Go vote. Go vote in your local election for your governor, your mayor, your fucking senators. That's where it matters. Fucking fighting it on MobTube, you ain't fighting democracy. You're just being a fucking asshole. Getting everybody all stirred up because you know that's the effect it's going to have. And I've said it. I said it directly to the person just less than 10 minutes ago. Yeah, I started my morning out fighting on panel. Is how I started my morning. He tried to tell Steve, these crazy ladies. And I said, Steve, one of those crazy women he's talking about was Purple. Our friend, Purple. And he's like, well, I don't know who that. I'm like, the woman from Virginia who you said you had, mind your own business about what goes on in New York. The woman that travels all the time. He goes, oh, yeah, her. I'm like, yeah, her. Daily. But yeah, the reign of political terror is over, and he told me that I'm a drama channel, and he won't be coming back. And I said, okay, bye, okay, I'm good. I don't have to watch my chat room get angry daily. I don't have to watch the stupid political comments daily in my fucking chat room. This is a mob chat room. This is MobTube. This ain't political tube. Nobody gives a fuck what Trump does. I don't give a fuck. And he's like, well, you have the same views I have. I do have the same views. But I'm not an asshole about them. I don't sit there and go crazy purple Kirby lady. I think Trump's a fucking jerk off, and because you like him, you're a fucking jerk too. You're a fucking idiot because you don't see that Trump's a cheater and all these horrible things. You're a fucking jerk off. No, I just simply say both parties are fucked. I don't like any president. I want our president to do good. Whether he's a Republican or Democrat, I want my president to succeed. That's it. And if you don't like that, fuck you. I don't give a fuck. You're not an American. Because irregardless of what your political stance is, you should want your president to do a good job. You should pray he succeeds. Pray he's a good president. Because if he does a good job, then America does a good job. That's how that works. Whether it's Trump, Biden, fucking DeSantis, whether it's Kennedy, whether it's fucking Haley, whoever else is fucking running, whoever wins, I want them to do a good job. Just be a good leader. Do good for America. That's all I want. I don't care if it's a Republican or a Democrat. Just be a good leader. Do a good job. That's it. That's all I want. That's all I care about. That is all I give a fuck about. Is our president doing a good job and not being a villain. My room's not a political chat room. And it's like I said, you wanna spew and spew your political shit, go to a political chat room. And it's like you deliberately do it. You know the reaction you're gonna get. And I said that to him. I said, the reaction you're going to get when you start saying your stuff. Well, they're saying lies, and the reaction you're going to get the minute he starts posting. I know it because I watch it. I watched it daily. It's called inciting. You incite. You incite fights. I mean, I liked fitness after. I liked the dude. I mean, I liked having conversations with him, but you're not going to say that I promote bigotry and that my channel is a drama channel when you sit there and incite people daily. Not going to just Beatles thought she was there daily. He incites the shit daily in my fucking chat room. And I sit here and I let you guys have freedom of speech. And yeah, you goddamn right. I said I don't like conspiracy theories. And yeah, I did say that. I don't like promoting conspiracy theories, but I give everybody the right to have freedom of speech. Kirby comes up and starts talking about this, that, and the other thing. Yeah, I see it as a conspiracy theory. She has a right to say it. Whether or not I agree, that's my decision, but I respect her right to say it. Just like I respected his right to spew his shit about Trump. Yeah, it's true. So what if it's true? Nobody wants to fucking hear it. We all know. We all know he cheated on his fucking wife. We know it. We know. We get it. He's a bad guy. You're not going to force your will onto others. Just because you don't like him, you're not going to force other people to dislike him. It's just not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. There are just some people whose minds you're not going to change. I can sit here all fucking day long and point out why I think Trump is a bad guy. I didn't say bad president, a bad guy. His character. He's not a good guy, in my opinion. He's just not a good guy. Cheats on his wife, scams people, had blackmail material on other fucking foreign leaders, lies. Let's see. It doesn't matter. I think his character is a bad guy. Do I think he's a bad president? I think he did more than Biden. But moralistically, I don't think he's a good guy. And as somebody who's not a good person, shouldn't be president. That's my personal opinion. But I respect any of you that when you guys type your little Trump 2024, yeah, I just kind of go like this, but I respect your opinion. I respect it. I respect it. And the only reason why I roll my eyes is because, again, I don't see legally how he's going to be president when he's looking at going to court in October. And if he's found guilty, he's going to jail. I mean, those are the facts. So I don't really see how he's going to be president. So I kind of roll my eyes like, I don't really see how that's happening, but stranger things have happened. We never know. Stranger things have happened. But I respect your right. I respect your right to feel that way. And I don't gonna begrade you or think you're an idiot. I don't think you're stupid. Anybody that supports Trump, I don't think you're a fucking idiot. I don't understand it. I don't understand it just because I don't think he's a good person. Because he cheated on his wife. All of his wives he's cheated on. And I just don't consider that a good person. I just don't. Sorry. Actually, no, I'm not sorry, because that's just one of the main sins. You don't commit adultery. That's like one of this like big no-nos, huge no-no. And anybody that's going to break a vow to God and break a vow to the one person you're supposed to be committed to will break a vow to me and break a vow to my country. That's all I'm saying. That's just why I feel that way. I just don't feel he's a good person. But this is, like I said, this ain't a political chat room. But yeah, that's what's going on. The political reign of terror is over. You guys want to talk politics, you can, but don't come crying to me when it doesn't go your way. I don't want to hear it. I don't believe my channel is a drama channel. We only have trolling on Tuesdays normally. The only reason why I let Roscoe come on panel, and like I told Fitness yesterday, the only reason why I let him on panel yesterday because I was hoping they could work the shit out. Like Pretty, Monita, and fucking Fitness worked it out yesterday. I was hoping like Roscoe and Fitness would have been able to work it out yesterday and we could all cohabitate in the same chat room. It just didn't happen. And that's why. I don't know. I don't agree. Both parties are wrong. Like I told Fitness, I go, you sit there and you call people that own guns pussies. That's not cool. Oh no, Fitness and I just had it out on Steve's panel. I mean, we had it out on Steve's panel because, he wants to say that I promote bigotry and I promote racism and shit because of some shit Roscoe said. I'll be honest with you. Half the time Roscoe's talking, and no offense to you, Roscoe, I can't understand a fucking word you're saying. Apparently he was spewing some xenophobic bigotry. I don't even know what xenophobiaism even is. Don't really know what that is. It's like a PC term. I don't even know what that is. I guess. And he was saying that I promote it. And I'm like, fuck you, dude. Nah. I let you spew your political shit daily in my fucking chat room. And then you can't play the victim when motherfuckers call you stupid and say shit about it when you deliberately incite them. Deliberately incites the shit. He knows what's going to happen every time he posts his political shit because it happens in every fucking chat room. Every chat room. And I said, okay. I go, well, today's Mob Monday. So, I go, finally, the first day, I don't have to watch my chat room get upset. The first day, I don't have to watch people fight because you're not going to be there spewing your political shit. First day, we don't have to fucking listen to it. I don't have to watch my chat room get angry. The first day. And you guys will see me. You'll watch me. He'll post something, some political Trump shit, and I'll just go like this. It's like this. You'll see me do it because I know what's coming. Hey, Black Watch, good to see you. You know, it's like I know what's coming next. It's like I know Kirby's going to say something, Tommy's going to say something, someone's going to say something anti-Trump or pro-Trump, and then then the whole situation's going to turn. You know, it happens daily, every single fucking day. You know, and yeah, me and Fitness do have the same political views. We do. But the difference between me and him is I have enough common sense to know when not to say it. I think he was kind of being racist yesterday morning a little bit. That's why Sly jumped on. She got fucking real offended. You know, and I don't agree with him calling everybody that owns a gun a pussy. Oh, you can't fight with your hands because you own a gun. You know, I want you to have a gun because I want you to come defend me because can't own a gun to defend myself. I want people like Maddie Marinera to own a fucking gun. I want my neighbors to have guns. So when I need help, they're there with a gun to help me. You fucking A right, I do. You fucking A right, I want people like JR to have a fucking gun. You goddamn right, I do. Because there are people like me that can't own guns. So I need people that can own guns to protect me. You fucking A right. Yeah, xenophobia. I don't even know what that is. Spewing out words I don't even know. I didn't hear Roscoe say anything bigot or racist, but then again, like I said, I can't understand half of what he's saying. I have a really hard time understanding through his accent. And it's nothing personal. I just can't. I haven't talked to him enough online to like understand how he talks yet. Honestly, Maddie, I think it was immigrants, something about immigrants. I don't remember exactly what it was because I'll be honest with you, yesterday morning was a very long time ago. Very, very long time ago. In fact, yesterday seems like a whole nother day to me, whole nother like time period. And that's primarily because of my ABI and primarily because I smoke weed. So my memory ain't so great. But then Sly jumped on and started cussing at him or saying shit in Spanish. And it was about, I don't know, we were talking about immigrants and then I got to guns and having to have CNI checks to own weapons. And it was like, I told him, I said, having your eyes examined doesn't mean shit. I want your head examined. I want to make sure you're mentally sound to own a fucking gun. I don't give a fuck about your eyesight. Fuck your eyesight. I want to make sure you're mentally sound. It's just, I don't like guns, but I'm not against people who own them. I want people to have their rights. I respect other people's right to have guns. I respect other people's right to freedom of speech within reason. And you know what I mean within reason. Like if you come in here, like somebody comes in here as Muggsy Siegel and starts saying shit like Maddie Marinera takes black dildos up the ass and likes to fuck and likes to kill gay people, I would immediately block that person from my channel. That's not constructive trolling. That's just stupid and ridiculous. And I'm not going to entertain that kind of nonsense. You know, if you want to come in here and wittily troll, make little witty comments, that I can respect. I can respect constructive, witty trolling. It's the spiteful, mean, vindictive, stupid people that like to come into chat rooms under people's real life names, thinking they're cute. I don't respect that. That doesn't take talent. That doesn't take brains. Any fucking idiot can come on here as your real life name. That doesn't take talent. That's not a whole lot of smarts. Stupid, immature. Yeah. You know, I like JR. I respect the guy. I'm glad he's got guns. I'm glad. You know, and he's like, my daughter has a gun. And Fitness was like, blah, blah, blah. And I was just like, when he said he lived in Michigan, I was like, dude, your daughter needs a gun. You get the fuck out of here. It's like, Fitness doesn't understand how dangerous the Midwest is. The Midwest is a very dangerous place. You guys may not think so, but it is. Very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Everybody's got guns and everybody's on methamphetamine. Everybody's on fucking meth and everybody's got guns. It's a dangerous place. Gangs are out of control. Fucking did you know in like was it like 2001? There's a lot of mob activity, especially in Kansas City. A lot of killings like in the like 2000. There was a bunch of fucking mob associated deaths in Kansas City. They were finding bodies all over. And I only know that because my grandfather lived in Missouri at the time, lived by Kansas City, and he was talking about all the homicides. And I was like, what are the gangs? He's like, it's mafia hits. I was like, really? He goes, yeah, they're mob. It's the mob in Kansas City. I was like, really? Well, so like the Midwest has gotten even more dangerous than it has been. And it ain't because of the mob. It's just because methamphetamine. More people are stealing to get their fucking meth. Meth heads are becoming more brazen and bold. A friend of mine, well, I should say an ex-friend of mine, his buddy shot a tweaker. This tweaker tried to break into his house with his wife and kids at home. The guy, very big gun nut. Him, his wife, both had guns. They shot the tweaker. The tweaker didn't lose his life, but it's like they're getting brazen. And this was just a half an hour from my house out in the country. Half an hour away from my house. This happened in 2021. It happened in 21. Motherfucking tweaker tried to break into this dude's house. Dude shot him in the leg and almost killed him. Shot him a couple of times. He didn't die, but he was trying to break into the dude's house with the dude, the wife, and kids at home. They have like 5 young kids. Fucking tweakers are getting brazen. Brazen in the Midwest. Yeah, I don't like that kind of shit. I don't like racism. I don't like bigotry. I don't, and all I've ever said about immigrants is I don't like illegal immigrants. Get your shit legally. I don't care if you come here, just get your shit legally. Don't come over here illegally. Or if you come over here legally, do the legal thing to get your citizenship. And I don't think that's a really bad thing to say. I don't think that's a horrible thing to say. I think it's, it's about respect. It's a respect thing. You do things the right way. If I'm going to go to Canada, I'm going to do it correctly. I'm not going to sneak in. I'm not going to illegally enter the country. That's really all I got to say about illegal immigrants is just come over here legally. I don't like you because you're illegal. It's not because of where you're from. It's just because you came into my country illegally. That's the only issue I have. And I get it. People say to me, oh, well, they're escaping, a harsher land. Okay, fine. You know what happened to my grandparents when they came over here? They were quarantined for 4 weeks. Quarantined. Their names were changed. All kinds of shit. So I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear this shit about fucking, oh, well, you don't know. I do understand. My grandparents came over here legally, though. They came over here on a boat to escape fascism from Italy during Mussolini's rise to power. They came over. They came over as children. Their parents brought them here, and they were quarantined. They were quarantined, treated like shit. So I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. My grandparents went through that shit to become a legal citizen. They didn't sneak over here illegally. That's the issue I have. So I don't want to hear about how I don't like immigrants. No, my grandparents were fucking immigrants. Don't give me that shit. Don't give me that fucking shit at all. Just do it fucking legally. Go get quarantined for 4 fucking weeks. But you guys know what I'm talking about. I mean, I'm sure some of your grandparents went through the same shit coming over here. They got quarantined, treated like shit, and then given new names, new lives, everything. They went through that because they wanted to be here. They wanted to be citizens. So why can't the people from El Salvador do the same shit? Why can't the people from Mexico, Canada, wherever, why can't they do the same shit that my grandparents did? And I get it. People like my son are like, you don't understand. It's hard. The legal process, it could take them 20 years. Well, that's not my fault. That's not my fault that there's a backlog. What am I supposed to do about it? That is not my fault. I didn't make the backlog of slow process of our immigration service. I didn't do that. That's not what I'm not in charge of that. That's not my fault. It sucks, but there's nothing I can do about that. Doesn't mean I have to accept illegal immigration. Just because of that doesn't mean I have to accept it. I don't have to accept illegal immigrants. That's ridiculous. I don't care about no fucking backlog. That's not my problem. And I'm sorry it's harder to get into my country than it was in the 1940s. I'm sorry. I don't make the rules. I just have to live here. But yeah, this ain't a political room, so I'm not going to talk about this political shit anymore. I just wanted to briefly touch up on that. Today is Mob Monday. I do have a book. It is we're going to listen to Killing the Mob. How basically the FBI came in and decimated criminals and the Italian mafia from Dillinger to John Gotti to Johnny Mac next, according to FBS. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Sorry. I had to throw that in there just to be funny. Just to be funny. Where is it? I've got 2 credits. So yeah, if there's any books you guys want to hear, let me know, because I've got 2 credits. I can buy anything. Let me know. If you have any specific books you would like to hear. Because we seem to I don't know. I enjoy listening to books with you guys. I do. Because a lot of these books in my list I haven't even read. Over here. Darn it. Stop it. Pause it. One second, guys. I'm working on it. Ellis Island. Is that a book? An error occurred. Don't give me that crap. It's giving me crap this morning. My Audible is. It was all about playing last night, and I was like, no, not playing it. No, stop it. We need to go back, chapter. We need to go. There we go. It's taking forever to load. I apologize. Fuck. Oh my God, what the fuck is going on with this thing?
Audio presents Killing the Mob by Bill O'Reilly and Martin Duke. Prologue.
There you go.
March 3rd, 1934, Lake County Jail, Crown Point, Indiana, 9:15 a.m. The man with 4 months to live is about to bust out of jail. This is a cold and rainy Saturday morning. 30-year-old John Dillinger, America's most famous bank robber, has finished his meager prison breakfast and now mills around with 14 other inmates in a jailhouse corridor. He enjoys his only exercise of the day, but has much more on his mind. Dillinger is standing 5 feet 7 inches with a crooked smile, trim athletic build, and thinning brown hair. He is well known as a ladies' man. A career criminal from Indianapolis whose only legitimate job was a short stint in the U.S. Navy, Dillinger has spent his adult life in and out of prisons. Nevertheless, he has become famous. Such is Dillinger's notoriety that the prosecuting attorney and sheriff in his current court case both demanded to have a picture taken with their arms around his shoulders. It has been 5 weeks since authorities in Tucson, Arizona arrested Dillinger and his gang. The four gangsters had committed 8 bank robberies throughout the Midwest in the previous year and had gone farther west to escape the law. Additionally, state police arsenals were brazenly raided to steal machine guns, pistols, and ammunition. The Dillinger Gang, as they are known, plans heists with great sophistication, utilizing detailed getaway maps and high-horsepower vehicles to outrun law enforcement. They also brandish Thompson submachine guns. Each man plays a specific role in the robberies, whether as a driver, lookout, or vault man. But it is the self-assured Dillinger who strides into a bank, opens a leather case containing his Thompson, and yells, "This is a stick-up," to the tellers and bank customers. Dillinger makes no attempt to hide his handsome face, and as the numbers of robberies mount between June 21st, 1933 and January 15th, 1934, his legend grows. It is bad luck that gets Dillinger and his band captured in Tucson. 2 of the men are staying at the Hotel Congress when a broken furnace leads to a fire, forcing an evacuation of all rooms. Rather than let their belongings burn, gang members Russell Clark and Charles Mackley bribe firefighters to climb back up the ladders to retrieve their luggage. Tucson is a small town with a population of just over 30,000. The suspicious behavior of these strangers catches the attention of firefighter William Benedict, who identifies Mackley and Clark from a photo he remembers in True Detective magazine. Benedict then notifies the Tucson police, and over the course of the next 4 days, the gang is carefully tracked and eventually captured. John Dillinger is the last man arrested. He is carrying $7,000 in cash, some of which can be traced to a recent robbery in East Chicago, Indiana. There, police officer William Patrick O'Malley was killed in cold blood, shot dead with 8 bullets to the chest by Dillinger himself. So when it comes time for Tucson prosecutors to extradite the gang to the scenes of their many crimes, Mackley, Clark, and Pete Pierpont are first flown in handcuffs to Ohio, there to stand trial for a deputy murdered while the 3 were breaking John Dillinger out of a small-town jail in October 1933. Footnote: all 3 men will be convicted. Russell Clark receives a life sentence. Charles Mackley and Pete Pierpont will be sentenced to death. However, on September 22, 1934, all 3 will attempt to escape from the Ohio State Prison in Columbus. Clark has a change of heart and returns to his cell. Mackley is shot dead. Pierpont is captured alive. Still wounded from his failed prison break, the 32-year-old Pierpont must be carried to the electric chair, where he is executed on October 17, 1934. End footnote. But Dillinger...
Sorry, think about that. The dude had to be carried to the electric chair. He was so banged up that they didn't care. They were going to execute him no matter what, that they carried him to the electric chair. You wouldn't see that today. Today, they'd be like, that's too inhumane. You can't execute him. That's inhumane. Back then, they were like, no, we don't care. We'll carry the bitch to the electric chair. We don't care. He's getting executed. Oh, damn. That's crazy. How much times have changed between the 1920s and 30s and now.
Does not go to Ohio. He is extradited here to Crown Point, located 15 miles south of Lake Michigan, where he will be tried for the killing of Officer O'Malley. The electric chair looms if he is convicted. But John Dillinger has no intention of standing trial. The second floor of the Lake County Jail is considered escape-proof. Since his arrival in early February, Dillinger spends most days alone in his barred cell with its simple bed and small bucket for a toilet. On those occasions when Dillinger's jailers allow him to step outside, it is either to eat, exercise, or empty slop jars of human waste from his cell and those of other prisoners. The wardens and deputies take great pride in making the legendary John Dillinger perform this grim duty, a way of reminding the famous captive that he is now powerless. Dillinger plays along, pretending to be unbothered. "I played the good fellow with all the guards at the jail," Dillinger will later recall. "I patted them on the back and told them what fine fellows they were. I volunteered for all the distasteful jobs that had to be done." In this way, Dillinger convinces the guards that he is no longer a threat. His daily habit of whittling a piece of wood has not drawn suspicion. Instead, the guards have made this another point of mockery, calling him John the Whittler. But on this Saturday morning, as 64-year-old jailhouse trustee Sam Cahoon slips into the exercise area carrying soap for the showers, the end result of Dillinger's whittling becomes quite obvious. The block of wood has been carved into the shape of a small pistol. Now, before Cahoon can close the prison door behind him, Dillinger presses the fake weapon hard into the trustee's torso. "I'll blow you apart," the bank robber snarls, any vestige of sweet disposition now vanished. Using Cahoon as a shield, Dillinger works his way through the jail, not only convincing his guards that he possesses a gun, but ordering them to lock themselves inside cells. Finally, Dillinger arrives at the warden's office, where one of the guards sleeps soundly in a desk chair. Gliding quietly across the room, Dillinger removes an automatic weapon from a gun rack and presses the barrel into the back of the guard's head. "This is Dillinger," says the bank robber. "If you move a muscle, I'll blow your head off your shoulders." Dillinger then leaves the jailhouse a free man, stealing the sheriff's personal vehicle to make his getaway. The jail is affixed to the sheriff's house, so the theft is an easy one. There is no two-way radio in the car or in any other law enforcement vehicle, so the Crown Point sheriff has no way of alerting police officers on the interstate that a wanted criminal is heading their way. Thus, John Dillinger drives at a furious pace toward Chicago. Roughly 10 miles after fleeing the red brick building housing the Lake County Jail, Dillinger drives the stolen vehicle across the Indiana-Illinois state line. In so doing, he violates the National Motor Vehicle Theft Act. To this point in his bank-robbing career, Dillinger had only broken state and local laws. But by committing an offense against what is also known as the Dyer Act, John Dillinger has violated a federal law for the first time. Unbeknownst to him, a special unit from the Department of Justice will now take control of the hunt for John Dillinger. It was first known as the Bureau of Investigation, BOI for short, and then Division of Investigation, or DOI. Its leader is a 39-year-old lawyer named J. Edgar Hoover. And Hoover will stop at nothing to catch his man, no matter how long it takes. Part 1. The Gunners. Chapter 1. May 26, 1934, Aspen Hill Memorial Park, Silver Spring, Maryland, morning. Violence is plaguing America. Throughout 1933 and the first half of 1934, dozens of vicious and heavily armed gangsters are creating carnage in rural parts of the United States. It is the middle of the Great Depression. The average national individual income has been cut in half. The nationwide unemployment rate is 21.7%. The homicide tally is the highest of the century due to rampant poverty and the clash of immigrant and traditional cultures as America becomes increasingly urban. In addition, half of all home mortgages are delinquent, and more than 1,000 home loans are foreclosed every day. As more and more American families are evicted, the banks are viewed as predatory villains, more intent on making a dollar than helping poor people survive. So it is no surprise that some criminals in the United States are actually becoming popular public figures, especially the handful of men and women who rob banks for a living. The Division of Investigation calls these people public enemies. But to many, they are Robin Hoods, exacting revenge on bankers and fat cats from Portland, Maine to Portland, Oregon. On this warm Saturday morning, the man who has just been handed the enormous responsibility of stopping the Robin Hoods is momentarily unconcerned about fighting crime. John Edgar Hoover is in a state of deep mourning as he watches his beloved dog lowered into a grave in this Washington suburb. Hoover has lived in the District of Columbia his whole life. He began his career of public service at 18, a high school class valedictorian who landed work as a clerk at the Library of Congress while attending college and then law school. Hoover's employment ended when he passed the bar in 1917. He took a job with the Justice Department the very next morning. Within 2 years, the young lawyer's work ethic saw him promoted rapidly. By 1924, at the behest of President Calvin Coolidge, 29-year-old J. Edgar Hoover was placed in charge of a corrupt federal agency known as the Bureau of Investigation. Footnote: Hoover was actually appointed by Coolidge's Attorney General, Harlan Fiske Stone. Hoover was assistant director of the Bureau at the time. Director William Burns was accused of involvement in the Teapot Dome scandal, leading to his resignation and Hoover's appointment as director. Burns's leadership was symptomatic of the Bureau's pre-Hoover corruption, a period that included collusion with bootleggers, selling protection, selling sensitive Bureau files, and swapping employment in the agency for political favors. End footnote. The promotion appears to be a career dead end for the hard-charging young lawyer with the receding hairline, permanent scowl, and the habit of talking too fast in order to hide a stutter. Founded in 1908, the Bureau of Investigation is America's first national law enforcement agency. However, there is widespread fear in Congress that the BOI might become a secret police, spying upon the people such as has prevailed in Russia. So Congress has intentionally limited the BOI's power. The original 34 agents are forbidden to carry a weapon, and even prevented from making arrests. When it comes time to take a suspect into custody, the agents have a choice: either call in U.S. Marshals or the local police. Hoover devotes himself to his new job, eschewing any semblance of a personal life in favor of complete commitment to law enforcement. Immediately, the new director cleans house, firing any agent accused of taking bribes. He sets up a rigorous training program to ensure that his agents are mentally and physically fit. Also, his investigators are expected to be of high moral character, with training in accounting or law. There is no such thing as paid overtime. Hoover raises the BOI's profile by establishing the first nationwide database for fingerprints. And yet, the BOI is powerless to prosecute the bank robberies and the random murders plaguing America during the Great Depression. State and local police have complete authority in such cases, despite the frustrating reality that these agencies do not communicate with one another, nor can they chase criminals across state lines. John Dillinger has made an art of escaping this way. There is no question that J. Edgar Hoover is a strange man. He has few friends and lives at home with his 75-year-old mother, Anna Marie. The director's most trusted confidant is his Airedale Terrier, Spee DeBozo. It is Spee who fetches the paper each morning and eats the soft-boiled egg that Hoover gives him for breakfast. J. Edgar loves Spee so much that he not only keeps the animal's framed photo on his office desk, but also hangs a painting of the Airedale on a wall at home. Hoover may be a tough boss with his agents, but he never disciplines his dog. Spee DeBozo passes away on May 24th at the age of 11. And now his shroud-covered body is being lowered into the grave at this pet cemetery. "This is one of the saddest days of my life," the grief-stricken Hoover explains to a groundskeeper. His display of emotion is unnerving to the 3 DOI agents who have been asked to accompany him to the burial, for Hoover is normally a closed vault of privacy. At the same time, the director is actually becoming one of the most powerful men in the country. On May 18th, Congress recognizes that state and local law enforcement agencies are powerless to stop the bank robbing epidemic. This is a reaction to the 1933 Kansas City Massacre, where criminals, led by a robber known as Pretty Boy Floyd, shot and killed 4 federal agents in cold blood. Thus, the Crime Control Acts of 1934 were passed. Now, if a person kills or assaults a federal officer, transports kidnapped persons, or robs a bank, they are subject to federal law. They will be charged with federal crimes. State troopers and local sheriffs will no longer have jurisdiction in these matters. That power now goes to the newly renamed Division of Investigation. Just as important, Congress is about to pass another important piece of legislation allowing DOI agents to bear arms and make arrests. As Speed DeBozo's burial comes to an end, J. Edgar Hoover promises himself that he will soon buy another dog. Footnote: J. Edgar Hoover would have 8 more dogs after Speed DeBozo, many of which were interred in the same plot. The tombstone and gravesite can still be found at the Aspen Hill Memorial Park. End footnote. The time for mourning quickly passes. The time for catching violent bank robbers is about to begin. And there will be blood. Chapter 2. May 23, 1934, Bienville Parish, Louisiana, 9:15 a.m. 23-year-old Bonnie Parker sits in the passenger seat of a stolen Ford V8. On her lap rests a bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwich on white bread wrapped in a napkin. Thick forest and bushes line the dusty country road on both sides. Bonnie's lover, Clyde Champion Barrow, is at the wheel, pushing 65 miles per hour because the couple is late for a rendezvous. Clyde, 25, has already finished his fried bologna sandwich purchased during the couple's recent stop at Ma Canfield's Cafe in the nearby Louisiana town of Gibbsland. Clyde loves the high-powered V8 so much, he wrote a letter to automotive manufacturer Henry Ford praising its speed and freedom. The bank robber wears wire-rimmed sunglasses and a blue shirt and suit with a matching hat, but drives in his stocking feet. Long ago, the convicted criminal asked a fellow inmate to cut off 2 of his toes with an axe to escape hard labor in prison. As a result, Clyde walks with a limp, and driving while wearing shoes is extremely uncomfortable. Ironically, prison officials had already decided to parole young Clyde before the axe dropped. He limped out of prison a free man just 6 days after the mutilation. Bonnie's hat, her trademark tam, has been tossed into the back seat. The poetry-writing criminal wears a wedding ring, though she left her unfaithful husband years before falling for Clyde. She is a petite 4 feet 11 inches tall, chain-smokes Camel cigarettes, and has her ex-husband's name still tattooed inside her right thigh. A long red dress reveals Bonnie's hourglass figure, but hides her legs because they were badly burned by battery acid after crashing during a high-speed car chase 1 year ago. As a result, Bonnie Parker also walks with a limp, just like Clyde. Sometimes her pain is so bad that she cannot walk at all, and he must carry her. Yet Bonnie wears high heels rather than flat soles, even though they will make it more difficult for her to run from the law should the need arise. Widely known as Bonnie and Clyde, the young couple has robbed banks since beginning their crime spree in February 1932. But as they moved through Missouri, Louisiana, Texas, New Mexico, and even north to Minnesota, taking advantage of poor communications between state and local authorities to stay ahead of the law, bank robbery is just one of the crimes they commit. They have stolen cars and robbed stores and gas stations at gunpoint for as little as $5. On the violent side, they have kidnapped people and shot dead at least 13 men and women. All told, the couple has committed more than 100 felonies in 2 years. Bonnie and Clyde first met in January 1930. She, a recently unemployed waitress, and he, a poor laborer from the slums of Dallas. Other than petty theft, Clyde Barrow had no criminal record at the time. But just months later, he is arrested for burglary and sent to the Eastham prison farm, where, after being routinely sexually assaulted, he commits his first murder. Clyde kills another prisoner with a lead pipe to avenge his prison rapes. Thus, the mild-mannered Barrow is forever changed by Eastham prison. From a schoolboy to a rattlesnake, in the words of one fellow inmate. Despite his 2 years behind bars, Bonnie has waited for him. Upon release, and fueled by a hatred for the law, the couple begins committing crimes throughout the Midwest. Theirs is a simple life of robbing for money and food whenever they need it, and killing the hated police when they can. Other criminals join them as part of a small gang. But while these men come and go, the partnership of Bonnie and Clyde remains steady. The couple were essentially small-time Southern hoods, forever in the shadow of bigger criminal names like John Dillinger and his cronies Babyface Nelson and Pretty Boy Floyd. But just 1 year ago, April 13, 1933, police surprised Bonnie and Clyde at a hideout in Joplin, Missouri. The aftermath was gruesome, with 2 police officers shot dead. The couple escaped by driving more than 600 miles through the night into the heart of Texas. But in the ruins of the Missouri hideout, police discover a roll of undeveloped film. Wishing to familiarize the public with descriptions of Bonnie and Clyde, Joplin police develop the film and give the pictures to the Joplin Globe newspaper, which wires the photos nationwide. The result is instant celebrity. Images of Bonnie poking a grinning Clyde with a sawed-off shotgun, and Bonnie posing alone with a cigar in her mouth and pistol in her hand, make the two as famous as movie stars. Not only does the American public clamor for more information about Bonnie and Clyde, but their exploits soon became fodder for movie newsreels as an excited nation cheers for them to outfox law enforcement. The criminal couple could not be happier. Both have nursed dreams of fame, Bonnie through her writing and quiet dreams of being a famous actress, and Clyde as a musician who plays the saxophone. On May 21, 1934, just 3 days after Congress passes the new crime legislation to expand federal law enforcement, J. Edgar Hoover decides to go to war with Bonnie and Clyde. His first move? An 8-inch by 8-inch wanted poster bearing their images and listing their crimes is circulated nationwide. Unlike the Joplin photos, there is nothing glamorous about these images. Yet that only enhances the legend of Bonnie and Clyde. However, Bonnie Parker somehow knows the truth of what is to come, writing flowery verse predicting that she and Clyde will die horribly. Footnote. The verse goes this way. Someday they'll go down together, and they'll bury them side by side. To a few it will be grief, to the law a relief, but it's death for Bonnie and Clyde. End footnote. As they drive down the rural Louisiana road, Bonnie and Clyde are 15 minutes late for a meeting with a member of their gang on this muggy Wednesday morning. The stop for Bonnie's BLT to go at Ma Canfield's Cafe has put them behind schedule. All seems well. Rounding a bend in the road, a flatbed truck belonging to Ivy Methvin, father of the convicted criminal they are due to meet, can be seen on the shoulder. Methvin kneels by the jacked-up vehicle, changing a tire. A logging truck approaches from the other direction. Clyde shifts into first gear. His window is already rolled down. Bonnie places the sandwich, still in its napkin, on her lap. In the back seat, under a blanket, are a pile of guns, a suitcase full of cash, and Clyde's personal saxophone. Suddenly, Ivy Methvin rolls under his truck. The hidden posse is armed and dangerous. Frank Hamer of the Texas Rangers has been tracking Bonnie and Clyde for 4 months. He has followed the pair to Bienville Parish with 3 other Texas lawmen. J. Edgar Hoover and his agents are not taking part in the posse, but have provided crucial information on the couple's whereabouts. The Division of Investigation has pinpointed this region of Louisiana as a regular hiding place for Bonnie and Clyde. In order to obtain the necessary jurisdiction to capture the criminals, the Texas Ranger has enlisted the aid of local Sheriff Jordan Henderson and his young deputy, Prentice Oakley. Together, the lawmen set a trap, believing the criminals will eventually go to the home of gang member Henry Methvin. Footnote: Ivan Methvin is 49 when he volunteers to work as a decoy in the hunt for Bonnie and Clyde. Despite Ivan's efforts to help his son, Henry Methvin later went to prison for his role in the murder of an Oklahoma policeman. Ivan, who died in 1949, was predeceased by his son, who was crushed while drunkenly trying to crawl under a moving train. End footnote. Ranger Hamer has promised Henry's father that his son will not receive the death penalty for his crimes in exchange for betraying Bonnie and Clyde. Thus, Ivy Methvin's flatbed pickup, specially designed for hauling pulpwood, is now strategically positioned to block the road on which the criminals are driving. After nearly 30 hours of hiding, the posse is irritated and exhausted from waiting in the woods as thick clouds of mosquitoes swarm them. The day is already sweltering. Strung out in the forest, each man clutches his favorite weapon. Loaded and cocked backup guns are scattered on the pine straw. The collection of rifles, pistols, and automatics is formidable, the trademark of men quite comfortable in the art of killing. Frank Hamer personally believes that a simple .45 caliber round to the gut is the best way to immobilize a suspect. Just to be sure, the relentless lawman is also armed with a Remington Model 11 shotgun and Colt Monitor machine rifle, a powerful World War I relic capable of killing a man from a mile away. As the posse shifts restlessly, they see in the distance a Ford V8 racing down the road at top speed. The men cock their weapons. The plan is simple. When Clyde Barrow slows down to approach the disabled truck, posse member Ted Hinton will confirm if the individuals in the vehicle are indeed Bonnie and Clyde. Hinton is from Dallas and knows Bonnie from her waitressing days. Once visual recognition is achieved, Hamer will step forward, Colt Monitor rifle leveled, and demand their surrender. Frank Hamer is 6'2" and solidly built, a thick-set man with the gravitas and assumed legal authority expected from a Texas Ranger. Hamer is renowned for his marksmanship and even instructs new Rangers on the art of shooting. He will have no trouble opening fire should Bonnie and Clyde refuse to step out of the car and raise their hands in the air. The only question in the mind of Frank Hamer is whether or not he can shoot a woman. As the Ford V8 draws closer and Ivy Methvin assumes his position as a decoy on the ground, Hamer steels himself for the confrontation. His current location is a hillside overlooking the road. There is every chance he will be shot if Bonnie or Clyde sees him making his way onto the road. The Ford V8 is flying down the road in a cloud of dust. As hoped, Hamer and the posse hear the telltale sound of downshifting and watch as the car slows to a stop alongside Methvin's truck. Hamer looks at Ted Hinton, just to make sure the young couple in the car are Bonnie and Clyde. Suddenly, without being given permission, Deputy Oakley opens fire with a Remington Model 8 borrowed from a local dentist. He stands 50 feet to the right of Hamer. Oakley has a clear shot at Clyde through the open window, but several of his bullets miss, hitting the doorframe. However, one 2-inch casing passes neatly through the left side of Clyde Barrow's skull, blowing open a gaping wound as it kills him. Bonnie Parker, sandwich still on her lap, knows she is about to die as well. She screams in terror, a feral howl so mournful that the lawmen will remember it the rest of their lives. The scream ends as the posse opens fire. The brutal shooting lasts 16 seconds. Bonnie and Clyde die immediately, but the firing does not stop until the frame and windows of the Ford are riddled with 167 bullets. When it is done, as the smell of gunpowder carries through the Louisiana countryside, Frank Hamer steps onto the road clutching his Colt automatic. As leader of this posse, it is his obligation to make sure the job is complete. The Ranger loosens a burst into the rear window, just to be sure. Clyde is not visible, so Hamer's shots are focused on Bonnie, whose head still can be seen inside the car. Any doubts that he can shoot a woman have been answered. The Texas Ranger then walks to the front of the Ford and takes direct aim at Bonnie from point-blank range. The legendary criminal is already dead, her head riddled with bullets as blood pours from wounds across her torso. Frank Hamer squeezes the trigger anyway. The Colt kicks backward as he fires a final burst into the dead woman. Just to be sure. 2,000 miles away, J. Edgar Hoover is unaware that the federal fugitives he has been chasing have been slaughtered.
How do you guys feel about that? How do you feel knowing that Frank Hamer walked up to a dead woman and unloaded his gun after she was already dead? I didn't know that. I think that's fucked up. If it's true, I think that's pretty brutal and pretty messed up. She's already dead. Why do that? Why do that? That's pretty fucked up, right? That he walked up and shot her again, knowing she was so fucked up. Do you guys think that the Bonnie and Clyde thing was overkill? I mean, do you guys think it was overkill? Do you think they should have given them a chance to put their hands up? What do you guys think? I know some facts. Like, I know what I think based on some personal information. I know what I think. This is what an eyewitness stated. My grandfather on my adopted side, the guy I call my dad, his dad, my grandfather's cousin was a police officer in Des Moines. Well, in Dexter, Iowa, they called in the police, right, when they found Bonnie and Clyde. He told my grandfather that if Bonnie's gun had not jammed, she would have mowed all of them down. If that Thompson machine gun she had there in Dexter, that she lifted it up, and he said if it had not jammed, he would have mowed each and every one of them down. She would have killed all of them if her gun had jammed. And that is what he told my grandfather. And so I've known that my whole life, that she was violent person. So that being said, knowing that they didn't give them a chance to surrender, I don't think they wouldn't have surrendered, and she and him would have mowed all of those cops down. She would have mowed Hamer down, the other cops with them, everybody there in Louisiana. She would have mowed them down. So they didn't really have a chance to give them a chance to surrender. Personally, I think the cops did exactly what they had to do. But like I said, I have some personal knowledge, not outside looking in kind of shit. That's crazy though, right? Fucking, but I mean, it's a lot different shooting somebody alive than knowing they're dead and walking up and shooting them in the head after they're dead and you know they're dead. Hammer had to have known she was dead to do that. Kind of almost wonder the psychopathy of this guy. When it makes you, when there no, makes you think what was inside his fucking head.
They will not be the last.
The last of Hammer to kill?
Chapter 3. May 28, 1934, Chicago, Illinois, 7:30 p.m. John Dillinger is almost dead. As anesthesiologist Harold Cassidy removes the towel soaked in ether from the killer's face, he is appalled to see that the unconscious gangster is turning blue. Dillinger has swallowed his tongue and cannot breathe, all because he is being chased. The Division of Investigation has been tracking the bank robber ever since his Indiana jailbreak 2 months ago. Every day, J. Edgar Hoover's G-men come closer to capturing Dillinger and sending him to the electric chair. But Cassidy's incompetence might deny the feds their execution. John Dillinger knows his end may be near, so he is desperately trying to change his appearance. That has led to disaster. Working frantically, Surgeon Wilhelm Loser wedges a pair of forceps into the criminal's mouth. Using both hands for leverage, he clamps the instrument around the tongue in an effort to pull it forward and open the airway. As Cassidy looks on helplessly, the ether towel still clutched in his hands, Loser extricates the tongue. A still blacked-out John Dillinger vomits all over himself and the small bed on which he rests. Dr. Loser is a German-born immigrant who did his medical training at the University of Kansas and Northwestern. He recently lost his license to practice medicine after a narcotics conviction that sent him to Leavenworth Penitentiary. Footnote: in 1931, Loser was convicted under a 1914 federal statute known as the Harrison Narcotics Tax Act, which prohibited the selling of opiates and products of the coca plant. End footnote. When killers on the lam like John Dillinger are in need of medical care, law-abiding physicians will usually...
In other words, cocaine was outlawed in that time period. Coca plant, cocaine was outlawed. Couldn't sell cocaine to people anymore in the 30s.
...not cooperate. But Dr. Loser, who practices his trade in secret, is happy to accept $5,000 for the procedure he is about to perform, all the while knowing that his life is in danger from Dillinger's gang should any harm befall the boss. There is no operating theater. Instead, Loser performs his work in the small bedroom of a cottage belonging to a 66-year-old petty criminal and former prizefighter named Jimmy Probasco, who makes $35 a day, allowing fugitives to hide in his Chicago home. Both Loser and Probasco will soon pay dearly for their actions, with the doctor spending more time in prison and Probasco dangled outside the window of a Chicago high-rise by federal agents. He will then plunge 19 stories to his death, which the Division of Investigation will claim to be a suicide. But that is all to come. As Dillinger vomits once more, Loser assures himself that his patient is capable of enduring the operation.
Whoa. So the feds dropped the guy out a window? Okay, so the feds dropped this fella out a window. Could it be reason to believe that the fucking was it Pittsburgh's Phil? The guy that jumped out the window from Murder Inc. They said it was suicide. He was under federal protection. He ratted. They said it was suicide. But, you know, the bird that could sing but couldn't fly. You know, they make that joke about him. The fucking mob guy. Do you think the feds pushed that guy out the window? They pushed this guy out the window. Do you think maybe, you know, people say it wasn't suicide. Maybe the feds shoved that guy out the window too. I didn't know the feds was like killing motherfuckers. God damn. Don't fuck with the FBI back in the 30s. Shit. That's crazy.
Satisfied that this is the case, Lozer puts down his forceps and picks up a scalpel. Then, slowly and patiently, Dr. Wilhelm Lozer begins cutting away at John Dillinger's face, beginning the plastic surgery intended to make the wanted criminal completely unrecognizable to J. Edgar Hoover and his agents. Footnote: the term plastic surgery is taken from the Greek word plastika, which means to sculpt flesh. It was first applied to the alteration of physical appearance in the medical vernacular in 1839, 70 years before petroleum-based materials were engineered into a new product that was given the name plastic. End footnote. Dillinger moved into Jimmy Probasco's cottage just last night. There was no advance notice. The arrangements were made through mutual friends. He simply walked through the front door carrying a machine gun, 2 pistols, a bulletproof vest, and several hundred rounds of ammunition, and made himself at home. Dillinger is friendly, if reserved. This is unusual for the bank robber. John Dillinger is a gregarious man. He likes to attend baseball games, go to the movies, and drink in nightclubs. People are drawn to his upbeat personality, not knowing they are talking to a cold-blooded killer. The idea of laying low and not going out in public feels claustrophobic, and Dillinger cannot wait until his recovery from plastic surgery is complete so that he can once again walk the streets of Chicago. But the killer is troubled. Twice in the last 2 months, the DOI manhunt has come within moments of capturing him alive. The first time came in Minneapolis, where Dillinger fled after the Indiana jailbreak in early March. Working with another famous bank robber, Lester Gillis, known as Babyface Nelson, Dillinger and his cohort stole $49,500 from the Security National Bank in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. The robbery came just 3 days after Dillinger escaped prison in Indiana. 3 days after that, on March 13th, Dillinger and Nelson stole another $52,344 from the First National Bank of Mason City, Iowa. Footnote: the equivalent of $947,708 and $1,002,235, respectively, in modern currency. End footnote. The pair then split up, with Nelson driving west to Reno, Nevada, while Dillinger rented Unit 303 at the Lincoln Court Apartments in Minneapolis with girlfriend Evelyn Billy Frechette. John Dillinger is normally fond of showing off the 27-year-old half-French, half-Indian Frechette. But the gangster was slightly wounded in the Mason City heist, so the two remain in their apartment most of the time. Their brand-new Hudson sedan is parked outside. But when the pair go out, they leave only through the back door. Noting this behavior, landlord Daisy Coffey grows suspicious, especially after they refuse to allow a handyman inside to fix a bathroom fixture. For reasons known only to the nosy Coffey, her first instinct is not to confront the couple, but to pay a visit to the Division of Investigation's St. Paul field office, where she files a report. At 10:15 the next morning, agents knock on the door of Unit 303. It is Frechette who answers, telling the agents she needs a few moments to get dressed before closing the door. This event takes place 2 months before DOI agents are legally allowed to carry weapons or make arrests. But, as citizens of the United States, Hoover's men are entitled to the same freedoms of the Second Amendment as all other Americans, and thus use this loophole to bear arms. So it is that DOI agent Rufus Coulter stands outside Unit 303 carrying a loaded revolver. St. Paul Police Detective Henry Cummings is on hand to make any arrests. He is also armed. But the officer's pistols are no match for John Dillinger's Thompson submachine gun. Seeing no other way to escape, Dillinger fires through the door, scattering the agents. He and Frechette race down the stairs to their Hudson, then drive off, though not before Detective Cummings fires 5 shots, one of which hits Dillinger in the left calf. Making use of the same illicit underground medical network he would utilize for his plastic surgery in Chicago, Dillinger has his wound treated by a Minneapolis physician who hides the criminal and his girlfriend for 5 days. But J. Edgar Hoover's agents are relentless. Even after Dillinger and Billy Frechette flee to Indiana in the early days of April, the DOI has compiled a list of their potential hiding places and is thus anticipating their movements. By April 9th, the couple are in Chicago, where agents arrest Frechette in a bar on State Street. She had entered the establishment to see if it was safe. Dillinger, who had a hunch authorities were near, waits outside and can only watch from a distance as his girlfriend is taken into custody. Despondent over losing his companion, but knowing he must flee, Dillinger drives north the length of Wisconsin to a remote vacation camp. Babyface Nelson, recently returned from Reno, joins him. There, at an idyllic lodge known as Little Bohemia, John Dillinger will meet the man who will kill him. Agent Melvin Horace Purvis II is small in stature, standing just 5 feet 4 inches, but he is known to be vicious, questioning suspects with such intensity that many claim their broken bones and bruises are a result of his interrogation. The 30-year-old South Carolina native runs the DOI's Chicago bureau, but has recently alienated his boss, J. Edgar Hoover, who believes Purvis is not doing enough to capture John Dillinger. So it is with great delight that Purvis receives a tip placing Dillinger and several members of his gang at a remote location in upstate Wisconsin. With a reward of $10,000 for Dillinger's capture, it was only a matter of time before such a break came Purvis's way. The agent triumphantly phones Director Hoover to tell him that Dillinger will soon be surrounded. Then, mindful of Hoover's wrath, Agent Purvis immediately takes extreme measures to make sure Dillinger does not get away. Little Bohemia is 8 hours north of Chicago, actually longer now that winter is lingering and the roads of northern Wisconsin are still covered in ice and snow.
Hey guys,
Instead of driving, Purvis further risks the...
I hate to do this. We're taking a break. I got some important MobTube news breaking. We're gonna go live right now. MRE, like him or hate him, a tragedy has befelled him. Sort of. His friend's 5-year-old daughter got outside last night and was found in a river. We're gonna tune in and lend our support, sort of. So we're going to tune in real quick. We can go back to our book in a little bit. That sucks. We're going to check it out. I don't think you guys mind if we pause our book for like a little bit. Out of respect.
Stewardship. It's like, how the fuck does a baby get away? Like, I don't know. It's just frustrating. Yeah, you live in a very sick world. That's why somebody had to snatch that little kid. The little kid maybe opened the door and went outside in the yard. Maybe there was some creepy fucking neighbor or I don't know. But fucking disgusting. What's up, Cromel? Yeah, there are special places in hell. Special places. You can look it up. It's just put baby, dead baby in Rhode Island. Little, her name was Naomi, God rest her soul. Fucking heartbreaking, man. Somebody know it had to be Joff. Nah, it's not cold out here. It had to be somebody who knows them. Because like I said, come on, a little 5-year-old is not going to walk a half a mile to fucking Roger Williams Park and go jump in the fucking swan pond. It's the pond where that you get in the little boats and you go and you fucking ride by the swans and all that shit at Roger Williams Park. But I think they live like a half a mile away. So there's no way I'm not a parent, but I have nieces and nephews. I've babysitted my nephews and nieces and shit. I always knew where they were and my eyes on them. One of the scares is 32 right now. He's 32 years old. I think he's 31, but when he was 7 years old, I took him to Ann and Hope when he was 7 years old, right? He was a little ball buster, a little Rudy. He's not little no more, but I took him to Ann and Hope, right? And it's me, my ex-girlfriend, and him. Now, he's a little ball buster. What he does is he hides under the clothing. He went under the clothing aisle to hide from me under the clothes. So I'm yelling his name. I'm going, Rudy, little Rue. And let me tell you the fear that came over me. Oh, my God. A blanket of fear. Like, all I thought was, oh, my God, he got kidnapped. Somebody grabbed him. The fear that came over me, I can't explain it. Like, even talking about it and thinking about it right now, my hair stands up. It was just this total fucking fear of him being kidnapped and him not being there. So I yelled for him like 7 or 8 times, and he finally popped out and started giggling. I wanted to crush his head. I wanted to give him such a beating. I'm like, don't fucking do that ever again. He's like, why are you mad? I'm just playing jokes. So I thought he was kidnapped. I'll never forget that fear that came over me. So I could just imagine a mother or a father. He was only my nephew, but the fear that came over me, my whole body, it was, man, I never had that feeling before. Yeah, my stomach instantly dropped. It was brutal. Just knowing that, man, he could have got, but thank God he didn't, but man, and someone who could take a little kid and hurt him and throw her in the fucking river, man, throw her in a pond. And I don't believe like there was a few people, I guess, on the Facebook debating, oh, maybe the baby started walking. No, man, a 5-year-old is not going to get that far. No way. Someone's going to see a little kid. Someone's going to see him, fear, and stop her. If any one of you were driving down the street or looked out of your window and seen a 5-year-old baby walking, wouldn't you call 911? That's the first thing that runs to my head. If I looked outside, or right now, if I seen a 5-year-old baby walking, I'm calling 911. So I can't see a little kid walking, a 5-year-old walking from here down to those lights and making it without somebody grabbing her. That's a possibility, but I doubt it, V1. I highly doubt it. Maybe the kidnapper said to her, or somebody who kidnapped her said, hey, I'll take you to see swans. But there's no way she was remembering. There's no way she would have said, let me go see the swans. No way. No way at all. Yeah, I hope they find the person and fucking murder the son of a bitch. And that's the only thing I can think of. I can't see a 5-year-old kid walking. If there was, well, there had to be foul play. I've only seen a few things on the news with it, and I guess they suspect foul plays involved, but they're gonna do more investigating or something, because she was found yesterday morning. It's fucking disgusting to me, and like I feel feel bad for her mother and her family. I know her family. Fucking shame, man. But there's no way a 5-year-old's gonna make it from here to that lights without somebody seeing them, stopping them, something of the sort. Something of that sort. So no, I don't think the baby walked there and did that. I think somebody kidnapped this child. I think this child was murdered, sadly. I think some fucking animal decided to kill the baby. I don't know. Hope maybe in a few days more info will come out on it or something. It's just sad that a 5-year-old loses her life, man. Fucking 5 years old. No, and at night she wouldn't be able to see. Like, how's a baby walking there at night? Hell no. And like I said, somebody would have seen her and called the cops, stopped us, something. Something like that. What's the odds? What's the fucking odds? I guarantee it was some fucking neighbor or some creepo. Cocksucker. No, they're not going to go far at night. No, they won't. And wouldn't the kid be scared too? I don't see no baby taking an adventure at night. And then she wouldn't even know where she's going. Might be a neighborhood. Yeah, there might be exactly. Be one. There might be a fucking a child killer. We might have a child killer on the loose or something, because this just don't add up. I seen the aunt on the news. I know her. Fatua. That was the aunt. I guess the mother's so broke up she can't even speak. That's got to be torturous, man. What a shame. Just fucking mind-boggling, man. Might be a monster in the neighborhood, yeah. Teresa, that's what I'd love to know. Like, how does I don't want to, I'm not ragging on the family, because I know the family, but how don't you know where a 5-year-old, how does a 5-year-old get away? I don't know. Where did they all go to sleep and thought the baby was sleeping? I don't know. I don't know. They venture far from home at night. Oh, this one was a toddler. 5 years old, considered a toddler, right? I think so. 5 years old. Fucking animals, man. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know, man. Like, it's only been a day, so 5 is a toddler. Okay, well, a toddler. So they'll know more about it on the news. What's up, brother? They'll know more about it on the news. Fucking in a couple of days, I guess. I don't know. Fucking disgusting, though. Totally. I just hope there is no, like some kidnapper around taking little kids, but it had to be somebody close. Maybe the baby went outside. Like I said, some creepy fucking neighbor seen the kid and said, maybe some creepo drove by. Hey, I can kidnap that kid real quick. Yeah, a lot of kids and people get snatched. Well, we don't have that around here a lot, though. Like, I don't see many news things around here. Yeah, they will, Uncle Edwin. I'm sure they're investigating everything. Yeah, I don't know how that's what I'm saying. Why the door? I have no idea. How could a 5-year-old get out? I don't get it. Like, I don't know the house. I've never been to their house. I don't know how that would work. I don't know. It's just I've met this little baby before too, so it's just fucking leaves a sour taste. It's just, ugh. I'm sure they're going. Yeah, I'm sure they're looking into everybody in the stories because, man, little kids just don't disappear. It just don't happen. In case there's foul play, like, all right, let's say the baby did get out at night. Someone's gonna see him. Even somebody driving, walking. Someone's gonna be like, "What's a little kid? That's not a midget," and they're gonna hit 911 immediately. That's all I know. If I'm driving down the road or looking out my window, I see some little kid walking, I'm gonna hit 911 and be like, "There's a little kid walking." Like, come grab the little kid. All I can think of is like this water right here. Who I couldn't even throw a frigging deceased animal in the water. I'd bury it. Who the fuck would throw a baby in the water? It's disgusting. It could have been a crime opportunity. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking maybe the baby got outside and someone seen the baby and said, "Hey, look, let's grab the baby." But these people are going to hell. Straight up going to hell. But I don't know. I'm going to check the news tomorrow. I don't know. Find out. See if I can find out a little more on it. But everybody keep that little baby in your prayers, because no little kid at 5 years old deserves to lose their life. And pray to God, if somebody did this to that baby, which most likely they did, these sons of bitches get brought to justice or they get killed, one or the other. I'd rather kill the bastards if it was up to me. Yeah, no conscience. None whatsoever. You gotta be, that's satanic shit, man. Satanic. What are you eating? Wheat? Fucking dog's nuts. Satanic. And it's infuriating too. Like little kids getting dumped in the rivers and shit. You sick sons of bitches. But I'm sure I want to check and see if any like crime channels cover this. Or I doubt they will. Rhode Island's small. In case there's some Rhode Island YouTubers that do it, I don't.
Okay, I hope you guys don't mind. That's horrible. That's horrible, and it's definitely a case we'll watch. Definitely one I'll be following up on and watching to see if we have any suspects, any my prayers. I want to take this few seconds, give a moment of silence to the family. Okay, well, my prayers to the family in their time of need, and let's get back to our book. I didn't mean to like bum you all out. If I did bum any of you out, I just wanted to bring awareness to the situation of what's going on. Awareness is important.
The anger of the tight-fisted Hoover by chartering 2 airplanes to fly agents from Chicago and St. Paul, Minnesota, into the town of Rhinelander. It is Sunday afternoon, April 22nd. Little Bohemia is a vacation lodge consisting of a 2-story main log building with 8 guest rooms and a number of adjacent cabins. The sign out on the main highway touts Little Bohemia as a place to dine, dance, and swim. And local residents often visit to take advantage of the restaurant in the main lodge, which offers a $1 dinner special on Sunday night. So the resort is packed as the agents arrive by car from the airport, armed with machine guns and wearing bulletproof vests. In addition, some men carry tear gas to immobilize the gangsters. As the agents turn off Highway 51 into the lodge's gravel driveway, Purvis orders 2 vehicles to block the drive, preventing Dillinger and his gang from escaping. A strict order of silence is enforced as agents fan out into the woods, stepping lightly through the snow-covered forest surrounding the main lodge. Dogs chained outside the main building begin barking at their scent. Dillinger is known to be in the company of perhaps a dozen gang members, including Babyface Nelson and his wife. The agents are relieved that there is no one outside to inquire about the barking. In fact, John Dillinger will later remember hearing the yapping dogs as he played cards, but thought nothing of it. Which is strange. The criminal underworld in which John Dillinger thrives is founded upon suspicion and paying attention. Using the hotel's telephone, for instance, is a grave risk because there is no privacy on the party lines that dominate rural American telephone systems. Better to locate a public payphone when coordinating a rendezvous with gang members. Paying loyal intermediaries or family members to set up a meeting and arrange a quiet place to settle down for a few days is another tactic Dillinger often uses. There is also the strategy of leaving messages for other known criminals at safe houses, common hideouts used by gangs and wanted men. In this way, the underworld has its own informal post office. This involves trusting others with life and freedom. Even the choice of Little Bohemia as a hideout was made through criminal connections. 46-year-old owner Emil Wanatka was once closely connected with the Chicago underworld. But Dillinger is feared, and he knows it. So betrayal is not a factor. Nevertheless, the bank robber is usually very alert to potential danger. Not tonight. As federal agents slowly cinch the noose tighter around the Little Bohemia Lodge, Dillinger feels as if he is completely safe. Northern Wisconsin is hundreds of miles from a major city. The thought of federal agents traveling across icy, snow-covered roads to ambush him seems an impossibility. But the killer is wrong. In fact, Emil Wanatka has furtively alerted federal agents about the bank robber's location. Wanatka wants the $10,000 reward. Meanwhile, Dillinger ignores the barking dogs and deals another hand of cards. The Wisconsin night is completely dark. It is almost 8 p.m. at Little Bohemia. Things now go horribly wrong. 3 local men have just finished dinner and are walking together to their car. Northern Wisconsin is a hunter's paradise, and each man carries a rifle, arousing the suspicion of the hidden agents. As the men step into the car, driver John Hoffman blasts the radio loudly as he begins to drive away. Therefore, Hoffman and his friends John Morris and Eugene Boineau do not hear the agents shouting for them to stop the car. The windshield is fogged from the cold, so they do not see the officers now leveling automatic weapons at their vehicle. An oblivious John Hoffman continues barreling toward the restaurant exit. Melvin Purvis will later defend his agents, stating that they were aiming for the vehicle's tires. But the hard truth is that the DOI men were shooting to kill, machine gunning the car's body and windows. Miraculously, only Boineau dies. The other 2 men, not knowing who is shooting at them, are wounded, but manage to run into the woods. But the death of Eugene Boineau is the least of Purvis's worries. Machine gun fire can be heard as far as a mile away. Instantly, John Dillinger knows those gunshots are not for hunting. Dillinger and the other members of his gang race to their rooms to get their automatic weapons. In the chaos, the Dillinger group flees into the woods, eluding Purvis and his agents. Babyface Nelson shoots and kills a DOI agent before making his own escape. The dark and dense forest makes it impossible for the federal men to pursue because of the potential hostile fire. Hoover, a man addicted to adulation, had foolishly alerted certain media that Dillinger's demise was at hand. In an attempt to elevate his personal profile, the director has released a personal statement to the press, letting them know that he is completely in charge of the manhunt and deserves all credit for Dillinger's arrest. 4 hours later in Washington, a furious and embarrassed J. Edgar Hoover announces to the media that once again, John Dillinger has eluded capture. 1 month later, in Jimmy Probasco's house at 2509 Crawford Avenue on the north side of Chicago, John Dillinger is covered in blood and vomit as Dr. Wilhelm Loser completes the plastic surgery. Gone are 3 prominent moles above the gangster's eye, as well as the dimple in his chin, which has been filled with tissue removed from his cheek. Loser has tightened the muscles of Dillinger's face, giving him a mild lift. The gangster's nose has been slit open, then completely reconstructed. Loser will soon pour lye on Dillinger's fingertips to burn off the fingerprints. But that painful procedure can wait. For now, it is enough that the brazen bank robber looks markedly different. Despite the DOI manhunt and the fact that Melvin Purvis and agents of the Chicago office are literally just a few miles away, Dillinger is filled with the false sense of confidence that he can walk the streets unrecognized. He also has a new birth certificate and falsified identification cards. But John Dillinger is mistaken about being secure. On the bank robber's 31st birthday, June 22, 1934, J. Edgar Hoover announces that a new category of criminal is now being hunted. This label applies to just one individual at a time. The term is Public Enemy Number 1. And until he is either dead or incarcerated, that label now belongs solely to John Dillinger. Chapter 4. July 22, 1934, Chicago, Illinois, 8 p.m. Public Enemy Number 1 is feeling the heat. Chicago is enduring its hottest summer on record. The thermometer will
Let me
spike
just
to
say hello.
109
Let me just say
degrees
hello.
Fahrenheit tomorrow,
No,
an
it's
all-time
I'm
high.
going slow.
At 101 degrees Fahrenheit, today is slightly cooler but no less daunting. Since the sun rose this morning, 23 Chicagoans have died from the extreme temperatures. Like many city residents, John Dillinger is spending this Sunday evening in a refrigerated movie house. He chooses the air-conditioned Biograph Theater on Lincoln Avenue, where William Powell, Myrna Loy, and Clark Gable are starring in Manhattan Melodrama. The Biograph is right around the corner from his rented hideout apartment at 2420 Halsted Street. For company, the bank robber brings along a redhead named Polly Hamilton, a look-alike of his recently incarcerated girlfriend Billy Frechette. Hamilton works as a waitress at the S&S sandwich shop, but in her younger years, as a teenage runaway from North Dakota, she worked as a prostitute for a Romanian madam named Anna Akelieva. Hamilton eventually made a new life, but remained friends with Anna, who is also Dillinger's landlady. The robber has invited both women to the movie tonight, not at all worried that Anna's lover is an East Chicago detective. Foolishly, Dillinger is trusting his landlady. Though a man squiring 2 women might draw attention, the wanted criminal is also unconcerned about that. A night on the town is nothing new since his plastic surgery, despite the federal manhunt. Dillinger is flush with cash, thanks to yet another bank robbery 3 weeks ago in South Bend, Indiana. Working with the equally notorious Pretty Boy Floyd and Babyface Nelson, the gang robbed the Merchants National Bank of almost $30,000, shooting a policeman dead in the process. Footnote: that sum would be worth $561,000 in modern dollars. End footnote. After dividing the money and escaping to Chicago, Dillinger moved out of Jimmy Probasco's cottage on the edge of town and rented an apartment on the city's north side to be closer to the action. Since then, John Dillinger has attended several Chicago Cubs games at Wrigley Field, visited the 1933-34 World's Fair, and enjoyed lunches at the Seminary Restaurant. The bank robber makes sure to drink moderately and not be flashy with money, although he always insists on picking up the check. Through it all, John Dillinger is quietly planning one more big heist. However, instead of a bank, he will knock off a mail train. Mail trains are known to carry a fortune in cash. Then, Dillinger plans to turn away from his life of crime and escape to Mexico. Now, dressed in gray slacks, white shirt, and red tie, the bank robber purchases 3 tickets at the Biograph box office. Clark Gable's part is that of a ruthless gangster named Blackie Gallagher, a character said to be based on Dillinger himself. An intrigued John Dillinger steps into the theater. He has plans to make a movie of his own one day and is eager to witness his depiction on the screen. Dillinger quickly rushes Polly Hamilton and Anna Aklieva through the crowded lobby to take their seats. As the cool of the theater takes the edge off the heat for John Dillinger, 20 federal agents are surrounding the Biograph Theater. Each exit is secured. For the next 2 long hours on this brutally hot night, the agents await the final act of Manhattan melodrama in which Blackie Gallagher is executed, hoping all the while to do the same to John Dillinger. Federal agent Melvin Purvis can't wait for the movie to end. Nervous Purvis, as his fellow DOI agents call him behind his back, stands outside the Biograph in front of the ticket booth. The special agent in charge, SAC, of the Division of Investigation's Chicago Bureau carries a cigar and box of matches in his suit pocket. Purvis will light the cigar once he spots public enemy number 1 leaving the theater. This will be the signal for his agents to move in and arrest John Dillinger. Purvis nervously scans the sidewalk in front of the theater. He can see the lighted cigarettes of his agents as they pass time in nearby alleys, sidewalks, and paired up at the exits of the Biograph. Since the fiasco at Little Bohemia, the search for John Dillinger has been a series of blunders. Stakeouts and surveillance of Dillinger's known accomplices have yielded no results. Even worse are the number of eyewitnesses who falsely claim to have witnessed the bank robber as far away as London. The transatlantic steamship Duchess of York was recently searched 3 times in one day because of rumors that Dillinger might be on board. As a result of his failure to capture Dillinger, Purvis's relationship with his boss has gotten increasingly worse. The agent has not been completely relieved of his duties as head of the Chicago Bureau, but J. Edgar Hoover has sent another agent, Samuel Cowley, from Washington to lead the 40-man Dillinger squad. The 34-year-old Cowley is a terse bureaucrat with a pencil-thin mustache, pasty skin, and a gift for organization. The teetotaling Idaho native is the polar opposite of the hard-drinking Southern-born Purvis. Yet while the 2 men are vastly different, they unite in their desire to capture John Dillinger. Earlier in the evening, when the location of the cinema where Dillinger planned to see a movie was unclear, Cowley and several agents staked out the downtown Marlboro Theater, 7 miles away. But once Dillinger was pinpointed, Cowley's team joined Purvis's at the Biograph. Both men are well aware that should tonight result in the successful capture or killing of John Dillinger, they are by no means allowed to take personal credit. That belongs solely to J. Edgar Hoover. The cardinal sin of a DOI career is deflecting the spotlight away from the director. One of the agents, Charlie Winstead, standing guard around the Biograph, will note of his time in the Washington Bureau, "Everyone at headquarters knows Hoover is an egomaniac, and they flatter him constantly." The truth is that Hoover is pondering a run for the presidency in 1936, but is careful to keep these thoughts private. He continues to seek the approval of current President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, knowing that FDR's new crime bills give the DOI and Hoover more power and publicity. The director sees no need to threaten that relationship. In addition to placing Agent Cowley in charge of the Dillinger investigation, Hoover has also gone to the extraordinary measure of adding a posse of sharpshooters to the Dillinger squad. The shootout at Little Bohemia proved that lawyers and accountants, occupations comprising the majority of DOI agents, are not up to the task of shooting it out with hardened criminals. Thus, a small band of detectives and police from Texas and Oklahoma have been recruited solely for their prowess with firearms, as well as having no problem with the moral ambiguity of shooting first and asking questions later. The posse trained for a month in Washington before traveling to Chicago. In stark contrast to the typical buttoned-down DOI agents, Hoover's hired guns, as they are known, prefer to wear Stetson hats, cowboy boots, and diamond pinky rings. They are also allowed to choose their own weapons. Two of these sharpshooters now stand just south of the Biograph's main entrance. Charles Hurt was formerly Oklahoma City's chief of detectives. Charles Winstead, known to be notoriously insubordinate within the division, spent the early part of 1934 chasing Bonnie and Clyde through Texas before being reassigned by Hoover. Though the owner of several handguns, Winstead has chosen a standard DOI-issue .45 caliber automatic pistol this evening. Just prior to tonight's movie, Winstead and Hurt easily could have arrested John Dillinger, for he was just inches away as he walked past them into the theater. But the agents did not recognize the face-altered Dillinger, who lived to see one final film. The clock ticks slowly on this muggy evening. Manhattan Melodrama is 94 minutes long. Finally, at 10:20, the movie ends. Agent Purvis was made aware of Dillinger's presence at the film by none other than the bank robber's landlady, Anna Akalieva. The former madam is facing deportation charges as an alien of low moral character. In an effort to remain in the United States, she contacted Purvis through her boyfriend, East Chicago, Indiana policeman Martin Zarkovich, stating she could hand over John Dillinger. Purvis quickly made a deal with Anna that led him and his agents to the theater. Footnote: Anna was deported anyway. Though she received a $5,000 reward for her part in Dillinger's demise, J. Edgar Hoover ignored the deal she made with Purvis and supervised her return to Romania. Some believe the Dillinger killing was staged, using an innocent stranger instead of the bank robber, and that Anna's deportation was an attempt to keep her silent about her role in the cover-up. In June 2019, descendants of Dillinger filed a request to exhume his body to ascertain the truth about the corpse's identity. An Indiana judge refused to sign the permit. The authors of this book do not believe the conspiracy theory. End footnote. Earlier this evening, as Dillinger played pinochle with Polly Hamilton in Anna's apartment, the madam slipped out under the pretense of needing more butter to cook the fried chicken dinner she had planned for the three of them. Anna then called Purvis from a payphone. Once the call came in a few minutes past 7, the federal agents quickly took their places around the theater. Per J. Edgar Hoover's directive, the Chicago police were not informed of the operation. Now, as patrons begin exiting the theater, Anna, wearing a bright orange skirt, walks next to Dillinger and Hamilton. This is the signal that the man at her side is Dillinger. Purvis had instructed Anna to wear red. Indeed, she will go down in history as the Lady in Red. But orange is the closest color she has. Purvis strikes a match. The agent's hands are shaking, but he manages to light the cigar. Dillinger walks south on Lincoln Avenue, once again right past agents Winstead and Hurt. Both men have seen Purvis's signal and now fall in behind Dillinger. Hamilton hangs on the robber's left arm. Anna is to the left of Hamilton. A third DOI agent, young Herman Ed Hollis, falls in alongside Winstead and Hurt. Sensing danger, Dillinger suddenly wheels and sees the three men in suits. Suspecting they are agents, the bank robber shakes loose of Hamilton and Anna. He lunges toward a nearby alley. Simultaneously, Dillinger reaches in his pocket for a gun and lowers his body into a crouch. He whirled around and reached for his right front pocket, Winstead will remember in the official DOI version of events. Purvis will claim that he cried out for Dillinger to halt. Then, all three agents open fire. To this day, there is considerable debate about which agent's bullets actually killed John Dillinger. The majority opinion believes it to be Charles Winstead, the Texan known for insubordination. Regardless, public enemy number one is now dead. 6 shots were fired, none by Dillinger. 2 miss completely. 2 others nick the bank robber but otherwise do no harm. Another penetrates the left side of his body. But the 6th shot shatters the vertebra in Dillinger's neck, destroying his spinal cord, passing through his brain, and exiting just beneath the right eye. Dillinger slams into the ground face first, landing just shy of the alley entrance. His last words are gibberish as the agents descend. A crowd forms around the dead man. Hearing it is Dillinger, citizens dip their handkerchiefs into his pool of blood as a keepsake. DOI agents push them back, but the throng presses forward once again, everyone straining for a look. As one, men and women begin saying the same word over and over. Dillinger. J. Edgar Hoover is put on notice. The 39-year-old director has been waiting at home in Washington with his mother for word from Chicago. It is Agent Purvis who delivers the news, calling from the telephone in the theater office. "We got him," says Purvis. "Dead or alive?" asks Hoover. "Dead." Hoover races to the Justice Department. There, he holds a midnight press conference to announce the shooting. "The only good criminal," Hoover says, "is a dead criminal." The director expresses no remorse to the media about his agents shooting first. Meanwhile, at the Cook County morgue on West Polk Street in Chicago, every politician and his friend in Chicago crowded into the morgue for the morbid purpose of viewing John Dillinger's remains, in the words of an official DOI report. In the midst of this chaos, a young chemist from a local embalming college convinces authorities to allow him to place wet plaster over Dillinger's face to mold a death mask. As a sign of his victory over John Dillinger, a moment some still consider the greatest day in Division of Investigation history, J. Edgar Hoover will place this mask on display outside his office, where it will remain for decades to come. So it is that John Dillinger is dead at age 31. His criminal career lasted more than a decade, but it is the last year of his life for which the bank robber is infamous. In the period from September 1933 to his death in July 1934, the Dillinger gang killed 10 men, wounded 7 more, staged 3 jailbreaks, and robbed 11 banks of more than $300,000. Footnote: roughly $5.7 million in modern currency. End footnote. Years from now, when J. Edgar Hoover is asked about his greatest thrill as a crime fighter, the answer will come immediately. The night we got Dillinger. In the dramatic midnight press conference, Hoover seizes a moment to shift America's eyes away from the deceased Dillinger. He promises reporters that he will soon name a new public enemy number one. The next day, Charles Arthur Pretty Boy Floyd receives that designation. A bounty of $23,000 is placed on Floyd's handsome, well-coiffed head. The new number one is already a legend in the bank-robbing world. Bonnie and Clyde were so enamored of his skills that they once contacted him about joining forces, a request Floyd rejected, considering the young lovers to be more trouble than he could handle. Floyd is a 30-year-old Georgia native who moved to Oklahoma at the age of 7. He is divorced from his wife Ruby and never sees his 9-year-old son Dempsey, named for the legendary prizefighter Jack, whom Floyd idolizes. In addition to bank jobs, Floyd is thought to be responsible for almost a dozen murders, including the notorious Kansas City Massacre, where 4 law enforcement officers were shot to death. Floyd is also suspected of being part of John Dillinger's gang for his final robbery, that of the Merchants National Bank in South Bend. Floyd has not been seen publicly since that heist. Although Charlie Floyd is a media hero to some, he is actually a hardened criminal. He carries automatic weapons wherever he goes and thinks nothing of opening fire on any man or woman who crosses him. Agent Melvin Purvis is not directing the search for Pretty Boy. He has violated the Division of Investigation's #1 rule. Director Hoover bristles as Purvis receives public accolades and celebrity for the Dillinger takedown. Hoover is publicly unwilling to state which agents killed the fugitive, not wanting the press and public to know he had hired a posse of violent men to do the division's dirty work. And though Purvis never claims to have fired a single round on the night of Dillinger's death, the absence of information about who actually pulled the trigger has led the press to make a hero of Melvin Purvis, giving him credit for the bank robber's demise. Hoover responds by nitpicking the agent's behavior, demanding a strict accounting of Purvis's time and activities. The chasm between director and special agent grows day by day. On September 6, 1934, just 6 weeks after Melvin Purvis oversees the most successful event in DOI history, he is officially demoted. Sam Cowley, the jowly bureaucrat who attended the same law school as Hoover, now takes charge of the Chicago Bureau. A humiliated Purvis retains his job and office, but is forbidden from venturing out into the streets to investigate leads. The agent is devastated by the demotion. Single and childless, Purvis lives for the division. But mundane paperwork now occupies his office hours, even as Cowley turns the screws on Chicago's DOI agents, desperate to fulfill Hoover's order that Pretty Boy Floyd be captured within the next 30 to 45 days. Melvin Purvis drinks to console himself, though in secret, knowing J. Edgar Hoover would not approve. To his friends, Pretty Boy Floyd is called Chalk, after a brand of beer known as Choctaw. The legend of his more famous nickname is unclear. Some say it was an old girlfriend who called him Pretty Boy, while others claim the name came from a prostitute. But the career criminal hates the Pretty Boy moniker. He prefers to go by Charlie. Floyd comes from a long line of dirt-poor sharecroppers who farm cotton on rented land. Though his father eventually runs a small grocery store, Floyd grows up in poverty, living with his parents in what is known as a boxcar house, a low, flat building with a tar paper roof. There are just 2 rooms, a kitchen and bedroom. Newspapers are glued over cracks in the walls to keep out the wind. There is no heat or running water. The Floyds are a religious family, active in the Hanson Baptist Church. But upon leaving school after the 6th grade, young Charlie begins working the harvests in Kansas and Oklahoma. There, he falls in with a tough crowd, becoming known for brawling, drinking, and chasing girls. At age 20, he tries his hand at farming after getting married to 17-year-old Ruby Hardgraves, but soon grows bored. 1 year later, in 1925, Charlie Floyd commits his first robbery, a Kroger grocery store, Floyd is soon arrested and sent to the Missouri State Penitentiary, where he serves 4 years, enduring an incarceration of floggings and brutal 12-hour workdays. Ruby divorces him before his release in 1929. But even after getting out of the penitentiary, Floyd is not really a free man. He takes up residence in Kansas City, where local police regularly arrest him for crimes he does not commit, knowing he is an ex-convict. Finally, in November 1929, 8 months after earning his freedom, the man now nicknamed Pretty Boy learns that his father has been gunned down in the grocery store. Walter Floyd was tough and sometimes overbearing, but his son deeply respects his father. When Walter's killer is exonerated on charges of self-defense, Pretty Boy's immersion into the criminal world becomes complete. His father's assailant soon vanishes, never to be seen again. Pretty Boy Floyd has taken his revenge. He will kill 9 more times over the course of his life. Using a blade, he will carve a notch into his pocket watch for each murder. As the summer of 1934 turns to autumn, the post-Dillinger hunt for other top bank robbers becomes intense. In addition to public enemy number 1 Floyd, police and DOI agents across the nation are looking for criminals like Babyface Nelson and the equally notorious Carpus Barker gang. Robbing banks has been a part of the national culture for 100 years, a get-rich-quick crime with its own unique romance originating during the nation's western expansion. But the publicity and glory of bank robbing has never been so great as it is now. The Great Depression, which began in 1929, has embittered millions of Americans to the financial industry. Banks foreclose on desperate farmers and workers. The poor have no power, and the financiers have a lot of power. Bank robbers and other grifters become accepted avengers. Pretty Boy Floyd has even been nicknamed the Sagebrush Robin Hood for his prairie roots, and has inspired devotion throughout the Midwest for his habit of buying groceries for poor families and tearing up mortgages in the course of robberies. Floyd is renowned for being courteous and impeccably groomed during those stick-ups. He never wears a mask to conceal his identity. His 4 front teeth are capped in gold, and he flashes a tattoo of a rose on his left forearm. Such is Floyd's popularity in rural areas that total strangers often prepare him meals and hide him from the authorities. In return, he always leaves money as a way of saying thanks. Charlie Floyd's former wife and son are even capitalizing on the bank robber's notoriety, earning their living by performing a stage show titled Crime Doesn't Pay. Yet, crime does pay. America's most wanted criminals are flush with cash and spend it easily, often paying for purchases with thick rolls of bills from their armed heists. But the robbers are hardly carefree. Now that Hoover and his federal agents have nationwide control of the manhunt, the robbers feel pressure no matter where they go. Babyface Nelson is currently camping in Nevada and California, unable to stay in a proper hotel because his face is so well known. Compatriots in the underworld who once sheltered Nelson now refuse to hide him, describing his current state as too hot. Pretty Boy Floyd is in a similar fix. Like John Dillinger before him, Charlie Floyd is rumored to be everywhere at once. Some say he's in Mexico, while others even insist he has joined the Chinese army. In reality, Floyd's cut from the South Bend robbery is running out, and he can almost feel the federal noose tightening. He is hiding in Buffalo, New York, but after Dillinger's death, Floyd decides the time has come to return home to Oklahoma. En route, on October 19, 1934, Charlie Floyd and 2 other men robbed the People's Bank in Tiltonsville, Ohio. The take is a paltry $500. A 4-year-old girl bursts into tears during the robbery. "Don't cry, little girl," Floyd soothes her. "We ain't going to hurt you." The child's terrified mother holds out the small deposit of $3 she is about to make. Floyd refuses to take the money. The subsequent getaway is unremarkable. By nightfall, Floyd is 40 miles away. But the following morning, a Saturday, just outside the Ohio town of Wellsville, pretty boy Floyd loses control of his Ford sedan on a rain-slicked road. The car slides into a telephone pole. Floyd is traveling with a partner in crime, Adam Ricchetti, along with their girlfriends, Beulah and Rose Baird. As always, Floyd is armed with a machine gun. Believing that two sisters would be less conspicuous than two men, Floyd instructs the ladies to drive into town and have the car repaired. Floyd and Ricchetti will hide on a nearby hillside until they return. The breakdown was an ominous reminder of past events for Floyd. 1 year ago, while driving through Missouri with Ricchetti, their vehicle suffered mechanical issues. Upon taking the car to a local shop for repairs, the pair are surprised to see the local sheriff walk into the garage. Immediately, Floyd and Ricchetti kidnap the lawman at gunpoint, steal a vehicle from the garage, and drive him 50 miles north before setting the sheriff free. Floyd and Ricchetti escape into Kansas, arriving in Kansas City at 10 p.m. Floyd has previously spent a great deal of time there and has a number of contacts. The two criminals choose to hide out in the home of an assassin named Vernon Miller, a South Dakota native and World War I Army veteran whose wartime specialty was operating a machine gun. By sheer coincidence, Miller has been contracted by a Chicago crime syndicate to commit a murder the following day. He tells his house guests of an elaborate plan to free a career criminal named Frank Nash from federal custody. Nash, who recently escaped from the Leavenworth Penitentiary in Kansas, has been recaptured and is being escorted by 2 Division of Investigation agents back to Leavenworth. Miller's job is to intercept the agents as they alight from a morning train. But a solo job is risky. Prior to the arrival of Floyd and Ricchetti, Miller has spent hours trying to recruit cohorts. He has been unsuccessful. But Floyd and Ricchetti instantly agree to help him. On the morning of June 17, 1933, Miller, Floyd, and Ricchetti drive to the Kansas City's Union Railway Station in a stolen Chevrolet. They observe federal agents and police officers armed with shotguns waiting for the train. It is shortly after agents escort Frank Nash off the train that a gunfight begins. The shooting lasts only 30 seconds. When it is over, 3 Kansas City policemen and federal agent R.J. Caffrey lie dead. The 3 gunmen then rush to free Nash, who has also been shot. "They're all dead. Let's get out of here," one of the shooters yells, leaving Frank Nash to bleed out in the street. The killers are not followed as their Chevrolet speeds from the station. Floyd and Ricchetti conceal themselves so expertly during the shooting that it will be many months before federal agents can place them at what will be labeled the Kansas City Massacre. The same, however, cannot be said of Vernon Miller, though it is not the federal government that will bring him to justice. The assassin's failure to successfully extricate Frank Nash alive will prove very unpopular in Chicago. 5 months after the massacre, Miller's strangled body is found in a roadside ditch, his head caved in after repeated blows from a claw hammer. With Kansas City still fresh on his mind, pretty boy Floyd knows he cannot risk another encounter with the law. Thus, he sends Beulah and Rose Baird into Wellsville to get their car fixed. And so begin the last 48 hours of Charlie Floyd's short life. He and his accomplice are soon spied by locals, who report the presence of suspicious men to local law enforcement. Ricchetti is quickly arrested. He is just 24 and will soon be executed in the Missouri State Penitentiary gas chamber for his role in the Kansas City Massacre. But pretty boy Floyd will never go back to jail. He escapes into nearby woods, where he lives off the land for 2 days. Finally, starving and exhausted, he knocks on a farmhouse door and asks for a plate of food. The time is just past noon on October 22, 1934. Unbeknownst to Floyd, the Division of Investigation is on his tail. Floyd's movements have been cited by several eyewitnesses. By 4:25 p.m., 2 Chevrolets loaded with DOI agents and local police are blocking the driveway to the farmhouse where Floyd has just finished his last supper of spare ribs, bread, and pumpkin pie. Leading the agents is none other than Melvin Purvis, sent to Ohio by J. Edgar Hoover as a chance for redemption. As the team of agents prepare to open fire, Floyd runs and takes cover behind a corn crib. It is Purvis who gives the kill order. Let him have it. Purvis fires his service revolver 6 times, but does not hit Charlie Floyd, who begins sprinting across a field of clover to the safety of dense woods. All told, more than 100 other shots are fired simultaneously by the agents and police: pistols, Winchester rifles, and machine guns. 3 bullets do strike Pretty Boy Floyd. His gun hand can no longer function due to a round shattering his right arm. 2 other bullets tear through his torso, breaking Floyd's ribs, severing major arteries, and destroying his stomach, small intestine, right kidney, and pancreas. Pretty Boy Floyd falls to the ground, 1 pistol in his waistband and another clutched in his useless right hand. He is dying. Special Agent Purvis walks across the field and leans over the bank robber. "You are Pretty Boy Floyd," he says, seeking confirmation. "I'm Charles Arthur Floyd." Moments later, Floyd breathes his last. Footnote: in September 1979, Captain Chester Smith of the East Liverpool Police Department came forth with a different version of the events surrounding the death of Pretty Boy Floyd. Smith, who was present at the time of Floyd's arrest, claimed in Time magazine that Purvis ordered fellow agent Herman Hollis to fire a machine gun burst into Floyd, who had already been captured and disarmed. The FBI disavows this claim. End footnote. A pleased J. Edgar Hoover immediately names a new public enemy number 1. Even as more than 20,000 people from an estimated 20 states travel to Oklahoma for the funeral of Pretty Boy Floyd, the director tells the world about yet another notorious murderer and bank robber. "He's a crazy killer," says Hoover, "a vicious, half-pint yellow killer who shoots without provocation." Indeed, the handsome young man nicknamed Babyface Nelson is a psychopath, but also a poor shot, which is a bad combination for any man wielding a machine gun. Born Lester Joseph Gillis, the career criminal was raised in Chicago, the 7th son of Belgian immigrant parents. His mother Marie dotes on her youngest boy, even claiming that the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Lester is the most attractive of her children. The family lives in an area of southwest Chicago known as the Patch, populated almost entirely by first-generation immigrants. From an early age, the future killer shows enormous compassion for animals, often bringing home stray dogs and kittens. Much to the chagrin of his mother, a former teacher, Lester also develops an aversion to school, preferring to walk the streets instead of attending class. Since the end of the American Civil War in 1865, 2 distinct cultures have developed in Chicago. The first is the Union Stockyards, 475 acres of cattle, hogs, and sheep destined to be slaughtered, butchered, and shipped all around the country. No place in the world processes more meat than Chicago. The brutal manual labor of slaughterhouses and stockyards is the only employment open to many immigrants. Lester's father tans cowhides for a living, enduring sweltering temperatures in the summer, sub-zero gales gales in the winter and the pungent smells of animal waste and rotting carcasses all year round. This is the life awaiting young Lester Gillis. The other culture that has come to define Chicago is the criminal gang. These gangs comprise mainly immigrant men who choose to live a life of crime, believing that being murdered or imprisoned is preferable to a life in the packing houses. Many gangs are divided along ethnic lines, particularly between the Italians and Irish. Their specialties include extortion, bootlegging alcohol, and car theft. The gangs also play a major role in Chicago society. Local politicians and business owners secretly hire young hoodlums to terrorize their rivals. This relationship between the criminal world and Chicago's wealthy elite is gaining the city a reputation for widespread corruption, which will endure for decades. For young Lester Gillis, so fond of skipping school and wandering through Chicago, it is only a matter of time before he falls in with the criminal element. His first arrest is a complete accident. The date is July 4th, 1921. Lester and a friend come across a revolver belonging to the other boy's father. Thinking it will be fun to shoot a gun on the 4th of July, they take the pistol to an alley where Lester's shot ricochets, hitting a nearby child in the jaw. Though the boy survives, 12-year-old Lester Gillis is sentenced to 1 year in the Cook County School for Boys. Soon after his release, Lester is sentenced to 18 months in the Illinois State School for Boys after stealing a car. He is later returned to the same institution for a second auto theft, then a third. His beleaguered father commits suicide during this time, leaving Lester's mother penniless. A devoted son, Lester promises to support his mother upon his release from prison. For a short time, Lester keeps his promise. He marries a store clerk named Helen Wauzinak, takes care of his mother, and keeps his criminal behavior to a minimum. Lester likes cars and works at a Standard Oil station. He and Helen have a son, Ronald. But when Helen becomes pregnant for a second time, a strapped Lester Gillis, believing the only way to make ends meet is a return to his criminal past, forms a gang. Between January 6th and November 23, 1930, Lester Gillis breaks into the homes of two prominent Chicago families, stealing $300,000 in jewelry, $5,600,000 in modern currency. He also robs the Itasca State Bank, kills his first man when he fatally shoots a Chicago stockbroker during a botched robbery, and takes part in a gun battle outside an Illinois roadhouse, resulting in the deaths of 3 patrons. Lester's handsome personal appearance and short stature are easily remembered by eyewitnesses. He had a baby face, one woman will recall, good-looking, hardly more than a boy. Lester Gillis had previously used the last name Nelson as one of many aliases. Thus, Babyface Nelson is born. 1 year later, in 1931, police arrest Nelson and his gang. He is sentenced to a term of 1 to 10 years in the Illinois State Penitentiary at Joliet. While in prison, Nelson is charged with another crime and must travel to Wheaton, Illinois to stand trial. There, he receives a term of 1 year to life. Helen is in the courtroom to witness the verdict. So it is, at just 23 years old, that Babyface Nelson's criminal career seems to be over. The date is February 17, 1933. He is allowed to say goodbye in the courtroom to Helen, who then follows her husband and his guard to the Wheaton train depot to see him off. Babyface looks anything but tough, shivering as light snow flurries buffet the depot on a cold gray Wednesday. He wears leg irons and his right wrist is handcuffed to prison guard R.N. Martin. For good measure, deputies frisk the prisoner before he is bundled aboard the train back to Joliet. Helen watches the train leave the station. To this day, it is not known how she smuggled a gun to her husband. Some believe she hid it in a train station restroom where Lester was allowed to go unshackled. Others speculate that perhaps Babyface's sister Leona, who had also come to watch the trial, had delivered the weapon. What is known is that upon arriving in Joliet, guard R.N. Martin hails a cab to drive Babyface Nelson back to the penitentiary. The two men get into the back seat. The ride begins quietly, with Babyface staring out the window in deep thought. Suddenly, as the car comes within sight of the prison's enormous stone walls, Babyface Nelson pokes a pistol in Martin's ribs. "Don't give me a reason to kill you," he tells the guard. Forcing Martin to unlock his shackles, Babyface orders the driver to continue driving straight past the prison gates and back to Chicago. 4 miles outside the town of Cicero, Babyface directs driver Joe Candick to pull off onto a side road. After stealing $10 from Martin's wallet, Nelson lets his prisoners go outside the Resurrection Cemetery. Then he drives to Chicago, a free man. The 23-year-old is now a national fugitive, one of the most hunted criminals in America. And Babyface Nelson could not be happier. He likes the action. Nelson spends the next 2 years driving back and forth across the country. Sometimes he travels with Helen and his 2 children, but other times they stay with family. Nelson's habit is to hide for a time in the growing cities of San Francisco and Reno, where he is less known. When he needs money, he drives back to the Midwest to rob a bank. But Babyface Nelson is becoming more erratic, fond of squeezing off machine gun bursts as he flees, unconcerned about striking innocent bystanders. Yet, compared to John Dillinger, Babyface is still a small-time hoodlum. On December 28, 1933, when the state of Illinois issues its list of most wanted criminals, Dillinger is at the top and Nelson at the bottom, ranked number 21. In March 1934, word reaches Babyface through mutual friends that the infamous Dillinger would like his assistance. Though the two men have never met, associates of Dillinger ask him to help fund the bribes that will make the bank robbers' escape from the Crown Point County Jail a reality. A strapped Dillinger promises to pay back Nelson through the proceeds of future heists. Thus, both are present at Little Bohemia when federal agents surround the Travelodge in April 1934. Helen is arrested and taken into custody on that night. Babyface, making his escape, confronts and kills DOI Special Agent W. Carter Baum at point-blank range. In time, Babyface Nelson will kill more federal agents than any other public enemy number 1, a total of 3. The murder of Agent Baum elevates Nelson's profile within the division and the criminal underworld. He befriends not only John Dillinger, but also Pretty Boy Floyd and another highly wanted felon named Alvin Karpus, thus becoming the common thread among the 4 men who will all eventually be named Public Enemy Number 1. On June 30th, 1934, Babyface works with Dillinger and Pretty Boy Floyd to rob the Merchants National Bank in South Bend, Indiana. The action publicly humiliates the Division of Investigation by showing that the 3 most wanted men in America can rob banks at will. Yet, South Bend is also nearly a catastrophe. While Dillinger, Floyd, and the rest of the gang work smoothly and professionally, executing a carefully prepared plan, Babyface appears rattled and anxious. He is nearly killed, shot in the chest by a local jeweler. Amazingly, an iron vest stops the bullet, saving Nelson's life. He looses a burst from his machine gun in retaliation, missing the jeweler but wounding a bystander. Then, as the gang races from the bank toward their waiting getaway car, a local teenager leaps on Nelson's back and tries to tackle him. The tussle ends when Nelson brings the butt of his gun down hard on the boy's head. In the end, Nelson escapes. He then drives across the country and disappears into the anonymity of the American West. Helen, recently paroled after her Little Bohemia conviction, joins him. The couple take care not to commit crimes that might give them away. Incredibly, Babyface and Helen are taken into custody by small-town police in Utah for speeding. But after paying a $5 fine, Nelson is let go. His car, filled with its usual cargo of machine guns and ammunition, is not searched. Babyface Nelson knows he is lucky, but that luck will soon run out. John Dillinger is dead, shot by federal agents in Chicago on July 22, 1934. Pretty Boy Floyd is dead, shot by federal agents outside Chicago on October 22, 1934. 2 days later, Babyface Nelson decides to drive from Nevada to Chicago. Money is running low, and he hears rumors that DOI agents have been searching local campgrounds, knowing that is his preferred hideout. On Monday, November 26th, Babyface and Helen drive into Chicago with a criminal named John Paul Chase. Helen is dropped on the north side to see a movie. Nelson then steals a brand new Ford V8. That night, Babyface and Helen sleep in the car, but the cold weather makes it obvious that they need to move indoors. Babyface knows of a resort just above the Illinois-Wisconsin border called the Lake Como Inn. He stayed there before and is confident that once the hotel closes for the winter, they can hide there without fear of discovery. On the morning of November 27th, Babyface and Helen drive north from Chicago in the stolen Ford. John Paul Chase rides with them. At 2 p.m., the three arrive at the home of Hobart Hermanson, owner of the Lake Como Inn. Hermanson is a former bootlegger with connections to the Chicago underworld and can be depended upon to remain silent about suspicious guests, or so Nelson thinks. Babyface pulls into the driveway and notices a young man squinting at the car. The bank robber doesn't recognize the man, which he finds odd, having spent considerable time at the inn and getting to know the staff. Without shutting off the engine, Babyface rolls down the window and makes pleasantries, inquiring about Hermanson. The scene is calm, and the man on the porch has no clue that the legendary Babyface Nelson is clutching a .38 caliber pistol ready to shoot him dead should anything go wrong. After being told that Hermanson is on vacation, Babyface backs out and drives away. Much to Helen's surprise, he is in a panic. "That was a G-man," says Babyface, using underworld terminology for government agents, "and we caught him with his pants down." That's Babyface Nelson. Special Agent James Metcalf anxiously tells himself. Metcalf, a veteran of the Dillinger Squad, has been on a stakeout in the home of Hobart Hermanson for 3 weeks. 2 other agents are also living in the house, tipped off that Nelson planned to spend the winter there. By a stroke of luck, they captured the girlfriend of John Paul Chase in San Francisco, who gave them explicit details about the Lake Como Inn and Nelson's plans. Hermanson was then questioned about Nelson's previous visit. He feigned surprise at the true identity of his former guest, but offered to help the Division of Investigation in any way possible. Thus, 3 DOI agents moved into Hermanson's home. It is 2:30 p.m. when Agent Metcalf uses a local payphone to call the Chicago office. Sam Cowley takes the call. Preparing to leave immediately for Lake Como, he stops in the office of Agent Purvis to tell him of the Babyface sighting. "Let's get going," says Purvis. But Cowley reminds Purvis that Babyface has already driven away from the inn. And although Agent Metcalf called in a license plate number, finding Nelson on the highway might be difficult. Cowley scrambles Special Agents W.C. Ryan and T.M. McDade, pulling them away from a separate investigation with orders to proceed immediately up Highway 12 toward Wisconsin. Purvis phones Washington to apprise Hoover of the situation. The director still thinks unfavorably of Agent Purvis, so it is an aide who receives the briefing about Nelson's new location. The action happens very quickly. The time is 4 p.m. as the black Ford V8 travels southeast on Highway 12 toward Chicago. Babyface and Helen ride up front, with Chase in the back. The road is divided by a grass median. A half-mile north of Fox River Grove, Illinois, Special Agents McDade and Ryan spot the stolen Ford, Illinois license plate 639578. They travel 200 yards up the road to a bend, then prepare to make a U-turn and give chase. McDade is fresh out of training school and seeing his first action, but Ryan is a veteran of the Little Bohemia and Biograph theater shootings. As McDade drives, Ryan unholsters his .38 Super pistol. Nelson suspects he is being followed, so he makes a U-turn of his own and drives straight toward the agents. Minutes pass, and babyface Nelson pulls alongside Agents McDade and Ryan. Without warning, John Paul Chase leans over from the back seat and aims a Browning rifle at the agents. He lets loose a burst, but misses the men. The situation seems hopeless for the G-men. In the reverse of almost any normal situation, it is the criminals who control the highway. McDade and Ryan lack firepower compared to the gangsters, carrying only sidearms. Agent McDade does not pull over. Instead, he steps on the gas, swerving to miss a milk truck while pulling away from Nelson. John Paul Chase opens fire again, hitting the back of the federal vehicle from close range, but not striking either agent. McDade and Ryan drive with their heads low for 300 yards before Ryan turns and fires 7 shots at Nelson's car. One bullet pierces the Ford's radiator. Babyface nurses the Ford down the highway. McDade and Ryan pull ahead, then stop near a field, anticipating the gangster's car. They will wait in vain, for babyface Nelson exits the highway to avoid this confrontation. Simultaneously, agents Sam Cowley and Ed Hollis arrive on the scene. Hollis was one of the 3 DOI agents who shot Dillinger and now prepares to take aim at babyface as well. They watch as Nelson's car leaves the highway at a place known as Park Road. Cowley and Hollis give chase. The disabled Ford comes to a stop as the 2 agents close in. But before Cowley and Hollis can stop their Hudson sedan, Nelson and Chase are standing on the Ford's running boards, shooting at the agents as Helen presses herself into a ditch to take cover. Nelson fires a machine gun as Chase takes aim with his semi-automatic BAR. Footnote: the Browning Automatic Rifle, or BAR, was originally designed by John Browning in 1917 for use by American troops in World War I. The weapon would go on to see widespread use in World War II and the Korean War. End footnote. Cowley and Hollis are not hit as they swerve to a stop, then use their vehicle as a shield to return fire from a distance of 40 yards. In the 10-minute gun battle that ensues, Special Agents Sam Cowley and Herman Hollis are shot dead. Hollis dies instantly, a bullet from Nelson's machine gun piercing his forehead and exploding out the back of his skull. Cowley, shot several times in the stomach, hangs on for 10 hours before dying at a local hospital. Agent Melvin Purvis, along with Cowley's wife and young son, are at his bedside. In the meantime, Babyface steals the Hudson sedan that the agents were driving. There are bullet holes in the rear of the vehicle and back window. Babyface, Helen, and John Paul Chase drive to the home of a local priest whom they have met several times before. But Father Philip Coughlin refuses to provide them shelter for fear of implicating his sister, who owns the house. So Babyface travels on, arriving at a known safe house in the nearby town Niles Center. Babyface, Helen, and Chase leave their car shortly after 5 p.m. It is already dark. They enter the small gray stucco home at 1627 Walnut Street without being spotted. Babyface Nelson has gotten away again, or so the Division of Investigation believes. A massive federal manhunt begins immediately. The first break is when the Hudson belonging to agents Cowley and Hollis is found abandoned in Winnetka, Illinois, its front seat covered in blood. Immediately after arriving at the safe house, Helen cuts off Nelson's blood-soaked clothing to treat his wounds, but she is too late. The gangster dies at 7:35 p.m. By then, Chase had fled with the stolen Hudson, leaving the couple to their fates. It is 1:30 a.m. when the owner of the safe house insists they dump the body. Babyface Nelson's naked corpse is wrapped in a red, green, and black Navajo Indian blanket, loaded into an Oldsmobile, and driven to the edge of town by Helen and the owner of the safe house. He is then dropped outside St. Paul's Cemetery. Helen insists he be laid upon the grass near the gate instead of on pavement. Before leaving, she tucks the blanket tightly around her husband to keep him warm. "I wanted Les to be comfortable," Helen will later testify. "He always hated the cold." That morning, an undertaker at the Sadowski Funeral Home in the town of Niles Center receives an anonymous phone call directing him to a corpse dumped outside St. Paul's Cemetery. The body is naked. Buckshot wounds speckle both legs, and a machine gun round has torn open the abdomen. It is a gruesome sight. The corpse is that of Babyface Nelson. Helen is then driven to the north side of Chicago, where she wanders the streets for 2 days. The newspaper headlines scream that she is America's first female public enemy, and J. Edgar Hoover issues an order to find the woman and give no quarter. In the end, she turns herself in. Helen is later convicted of violating her parole agreement from the Little Bohemia shootings. She serves 1 year and a day at the Women's Correctional Farm in Milan, Michigan, but faces no other legal charges. When asked why she went along with her husband's wicked ways, Helen answers, "I loved Les. When you love a guy, you love him. That's all there is to it." Helen Gillis never remarries. Later in life, she goes by the name Helen Nelson. After the anonymous phone call concerning the location of Babyface's corpse, the body is transported to the Cook County Medical Examiner's office in Chicago, the same place John Dillinger was taken. The public is allowed to file past during a public viewing. On December 1st, 1934, the 26-year-old Lester Gillis is laid to rest at the St. Joseph Cemetery in River Grove, where he is buried next to his father. 200 people attend the funeral. The 6 pallbearers are all men with known connections to the Chicago underworld. There is no eulogy, no priest, and no music. The only sound is that of Babyface Nelson's crying mother. Footnote: Helen Gillis and Mary Gillis would later be buried alongside Babyface. Almost immediately, J. Edgar Hoover sets up another confrontation. The new public enemy number 1 is a kidnapper, bank robber, and murderer named Alvin Karpus. The 27-year-old Creepy Karpus is Canadian-born and possesses a photographic memory. He describes his profession as robbing banks, knocking off payrolls, and kidnapping rich men. Karpus has aligned himself with a family of criminals known as the Barkers, consisting of the brothers Doc and Fred and their mother Kate, simply known as Ma. Together, the Karpus-Barker gang have terrorized much of the Midwest. Karpus's whereabouts are currently unknown, but Hoover feels that his capture or killing should not take long. Karpus had plastic surgery in March 1934, along with a procedure to burn off his fingerprints. Both operations were unsuccessful, meaning that his appearance is not only easily recognizable, but also portrayed on wanted posters splashed across the United States. But if the pursuit of Alvin Karpis feels different to Hoover from that of previous public enemy number ones, it is because none other than President Franklin D. Roosevelt has begun a personal involvement in the case. On January 17, 1934, Edward George Bremer of St. Paul, Minnesota, is kidnapped at gunpoint by the Karpis Barker gang. The ransom is set at $200,000, $3,826,776 in modern money. Bremer is a prominent local financier, chairman of the American National Bank, and also manager of the Homeowners Loan Corporation. In the eyes of the public, the dark-haired Bremer is a villain, the sort of banker embodying the foreclosures and repossessions so common in America during the Great Depression. The gangsters who slid inside the banker's Lincoln Continental at a crosswalk, guns drawn just seconds after he dropped his 9-year-old daughter Hertzie off at her private school, are making such men know the same pain countless families across the country now feel. In fact, Bremer is known to be selfish and possess a volatile temper. A DOI report on his character will state that he is very much disliked, not only by his family, but generally. Bremer fights back ferociously and almost manages to escape while being abducted, but is struck repeatedly over the head with a handgun after his car is hijacked, then pushed to the floor. Goggles are placed over his eyes. Bremer leaves behind so much blood from his pistol whipping that investigators will doubt his survival. If Edward Bremer were just another banker, the crime might not have made national headlines. But Bremer is also the son of Adolf Bremer, owner of the Jacob Schmidt Brewing Company. The older Bremer is a major campaign contributor to President Roosevelt's upcoming 1936 re-election campaign and is considered such a valuable supporter that his company will soon receive an exclusive contract to provide beer to the United States Army. Upon receiving word of the kidnapping, a sympathetic Roosevelt speaks publicly about Bremer's abduction, calling it an attack on all we hold dear. Hoover's agents are unable to find a single clue to Bremer's whereabouts, and the family soon pays the ransom, using marked bills provided by the DOI. On February 7th, 3 weeks after the kidnapping, Edward Bremer is released. Of course, the manhunt continues. Using details provided by Bremer, as well as discovering key fingerprints that place the Karpis Barker gang at the scene of the crime, the DOI arrests Doc Barker, who is eventually sentenced to life in prison. On January 8, 1935, Fred Barker and the notorious Ma Barker, whom many consider the logistical mastermind of the robberies and kidnappings, are shot dead by the DOI at their hideout in Lake Weir, Florida. Footnote: Arthur Doc Barker spent 4 years in Alcatraz, but tried to escape and was shot dead by guards. End footnote. But public enemy number 1, Alvin Karpis, remains at large, and J. Edgar Hoover has absolutely no idea where to find him. Did you ever make an arrest? The Tennessee senator asks J. Edgar Hoover. The date is April 11, 1936. The last year has been a success for the director, who forced the resignation of Agent Melvin Purvis by falsely accusing him of public drunkenness. And at Hoover's insistence on July 1, 1935, the Division of Investigation was renamed the Federal Bureau of Investigation, in hopes that the public will find the name easier to remember. But 15 months have passed since the Bremer kidnapping, and Alvin Karpis is still nowhere to be found. The director is now appearing before the Senate Appropriations Committee, boldly asking that the FBI's annual budget be doubled to $5 million. Hoover has come prepared, armed with charts, graphs, and a deep pile of statistics to buttress his request. But Senator Kenneth McKellar has a deep dislike for Hoover, founded by the director's refusal to hire more men from Tennessee as special agents. In fact, Hoover does quite the opposite by firing 3 special agents with Tennessee roots shortly after McKellar's request. Now the senator is getting his revenge. As chairman of the Senate Appropriations Committee, the bellicose McKellar, who wears wire-rimmed glasses and a dark suit, is within his rights to question Hoover in detail. But rather than focus on money, the senator has belittled the director publicly, making Hoover squirm so much that Missouri freshman Senator Harry Truman has even intervened on his behalf, hoping to lighten the line of questioning. But McKellar presses on, demanding to know Hoover's qualifications to lead the FBI. "No, sir," Hoover responds to McKellar's question about making arrests. "I have made investigations." "How many arrests have you made, and who were they?" Hoover deflects, describing the many cases he has managed. "Did you make the arrests?" McKellar demands. "The arrests were made by officers under my supervision. I am talking about the actual arrests. You never arrested them, actually?" The director does not answer the question. "Here is a man who never captured a criminal in his life, never solved a case in his life," McKellar concludes, his destruction of Hoover complete. The director will remember this day for the rest of his life, though not because the Senate turned down his request for additional appropriation. Instead, it is the public humiliation that remains with him, which Hoover compares with being publicly castrated. And for J. Edgar Hoover, for whom a positive public impression is vital, nothing is more important than his image. So Hoover swings into action. No one can find the handcuffs. Just 2 weeks after J. Edgar's debacle before the Senate, Alvin Karpis has been spotted in New Orleans. Local residents have tipped off the FBI about the gangster's location. Agents confirm this, but rather than make an immediate arrest, the agents place a call to Hoover in Washington. Upon being notified, the director immediately flies south to apprehend the suspect himself. Shortly after 5 p.m. on May 1st, Karpis and an accomplice leave their apartment on Canal Street and step into a Plymouth coupe. Just as Karpis settles into his seat, 5 special agents surround the car, guns drawn. Hoover steps through the crowd. "Put the cuffs on him, boys," the director says grandly. But no one thought to bring handcuffs. Instead, Alvin Karpis is bound with the necktie of Special Agent Clarence Hurt. The 4th and final federal public enemy number 1 is now in custody, and Director Hoover finally has an arrest. Alvin Karpis is flown to St. Paul, where he stands trial for kidnapping and is sentenced to life in prison. Karpis is incarcerated at the new Alcatraz Federal Penitentiary in the middle of San Francisco Bay. There he does his time alongside another public enemy number 1, Al Capone. The term public enemy was made famous by J. Edgar Hoover, but it was not his idea at all. It was 1930 when the Chicago Crime Commission named Capone the city's public enemy number 1. His type of crime was not the robbing of a bank, but a far more complex web of misdeeds ranging from bootlegging to extortion to murder for hire. And unlike bank robbers, Capone does not operate informally. He is part of a larger body of felons seeking to control the criminal enterprises of entire cities. These men go by several names: Mafia, Cosa Nostra, Black Hand, the Organization, or simply the Mob. And while J. Edgar Hoover believes the demise of Bonnie and Clyde, John Dillinger, Pretty Boy Floyd, and Babyface Nelson signaled that he has triumphed in the war on crime, the truth is that the mob is far more dangerous than individual gangsters. which J. Edgar Hoover will soon learn the hard way. Chapter 5. June 23, 1936, Alcatraz Penitentiary, 9:45 a.m. Al Capone lets down his guard. It is shortly after breakfast as the man nicknamed Scarface works his shift, mopping the prison shower room. He once wore expensive suits and diamonds, but now displays the standard Alcatraz uniform of blue chambray shirt, trousers, belt, and shoes. Capone is 37, the former head of a notorious Chicago crime syndicate that earned profits of more than $100 million annually, worth more than $18 billion in modern currency. He lived without fear of arrest, paying off judges, police, and politicians to ensure his freedom. But the mental acuity necessary to oversee a criminal enterprise is now beyond Capone because of a chronic syphilitic infection that is eroding his mind. And while Alphonse Gabriel Capone was once the most feared mob boss in America, reputed to have killed more than 30 human beings, he is now just another inmate at this escape-proof prison on a windy island in the middle of San Francisco Bay. Capone knows he has enemies here at Alcatraz. He has a reputation among the inmates for seeking special treatment from Warden James A. Johnston, who has famously declared that his prisoners are entitled to food, clothing, shelter, and medical attention. Anything else you get is a privilege. This dictum, also known as Rule Number 5 in the Inmate Regulation Handbook, is the reason Warden Johnston constantly denies Capone favors. But that doesn't stop the mob boss from trying. In one instance, he attempts to avoid the wait at the prison barbershop. "Get to the back of the line, you bum," says fellow inmate James Lucas, a 22-year-old Texan known as a chronic hothead. "Do you know who I am, punk?" snarls the thick-set Capone. Lucas grabs a pair of barber shears and presses a blade into Capone's jugular vein. "Yeah, I know who you are, greaseball, and if you don't get back to the end of the line, I'm going to know who you were." The two men, one a bank robber and car thief, the other America's most famous mobster, become mortal enemies after the incident. Capone puts out the word that anyone who kills Lucas will be handsomely rewarded. But it is Lucas who takes action. As Al Capone mops the shower room, the young Texan attacks from behind, slashing at the gangster with scissors. Capone wheels and throws up his hands to defend himself, but blood flows onto the floor as Lucas plunges the scissors into his fellow inmate's back, chest, and palms. Sounds of the fight bring guard Thomas J. Sanders on the run. Beating Lucas severely with his billy club, Sanders puts an end to the murder attempt. James Lucas is quickly sent to D Block and placed in solitary confinement. Al Capone is hustled off to the prison infirmary for treatment of his wounds. He survives, though with a new set of scars to go with the 3 others cascading so dramatically down his left cheek. 4 years into an 11-year sentence for tax evasion, Capone quickly returns to life as an Alcatraz inmate. At night, like the other prisoners, he is tormented by laughter and partying in the city of San Francisco. The sounds carried across the cold waters of the bay as if the nightlife was right next door. But it is not. San Francisco is over 1 mile away from this island the inmates call the Rock. For Al Capone, it has always been about not keeping his mouth shut. He is 18 and working as a bartender and bouncer at a cabaret in Brooklyn's Coney Island called the Harvard Inn. The young man can be charming, but one evening as he takes a shine to a beautiful patron, he prefers to be crass. "Honey," Capone whispers to a dark-haired woman sitting at a table with another man, "you have a nice ass, and I mean that as a compliment. Believe me." The beauty's name is Lena Galluccio. The other man is her brother. A drunken Frank Galluccio lunges at Capone after hearing the lewd comments. Capone fights back. Galluccio draws a pocket knife and slashes at the young bartender, slicing open the left side of his face. As Frank and Lena hustle from the dance hall to escape further conflict, a dazed and bleeding Capone is rushed to the hospital. Soon after his release, face still covered in stitches, the future mobster goes looking for Galluccio, seeking revenge. As it turns out, both men work for crime families. A meeting is arranged to broker a truce. It is a hoodlum named Charles Lucky Luciano who arranges the sit-down at the Harvard Inn with both men. Al Capone is ordered to apologize for insulting Lena. He is also told not to seek revenge. Capone does not argue the ruling, understanding that he must obey or die. Capone also understands his new nickname, Scarface. This is the way of life within the world of organized crime. The syndicates consider themselves family units, and leaders are sought out for their wisdom in times of conflict. Capone enters this world after dropping out of school at the age of 14. He first belongs to a Brooklyn street gang named the Rippers, who mainly steal cigarettes. But soon, a 25-year-old mobster named Francesco Ioli, a.k.a. Frankie Yale, takes young Capone under his wing. Yale is a criminal visionary, the first gangster to use the term family to describe Italian immigrants who perform acts of racketeering, extortion, and murder. He is not averse to working with local Irish gangs, knowing both will profit despite their ethnic differences. Frankie Yale, who adopted the last name to coincide with a collegiate theme of the Harvard Inn, becomes the main influence in Al Capone's life. In 1920, knowing that he must leave Brooklyn if he is to prosper on his own, a newly married Capone moves to Chicago with Frankie Yale's blessing. Footnote: Al Capone married May Coughlin, an Irish girl from a middle-class family, in 1918. Although he frequently consorted with mistresses and prostitutes, the couple remained married the remainder of Capone's life. They had one child, Albert Francis Capone, who went by the nickname Sonny. End footnote. There, he joins the Colismo family, along with fellow New York transplant Johnny the Fox Torrio. The Fox is the nephew of Big Jim Colismo, who controls more than 100 brothels staffed by sex slaves. But Big Jim has a problem. A gang known as the Black Hand, imported from Italy, is making extravagant extortion demands against Colismo. Big Jim assigns the Fox, known as a brutal enforcer, to put that to an end. At 38, Giovanni Torrio is older than Al Capone by 17 years. Born in southern Italy, he changed his name as a young man to sound more American. Torrio is a natural leader, known for being strategic and cunning. However, within weeks of moving to Chicago, the Fox is clashing with his uncle Big Jim. Torrio believes that Colismo's focus on prostitution is limiting. On January 17, 1920, a new law known as the Volstead Act goes into effect. This prohibits the sale or possession of alcohol. Prohibition, as it becomes known, does not at first seem like a new revenue stream for the criminal families, or at least not to Big Jim Colismo. But the Fox sees it differently. Secretly providing a thirsty American public with alcohol has the potential to reap an enormous amount of wealth. Torrio believes that the crime syndicates are making a grave mistake if they do not participate in the new pastime of bootlegging, in which alcohol is smuggled into the country and made available for sale at highly inflated prices. Footnote: Bootlegging is a 19th century term based upon the smuggler's trick of concealing bottles in their boots. End footnote. So it is that Johnny the Fox Torrio resorts to extreme measures. He arranges a business meeting with the Jenna crime family, on the surface an ally of Big Jim. Torrio boldly informs the Jennas of his plans to expand into bootlegging and seeks their permission to murder his uncle. The gangsters, led by 6 brothers known as the Terrible Jennas, control the Little Italy section of Chicago. Sicilian by birth, they own a federal license to manufacture industrial alcohol. Along with communion wine, this is one of the few types of spirits allowed to be sold legally in the United States. Torrio's plan will expand those legal sales into the bootlegging market, and the Jenna brothers quickly agree to placing a hit on Big Jim. This is not a decision made lightly. Colismo is one of the most famous men in Chicago, well connected with politicians and celebrities. Colismo's, his Southside restaurant, is routinely packed with the city's wealthiest and most famous denizens. On May 11, 1920, Big Jim Colismo enters his restaurant and is shot dead by an assailant hiding in the cloakroom. There is evidence that the gunman might have been Al Capone, but to this day, no one knows his identity. What is known is that Johnny Torrio then becomes leader of Colismo's crime syndicate. Al Capone becomes his number 2. Acting as an understudy to the Fox, he is given free rein to open brothels, gambling dens, and speakeasies, the secret establishments where Americans now go to drink. Footnote: the term refers to the practice of not speaking at all about the establishment for fear of alerting the police. End footnote. In a strange turn of events, Johnny Torrio is shot 4 times on January 12, 1925. Torrio is sitting in his car as the murder is carried out by members of a rival Irish gang. The Fox is shot in the chest, neck, right arm, and groin, but when the shooter approaches the car and places a pistol to Torrio's temple to finish the job, there is no bullet in the chamber. The gunman flees, sure that he has completed the hit, but the Fox lives up to his reputation and survives the assassination attempt. However, Johnny Torrio knows his death is near, so a few weeks later, he chooses to retire from organized crime and moves back to New York City. Before Torrio leaves, he anoints Al Capone as his successor. It's good to be Scarface. Now 26 years old, the new that consists of prostitution, speakeasies, illegal breweries, and racetracks, bringing in hundreds of thousands of dollars a week. The new boss quickly gains weight, beefing up to 250 pounds on his 5-foot 10-inch frame. He becomes a Chicago celebrity, dominating the city's criminal subculture. Capone also attracts the media by issuing provocative quotes like, "You can get much farther with a kind word and a gun than you can with a kind word alone." Despite the violent imagery, many Chicagoans laugh. To the public, Capone is the mobster who travels around town in a bulletproof car, wears outlandish suits, and sports a broad fedora hat. The mob boss is also generous when it suits his purpose, giving outlandish tips to waiters and providing clothing to the city's poor on cold winter nights. Of course, Capone's power is not built on charity. It is stark brutality that really defines him. Soon, he clashes with Chicago's North Side gang and shoots their leader, Earl Jaime Weiss, dead. As a result of his aggression, Al Capone lives in constant fear of his own assassination, so anyone suspected of treachery is harshly punished. At one dinner in 1929, Capone invites 3 men he believes are planning an act of betrayal. It is only after the unsuspecting trio eat and drink their fill that they are set upon. Their hands and legs are tied to their chairs, and they quickly realize their lives are in danger. Al Capone approaches John Scalise, Albert Anselmi, and Joseph Hop-Toad Giunta, clutching a baseball bat. Then he starts swinging. The mobster brutally slams the bat into the heads of each man. Then he works on the fingers and forearms. The bat is brought down hard on the groins of the alleged Judases. The air is rent with screams and the sound of breaking bones. but Al Capone refuses to let the men die. The violence only stops when he becomes too tired to swing the bat anymore. The bodies of the three gangsters are found outside Hammond, Indiana, shortly thereafter. The local coroner will state for the record that he has never seen human beings so utterly destroyed. But that is only the beginning. Footnote: John Scalise, Albert Anselmi, and Joseph Giunta did indeed plan to betray Al Capone. Because of Capone's paranoia, he was able to pick up on the plot against him. End footnote. In February 1929, Al Capone sits agitated in his Florida compound. He has just been told that a gang under the leadership of Capone's greatest rival, George Bugs Moran, has been plotting to kill him. So, under a bright Florida sun, Capone decides to strike first. Hiring 4 assassins from outside Chicago so their identities will be unknown, Capone hatches a plan to lure the Moran gang to a local garage under the ruse of selling them top-grade old log cabin whiskey for a low price. Bugs Moran himself is also supposed to arrive at the SMC Cartage Company at 10:30 a.m. to assist the 7 other gang members in collecting the liquor. But Moran is running late, perhaps because it is Valentine's Day. His tardiness will save his life. The assassins drive up to the garage in a stolen police car. 2 wear law enforcement uniforms. At first, the Moran gangsters believe this to be a normal police raid. But it is not. The men are herded inside the garage and lined up against a wall. They cannot fight back as their weapons have been confiscated. Then, using Tommy guns and a sawed-off shotgun, the assassins shoot each man at least 15 times. Knowing neighbors may have heard the loud thunder of machine gun fire, the 2 killers dressed in police uniforms escort the other 2 assassins out of the garage as if arresting them. All 4 step inside the stolen police car and drive away. No one will call the police. The brutal killings become legend in Chicago and will go down in history as the St. Valentine's Day Massacre. Al Capone is thousands of miles away as the murders take place, but no one doubts that he is responsible. Because of massive press coverage, the massacre makes Capone more famous than ever. It also marks the beginning of his downfall. It is August 22, 1934, when inmate number 85 arrives at Alcatraz. Unable to convict Al Capone of the St. Valentine's Day Massacre or other crimes, federal officials seek any means possible of putting him behind bars. In 1931, the Treasury Department, under Agent Elliot Ness, finally gets a Capone conviction for tax evasion. The mobster is sentenced to 11 years in prison. The first portion of his sentence is spent in the Atlanta Federal Penitentiary, where his opulent wealth makes it possible for him to bribe prison authorities and receive any pleasure he wants. But things are different at Alcatraz. In addition to being assaulted by James Lucas, Al Capone is subject to an extremely hard daily regimen. His mind soon begins to rapidly deteriorate. Finally, 5 years after his arrival at Alcatraz, Capone is released with time off for good behavior on November 16, 1939. He has the mental capacity of a 12-year-old. Footnote: An interesting sidebar to Capone's Alcatraz incarceration is that he shared space with Alvin Karpis, the public enemy arrested by J. Edgar Hoover. Karpis is inmate number 325 and will go on to serve the longest term of any convict in the prison's history, 27 years. Alcatraz will close for good on March 21, 1963, and Karpis will be relocated to another penitentiary. He will be released on parole in 1969 and die from an accidental overdose of pills and alcohol in 1979. End footnote. With the gangsters of the 1930s almost completely wiped out, J. Edgar Hoover is convinced that his new FBI has crime under control in America. Hoover now turns to a completely different set of law enforcement problems. As the Second World War breaks out in Europe, the FBI is mandated to keep track of possible spies from America's enemies abroad. The director takes to his new task with relish. What he doesn't know is that the war mandate will soon actually help a new breed of criminal organization that will spread terror and corruption throughout America. The Mafia is on its way. Part 2. The Corruptors. Chapter 6. Medellin, Tunisia, March 6, 1943, 8:30 p.m. Field Marshal Erwin Rommel is on the run. The long day of combat has been devastating. As night falls, desert winds carry the smell of death and burning German tanks. Rommel is 51, a career soldier whose face is sunburned from years of desert warfare. His lips are chapped from the heat and his eyes lined from goggles that keep out the dust. The Desert Fox, as British journalists have nicknamed the Allied Army's most wily adversary, is also Nazi Germany's top field general. Footnote: Rommel made his name in the Nazi blitzkrieg assault on France in 1940. End footnote. Rommel has known defeat before, but not like today. His army, known as the Afrika Korps, has not just been defeated, it has been decimated. So rather than watch the total annihilation, Rommel now makes a calculation that could alter the course of World War II. His new plan is centered around a military reality. Today was supposed to be a huge victory, with Rommel boldly striking at Allied troops under British General Bernard Law Montgomery. That did not happen. Unbeknownst to the Desert Fox, British codebreakers intercepted his battle plans. At 5:36 a.m., just 24 minutes before Rommel's troops were to launch their first bombardment, British forces were alerted to his strategy. Thus, the surprise became a debacle. Through 14 hours of fighting, the British were always one step ahead. More than 30,000 shells rained down on German positions. Rommel began the day with 140 tanks. He now has just 52. His veteran panzer crews lie dead and burned on the sands of North Africa. In addition, more than 300 German infantry have been killed, wounded, or taken prisoner by the British. Montgomery's forces did not lose a single tank. Now, as night falls over the desert, a weary Rommel orders retreat. He knows that the time to flee has come. German panzer tanks and infantry-carrying trucks turn north, fleeing to the coastal Mediterranean city of Gabes. The battle was lost, Rommel will later write. A great gloom settled over us. For 2 years, Erwin Rommel has controlled the war in North Africa. The Desert Fox utilized an aggressive style of tank warfare to win territory ranging from Tunisia in the west to Egypt in the east, a distance as wide as all of Western Europe. But then, just shy of taking the Egyptian capital of Cairo in July 1942, Rommel's Afrika Korps was first defeated by Montgomery and the British at El Alamein. 2 more defeats at the hands of the British soon followed. To save the lives of his men, Rommel ordered a retreat. The Afrika Korps pulled back hundreds of miles to Tunisia, hoping to make another stand against the British. That stand was today. All this time, the British and their Commonwealth allies have been Rommel's only opponent. But now the Americans have arrived. Rommel easily overwhelmed and defeated a U.S. force 2 weeks ago at the Kasserine Pass, but he knows that their best general was not in command for that battle. That will not happen again. General George S. Patton, a brilliant tactician and America's most aggressive combat general, had just arrived in Africa to take charge of U.S. forces. It is said that his relentless style of warfare borrows heavily from Rommel. Footnote: Patton and Rommel, the two preeminent tank commanders in World War II, never fought opposite each other in battle. End footnote. It is just a matter of time until Germany loses control of North Africa. The Desert Fox is sure of that. For the Panzer Army to remain in Africa was plain suicide, he will recall in the aftermath of the Medellin defeat. At 7:50 a.m. on March 9th, fewer than 48 hours after ordering his tanks to pull back, General Erwin Rommel flies to Eastern Europe to meet with German leader Adolf Hitler. American commander Dwight Eisenhower will later write of this transitory moment, accusing Rommel of foreseeing the inevitable and desiring to save his own skin. But to Rommel, this departure is not permanent. He is the Führer's favorite general. No other man can deliver the hard news that the war in North Africa is irretrievably lost. He plans to return to Africa, but not until his message is delivered in person. Hitler and Rommel meet at Verwolf, Hitler's command post in the Ukraine, where the Russian front is the scene of bitter and unrelenting fighting. The Führer's forest compound is built of thick, reinforced concrete. Snow still covers the ground. Coming
That's a
directly
great
from the dry heat of
question.
Africa, Rommel's sunburn looks dramatic.
I don't know if there's any old speakeasies around. Let me ask some people that I know that live in Chicago. Heidi, do you know? I mean, you know people that live in Chicago. Do you know of any old speakeasies that might still be around? I don't know. I'd have to I'd probably do a Google search, honestly. I don't know any off the top of my head. I don't know of any. There is a place in Iowa that's still around. It wasn't a speakeasy. It was a Louis Fratto, the mob boss of Des Moines. The building is an Italian daycare. It was a front for the mob back in like bootlegging days and back in the olden days. That's still standing. Like maybe someday I'll drive by and take a picture or something. But that's the only place I know of. Yeah, if you could find out that'd be great. I'm gonna try to do some research too, see if there's any old speakeasies around from Capone era.
Dramatically out of place. He shivers despite his greatcoat. Before the strategic discussion can begin, Hitler presents Rommel with a diamond-studded Knight's Cross, making the general only the sixth man in the history of the Third
I
Reich
would love
to
to have you
receive
on
such
to
an
like
honor.
show pictures and talk about it. That would be awesome.
Despite the lavish award, Rommel
You and,
does
like,
not forget
Nero's
why
thing.
he has made this journey to a cold, remote Ukrainian woods. As the two men sit down to tea, the Desert Fox outlines the hopeless situation in Africa. The tactically brilliant Rommel argues that rather than lose valuable veteran troops to death or imprisonment, they should be moved from Africa to Fortress Europe. Sicily is their most logical destination. That island off the south coast of Italy is the closest portion of Europe to the African mainland. It's just a few hundred miles from Tunis to the Sicilian capital of Palermo. Logistically, such an evacuation is daunting, but vital to the future success of the German army. Rommel plans to begin immediate troop transport, leaving tanks and other vehicles behind.
Where?
Adolf Hitler will not hear of it.
Sure.
He
I'm
was
down.
not receptive to any of my arguments
Me
about
too.
Tunisia and seemed to dismiss them by saying I had become a pessimist, Rommel will write to his wife Lucia. He simply could not see what was happening in Tunisia. Rommel never returns to Africa, but his predictions soon turn all too true. Just 2 weeks after his meeting with Hitler, U.S. forces under General George S. Patton rout German tank units at the Battle of El Ghoutar. This marks the first time American forces defeat the Afrika Korps, but for Patton, this is not enough. He longs to defeat the famous Desert Fox and is severely disappointed to learn that Rommel is not present on the field of battle. Footnote: Rommel was granted home leave and then assigned to protect northern France against Allied invasion. End footnote. As Rommel has predicted, El Ghoutar is the death knell for German forces in Africa. They surrender to the Allies on May 13, 1943. The Third Reich has lost thousands of men forever. As operations in North Africa come to an end, Allied war planners shift their focus to the next step in the Allied fight to end the Nazi stranglehold in Europe: Sicily. The invasion is codenamed Operation Husky. Sicily is the largest island in the Mediterranean Sea, occupied over the centuries by Greeks, Romans, Arabs, Normans, and Vandals. Sicilian locals have survived this history of intrusion and subjugation by forming an extremely tight-knit society. Outsiders are not welcome. The warm climate and simple agricultural lifestyle of the island hides the fact that little about daily life in Sicily is known to anyone but those who actually live there. Thus, Allied war planners don't have a grasp of the situation in Sicily, which is just 10 miles off Italy's southern coast. They do know that Sicily has been occupied by the Italian fascist military regime for almost 20 years. A handful of units from the German Afrika Korps have successfully managed to escape from Tunisia, meaning that more than 200,000 German and Italian troops now await an Allied attack. They are entrenched in mountainous volcanic terrain that favors a defensive strategy. For Operation Husky to succeed, British and American troops must have help on the ground. They require individuals with insider knowledge, capable of sharing not only possible invasion routes, but also the most efficient local roads, size of enemy troop strength, and location of gun emplacements. They need the mafia. But the feared Italian gangsters have largely moved to New York City. The exodus began shortly after May 1924, spurred on by Italy's fascist Prime Minister Benito Mussolini. Il Duce, the leader, is a small, rotund, balding man with a penchant for histrionics. Mussolini is determined to control Italy by using totalitarian methods and brutally stamps out all opposition. On the island of Sicily, this means getting rid of the mafia. Footnote: Sicily was under French rule until 1860. A local revolt drove them out at that time, and the island came under Italian rule. In 1946, Sicily became an autonomous region for the first time in 3,000 years. However, its foreign and financial interests are allied with those of Rome. End footnote. The etymology of mafia is unknown, with some believing the term has its roots in an 1863 play known as I Mafiosi della Vicaria, about a group of prisoners demanding respect. Others believe it to be an acronym for Morte alla Francia Italia Anela. Death to the French is Italy's cry, after the French invasion of Sicily in 1282. Still, others believe it stems from the Sicilian adjective mafioso, a term for bold behavior. Mafiosi, in Italian, means someone who asks for favors. But through the centuries, those favors often evolved into criminal acts. On the island of Sicily, gangs coerced poor people in a variety of ways. For example, the simple act of seeing a doctor might involve a small payment to the local mafia chieftain. If a Sicilian wanted a job, wanted his daughter to be married, or wanted a new mule for the fields, the mafia often got a taste. Sicilian businesses were forced to pay pizzo, or protection money, to ensure that customers could visit their shops. Those who do not pay are beaten, sometimes killed. But a strict rule of silence known as omerta means the people of Sicily do not speak out against this predatory behavior. Anyone who defied omerta was in grave danger, subject to immediate execution. The dictator Mussolini vows to stop the mafia oppression, but Sicily defies him, and Mussolini backs off. That does not sit well with some fascist leaders. If we want to save Sicily, we must destroy the mafia, one top fascist militant writes to Il Duce in April 1923. The following year, Mussolini demonstrates a show of force to remind the mafia that he is in charge. He travels to Sicily aboard the battleship Dante Alighieri In the skies above, Italian fighter aircraft circle. Submarines prowl the dark blue Mediterranean waters all around the Alighieri. Benito Mussolini steps ashore, guarded by an intimidating phalanx of bodyguards. He visits the small town of Piana del Grechi, where its mayor, Don Francesco
Have a
Cuccia,
safe drive,
actually
hon. Safe
sneers at Il
driving.
Duce's men. In addition to running the town, Cuccia is a member of the mafia. He says to Mussolini, "You are with me. You are under my protection. What do you need those guys for?" The dictator is taken aback, but says nothing. However, he will never forget the incident and begins referring to Cuccia as that unspeakable mayor. Don Cuccia is certainly disrespectful. Using his power to great advantage, the mafioso chief ensures that the village square is all but empty when Mussolini finally stands to speak. The only citizens of Piana del Grechi in attendance are 20 derelicts and fools, all handpicked by Cuccia to express disdain for Mussolini. A few days later, as the dictator continues his tour of Sicily, he is once again reminded of the lack of respect when the mafia conspires to steal his hat. Footnote: the hat was stolen and never returned. End footnote. So it is that Benito Mussolini declares war on the Sicilian mafia. Upon his return to Rome, the furious and humiliated prime minister grants sweeping powers to a special police force led by Cesare Mori, a thick-set northern Italian known for his active disdain for organized crime. Working with his own team of special agents, Mori rounds up mafia by the hundreds. His tactics are simple: surround a village, block off all roads, and then his police move in to arrest the gangsters. Should the suspects flee, Mori's men begin shooting mafia-owned cattle, one by one. Threatened with this loss of income, many mafioso eventually come out and surrender. Once in Mori's custody, suspects are tortured in a most medieval fashion, their bodies shocked by electrical wires, burned with flames, flayed with cattle whips, and their bones pulled from the socket while being stretched on the rack. All in an effort for the prosecutor to obtain names and information to further his manhunt. The collapse of the Sicilian mafia is almost immediate. Mayor Cuccia and more than 1,200 men are arrested. The city of Palermo, the scene of 224 murders in 1923, is pacified. Within 5 years, murders drop to just 35. Quickly, many mafia chieftains sail to America seeking asylum. They declare themselves refugees from fascism. This plea allows mafiosi to circumvent the Immigration Act of 1924, which caps the number of foreign nationals into America at 150,000 per year. As the immigrants are refugees, U.S. officials do not inquire about the backgrounds of the Sicilians or their intended line of work. America has 70 ports of entry in the 1920s, but the Sicilians are not interested in places like Galveston or New Orleans. Instead, they alight in New York City. There, after processing on Ellis Island, in the shadow of the Statue of Liberty, they are free to enter the city without restriction. New York City's population of almost 7 million people is nearly twice that of the entire island of Sicily, and it offers an exponential increase in ways of making money illegally. To extortion, protection, and other forms of racketeering, the Sicilian mafia now adds bootlegging, prostitution, and control of the waterfront unions. And always there is omerta, that code of silence meaning certain death for anyone speaking out against the mafia, thus ensuring its ability to grow and corrupt their environment. As Allied war strategists, including General George Patton and Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery, prepare to invade Europe, contact is made with the few criminals left on the island of Sicily. They will be helpful in defeating the fascist Italian army and their German allies. They will carry messages. They will destroy installations. and they will even kill on behalf of the Allies. For the Mafia, Benito Mussolini and Adolf Hitler are far worse than the Americans or the British. And for their help, the gangsters of Sicily will soon reap a huge reward. Chapter 7. July 10, 1943. Great Meadow Correctional Facility, Comstock, New York, dawn. As British and American troops storm the beaches 4,500 miles away in Sicily, Charles Lucky Luciano impatiently awaits his release from prison. It has been 7 years since the mob boss received his sentence of 30 years to life. Luciano's conviction is for running a prostitution ring, but his litany of crimes is endless, ranging from extortion to murder to bribery. Luciano's most recent payoff, however, has allegedly taken place since he has been behind bars: a $25,000 contribution to Manhattan District Attorney Thomas Dewey that will ensure the commutation of Luciano's sentence. The money will be paid as a donation to Dewey's gubernatorial campaign. Luciano will owe Dewey another $65,000 upon his release. Footnote: in 1948, Thomas Dewey ran against Harry Truman for the presidency. Many experts picked Dewey to win, but he lost to Truman by an electoral vote tally of 303 to 189. Throughout his life, Thomas Dewey always denied taking bribes from Lucky Luciano. End footnote. That day will come. The conditions of Luciano's release have already been agreed upon. In order to avoid negative media attention by appearing to let a known mobster go free, Thomas Dewey's terms are that Luciano, who is still a Sicilian, never having obtained American citizenship, will be deported immediately after getting out of prison. However, the German army still occupies Sicily and the Italian mainland. So Dewey has arranged the mobster's transfer from a maximum security penitentiary to the country club here at Great Meadow. Until the Allies win victory in Europe, Luciano must remain behind bars. They couldn't send me to Italy while we was still at war and it was an enemy country, the mob boss will later explain to a biographer. Charles Lucky Luciano is determined to help America and its allies win the Second World War. One wall of his cell is covered with an enormous map of the European theater, on which he has marked the location of Axis front lines in anticipation of an Allied invasion. Luciano has become a voracious reader during his time in prison, and he has immersed himself in military strategy and tactics. His favorite American commander is General George S. Patton. Luciano regales visitors with commentary on the shortcomings of Supreme Allied Commander Dwight Eisenhower, and he has come to the conclusion that a mafia-style hit on German dictator Adolf Hitler is all that lies between himself and his freedom. If somebody could knock off that son of a bitch, the war would be over in 5 minutes, he laments to visiting mobsters Joe Adonis and Tommy Lucchesi. When Luciano's suggestion is greeted with laughter, his response is immediate. What the hell you laughing at? We've got the best hitman in the world over there, Vito Genovese. That dirty little pig owes his life to me, and now it's time to make good on it. But Lucky Luciano's role in World War II goes far beyond schemes and theories. And as Luciano enjoys a leisurely Saturday, knowing it might just be possible for prison warden Vernon Morehouse to once again set him free for a few hours to enjoy a steak and a conjugal visit in Albany tonight, he is also buoyed by the news coming out of Europe that Patton himself is leading today's Allied invasion of Sicily. Footnote: more than 160,000 American, Canadian, and British troops went ashore during the invasion of Sicily, suffering 5,500 men killed and 14,000 wounded. End footnote. As a budding military strategist, Luciano takes great pride in knowing that he personally has helped make this invasion possible. For General George Patton's 7th Army's landings on beaches at Gela, Scoliti, and Licata could not have happened without the intervention of Lucky Luciano. Using his contacts in New York City, Luciano ordered his crime gang to compile information that would assist Patton in the invasion. Luciano even provided names of Sicilian mafiosi who could be counted upon to help the Allies. Luciano's motive is simple: get out of jail. But the saga of how one brutal convict saved lives in World War II is far more complicated. It is 1936 when Lucky Luciano is first sent to the penitentiary. The powerful mobster begins serving his 30-year sentence behind the towering gray walls of the maximum security Clinton Correctional Facility, a remote prison hundreds of miles from Manhattan in the town of Dannemora, New York. Conditions are so harsh that the penitentiary owns the nickname Siberia. Before his incarceration, Luciano reigned over his own crime family with a personal net income of several $million per year. Now he is a ward of the state. Footnote: Luciano grossed more than $12 million in 1925 with a net of $4 million. This is $57 million in modern currency. End footnote. Lucky Luciano is Sicilian by birth, given the first name of Salvatore. But upon immigrating to America with his parents at the age of 9, he was renamed Charles. The name Lucky comes from surviving otherwise fatal beatings as a young hoodlum. Like Al Capone, Luciano got his start with the 5 Points Gang, an Italian outfit on Manhattan's Lower East Side. Over time, Luciano learned the power of cooperating with other ethnic groups. To avoid bloodshed and increase profits with underworld organizations, he masterminded the National Crime Syndicate, bringing together Italian, Irish, and Jewish crime families. To ensure the cohesiveness of the syndicate, Luciano created a dedicated enforcement arm known as Murder Incorporated to assassinate enemies and informers. No matter where they try to hide, the victims are never out of danger. Some say that Albert Anastasia, a former longshoreman who became Luciano's top hitman, personally murdered more than 1,000 men. Others say that number is far too small. Lucky Luciano enjoys certain luxuries befitting an inmate of his criminal stature, such as a special cook to prepare his favorite meals. The Clinton Correctional Facility is about 300 miles north of Manhattan, making it difficult for Luciano to run his organization from within its walls. Footnote: First built in 1845, the maximum security Clinton Correctional Facility is still in operation. Notable inmates include the rapper Tupac Shakur. The Clinton facility most recently made headlines in 2015 when convicted murderers Richard Matt and David Sweat escaped and led of Matt. End footnote. However, Luciano still exerts influence. His top lieutenants regularly make the long drive from New York to Dannemora. Visiting hours are 8:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. each day, and Luciano is allowed to meet with 4 visitors per session. Among those who come to see the handsome olive-skinned gangster on a regular basis are Jewish crime boss Meyer Lansky and the acting ruler of the Luciano crime family, Frank Costello. Luciano enjoys these visits, but he is going nuts in prison and longs to be a free man again. The first 2 years of his incarceration are spent in a futile attempt to appeal his conviction. But when the U.S. Supreme Court refuses to hear Lucky's plea in 1938, the gangster is forced to find more ingenious methods of gaining his freedom. Soon after, when the U.S. government takes possession of the French luxury liner SS Normandy, Lucky Luciano recognizes that this majestic vessel represents an enormous personal opportunity. Normandy is the pride of France, larger by 1/3 than the legendary Titanic, and owner of the Blue Ribbon, the award given to the vessel holding the record for fastest Atlantic crossing. But France has fallen to the Nazis, and the U.S. Navy now controls Normandy. With the world swept by war, luxury cruise ships have no place on the oceans, particularly in the hostile waters between New York and England, now controlled by Nazi U-boat submarines. In the past month alone, 13 Allied cargo vessels have been torpedoed. So, like the British luxury liners Queen Mary and Queen Elizabeth, the Speedy Normandy is being retrofitted to ferry soldiers into combat. The three mighty vessels each have a top speed of more than 30 knots, which many believe makes them capable of outrunning any U-boat. The Normandy is berthed in Manhattan alongside the Queen Mary and Queen Elizabeth. Despite their enormous size, those vessels hardly dominate the waterfront. The dimensions of New York City's port are huge. 1,800 piers, 750.
I am. I'm glad you came by. I think it's really good what you're doing. I really do. I think it's great that you're trying to help people in your area. That's really awesome. And I've said it before on my show that I thought what you were doing was great. Fuck the trolls. Helping people is far more better than these fucking clowns. But I feel you. I hope you're good.
50 miles of shoreline, 10,000 ships coming in and out every year, all manned by 35,000 longshoremen workers. And the mafia controls those workers. Utilizing the same practices that worked so well in Sicily, only now played out on a much larger scale, nothing happens on the waterfront without mafia approval. This system depends on regulating the harbor's labor unions. The term longshoreman refers to an individual whose job is to load and unload ships, then put the cargo onto trucks, trains, and planes. By controlling these men, the mafia has complete dominance over every act of commerce going in and out of New York City. The process works from the bottom up and begins with the simple act of getting a job. All longshoremen must join a union as a prerequisite for employment. Yet membership is not enough to begin working. A special payment to the mob for the privilege of being granted work is also required. And once a longshoreman starts receiving a salary, a portion of his income is then kicked back to union bosses. Since it is the mafia that decides which men receive the most powerful union titles, the supervisors pay a larger stipend to the local crime families as a prerequisite of keeping their privileged positions. Also, union leaders can steal or delay any shipment. A typical example is New York's Fulton Fish Market, America's largest wholesale seafood distribution center. The boss there is Joseph Sox Lanza, aka Joe Zox, who owes his power and allegiance to Luciano's outfit. It is mandatory that Fulton merchants pay a stiff bribe for doing business at the market, as well as another gratuity for the rapid loading and unloading of ships and trucks. A total of $100 for every fishing boat entering the port and $50 for every truck transporting fish to market makes its way to Joe Zox, who then passes along a cut to Lucky Luciano. Should fishmongers choose not to pay up, the fresh catch rots in a ship's hold. New York City police, politicians, and judges know better than to interfere. Those who meddle simply disappear, shot in the head and buried in the New Jersey woods under a pile of quicklime, or taken out to sea and dropped overboard, the corpse weighted down to ensure a quick descent into the depths. So it is that Lucky Luciano concocts a sabotage incident scenario. Should something happen to Normandy, the U.S. government will surely realize it helped controlling the docks of New York. Therein lies Luciano's opportunity. Clearly, it would be in the best interests of federal officials to align with the mafia to ensure the safety of the port. Should the government actually make this request, Luciano will certainly cooperate, but only if given a full pardon and release from prison.
Like, is there a sorry about the noise in the background, I'm vacuuming, but is there hardcore evidence that the mob set the fire, or, sabotage the Lusitania? I mean, is there evidence of that? I mean, there's rumors. Hey, Jesse, good to see you. I mean, is there real evidence that the mob sabotaged that ship? I mean, there's speculation. Oh, well, Luciano did it, so they have to work with the mob. I don't know. I hate when they say that it happened when there's no real hard evidence that the mob did it. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like the shit with Kennedy. Oh, the mob whacked him. Well, what proof do you have? All speculation and rumors and hearsay. Yeah. All right, we'll get back into it.
That's Lucky's vision. But nothing happens. Then comes Pearl Harbor. As America declares war on Japan and Germany, New York City is a logical target for a similar attack by the Nazi regime. Less than 1 week after the Pearl Harbor attack on December 13, 1941, 33 German members of what is known as the Duquesne spy ring are convicted of espionage in a Brooklyn federal court. During the trial, it is revealed that their primary goal was acquiring information that could lead to acts of sabotage. J. Edgar Hoover, having switched the FBI's focus from chasing bank robbers to tracking foreign spies, declares that the Bureau's agents have guarded the secrets that give the Army and Navy their striking force in the field. But not even the FBI can guard the New York waterfront. And therein lies the crux of Lucky Luciano's elaborate plan to get out of prison. It is well known that pro-Nazi elements are active in Brooklyn, and that many German immigrants are employed on the docks. It is also feared that some Italian immigrants working as longshoremen may be sympathetic to Hitler's ally, Benito Mussolini. In the weeks after Pearl Harbor, U.S. naval intelligence inadvertently plays into Luciano's hands when a special unit codenamed B-3 assigns 100 agents to canvass the docks for information. But they are frustrated to learn that longshoremen, knowing the code of Omerta, refuse to talk. The U.S. Navy, having no other choice, publicly admits its concerns about Germans and Italians committing sabotage in New York Harbor. In January 1942, 1 month after Pearl Harbor, Lucky Luciano sends word for Frank Costello to visit him in Dannemora. Anxiety about attacks on American soil is at an all-time high. The situation is ideal for reminding America's federal government that the Mafia has power unlike any other organization in the country. The nattily dressed Costello, who just turned 41, arrives bearing the news that a leading figure in the International Longshoremen's Association named Tough Tony Anastasio has agreed to allow an act of sabotage on one of the 3 large cruise ships in New York Harbor. The man carrying out this scheme will be his brother Albert, the infamous hitman from Murder, Inc. Albert figures that if something could happen to the Normandy, that would really make everyone crap in their pants, Luciano will later remember. Lucky Luciano gives his blessing. It was a great idea, and I didn't really see how it was going to hurt the war effort because the ship was nowhere near ready, and besides, no American soldiers or sailors would be involved because they wasn't sending them no place yet, recalled Luciano. Normandy is due to sail with her first group of U.S. fighting men in mid-February 1942. That journey will never take place. The SS Normandy is burning. That Anastasia, Luciano marvels from prison. He really done a job. Flames billow from the burning luxury liner as New York City firemen race to put out the blaze.
Did he
Below
really
decks,
do that?
crews scramble to pour water on the flame.
God, I'm trying to remember. I knew a guy. I met him on Pal Talk, right? And he was talking about that day that the ship caught on fire. And he said his father had come home and picked him up. Like he had got off the school bus. He said, picked him up to go down to see what was going on. He said you could see the smoke for miles. He said he never forgot that. Now I think it's funny. It was so like Lucky Luciano's just standing behind bars going, man, I love that Albert Anastasia. What a great bastard he is. Look at the fire he set. I mean, really, did they have an inmate with Luciano like confirming that that's what he said? I mean, come on. Oh, I love it when books do like fictionalized shit. It makes me giggle. Makes me giggle. The Henry Hill Latunza book was the best at that. They were like when they were talking about what Stax was saying to his girlfriend. It's like, shut up. You weren't even there. Shut up. Like you know what conversations took place. Uh yeah, Mondays we do books. Sometimes longer. Like I'll do it the next day on Tuesday or Wednesday. It just depends on like the book. This book only has like 7 hours left, so it's not gonna. This ain't gonna be like a daily. If I start another book today, then maybe tomorrow I'll play more of it. But yeah, um, I only do drama on Tuesdays. Tuesdays is trolling Tuesdays. The only day we talk about internet drama. Usually Wednesdays is whatever. Wednesdays we just kind of do whatever from music to scary stuff to whatever. Thursdays is true crime Thursdays, where we talk about the major cases that are going on from Richard Allen to Brian Kohlberger. Fridays is Freaky Fridays or Flashback Fridays, where we'll do something scary or we'll go back on old MobTube and YouTube shows from like a year or two a year ago. And then Saturdays we do serial killer Saturdays, talk about major serial killers. And then Sundays are usually like smoking Sundays where we just kind of chill. But yeah, I'm gonna be following that case, Tommy. I maybe might be one of my features on True Crime Thursdays because that's awful. And awareness needs to be made that a 5-year-old girl disappeared from her house and was found found dead in the river. And MRE said that they said it looks suspicious. So that means they're investigating it as a homicide, which is a good thing. Which means they're taking it seriously. They're just not ruling it out as an accident. That's good. Because if some monster did snatch this child, they need to be caught. You know, and I do agree with MRE when he said, you know, look how far down that stoplight is. I don't see a 5-year-old wandering off at night that far. I just don't see it. And if any of those stores along that walkway that little girl would have had to have gone down, surely, hopefully, there's cameras. Hopefully, the cops can trace it. You know what I'm saying? Because we've seen it before in other cases. So, yeah, I don't like drama freedom. That's not something I really do. I'll talk about people off and on. This is because they mentioned something or something's going on. But I try not to. Drama's not really my thing. It's really not what I'm about. Tuesdays we talk about, you know, MobTube shit, Tony Pizza, The Bug, other things, you know, like YouTube. I'll play some Eric May shit, the city councilman from Flint, Michigan. You know, Trolling Tuesday, funny stuff. I try to do funny stuff. Yeah, there's no way. I agree. There's no way, Tommy. There's no way. And you're talking 9 o'clock at night. It's dark out. What little 5-year-old you know is going to wander away that far away from its parents in its home at night? It's scary. It's fucking scary. You're 5 years old. There's no way. There's no way. If it was daytime, sure. But at night, there's no way that kid's going to wander off that far. It's too scary. Too fucking scary. There's no way. It's not like it's a 2-year-old, you know, 2-year-old baby just wandering around. You're talking about a 5-year-old who has some thought process. That kid knows what scares it. It's not going to wander away that far at night. I just don't see it happening. Just don't see it. There's no way. Just don't see it. And it's fucking sad. You know, like I was telling MRE, little kids get snatched all the time because I hate seeing that shit. Well, where's the parents? Who was watching the kid? You know how many fucking times kids have been snatched while their parents were in bed sleeping? Do you know how many times a parent is outside with their kid 1 second, they turn their back, that kid's gone? You can't always blame the parents. Accidents happen. Shit like that can happen to any of us. Any of you in this room could have had the same fucking thing happen to you. Be in your fucking house, 9 o'clock at night, your child disappears because some fucking weirdo snatched your kid. You can't blame the parent. You can't always blame the fucking parents and say, oh, where's the parents at? Where are the parents at? You don't know the scenario. Maybe they put the kid to bed. They thought the child was in bed asleep like it should be. Happens all the time. My child, my daughters, my 17-year-old, when she was 3 years old, I'm sorry, she was like 2.5. My husband put her to bed for her nap. He went and got in the shower, took a shower while she was supposed to be napping. You know what Belle did? Belle climbed over the baby gate, got out of the house, and was walking around my front yard at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. You know, my neighbor saw her and knocked on the door. I was like, hey, Belle was wandering around. But she climbed over the baby gate and got out while my husband was in the shower. Unbeknownst to him. I mean, shit like that happens all the time. So I don't automatically point fingers at the parents. Shit like that happens all the fucking time. You cannot watch your children 24/7. You just can't. Even if you try, you still can't.
Flames, even as thick black puffs of smoke seep from every opening of her superstructure. The blaze is fought from the shore and the sea, with New York City firemen and fire boats pouring as much water as possible on the flames. Fears that the fire will spread to the city itself fuel their determined efforts. Gallon after gallon from the hoses attacks the fire, filtering down in torrents from the upper decks to the very bottom of the hull's interior. In all, 6,000 tons of water cascade into Normandy. The ship's architect, Vladimir Yurkovich, is in New York City to advise on the retrofit and rushes to the port to insist that the seacocks below decks be opened to save the vessel. Her hull will settle immediately into the harbor sediment and be stabilized. But harbor police bar the frantic designer from getting anywhere near the ship. By nightfall, the flames are extinguished, but the water below decks has made Normandy unsteady. She now lists hard to port. The ship is abandoned. Shortly after midnight, Normandy capsizes. She will be salvaged and later sold for scrap, never to ply the Atlantic again. To many in the United States Navy, still reeling from the attack on Pearl Harbor just 5 weeks ago, the Normandy sinking is an obvious act of sabotage. Now that America is at war, the construction and maintenance of military vessels in New York's busy ports will be paramount. But it is becoming apparent to naval intelligence that many of the longshoremen owe their loyalty to the Union instead of America. In addition to deliberate acts of sabotage, there is every chance the workers could go on strike or delay cargo desperately needed for the war effort. One of naval intelligence's greatest fears is Nazi agents coming ashore by submarine, and it is not difficult to surmise that such an event could occur if the Longshoremen's Union allows it. So, much to Lucky Luciano's delight, the United States government reluctantly forms an alliance with the very men it once diligently tried to prosecute and send to prison. Operation Underworld has begun. On March 7, 1942, working in conjunction with the Office of Manhattan District Attorney Thomas Dewey, Lieutenant Commander Charles R. Haffenden of United States Naval Intelligence meets with Joseph Sox Lanza, the gangster who runs the Fulton Fish Market. The hour is midnight. The location is Grant's tomb on Riverside Drive on the west side of Manhattan. In a carefully scripted discussion, Lanza says he will help the Navy place agents on the docks and aboard commercial fishing boats. Then, Lanza goes on to tell Commander Haffenden that the true power over the docklands is Lucky Luciano. He suggests that the imprisoned mobster might be willing to help the government in exchange for release from the penitentiary. In moments, a deal is struck. On May 12, 1942, Lucky Luciano is moved south to the Great Meadow Correctional Facility to await the end of the war. Some believe his initial contribution of $25,000 has helped elect Thomas Dewey as governor of New York. Almost immediately, Luciano arranges a network of informants and spies to monitor all suspicious activities on the waterfront. Even bartenders and hat-check girls are enlisted to eavesdrop on suspicious conversations. The result is no further acts of sabotage in New York for the remainder of the war. Simultaneously, longshoremen of Sicilian heritage are ordered to provide names and details that could be of use to the Allies. On August 17, 1943, 5 weeks after the first amphibious landings, the Allies drive the German and Italian defenders from Sicily. Almost 3.5 years later, on January 3, 1946, New York Governor Thomas Dewey commutes the sentence of Lucky Luciano to time already served. Lucky Luciano walks, reads the headline in the New York Daily News Mirror. On a windy and bitterly cold day 5 weeks afterward, Luciano boards the SS Laura Keene, an aging cargo ship bound for Genoa, Italy. Lucky Luciano's last act on American soil is paying the remainder of his bribe to Thomas Dewey. "We did pay it," Lucky would later recall of the $65,000 still owed the Dewey campaign as part of the deal. "In cash, in small bills, the minute I set foot on the boat that was going to take me to Italy." Footnote. "Later on, I made a check about that 90 grand. Luciano would later write about the bribe to Dewey that freed him from prison. "It never showed on none of our books for tax returns, naturally, but it never showed up on any of Dewey's campaign returns either." As stated, Thomas Dewey denied any impropriety. End footnote. The early release is highly controversial and damaging to the governor as well as to the Navy. Both sides immediately seek to downplay the gangsters' role in the war effort. Subsequently, an 8-month investigation is launched into the Luciano affair. In a confidential 1954 report commissioned by Thomas Dewey himself in order to clarify the early release of Luciano, New York State Commissioner of Investigation William B. Hurlins concludes that, as a result of the activities of Luciano and his intermediaries, a network of contacts and informants was made available to naval intelligence. They performed such services as obtaining information about and reporting suspicious activities on the waterfront, keeping an eye out for sabotage and espionage, obtaining Union books and Union cards so that naval intelligence agents could be placed, ostensibly as employees, in hotels, restaurants, bars and grills, piers, docks, trucks, factories, and elsewhere. On November 22, 1954, 6 weeks after the release of the Luciano Report, Acting Director of Naval Intelligence, Rear Admiral Carl F. Espy, requests that the 2,984-page document be withheld from the public. In doing so, he acknowledges the findings are admirably documented and thorough. The report will not see the light of day for 23 years. Lucky Luciano is free. No sooner does the Laura Keene drop him in Genoa than the mobster makes plans to consolidate his personal power in the underworld. But New York City is too hot, and he faces a certain return to prison should he go back to the United States. Thus, Luciano decides to get as close to America as he can without actually setting foot on U.S. soil. The time is Christmas 1946. The location is the Hotel Nacional in Havana, Cuba, 90 miles away from Florida. The entertainer singing in the showroom is named Frank Sinatra. But the real star is Lucky Luciano, who now brings together America's most lethal crime families to discuss a new way of doing business. Over the next few days, organized crime will plan a stealth war to gain power in America and all over the world. Lucky Luciano's corrupt dream is about to come true, and he knows it. Chapter 8. December 21st, 1946, Havana, Cuba, 9 a.m. Lucky Luciano wants total control. More than 20 of the most powerful men in organized crime have been summoned to this island paradise. It is 10 months since Luciano was released from prison in New York. He has established a presence in Italy and is now moving to consolidate his underworld power. Each gangster present has already given Luciano a thick envelope filled with cash to show respect. It is money Luciano will use to buy an ownership stake in the Hotel Nacional, the stately waterfront casino and hotel in which the gangsters now gather. His ownership in the hotel will allow him to make a new home in Cuba. This week-long Havana conference is the first meeting of America's top crime bosses since 1932. A single, well-placed explosive device could radically alter the leadership of organized crime, so security is tight. Armed guards prowl the hallway outside the conference room doors. The Hotel Nacional was built for tourists, not locals, and the people of Cuba are forbidden from even entering its grounds. But during the conference, those restrictions are even more stringent. The entire mezzanine floor is off-limits to other hotel guests, allowing the bosses to meet, drink rum, and dine without threat of interruption. In addition, the top 4 floors of this 6-story establishment are allocated for the gangsters and their subordinates. The Havana Conference is top secret, and decades later, the actual number of attendees will still be open to debate. But it is known for certain that mafia leaders from New York, Chicago, New Orleans, and Tampa are in attendance. Wives and girlfriends are not allowed to arrive until Christmas Eve. Officially, the gangsters have all come to see the young Italian crooner from New Jersey, Frank Sinatra, perform downstairs in the showroom. Lucky Luciano himself has personally funded Sinatra's rise to celebrity. The young singer's ancestors lived in the same Sicilian town in which Luciano was born, and Lucky is eager to meet the thin, 31-year-old singer for the first time. Footnote: Frank Sinatra's alleged ties to organized crime have been the subject of discussion for many years. Lucky Luciano was very specific in stating that the entertainer's early career was funded by the mafia. He had a job working for Tommy Dorsey's band, Luciano will later recall about the young Sinatra. He was getting about $150 a week, but he needed publicity, clothes, different kinds of special music things, and they all cost quite a bit of money. I think it was about 50 or 60 grand. I okayed the money, and it come out of the fund, even though some guys put up a little extra on a personal basis. It all helped him become a big star. End footnote. The powerful Luciano sits at the head of a highly polished wooden conference table. Despite the tropical setting, he wears a dark suit and tie. Luciano is hardly an anonymous figure in Havana, but now goes by his given name of Salvatore in order to help maintain a low profile. Each man at this meeting has specific orders not to call him Charles or Lucky. Luciano is now 49, but remains trim and powerful, with a full head of black, wavy hair. Ideally, the Havana Conference would have taken place in New York, but Luciano is forbidden from entering the United States. The gangster believes that stipulation is temporary, and it will be just a matter of time before he can arrange a bribe with New York Governor Thomas Dewey to make possible his return. Luciano knows that the ambitious Dewey is planning to run again for president, having been beaten by Franklin Roosevelt in 1944. A hefty contribution to the governor's campaign fund should be enough to get him back into America. Until then, Luciano must be patient, conducting his business in places like Cuba without interference from the FBI or Internal Revenue Service. The mafia is always welcome on this island nation, and where the mafia is welcome, it soon finds a way to make money. Sugar is Cuba's main product, but Havana is also home to hundreds of brothels, making the sex trade a source of mob income. Cubans are also so fond of narcotics that one local writer has noted that, as a consumer nation of hard drugs, Cuba occupies first place. So far, the mafia has not entered the business of drug trafficking, but it is just a matter of time before it does so. The gangsters know that the Cuban people do not have much money. Their real source of income comes from Americans. U.S. citizens view Cuba as an island of prostitutes, cigars, abortions, resort life, and pornographic movies, in the words of one journalist. prominent American playwright Arthur Miller describes Cuba as hopelessly corrupt, a mafia playground, a bordello for Americans and other foreigners. Americans flocked to Cuba during Prohibition, eager to enjoy the mojito and Cuba Libre, rum cocktails specially created for U.S. tourists by Havana bartenders. But Prohibition ended more than a decade ago, and the mafia knows that prostitution and drugs are not enough to consistently lure Americans back. The future is resort casino gambling. Done properly, gambling is lucrative, consistent, and more glamorous than the sordid pursuits of prostitution and drugs. And unlike in America, gambling is legal in Cuba. The Cuban government would certainly welcome a steady stream of Americans, bringing with them the money and the loose morals that lubricate the island's tourist economy. Cuba is currently run by President Ramon Grau San Martin, who entered office in 1944. His predecessor, Fulgencio Batista, considered by many to be a gangster himself, looted the national treasury just before stepping down. This puts the San Martin regime in the unlikely position of needing unconventional sources of revenue to fund the economy. The mafia is happy to oblige with hefty bribes and a piece of the action. At the time of his election, President San Martin was viewed as an idealistic savior chosen to effect the moral liberation of our youth. But his 2 years in office has shown the president to be only slightly less corrupt than the ruthless Batista. The Cuban president well knows that allowing gangsters to meet so freely in Havana could one day lead to a lucrative partnership between the island nation and the mafia. Footnote: This came to pass. As a result of the Havana Conference, an alliance was formed between the Cuban government and the mafia, which resulted in the building of several posh, mob-run casinos in Havana and a powerful mafia presence on the island nation. This did not diminish until dictator Fidel Castro kicked the American mafia out of Cuba in 1959. End footnote. As the gangsters settle into their seats around the long table, Lucky Luciano smokes a cigarette. Seated just 6 feet away from him is the one man standing in the way of Luciano being named Capo di tutti I capi, boss of all bosses. Vito Genovese is a longtime rival whom Luciano often refers to as the Fat Pig. Genovese, a brutal psychotic, is notorious for favoring violence over diplomacy. Once, after falling in love with a woman already married to another man, he solved the problem by strangling the husband on a Manhattan rooftop. The widow married Genovese 12 days later. Though born just 3 days before Luciano, Vito Genovese has the strained face and receding hairline of a much older man. He is shorter by 3 inches, with a broad waistline and thick black eyebrows. His suit is wrinkled and coated with a fine layer of ash from the cigar he now smokes. What Vito Genovese lacks in physical presence, however, he more than compensates for with conniving and guile. He has been through the same New York mob wars as Luciano, whom he once considered a friend. In fact, the recent history of the New York Mafia can be traced through the actions of both men. In 1931, Genovese and Luciano took part in the legendary murder of Joe the Boss Mazzaria at an Italian restaurant in Brooklyn. At the time, Luciano served as Mazzaria's top lieutenant, but it was Genovese who engineered the complex hit that ensured he would personally take over Mazzaria's crime family. Normally surrounded by 4 bodyguards, the burly Mazzaria was mysteriously left alone at the table in Nuova Villa Tamaro, even as Lucky Luciano excused himself to use the restroom. Suddenly, a hit team consisting of Genovese, Bugsy Siegel, and Joe Adonis burst into the restaurant and gunned down Mazzaria, shooting him 4 times in the back and once in the head. The assassination brought Luciano and Genovese to leadership roles in the New York underworld, but their friendship ended when Lucky was sent to prison in 1936. In Luciano's absence, Vito Genovese became acting boss of the Luciano family. But Genovese saw the role as a lifetime position rather than a temporary one. Lucky Luciano never forgave him. In 1937, Genovese was forced to flee to Italy to escape murder charges, whereupon Luciano appointed his protege Frank Costello to run the family until his release. Vito Genovese prospered in exile, successfully creating black market operations during World War II. The totally amoral Genovese actually pilfered money and goods from British and American forces and then funneled them into Nazi Germany. After the Allies took control of the Italian mainland, Genovese was appointed a liaison officer at the U.S. Army headquarters in Naples. The move so emboldened Genovese that he returned to America once the war ended to face the 1937 murder charges. Things worked out well for Vito. The two leading witnesses were found murdered before they could testify. The case was dismissed. Yesterday, for the first time in 10 years, Luciano and Genovese met face-to-face in Lucky's villa, a couple of blocks from the Hotel Nacional. "You've been away a long time," Genovese says after lunch. "You don't realize how much things are changing." "You've been away a long time too, Vito. What are you getting at?" "I think you ought to quit. I mean, retire," Genovese proposes. He has come to Havana to retake control, confident in the secret knowledge that his rival will never be allowed to return to the United States, and that all power eventually will be his and his alone. Luciano fumes. "Right now, you work for me, and I ain't in no mood to retire. Don't you ever let me hear this again, or I'll lose my temper." Genovese knows better than to force the issue. He remains silent. Moments later, he asks for a lift back to the hotel. "I had a car with a driver and I..."
No, it wasn't even that. Is the bottom line is that you're not going to incite my channel. You're not going to incite my chat room to anger and then play victim. I've watched it. I know a lot of you guys don't think that I don't sit here and I don't watch the chat. I do. I do watch it. I do see what goes on, but I allow you people to act like adults. You know, I allow you to fight your own battles and to act like adults. I'm not going to hinder your freedom of speech any more than I would hinder his. You know, and I watched it. We could be talking about ghosts and he'll bring up fucking Trump. And it's like, I don't know if he does it to intentionally piss people off, but it's like, I've watched it. I see what's going on. I ain't fucking stupid. I see it. You know? Yeah, it's his choice. It ain't, and I told him, I said, it's your fucking choice. Bye. That's your choice, dude. It's your fucking choice. You choose to incite anger in people and then run and play victim when they tell you to go fuck themselves. That's not how this game works, dude. You can't do that. Nobody wants to talk politics. Take that shit to another fucking room. And you know, and like you said, I'm fighting democracy. Nobody in Mob 2 wants to fight democracy. We don't give a fuck about democracy. It's blatantly apparent. We're not here to fight democracy. We're here to talk about gangsters. And in my channel, we're here to talk about everything but politics. Gangsters, ghosts, and everything in between. You know, very, very, very few times will I address the current state of our government. If I want to talk politics, I'll go to a political chat room. I will, I'll wait for Bill the Butcher to have one of his streams where he's talking about politics. I'm not educated enough in it to speak intelligently enough about the subject, so I try to avoid said subject. You know, I'll watch you guys and I'll get knowledge from you guys and I'll investigate, but like, it's not my cup of tea because one, I can't change it. I can't fix the current state of the United States government any more than you fuckers can. None of us can fix it. You can't fix it and I can't fix it. So why argue about it? Why come into chat rooms and argue about what a piece of shit Trump is or argue about how Joe Biden falls asleep at the wheel? Why argue about it? You're not fixing it. I'm not fixing it. You can't fix the situation. I'm not going to fix the situation. So why argue about it? We're stuck. That's just the way it is. Not much you can do. You want to fix things in your area? Vote locally. Vote locally. That's the only influence you have in politics, ladies and gentlemen, is to vote locally. And if that's not good enough for you, then I suggest you run for office yourself. That's my suggestion. Because sitting on YouTube in my chat room arguing about it isn't getting you anywhere. It ain't going to save democracy. Okay? Democracy's fucked. Let's just get that straight right now. Democracy's fucked. You know, I like the guy. I legitimately like the guy, and it just sucks that it came down to that him and the pettiness. Like, did you catch towards the end before I got off panel? Did you catch the little fucking shit he was saying? Did you catch it? I caught it, and that's when I jumped back on. Was like pettiness, motherfucker, pettiness. You're being fucking petty right now, basically insulting me without straight up insulting me. Oh, well, I'm not going to entertain going to troll and drama channels anymore, so I'm not going. No, bitch, you just called me a troll and drama channel without directly fucking saying it. Pettiness. You don't want to fight with me, but yet you make those stupid, petty little fucking comments. Like I'm not going to pick up on what you're saying. That passive-aggressive bullshit. Don't be passive-aggressive. Don't do it. Just fucking be straight. You don't want to come here because you thought that I should have silenced Roscoe over a dozen times yesterday? Sorry, I don't like muting people's microphones when they're talking because it makes me feel rude and it's embarrassing for that person. Because I know what it's like. I know what it's like to be on panel and be muted for no reason. It's embarrassing. And I'm not going to do that to somebody else. You know, and in fitness, you could sit there and say, oh, well, mute his mic, mute his mic. Have you ever been muted? Do you know how embarrassing that is? It's embarrassing. Why would I deliberately try to embarrass somebody else? It's not what I'm about. What's up, sis?
Oh, I've gotten used to, not only being muted, but kicked off mid-sentence. Square kicked me off panel mid-sentence the other day. Birds kicked me off mid-sentence. But I tried telling him the same thing. I started in chat over a month ago. Come to this political channel. Like if he didn't group me because I'm a white person or something, or in the country or down south, I'm always grouped in the southern people. But when he talks about like wanting to go off grid in the country of New York, and even his fitness shit, like his channel, I'm lazy. I don't exercise. I don't diet. But I can even put up with that. But being called names and being grouped, I just ugh.
Oh, but you called him names back.
I've tried.
You guys called,
and he can come back. You didn't want to take his wrench.
You guys
just stop calling us names. Like, he's more than welcome here. Just don't call anybody fucking names. Don't group people fucking together. Let's just have fun while we're in this group together. We're together. Right.
And I get it. He wants to fight
democracy. And you don't even know what xenophobic means. So it's like to call you that. I think that might be when you're against a religion. I don't even know. See, I'm like you. I don't know enough about politics to even talk about it. Don't give a fuck. I make my little world here. I need a farm. I need a tractor.
I looked it up. Yeah. It's a fucking goddamn PC new age fucking term. That's why you've never heard of it, because you're like me, not very PC. Dislike or prejudice against people from other countries. Basically, you're racist. Another word for racism. You don't like people from other countries. No, bitch. I don't like illegal immigrants. I don't like illegals from other countries. You're right. I don't. If that makes me a xenophobe,
I didn't even mind. I didn't even mind the nice illegals that were around. I used to, before Obama, they used to have, we called them, they're now called migrants now, but they were like illegal. And I would knock a door. I would knock their door. Yeah. And I would knock their door and they would see my badge and they'd think I'm, with like immigration. And I'm not. I'm selling them a vacuum cleaner. And when I go in, the house would then fill up once they got to know this is just some crazy white girl. I'm trying to sell us a cleaning product. they would fill the whole house. There'd be like 10 families in there, and they'd rotate going back and forth to Mexico or wherever. And it was great. And Obama messed that up because they made it where the farmers had to, the farmers couldn't let them live in one dwelling anymore. Every
Look,
family
I
had to
love
have a separate
migrant.
dwelling.
I don't mind
So I
migrant
didn't even
workers.
mind. I didn't even mind that. So it's
You know,
just
I'm
the
in Iowa.
craziness that's gotten out of hand.
Do you realize how many
Yeah, this
migrant
was in
workers
Michigan.
in my
This
town?
was
I'm
Indiana and
right,
Michigan.
I'm right down the street. I'm right down the street from a co-op. So I got lots of migrant Mexicans that work here during harvest time. Lots of them. They have housing here in my town from migrant workers. Landis, the big co-op does. I don't have a problem
Did
with
you
migrants.
notice how it went from like one dwelling to now they have like little trailer hut
Well, no, these
houses
are like
built? I don't
houses.
know.
These are like company houses that Landis owns, that the co-op owns for the migrant workers to stay in, and they have to rent them. Like they have to pay. They're not free. Like Landis
Right.
charges the migrants rent to live in those houses while they work there for the company. Like I said, I don't have a problem with immigrants. My
I don't
grandparents were
either.
immigrants. I have a problem with
I don't know
illegal
either.
immigrants. An illegal immigrant killed my son's girlfriend's cousin in Ames, in
Damn,
like Brooklyn, Iowa. Yeah, raped and killed her, left her in a cornfield. So,
that's crazy.
yeah, I don't like illegal immigrants. And I do have issues with Trump, but my issues, some of them personal, some of them are just his character. That doesn't mean he wasn't a bad president. I'm just saying,
I
like,
don't know.
character. I don't like his character. I don't like his
I
character.
I didn't like. Okay. Who was like? I don't even know who the president was before Obama, but he fucked up shit. And I
Um,
don't know if he's Republican or
Bush,
Democrat,
Bush,
but
Bush, Bush was the president
was it? So
before
wasn't he
Obama.
a Republican? He was a
Yes, I believe.
Republican too, and he fucked up
I
shit.
believe so.
So I
You know,
mean,
there's a pattern,
I don't
right?
get it.
And then that's another conspiracy thing. We know there's a pattern, right? I've noticed this at least since I've been an adult. Here's what happens. A Democrat gets in office, everybody bitches. Next year they vote Republican. Republican gets in office, everybody bitches. The next year they vote Democrat.
Oh yeah,
This is
yeah.
every
Oh
year. I guarantee you, this president's going to be Republican because people want to bitch that Biden sucks. Oh, the Democrat sucks. Now we're going to try Republican again. Then the Republican's going to suck, and then we're going to have a Democrat. This shit's been going on for years. This ain't nothing new.
Everything, man. I don't. I
It's a
wouldn't even
pattern.
see it as much
Fucking
as I
pattern.
do if it wouldn't hit my algorithm. And me being on your panel yesterday talking politics, now in my algorithm of what do we talk on Instagram? My Instagram has got freaking January 6th videos in its algorithm. I'm like, what the fuck? No, 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 stop. I did not come to Instagram for this shit. Like, what the fuck? The world sucks. I try to make my little world happy. And he'd be cool if he just didn't call us names and group us into things and just come in here and talk his New York. He lived on a farm for a few years and there's country in New York and off the grid shit. I want to be off the grid. I just need a tractor. Once I get a tractor, I'm done.
I want to wish somebody a special happy birthday. Raise your head. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Raise your head. Sorry.
He must have started following me from your channel. I don't know. Like, I wouldn't even recognize his name except for he commented on one of my videos. And then I saw him in your chat. So I don't know where I met him. But he didn't even hit my radar until I was over here. Might have gained a couple followers because of you.
Hey, a lot of people gain followers because of me.
I've been digging in the Cyrex bullshit, trying to find these receipts so I can prove this girl's a fucking pedo, fucking supporter.
Yeah. Okay.
And now my algorithm has all this shit in it, but I've been noticing I've been getting these new subscribers that I don't recognize. Do what?
They'd be called workhouses, right? Right? Feed them workhouses or bunkhouses. Is that what they'd be called back in the day? No, a lot of people have been getting subscribers because of me. Like fitness is now latched on to Steve.
Freedom, what
So
year
we'll see
was
how long
that?
lasts.
What year was that? Because after, I want to say, I know it was after Obama was in there. So it was after 2008. They had the
Well, he does like her.
separate
He
house.
does like her, and I have warned him. He does like her. I can't tell people who to like and not like. I mean, she's a likable person, but she's dangerous. She's fucking dangerous.
Who?
Dangerous.
What are we on? I thought we were talking about whatever
The
Freedom
world.
just said. Let's
She
go.
brought up Jen Bailey. She brought up Jen Bailey.
I don't even see that.
And are
comment
you
yet.
really disappointed? You got kicked off of Squares? Are you really disappointed? You got kicked off of Squares. I think I'm blocked on Squares.
I did. I'm disappointed I didn't get to finish my sentence because I was telling them super. Like I'm congratulating them on archives getting monetized, and it was like 300 members.
I've sent
The first premiere and do what?
I've sent my minions over there to ask for an interview, but I believe I'm blocked over in the Square Media verse. I believe I'm locked. Blocked. Believe I'm blocked.
I don't know.
Believe I'm
I
blocked.
don't know. I don't Discord.
Well, fitness isn't here anymore,
But-
and I don't have 700 people in my chat room. So what the fuck's going on? What the fuck's going on, people? What the fuck?
What do you mean you have 700 people blocked
I
in
said
your
I
chat?
don't have seven. I said I don't have 700 people in my chat room. Y'all were like, "Well, fitness is gone. Your shoot room will go." I'm waiting. Where are all these people? Fitness ain't here, and I like. What's
We've been dealing with fitness for like a couple months. It's not gonna. He's gonna be gone one day. You know what I mean? Like
Let me see you guys shit.
you see, Pam said she had to leave yesterday. She's here
Wow.
today. So I mean, just Jr. said he's not coming back till he's gone. Seth
Wow,
doesn't
he's
know that
gone,
he's
dude.
gone
He's gone.
yet. So,
He's gone.
but I mean, he didn't have to go. He just needed to stop calling people names and grouping us together and some shit we didn't even understand. Me and Bambi didn't understand, at least.
Oh,
She's Googling the
well,
definitions to teach me.
I don't appreciate you
I
calling.
couldn't
people
even
that
say
own-
the words.
I don't appreciate you calling gun owners pussies. I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate that. Like, I want people to have guns because I can't own one. I want my neighbors to have a shotgun. What if there's a fucking coyote in my backyard? You know where I'm going? I'm calling my neighbor and being like, "Hey, there's a coyote. Can you shoot it?"
Hey, you
know
you
what
can
I'm
get a
saying?
donkey and they'll keep all the coyotes away and foxes away. I didn't know a donkey
You
would
don't
do that.
understand, Mr. New York. You don't understand, Mr. New York. You want people with guns to protect maybe you don't need anybody to protect you, but I do. There's others
Yeah,
out there.
I'm not
fucking
fitness
people.
before 60, so there's no
No.
way I'm fighting anybody. I'm
not fighting
shit.
anybody.
I'm fighting to get out of bed.
Right?
I'm fighting to get out of bed. Shit.
No, I'm 44 years old. I'm not gonna go out and fight anybody. I'm a single mother. I go and fight somebody. I'm in a one-party state. First off, I go and fight. I get charged with a crime too. I get charged, and the person doing it gets charged. You can't go out and fight people in the street here. That's
I think
illegal.
we have to drag the people inside our house to get away with it. I think if it happens outside of our house, we better make sure they're inside before the cops get here. So I think that's what.
Exactly, Pam. I got mountain lions. Mountain lions.
What I was worried about is like the way people take advantage of your niceness. I was like, man, he's controlling this shit. Let her have fun. I didn't want to say anything. I kept shooting links in the chat, like go join the Littles Tuesday night political chat. My little family over there, the little family, Text T, has political shit live Tuesday night every week. Come be political with us. I will talk political with you then. And I do believe most of them are Trump lovers. So you would have your fighting for democracy at the same time as coming out with the facts that you say or whatever. I can't argue with it.
Fight with the whole fucking chat room. You will fight with the whole fucking chat room if they're Trump supporters.
That's fine. We even drop links. You can get on panel. It's great.
But Kirby,
one guy's from California. Little me's from California.
Yeah, but Kirby, how would you feel if your man cheated on you, Kirby? How would you feel?
What the fuck?
I knew where he was going with that. He was going with Trump with that.
I would still respect him, but I wouldn't trust him, and I would respect him as far as signing the divorce papers right now, and just get out of my life. And
yeah, bye.
Like even my daughter's dad has like kids by like 8 different women. I know that's exaggeration, but it's pretty damn close. And when my daughter went down there to meet him and hang out with him and get to know him, His girlfriend at the time, his new girlfriend, says, I'm the only mom that he doesn't bitch about. And it's because I respect him enough that I want you out of my life, that I don't want to make your life hell, because that includes me having to be involved in your life to make it hell. You know? So
Right?
I would respect my husband that cheated on me by signing the divorce papers and leaving him alone. But I wouldn't trust
Well,
him
you
enough
know,
to stay with
it was
him
leading up
for
to a
the rest of my
political
life.
thing. It was leading up because I know where it was going with that question. That's why I was like, oh, here we go. Because you were like, it's none of your business, my personal. It wasn't about you. Because the next thing he was going to well, Trump cheated on all 3 of his wives. That was the
I
next
just
thing he was going to say.
And who
It was
cares?
leading up to
Didn't
goddamn
Clinton wasn't Clinton a Democrat? Clinton slept with that
yes,
lady,
yes.
Monica Lewinsky or something. I don't
JFK
know.
cheated, and he was a Democrat. JFK
Jesus.
cheated, and he was a Democrat.
And he was impeached, but still ran his full term. And that was a
Yeah, I
Democrat that
mean,
wouldn't leave the White House. There we go.
I
I
just
wish I would
knew.
have thought of something. I just don't care.
I knew where that was going. He only asked that question when he's leading up to some fucking Trump bullshit.
And I'm
you
not a
know,
Trump supporter. I'm not a
I
Trump. I
know,
don't. Jesus.
know,
Keep getting. I
I
got
know.
called a Trump supporter on Steve's channel, and I was just like, before I'd even listened to the whole thing, I just listened. There's 2 lies about me, and I was like, you know what? I hopped on
Yeah.
Steve's panel and
When was this
Fitness
today?
had already left because I rewound it.
Oh,
I
okay.
rewound it, and I was going to record it and watch it.
Yeah, I stood up
And
for you.
I just
And I
clicked the
told you
link.
that he
I
was
just
your friend.
right. So before I even got into that deep of it, I just clicked the link after 2 lies about me. Well, he had already left panel by the time I clicked the link after doing all the rewinding and stuff. So then I finally went back. I took a nap because I've been sick all weekend. And I woke up and I turned it on and rewinded it. And I listened to it all. And I was like, okay, I'm getting blamed for all the shit. I see my name on there. Shitster. She's living up to her name. I'm getting blamed for all of it. But look at Bambi grow.
Yeah, I know.
She fucking stood up for herself.
Put up with it. It's bullshit, you know? And it's like, no, dude, I've watched you incite anger and incite bullshit in my chat room. I've watched it. I've sat here and watched. We'll be talking about ghosts and he'll throw in some stupid Trump comment. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. And he'll bring up some stupid political shit. And then he gets all offended because everybody gets mad and tells him to shut the fuck up.
I didn't know the grape farm. I'm sorry. See, I
know,
learned different shit in your chat too.
I know, me too.
I didn't
That's why
know
I
the
like
grape
I
farmers
enjoy
pushed
people
out
and you
the cows. I mean, you have people from all walks of life up in here, so I like to listen to it all, even the New Yorkers.
okay. Freedom of invention here.
I didn't want to stop
here.
your book reading, but it was too much to type.
No, you're fine. No, dude. We pause for intermissions and to talk about things. Now you're good. Yeah, you see what I'm talking about, right? I mean,
well, I've been watching it, and I've just been scared that
I know what's gonna happen. He's gonna do the same shit he did to my chat room to Steve's. You know that's where it's headed, right?
Well, Steve's is off the hook over there. He'll be all right. He'll be all right. Steve can handle himself. Steve, but you have like this heart on your sleeve. And you care so much. It's just like, it was like,
I don't care.
I don't know. I wanted to be the big sister. I am 46. I'll be the big sister.
Well, you know, it's about respect. You know, he wanted me to silence you and Roscoe, but he wants the freedom of speech to say whatever the fuck he wants.
And if he would have paid attention, why would he need to silence me? I hardly ever interrupted him. I rarely ever called him names, except for put a 1 in the chat if you think he's stupid or something. I'm
supposed to go back and look at my chat. I was supposed to go back and listen to my life today. Because apparently Roscoe, I promote bigotry and Zionism. Bigotry and Zionism.
I wouldn't even worry about it, Bambi, because we called him out on his racist stuff before Roscoe even got on panel.
Well, what racist
and
stuff?
You had a male gun dealer. You had a white woman that knows as much about politics as you, and then you had a
Jewish, Spanish lady.
Thank you, because I was like, I'm gonna get this politically incorrect. So, you
Lack
know,
of
you had
bigotry,
all
right?
three of these people, you know, try to tell him he was racist before Rocco even got. I just wouldn't even worry about it.
But
And
I'm the
I wouldn't
bigot.
even care if fitness comes back. Just fitness is going to get some shit at first till we get over the Trump crap, I'm sure.
Oh, I know.
But if he just leaves it alone and doesn't call us names and don't group us together in a few weeks, he'll be right in the bunch with us again on your new channel, because you know this one's about to get struck. You're about to
Why?
put your 2 week limit on your channel, baby.
Oh,
Time to go to channel number 20.
nah.
Yeah, they like to strike
Nah.
yours down.
Well, I'm being very, very choosy about what I do, and I'm not really in any battles with anybody. I'm not fighting with anybody that wants to like harass me, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with it. I don't need to be the center of someone's universe. You know what I'm saying? I can live the quiet, low level, which is what I'm doing right now. I'm on the down low. I'm low level. You know, I was up here. Now I'm back down here where I need to be. And I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. I don't need
Look at you
60
with your
people here to get
Thanksgiving dinner background.
it's Charlie
What are you
Brown.
doing
Look.
for Thanksgiving? Are you cooking?
Yeah, just me and my 3 kids this year. Not going anywhere. No one's coming over. It's just me. My oldest daughter's not coming over. It's just me and my 3 kids. It's gonna be a really quiet solitude. I'm gonna be hanging out with
My
you
daughter
guys.
wants to take pictures this year. I don't think I've done pictures with the family for 2 years, and it was on Thanksgiving. I think that's the
Yeah.
last time I was in pictures. But I'm supposed to
Yeah.
dress nice, so I guess she didn't like my purple long sleeve T-shirt in the last
I've
picture.
got to I've got to brine my turkey tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow I got to start brining it. Get it. I have a special bucket that the turkey goes into, and then I brine it for 2 days. Then we cook it. Then I
Oh,
cook
see,
it.
that's too much for me.
Oh, look what I'm making today. You're gonna love this.
I'd have to Google the word brine.
It's liquid. It's apple juice, orange peels, uh, peppercorn, rosemary, garlic cloves, brown sugar. Trying to think
You
something
know, a
else I'm
little bit
missing.
of rosemary goes a long way.
This is bay leaves, 5 garlic cloves, um, apple cider is what I use, and then I boil it. Then I cool it down. Then I put the turkey in it and brine it for 3 days. Oh, and a bunch of salt. Salt. Gotta have salt. Okay. Right now, in my wonderful slow cooker / pressure cooker, I've got some beautiful carne asada meat going. Oh yeah. Oh, sorry. Here you go. Oh yeah. It's gonna be amazing. I'm making some
Carne
shredded
asada.
beef. Yeah, I'm making some shredded beef tacos. I'm making tacos for dinner tonight. Shredded beef and ground beef tacos. That's what I'm making. So I'm making some shredded beef. Oh, it's gonna be so good. Yeah, see the
Huh.
mustache bears? Mustache bears.
Do you have different
Mustache bears.
seasoning in your shredded beef and your ground beef? Do you have different, is it
Yes,
taste
different
different, or is it
seasoning.
just different
Yeah.
texture?
I make a carne asada seasoning for the shredded beef, and the ground beef I use taco seasoning. 2 different seasonings
Okay,
altogether.
okay, I got it.
Like what's in the cooker right now, the pressure cooker. What's going on in there is you got
So your
vinegar,
shredded beef's gonna
you
be
got a little
like
bit of orange.
authentic Texas, and your
Yeah,
taco
like I said, I'm
seasoning's
making a
gonna
carne
be your
asada.
Taco Bell tacos. Gotcha.
Yes, taco. Yes, kid friendly tacos. Yes, dude, I would, man. They won't be done for another like 6 hours. It's been cooking since this morning. It's got a slow cook in the pressure cooker all day.
That's the only
And then I'm
thing I
gonna
miss
fry up
is
some
like
corn shells. I'm
eating
gonna
by
fry up some
myself.
corn
I miss
shells.
eating with my kid.
I eat by myself all the time, and nobody eats with me. The boys eat in the man cave. My daughter eats in her room. Like I said, I more or less live by myself, man. Like legit, I live by myself. Oh, nobody will eat it. No, I don't. I don't make that because my kids are so fucking picky. They don't eat it. Like my kids put ketchup on their ground beef tacos. Okay, so
Ew.
Yeah, they're really picky. Yeah, they're not very authentic. They're not very authentic.
I don't like the
around.
pico de gallo because I don't like onions.
Not very authentic. I don't like onions either,
No.
and I don't like peppers. And I'm not a real big tomato
No,
fan either.
I can
So,
handle the cilantro
real
and the
big.
pico de gallo, but
Oh, I gotta look and see. My Daily High Club box should be coming. It's probably gonna come
I
next
gotta
fucking week.
check work and I start
Piss me the
adulting. Check work and start adulting.
So what have I missed in the universe?
Yeah.
I've been busy. I've even been busy. I've just been real depressed. So like when I do my finish my life,
So
I
Moses
basically just
dropped a
die
new song,
afterwards.
that new song. Moses dropped that new song, but it's members only, so I don't want to say anything out loud. But he put
I'm
a
not a
video
member,
to
so I
it,
haven't seen.
and I think so. Whatever. It's Thanksgiving. Squares Giving. There we go. So each year we have a Squares Giving, and that'll be on Wednesday's show.
Mhm.
And I think he's gonna like premiere the song video then for the masses. And a lot of people are coming to Squares Giving. There's some new players. I forget the name of the one. You know, it's so many people to keep up with. I asked if Carrie was going, but nobody answered.
Yeah.
But
Daily High Club
once I
box is
find
coming
this shit,
today.
these fucking receipts and the Cyrax Nation bullshit to find out that Carrie. Okay, so Carrie supports a pedophile. Y'all know who Cyrax is? He's a pedophile. Anyways, Carrie
No, I
supports
know
the
who Cecil
motherfucker.
is.
So,
I don't know who
well,
Cyrex is, but I know who Cecil is.
Well, Carrie supports Cyrex by sending them gifts like coloring books and guitars and shit
Who's
like
Carrie?
that. And Carrie's
Who's
somebody that the Workyverse was gonna kick out, but she left right before they could give her the boot. She
I don't know who that
docks
is.
people, just a bunch of shit. Anyway, she's fucking insane. I feel like she went to an insane asylum, and that's why she was gone for so long. But she's back now, and she's making friends. And so I have to have receipts that Cyrex was called out for being a pedophile before she gave him gifts instead of the other way around, because her story is she gave him gifts. So, anyways. So I found out that he was called out a pedophile in April because that's when Kate catfished him. And when he got the guitar, it was like in August of that year, 2021. But everybody's videos are down because their channels have been hit or whatever struck. So I haven't got the original timestamp, and I'm trying to find in any of these videos if he says anything to say it instead of just the title of the video that was posted 2 years ago. So it's just, and then, so I'm in here digging for all this shit. This bitch gave him, he needed a new like clutch controller or something that is called the same for the game he plays as it does for a real car. And this bitch got him the real car part instead of a game play. So I'm finding out she supported him more than just the guitar and coloring books stuff. I'm finding a lot more shit out. But I don't have the exact timestamps. Or, okay, so, but if I don't find these receipts,
I can't get no.
I have to put up with her in chat, and she's going to be in your chat soon, and then I have to respect her in here, and I don't even go to a lot of the chat rooms.
My chat.
Wait, she'll be here.
No, don't say that, dude.
Yeah. Well, you won't know. She'll complain about our cancer, and you'll feel so sorry, and she'll ask you how you are, and you'll become best friends, and then the next thing I know, she's in your chat.
Hey, if the simp wants to donate to me instead of a pedophile, great. Right?
Hey, take your money. I'm just over it.
Like I said,
sometimes she'll block me, but then she'll get a new account.
Where are all these rich
just pay attention. Look for the name Carrie. Just look for the name Carrie in the chats. You'll see it.
Motherfuckers want to
You'll see her.
Pizza.
She's in working.
And I actually do content. You know. So yeah, nah. Like I'm saying, where's all the simps when I need them? I can't get anybody to donate to my fucking show, but pizza, fucking idiots are making fucking bank, and they're not even doing nothing. They're just sitting there being idiots.
It's insane. It's
I
insane,
guess I just
Bambi.
don't
These
have it. I
idiots.
guess I'm just not it. I guess I'm just not popular
It's
enough. I guess I just
crazy.
don't have the it factor. It's all
It's
right. I've always been
crazy.
the
The
underdog. That's
money.
fine. I'll always be the underdog.
I was
I'm good.
watching somebody's show yesterday, but it wasn't like
Oh,
it's
shit.
somebody with like a 700,000 subs or whatever. And somebody donated
Yeah.
them $1,000 Cash App. Do you know YouTube gets like 45% of that? You only gave them
Yeah.
650. I would have Cash App that bitch. Damn.
Yeah. Right.
$1,000 donation. $1,000.
Yeah.
Shit. I just want 100 of that.
No. Yeah. I know. Right. Right. I could use like $50 of
Crazy.
that right now. Right. I hear
Instead
you.
of us giving to like charity events, we give to YouTube channels. What's your
This is my
Cash App?
like right now is my slow time because of the holiday. Court cases and shit don't kick back off till after the first of the year. So this is like my slow time. I probably won't get a paycheck till probably February, more likely. Like legit.
Dang.
So, and
That's
that's
how it felt
okay.
all
I'm used
summer.
to it.
I
That's just the way
finally
the
trained
schedule.
somebody. I've been
Yeah.
using that in my pitch though. You know you want your carpets clean before the holidays? Let us come over today at 4:30. I use the holidays to my advantage.
Right. I can't because mine's all court cases. It don't work that way where I'm at. Mine's all lawyers.
I'm gonna get off of
I
here
don't.
and
I don't
fix breakfast and shit. Get ready for bed. Get ready for bed. Get ready for work. Out of bed.
right.
I haven't felt the pain since I've been on panels, so maybe it's going away.
Maybe.
I don't know what it is.
Possibly.
I've had cramps all weekend. Like, I mean,
That
bad
sucks.
cramps. Like, yeah, like if they aren't gone by tonight completely, I'm going to the ER.
That's not good.
Yeah,
So I'm
I
with
don't
a
know what it is.
candle.
I thought it was a reaction to taking Tylenol. I don't know.
Could be.
I don't know. It lasted too long. No, because I took the Tylenol
No,
like Saturday morning, like 5 a.m., 4 a.m. Saturday morning. And it's fucking Monday
yeah.
morning. It's been 48 hours. All right. Well, I'll be listening. I just want to say I'm proud of you for standing your ground. He took off. You
That's no
didn't kick
way.
him out.
Nope, he took off. I didn't kick him out. Have I kicked anybody?
Correct.
Well, I only kick off I only kick out really bad people. Like if you're a child groomer, like Jen Bailey, I'm kicking you the fuck out. If you're a sex offender, like SoFlo, you're kicked the fuck out. I don't want to entertain those kind of people, and I'm not going to make you guys entertain them. Why would I expect you guys to hang out with somebody I wouldn't? I wouldn't.
Well, I'm off of here, girl. You have a good day, and I'll be tuned.
You too. I'll be here playing my book. I guess my son came upstairs. I think he pulled one over on me. Fucking Tally looks good with the Charlie Brown Thanksgiving, doesn't he? Kind of sitting there in the background, like, what up? I think my son pulled one over on him. He comes upstairs after I tell him, well, you got to go to the doctor. He's like, oh, I'm feeling better. And I'm like, damn. I like Santini, dude. I do actually like the guy. I do like him. I like the fella. I do like him. I just don't appreciate the shit today. That's just some bullshit. You can't incite people to be angry at you and then play the victim. You can't do that. That's just some bullshit, man. What's up, MRH? I mean, am I wrong? If I'm wrong, I'll apologize. But I don't feel I'm wrong in this situation. I really don't. A motherfucker comes in here and incites people to be angry and then plays victim. You can't do that. I'm not a political chat room. I don't give a fuck about your I know he did, dude. He pulled one over on me. God damn it. He did a little fucking shit. It comes upstairs after I called down to the man cave and I'm like, I thought I was talking to my 20-year-old. And then no, it was my 13-year-old. And I'm like, you got to go to the doctor. He goes, well, I'm feeling better. I'm like, tough shit. You got to go to the doctor, 9:50. You're sick. You got to go to the fucking doctor. And he's like, so then he comes upstairs. I'm feeling fine now. I'm like, oh, so you could go to school. I go, you got to fucking go. So I'm canceling the doctor's appointment because my son's not sick. He's just a bullshitter. So, yeah, yeah. And those of you online that want to call me a bad mom and be like, oh, blah blah blah, make a big fight, big case over it. How many times did you guys as kids pull one over on your parents? Pretend you were sick when you weren't because you didn't want to go to school? I've done it. I've done it. It's that time of year. I'm depressed. How do I expect my kids not to be depressed? They miss their dad. How can they not be depressed? Don't blame them for not wanting to go to school. I mean, shit, I'm having a hard enough time just getting up to do YouTube. So, no, believe me, Muggsy, I noticed. I made a comment about it. All these people are going to come hang out, but I don't care. I don't care about numbers. I don't give a fuck about numbers. It ain't that important to me. They
Sent
want
him back,
they go hang out.
Luciano will recall.
Yes.
Naturally, I realized that he went away unhappy, but I didn't give a fuck. I knew there were enough guys on my side to keep him in line, so all that fat little bastard could do was dream. I'll tell you one thing, though. It wasn't easy to keep my hands off his fat throat. He'll never know how close he came to it. Lucky Luciano opens the Havana conference with a few jokes and words of greeting. He alludes to the fact that there has not been a boss of all bosses in the American mafia for more than 15 years. The job was once his for the taking, he reminds those in attendance, but in the name of a more united mafia family, he has long chosen not to accept the title. Times have changed. With the war now over, and the days of prohibition and bootlegging long gone, the Cosa Nostra, our thing, as the alliance of mafia families is also known, needs a single leader to guide its business.
No, it's not about
The members
it.
listen quietly, allowing Luciano his say.
No, it's not about him. He's all upset because of Roscoe. He's all mad because of Roscoe. He's all mad at Kirby. It's not about me. He's all butthurt. And that's fine. He chooses not to be here. I didn't kick him out. That is his decision. He chooses to. That's his choice.
The selection of a boss of all bosses and the decision about whether or not to become more active in the narcotics trade are two of the most important topics of these meetings. To Lucky Luciano's right sits his top lieutenant, the dapper Frank Costello. He has run the Luciano crime family during Lucky's time in prison, but has no intention of making that a permanent arrangement. Costello has been part of organized crime his entire life, working not just with Italian families, but also Jewish and Irish mobs. In addition to being handy with a gun, he has also worked closely with organized crime syndicates in New York, New Orleans, and Los Angeles on a number of illegal ventures focused around gambling, such as slot machines and horse racing. Costello's decade as head of the Luciano crime family during Lucky's imprisonment was a time of prosperity, and he was a popular leader. But Costello is not reluctant in the slightest to hand the reins of the family back to his boss. The Italian-born Francesco Costello is utterly loyal to Lucky Luciano. He is more than content to bear the trusted title of consigliere, that of counselor and advisor. To Luciano's left sits Meyer Lansky, the 44-year-old Russian-born Jewish mobster who also showed loyalty to Luciano throughout his many years in prison. It was Lansky who arranged the Havana conference and who dictates the business agenda. Based in Miami and known as the Little Man and the Mob's Accountant, the 5-foot-tall Lansky is the brains behind the National Crime Syndicate's cash flow. His specialty is managing the gambling operations, both legal and illegal, which have become such a huge source of revenue. Lansky has a particular fascination with Cuba. He not only enjoys the island's lifestyle and climate, but is intent on bringing a different sort of casino gaming to the island. Currently, gambling in Cuba often relies on sleight of hand by the dealer. Lansky knows that casual tourists might put their money down for such trickery, but big money gamblers who put thousands of dollars on a single bet will stay away. The players are looking for an honest game. Once mafia casinos are built, the mobster envisions a school here in Havana to train card dealers to be straight. Unlike the Italian bosses seated around the table, Lansky and the Jewish representative from New Orleans, Dandy Phil Castle, will not be allowed to vote on any issues presented this week because they are not members of the Unione Siciliana. But out of respect, they are allowed to speak their mind. Lansky, in particular, has something very urgent that needs to be discussed. The problem is his trusted childhood friend and fellow associate Jewish mobster, Benjamin Bugsy Siegel. Meyer Lansky has long supported Siegel's attempt to turn a dusty truck stop in southern Nevada into a destination resort focused around casinos. Nevada formally legalized gambling in 1931 as a budgetary remedy against the financial hardships of the Great Depression. Other states have forms of legalized betting, such as horse races and even bingo, but Nevada's decision to allow statewide gaming makes it the only state to mimic Cuba in its embrace of casinos. Thus far, Nevada has not seen enormous returns on this law due to its remote desert location. But the growth of air travel means potential gamblers no longer have to drive for days to roll the dice. That has caught the attention of Meyer Lansky. Las Vegas, as Bugsy Siegel's proposed gambling mecca is now known, is close to Los Angeles and is accessible to the glamorous Hollywood crowd. Using money borrowed from the mafia, Siegel is building a new resort casino known as the Flamingo. There, guests will be treated to the very best in entertainment and luxury at rock-bottom prices, knowing that gambling revenue will drive the profit margin. But Siegel has managed the construction poorly, and the mob's patience is being tested. Cost overruns have been enormous, inflating the original price from just over $1 million to almost $6 million. Siegel has gone outside the mafia to seek loans, effectively taking his business into the public realm. There are also disturbing rumors that Siegel is skimming money for his own enrichment. Siegel's mistress, Virginia Hill, has been seen flying to Switzerland.
What's up, Vicky? Just playing,
Nothing happened a lot.
killing the mob.
Yep.
On this Mob Monday.
That's
That's about it. Nothing too exciting.
Yeah.
Me and Santini got in a fight on Steve's show this morning.
Oh, who did?
About 3 o'clock this morning. Me and
Oh,
Santini
yeah.
out on Steve's show this morning.
Oh, really?
I'll be
Yeah.
right back. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'll tell you about it in a
To
minute.
deposit enormous sums in bank accounts. She also recently leased a Swiss apartment, leading some to speculate that Hill and Siegel are scheming to flee America. There was one thing everybody was sure of, Lucky Luciano will later recall. On them nights that Bugsy spent on the pillow with her, he spilled enough into her pink ear about the outfit and the top guys that could cause plenty of trouble. The logical thing was to get rid of her. The same holds true for Bugsy Siegel. Though most rooms at the Flamingo are unfinished, the casino is due to open in just 6 days. The mafia is growing impatient for a return on its investment, and though the day after Christmas
Okay,
is
Vicky.
considered the worst
Yeah.
possible time to open a new hotel
I
or
don't-
restaurant,
I don't really even know why I'm entertaining this. Did you hear anything yesterday from Roscoe? Any bigotry or any Zionism? Basically, you discriminate against somebody from another country because they're from another country. Did you hear any of that from Roscoe yesterday?
No, not that I remember. No. Nope.
Okay, because I basically accused me of encouraging bigotry and Zionism. Basically, you hate people from other countries, and it's like, no. So he won't be coming
yeah.
back here by his choice, not mine, his own choice. He's over there hanging
yeah.
out in Steve's, hiding out over
Yeah,
at Steve's.
Roscoe.
It's like, dude,
Yeah.
And I just fucking told him straight up. I was like, you can't do this. I go, you can't. I go, I've watched you for months come into the chat room
Yeah.
and incite bullshit. What's up,
Mm-hmm.
Steve? And incite bullshit. I don't care if the
Yep.
fucking shit he's saying about Trump's are facts or not. People don't
Mm-hmm.
want to hear it and they'll say it, knock it off, and he'll keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it daily. I've watched it daily.
Yeah.
And then he wants to say, oh, well, they called me names. Well, motherfucker, they told you they didn't want to fucking talk politics and you keep saying it. What do you expect?
Yeah.
You
Well,
know,
sometimes,
oh,
yeah. So sometimes I don't understand what he's saying, Roscoe, right? So,
yeah, me
you know,
either.
but I didn't, what I did hear, I didn't hear him say anything, I don't think anyway.
No, I mean, I stuck up for myself.
Yeah.
It's like, he's like, you didn't control your chat. You didn't control your panel. What, because I didn't mute Roscoe every fucking 5 seconds?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, maybe I didn't control my panel, like maybe I didn't control it like I should have. But you know what? What if you guys were toe to toe? How am I going to control you then? I'm sorry. I expect you all to act like adults and to work shit out yourself.
Yeah.
And like I told him, the only reason why I let him and Roscoe on panel was I was hoping they could work this shit out, but they didn't.
Yeah. No,
That was why I was hoping they could work their shit out.
Mm-hmm. So who's not coming in?
Roscoe's a nice
Roscoe is.
guy. He takes care of
Yeah.
his elderly fucking parents. He's a decent, nice fucking guy.
Yeah.
And like I was telling Steve, I go, that woman on panel he was referring to is our friend Purple.
Mm-hmm.
It was ridiculous. It was fucking ridiculous. And you're not going to fucking sit there and play victim and basically call me a bigot. And it even goes beyond that. Like he apologized. He's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, Steve. I'm sorry." And it's like, yeah, fine. Apologize for being a fucking jackass. But then he does this petty, passive aggressive shit on panel this morning. Oh
Yeah.
well, I'm not gonna go to chat rooms, where the people encourage bigotry. No, bitch, you just basically called me a bigot without fucking saying it.
Mm-hmm.
Don't fucking use that passive aggressive bullshit. And the only
Yeah.
reason why I didn't snap out was because it was Steve's panel. And I have enough respect for him not to act like a goddamn fool. But you know what? I'll act like a fucking fool on my fucking panel. You goddamn
Yeah.
right I will. This is my fucking panel. And if I want to fucking yell and scream and act like a fucking nutter, I will. But I'm not
Mm-hmm.
going to do it on someone else's.
Yeah.
But that was ridiculous, that passive aggressive petty bullshit. You're going to fucking
Yeah.
say you're sorry and then turn around and basically call me a bigot and say that I encourage racism and that I'm racist against people from other countries. My co-host is from Canada, you fucking knob.
Yeah.
My buddy
Yeah.
Steve's in fucking Spain. My friend Roscoe's in fucking Ireland. My friend in Scotland. My friend Deborah's in fucking Scotland. My buddy Westy's used to live in Ireland.
Mm-hmm.
I have lots of friends from other countries. Don't you ever say that I encourage yet entertain racism of people from other countries. That's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, it is.
Fucking
So Roscoe
ridiculous.
won't be back.
No, Fitness After 60 will be back by his choice.
Yeah. Mm.
Had nothing to do with Rottweiler or fucking anybody else. It had to do with Fitness being pissed off because I wouldn't silence Pam and I wouldn't silence Roscoe or anybody else on panel. I wouldn't silence.
Mm.
I let him have his freedom of speech. Why can't anybody else?
Mm.
And yeah, Roscoe does throw on a little bit, but you know what? Like I told him on Steve's panel, every time I muted him and asked, "Hey, Vicky, you got anything to say?" Nobody else wanted to say anything.
Yeah.
Can't fucking do that, boy. You cannot fucking try to gaslight. Don't fucking gaslight me. Fucking gaslighting bullshit, man. That's so not the fucking case. God. And again, he said he wasn't going to come to my chat room because I'm a drama chat room. Okay, Funny, all day today we do mob books and other content. We only do drama on Tuesdays. It's not even drama. On Tuesdays, we just laugh at all the idiots on YouTube. Not really drama. Fucking drama chat room. Get the fuck out. He goes to drama chat rooms. I know the fucking he's gonna call me a drama chat room. And he goes to lefties. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Call me a drama chat room. Shut up. Some bullshit.
Yeah.
Bugsy Siegel is eager to prove his brainchild a success. A late-night phone call from Las Vegas to Cuba after the opening will inform the conference about his progress. If the Flamingo is successful, every man in this room will cheer. If it is not, Bugsy Siegel will be killed. Next to Meyer Lansky sits Giuseppe Antonio Dotto, a.k.a. Joey Adonis. The seating choice is a display of power, reminding all in the room that Adonis is yet another intensely loyal follower of Lucky Luciano. In their teenage years, Luciano, Bugsy Siegel, Meyer Lansky, and Adonis ran their own bootlegging operation in Brooklyn. Like Luciano and Al Capone, Adonis once worked for mobster Frankie Yale. After Yale was assassinated in 1928, it was Adonis who took over the dead man's operation. Vain and fixated by mirrors, Adonis was once offered the chance to murder Lucky Luciano by a rival gang. Instead, he warned his boss about the hit. That display of loyalty has never been forgotten. The list of high-level mobsters continues down the length of the meeting room table. Joe Bonanno and Tommy Lucchese of New York, the up-and-coming 37-year-old Sam Giancana from Chicago, Carlos Marcello from New Orleans, Santo Trafficante from Tampa, and many others. But all eyes are on Lucky Luciano and Vito Genovese, who is seated next to Joey Adonis. "Charlie, pardon me if I interrupt," says hitman and alleged saboteur of the SS Normandy, Albert Anastasia, as Luciano is about to conclude his opening remarks. The trigger-happy mobster sits directly across from Vito Genovese, a man who wants him dead. Genovese has quietly been sounding out other mob leaders about a hit on Anastasia. But Mad Albert is unafraid and now takes it upon himself to crown Luciano as the boss of all bosses. "I want to say this in front before the meeting goes any further. For me, you are the big boss whether you like it or not. That's the way I look at it, and I would like to hear from anybody who don't feel the same way." Anastasia glares at Genovese, daring him to make a claim to the top spot. Silence fills the room. Luciano speaks up. "When I was in Italy, I heard about the trouble between Vito and Albert. I also heard some news about other guys who was trying to move in." The gangster then continues to speak for another hour, reminding everyone that their greatest enemy is jealousy. "In our kind of business, there's so much money to be made that nobody has the right to be jealous of anybody else." As planned, Luciano veers away from the rivalry, instead focusing on the mafia's future under his control. Many in this room are in favor of adding narcotics trafficking as a revenue source. Foremost among them is Vito Genovese, who has argued vigorously for a mafia business expansion into drugs. Heroin, for instance, is much easier to transport and has a much higher profit margin than the alcohol the mafia once smuggled during Prohibition. Another advantage to hard drugs is that they can be used to enslave and blackmail people. But Luciano is adamantly opposed to the narcotics traffic. "It had become clear to me that there was so much dough to be made in everything else we had. Why ruin it with the dangers of playing around with junk that would only bring the federal guys down on us?" he asked. "People wanted to gamble, we helped them gamble. They needed booze, cigarettes, and meat during the war, we took care of that. Sure, here and there we would squeeze some guys, but on the other hand, look at all the money we was putting in circulation just from other good businessmen buying our protection." There wasn't a politician or a cop who could hold on to none of the money we paid them off with. They spent it as soon as they got it, and that was very good for the American economy. Luciano looks to his left, directly into the eyes of Meyer Lansky. Both men burst out laughing, followed by everyone else in the room. But as the tension deflates, Lucky Luciano knows that he has lost the argument against drugs, and all because Vito Genovese quietly went from delegate to delegate before the meeting, lining up votes in favor of narcotics trafficking. Advantage, Genovese. Luciano knows better than to go against the majority, the loss. Ironically, he well knows that his name will become associated with narcotics once the mafia begins selling junk. As boss of all bosses, federal authorities will treat Luciano as the instigator of the drug trade. Thus, Luciano's attempt to return to America will be made even more difficult. Vito Genovese has engineered the whole drug thing to defeat the boss of all bosses. Knowing he has been defeated, Luciano sits back down. Frank Costello leans over. Charlie, don't hit your head against the wall. Vito rigged it before the meet started. Frank was right, Luciano will later remember. Vito won that round. But Vito Genovese is not finished. The time is 4 a.m. Lucky Luciano is going to bed after a long evening. The Flamingo has finally opened in Las Vegas on a cold and rainy night. Despite the presence of heavyweight entertainers Jimmy Durante, Xavier Cugat, and George Jessel, few guests made the journey across the desert from Hollywood for the grand opening. Bugsy Siegel only made matters worse, verbally threatening customers and even evicting one group. Siegel's fate is all but sealed. Meyer Lansky, in a desperate attempt to recoup the monies lost by the mafia and hoping to save the life of his good friend Bugsy, has persuaded Luciano and the other delegates to allow him a bit more time to come up with a last-ditch plan for saving the Flamingo. But the assassination clock is ticking. As the mob meeting in Havana comes to a close, Lucky Luciano is depressed. An old friend might soon be killed, and his organization might be out millions of dollars in Las Vegas. Luciano begins walking slowly from the gathering. But Vito Genovese intercepts him, asking if they might talk. He invites Luciano to his penthouse suite. The two men ride the elevator in silence. Immediately upon entering his room, Genovese bluntly informs Luciano, "I want half of Italy." "What are you talking about?" "I set up the whole thing in Europe," Genovese tells Luciano. "The black market, the truck routes to Germany, everything. It's waiting for you when you get back." "You're nuts, Vito. I ain't going back. I'm staying in Cuba." "I understand different," Genovese responds. "I heard that Washington knows you're in Havana, and they're putting the screws on those jerks in Cuba to get you thrown out. There's going to be so much heat that nobody can do nothing to help you. Charlie, you're going to have to get out of here and go back to Italy. By rights, everything over there is half mine, and I want it." Luciano's worst fears are confirmed. He is all but certain that Genovese has tipped off the U.S. government about his stay in Havana. "The dirty cock was trying to take me," Luciano will remember. "Vito figured he could muscle me out and finally get the last step up the ladder and be the boss of bosses." Luciano has a personal code of non-violence toward other members of the family. Such an honor violation could lead to a hit being called on him. But Lucky Luciano can't help himself. He now breaks his own rules. "I'd done something I've never done before," Luciano will recall. "I pushed him up against the wall and beat the living daylights out of him. He was a tough little prick, but I was bigger and a hell of a lot tougher. Besides, I was damn mad. I started to knock him around the room like he was a rubber ball. I didn't hit him in the face. I didn't want to mark him up. I just belted him in the guts and the kidneys, and when he fell down, I just started to kick him in the belly. And every shot I took with my fists and foot, I told him he was only a shit, and a son of a bitch and a dirty, rotten Neapolitan louse. Even worse, he was a fink American who turned on his own country like a fucking traitor. I beat him up so bad, he couldn't get out of his room for 3 days. Vito Genovese is diagnosed with 3 broken ribs and a fractured left arm. Under penalty of death, the hotel doctor is ordered by Luciano to say that Genovese slipped in the shower. The Havana conference has come to an end. But things have not ended for Genovese and Luciano. The date is February 23, 1947. Lucky Luciano is enjoying Saturday lunch in the Vedado section of Havana, just around the corner from the Hotel Nacional. Tipped off by Genovese, the American government is angered by Lucky's presence in Havana. Syndicated columnist Walter Winchell has published the mobster's whereabouts in the swank Havana suburb of Miramar, leading to magazines like Time and Newsweek publishing their own stories about the famous gangster. Soon, the United States demands that Luciano be deported from Cuba. However, the Cuban government ignores the command. Benito Herrera, head of Cuba's secret police, argues in favor of the island's sovereignty and refuses to arrest Luciano. Alfredo Pequeño, the Cuban Minister of the Interior, has even formally reminded the American embassy in Havana that Luciano is not currently doing anything illegal. But Lucky is nervous, unable to forget his recent confrontation with Vito Genovese. I couldn't shake the feeling I had about Vito blowing the whistle on me in Washington, he will later recall. Lucky Luciano's feeling is correct. It's been 2 months since the Havana Convention. Since its decision to enter the world of narcotics, the Mafia has moved quickly to import more heroin and other hard drugs into the United States. The director of the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, Harry Anslinger, believes Luciano's presence in Havana is the reason for the drug flow. The 54-year-old law enforcement official has held his job since 1930 and has waged a ferocious war on alcohol and cannabis, both seen as societal evils. Now he turns his focus to heroin. But Anslinger does not pursue suspects on an equal basis. He is openly racist, believing that drugs wrongfully encourage relations between blacks and whites. Even worse, it encourages racial parity. Reefer makes darkies think they're as good as white men, he has written. Anslinger also believes jazz musicians reek of filth and has arrested prominent stars like Louis Armstrong and Billie Holiday for alleged drug use, knowing the busts increase the prominence of his bureau, which competes with J. Edgar Hoover and the FBI for prestige. Like Hoover, the heavyset Anslinger has enjoyed close relationships with several presidents, allowing him to pursue a highly personal law enforcement agenda. Footnote: more than 40 years after Anslinger's death, that competition between the FBI and FBN is still evident. The website of the Drug Enforcement Agency, as Anslinger's FBN is now known, boasts that Anslinger was tracking the Mafia's drug activities long before the FBI even acknowledged that the mob existed in the United States. End footnote. Director Anslinger's disdain for jazz musicians and minorities is closely matched by his hatred for Italians and the Mafia, in particular for Lucky Luciano. Lucky, Anslinger will tell True magazine, is the largest single figure in the traffic of this drug contraband in America today. In fact, Harry Anslinger is obsessed with Lucky Luciano, seeing the mobster as the most high-profile suspect in his bureau's history. Anslinger is so consumed by Luciano that he will soon write a book about the boss, as he titles the unpublished work. Footnote: Anslinger's works remain unpublished. His papers are today held at the Harry Truman Library in Independence, Missouri. End footnote. So, despite Cuba's protection of the mobster, Anslinger refuses to back down. He meets personally with President Harry Truman, stating that the flow of drugs from Havana to the United States has profoundly increased in the last 2 months because of Lucky Luciano. Truman gives Anslinger the approval to do whatever necessary to remove Lucky Luciano from Cuba. The response is an embargo of all medicines from America. This means that patients in Havana hospitals will suffer and die. The Cuban government postures, announcing publicly that Lucky Luciano has nothing to do with the illicit flow of drugs into America. But the corrupt politicians can only hold out for so long. Finally, Cuba buckles to Anslinger and Truman. Cuban secret police arrest the gangster for drug trafficking. He is deported back to Italy, where he is thrown in prison upon landing in Genoa. Eventually, he is released, but Lucky Luciano will never again be a force in organized crime. Footnote: Lucky Luciano settled in Naples. He did not resume his life of crime and eventually ran low on money. He petitioned his old friends in New York for financial help, but they refused. End footnote. Yet Vito Genovese is still not the boss. It is Frank Costello who once again takes control of the Luciano crime family. But being a mafioso is a lifetime commitment, so Genovese is content to bide his time, awaiting the moment to strike. And when that moment comes, it will be vicious. Chapter 9. June 20th, 1947, Beverly Hills, California, 10:45 p.m. Bugsy Siegel is finally able to relax. It has been a grueling Friday, and the charismatic Jewish mobster is looking forward to a weekend of peace and quiet. Ben, as he likes to be called by his friends, flew in from Las Vegas just after midnight, then spent the day in meetings. He had dinner with film producer Alan Smiley at a fish restaurant south of Santa Monica. Now, the married Siegel, whose wife has just filed for divorce in Nevada, sits on the couch in his mistress's rented Beverly Hills mansion, reading the Los Angeles Times early edition. That mistress, the volatile red-headed Virginia Ginny Hill, flew to Paris several days ago. A few months back, Siegel hit the 30-year-old Alabama native so hard she required plastic surgery. Their relationship has not been the same since. Siegel believes Virginia Hill has traveled to France to select wines for his new casino, but that is not the case. For years, Ginny Hill has played the role of courtesan for the Chicago mob, unbeknownst to Siegel. A couple of weeks ago, a Chicago mobster suggested she get out of Los Angeles for a while. Hill left immediately. Also in the house with Bugsy Siegel and Alan Smiley are Ginny's brother Chuck and his girlfriend Jerry Mason. The two later testify that Bugsy seemed to be in good spirits while enjoying the rented pink 7-bedroom Moorish-style mansion. Troubles with his mistress and wife notwithstanding, life is finally settling down for the 41-year-old Siegel. His tremendous wealth and fondness for publicity have made the handsome, blue-eyed, nattily-attired mobster a regular fixture in New York and Los Angeles gossip columns. Taking the bold risk of developing the high-class Flamingo Hotel has only heightened Siegel's image as a charismatic gangster playboy. His appearance and mannerisms have become so recognizable to the American public that the Warner Brothers movie studio recently released a Looney Tunes cartoon in which Bugs Bunny briefly impersonates a mobster who looks and acts like Siegel. Footnote: Racketeer Rabbit was released on September 14, 1946. End
Wow,
footnote.
that's gangster.
But the truth about Bugsy Siegel is much darker than a cartoon.
Think about
He is
that.
prone to arrogance and streaks of rage.
Benny Siegel was so gangster. Warner Brothers, will you two stop it? Warner Brothers made a cartoon after him. Had Bugs Bunny impersonate him. That's gangster.
Born of poor Austro-Hungarian immigrants, Siegel began roaming the streets of New York as a child. He made his reputation in the youth gangs of Brooklyn, forming an alliance with Meyer Lansky at the age of 12. A hair-trigger temper and penchant for violence earned young Benjamin Siegel the name he would carry the rest of his life, that of Bugs, as in crazy as a bedbug. It is a name Siegel loathes, thus ensuring that no one calls him Bugs to his face. Together, Siegel and Lansky became the Bugs and Meyer gang, extorting pushcart vendors for protection money and otherwise competing with the Italian and Irish gangs for control of the street action. But those rivalries subsided as the two men grew older, and by their mid-20s, both were working in alliance with Lucky Luciano and the more powerful Italian families. In time, Bugsy Siegel establishes himself as a hitman, engaging in several famous murders. Although Siegel's actual number of hits is in question, it is known that he worked alongside killers like Albert Anastasia, Vito Genovese, and Luciano himself in the brutal world of Murder Incorporated. While developing the Flamingo, he even startles his construction supervisor by making a joke about mafia killings. When Del Webb blanches at the comment, Siegel calms him by stating, "Relax, we only murder our own." Though the Bugs and Meyer gang prospers enough for Siegel to own an apartment in Manhattan's Waldorf Astoria Hotel, his notoriety soon brings FBI scrutiny. So in 1936, at the suggestion of Meyer Lansky, Siegel moves to Los Angeles. The mob is expanding from its traditional bases in New York, Chicago, and Cleveland, and Siegel quickly acts to take control of West Coast mafia activity. Working in conjunction with Mickey Cohen, a 5-foot 5-inch former featherweight boxer and one-time enforcer for Al Capone in Chicago, Siegel oversees gambling, prostitution, off-track betting, and narcotics in California. A close friendship with famous actor George Raft, a fellow son of Jewish immigrant parents, allows Siegel to cultivate Hollywood. He soon pals around with actors Clark Gable, Gary Cooper, and Cary Grant. Siegel's fondness for excitement leads him to a number of ill-fated schemes, including one that would have sold arms to Italian dictator Benito Mussolini. But now, far-fetched scenarios are put aside. Bugsy Siegel's entire fortune hangs on the Flamingo Hotel. Casinos and hotels already existed in Las Vegas, beginning soon after the state legalized gaming in 1931. Among the first was a gambling-only joint called the Paradise Club. This was soon followed by accommodations like El Rancho Vegas and Last Frontier Hotel. Soon, the roadway connecting them became known as the Las Vegas Strip. And it was here that Bugsy Siegel envisioned his gambling mecca. He soon begins spending time in Las Vegas, dining with local politicians in order to curry favor. But Siegel's criminal past is too well known. His attempt to purchase a ramshackle casino named the El Cortez is denied by city officials. Then, Bugsy hears that a casino development led by Billy Wilkerson, founder of the Hollywood Reporter magazine, is just outside the city limits, but running short of funds. Masquerading as a potential investor, Siegel purchases a 2/3 stake in what will eventually become the Flamingo. Within a short period of time,
Sorry, let me pause the book. What's up?
Hey, I saw Steve was in the chat over here.
Yeah.
I know we spoke on his channel this morning. I don't even know how to say it. Listen, geez. Man, I'm kind of at a loss of words right now. Or lost for words. I hope you don't think that I was upset with you. Personally, as a person, I think you're a nice girl. You seem to, you're accepting of different people and different ideas.
Try to be.
Well, I see that as a good thing. It's the opposite of being closed-minded.
Appreciate
my-
that.
You're welcome.
I don't.
But,
I
you
don't
know,
want you mad at me. Like I
no,
told
no,
people,
no.
I appreciate. I like you. I like
No,
you as a
listen,
person. I like
listen.
you. I genuinely like you.
Look, listen. I'm not mad at you. Not at all. I was frustrated being on panel yesterday. You know, I told you we were over on Steve's yesterday morning, and I said, let me go make a cup of coffee, and I'll jump on your panel. Right? And we
Yeah,
were
I
having a
plan on
good.
having a good
Right.
conversation.
Right.
I did.
We were having a good conversation. Right. And we weren't talking about politics either. Not that I
Yeah,
recall.
normal
Not
shit. We were talking about normal.
right. Okay. And then a couple of girls, a couple of ladies jumped on panel. You know, I actually like Purple. You know, she's reasonable. She's calm. The other lady, you know, not everybody's going to like each other. I don't care for her. She jumped on panel and started yelling and screaming, and I thought she was going to have a nervous breakdown, quite frankly. And then there was, I don't remember the names. I don't really pay attention,
I
you
don't
know.
expect all to have to
Yeah.
like each other.
Right. And
I
then
don't
the guy,
expect any of you. I
right.
don't. I don't. I don't expect any of you to have to like each other. I just expect general respect and commonality. You know.
And then the guy comes on the panel. I don't know what his name was. The gun dealer. And
Jr.
he and I yeah,
Jr.
he and I started going, yeah, okay, he and I started going at it. You know, look, people having differing opinions is natural and it's normal. Nobody's going to agree with each other on everything, right? And you know, I wanted to
Right.
apologize to you on your platform for, you know, putting myself well, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm kind of at a loss for words here. For engaging the way that I did. You know, it takes two to tango, right?
It does.
So there's no argument unless there's two people arguing, right? Well, I engaged. I shouldn't have. What
It's
really
funny you said
frustrated
that.
me, well, it's the truth. I mean, you know, when I'm
No,
arguing with my girlfriend, well, actually, I try not to argue with her. I just let her rant and rave. And if it gets too hot, I leave the house for a little while and I come back, and then everything is fine.
we
You know
talked
what I'm
about
saying?
that. And we talked about it on Steve's panel. That's why I said it's funny you said that because we talked about that yesterday on Steve's panel about how remember I said I used to tell my husband don't argue with me because I'll just keep going. I go if you don't have anything to argue back with, I can't keep going. I can't
Right.
keep
And then
you if you don't say something back to me. I'll run out of things to say eventually.
right. And then the other reality is the way I see it, you know, you come on a panel and you start arguing with a woman. It's a no-win
Oh my
proposition.
gosh, sorry. No, please continue. I'm muted because my dogs are barking. Please continue.
No, just do what you got to do. I'll wait till you come back.
No, I'm not going. No. I'm here. I'm
Oh,
not going
okay.
nowhere. My dogs were barking, so I muted. I said, I'm sorry because my dogs were barking. Please.
All right, it doesn't bother me. But anyway, I lost my train of thought now. Where were we? Oh, you know, arguing with women on a panel is a no-win proposition. You know, they can call you the most disgusting things and threaten to kill you. But if you respond unkindly in any way, shape, or form, now you're seen as this woman beater or a bully or whatever. It's just not, you know, I don't want to come on a panel and argue with people. You come on a panel, you want to have a conversation. You know, whatever the subject matter is, have a conversation, and that's it. You know, I guess my frustration yesterday was when Roscoe came on the panel, I knew what was going to happen because the same thing happened the day before. He just won't shut up. I will give this guy credit for this. I have never heard somebody be able to talk nonstop for 8 hours straight. Never seen that before. So I'm serious.
Vicky said the same thing I said. Vicky said she didn't understand half of what he was saying. She said the same thing. So when you said that he was saying bigot and Zion. Like I didn't even know what Zionophobia was, and I had to look it up. I didn't catch that. I didn't hear any of that
Well,
because, like I said, half the time me and Vicky don't even. I can't understand him because his accent's so thick, and it's nothing
Yeah.
personal with him. It's just I'm not used to the accent. I don't understand it yet. I haven't spoken with him enough to understand what he's saying, and it's nothing
well,
personal.
I don't
So
understand.
if
I
you
don't
caught
understand.
something I didn't, please explain.
I don't understand 90% of what he's saying. But what a xenophobe is, a xenophobe is somebody like that doesn't like people from other countries. Like for instance, when Sly ran off the panel and she said something to the effect of, "Who are you?" to this guy Henry from the UK. "Who are you to talk about American politics?" That can be taken as a xenophobic statement. You know what I'm
Oh, okay.
saying?
Well, I don't use PC terms. I don't do that PC shit. It's if you don't like somebody from another country, you're racist. It's just straight up racism. I
Well,
don't use fancy words.
xenophobia is not a politically correct term.
It's not
It's the
okay.
term.
Well,
No.
new age term. Because that term didn't exist in the '90s. I'll tell you that. Or at least not anywhere I've ever heard.
Well, you probably just it did. I don't know
Hey,
when the word
hey,
originated or its actual origins, but you probably just haven't heard it much
do you know what a
until
xenophobe
about.
is? You guys are smart. Xenophobe?
All right. You know what a xenomorph is, right?
No,
From Alien.
no, xenophobe.
I
Phobia.
know, no,
No,
you know what a xenomorph is from Alien, right?
no.
Right.
The alien from Alien.
That's what it's called.
They're
Okay.
called xenomorphs.
Okay.
The prefix xeno means alien. So
Ah.
xenophobic doesn't mean that you don't like actual aliens. It means that you don't like anyone that's
Alien
not
to your
Well, the
alien to your
definition
country.
says you
Alien.
don't like people from other countries.
Yeah.
Okay. I've never heard that term until today. That's why I was like, have you heard of that term?
Well, hold on.
Ask your son now what. Ask your son now what a bigot is. Ask him to define the word bigot.
He's like, I don't know, and walked away. I don't think he wants to get into conversation. I don't know.
All right.
But I've never heard of that word until today. That's why I was like, xenophobe. What the hell was that? I figured it was some sort of new age PC term.
It
is. I know it's a new age. I figured because I'm like, that term did not exist in the 90s.
No, because if you get down to it, the term xenophobe is racist in itself because you're calling them fucking aliens.
Oh, I didn't think of it that way. Okay.
Is that
Because none of
purple
us
on the
think about it
stage?
that way. They're all a bunch of racists. Okay, the people talking about racism the most are always the biggest racists because they rather people be. They divide everyone by race. Okay.
Gotcha.
So they're more racist than actual racists.
I didn't think that was
Hello.
possible.
Thank you very much, sir. Have a good
That
day.
makes sense?
Thank you. Oh, yeah. Take that, sir. Thank you. Ciao.
Well, that's just the mind of our youth. I mean,
No, it's fucking not.
you're 20. You're like in your 20s. You're younger than we are. So it's like your opinions do matter because you're younger than us. How you see the world does matter.
No. I see the world how it really is. Everyone else sees it in these different lenses called opinion.
Oh, is that how it is?
Yeah.
Is that how it is? That's
Is
how the world
purple
works.
is purple on the panel right now?
Yes, she is. She is. And I don't think she came up to fight. I don't.
No.
think she's-
Listen. I did catch some of what she was saying on Steve's this morning. She said that I said two lies, and I believe I know what she's talking about. Number one, I think I may have been wrong that she left the panel when Henry came on. She might have left a moment before he came on. That could be one. And I do know the other is that I was assuming that she was a Trump supporter. And Purple, I apologize for that. But the reason why I assumed you were a Trump supporter, I'm not trying to talk about politics. I just have to mention this, though, because
Go ahead.
of our discussion with January 6th and what happened that day. Right? That's not the position that you have that a Biden supporter would have. So I assumed you were a Trump supporter. I understand that you're not. So I apologize to you.
I'm so glad you.
Yeah,
came
it's
on.
just you weren't like engaging. It's just every time if we have any difference of opinion about Trump, we automatically are sucking Biden's dick. Or because we read this newspaper, we're all grouped into this category of KKK members. And I don't know what word you use, but it's always a group. If you want your gun rights, it's because you're scared. You know, it's like, I don't
you're a
care if I have
pussy.
my gun rights or not, but I know people that have lost rights. I know people that are glad. Like, why am I grouped with? It's so much grouping and name calling, and
It
it just
is.
was for so long.
It is. You know what? On the flip, when you flip the coin over, I'm grouped with the liberals and the Democrats. Automatically, everybody assumes I'm a liberal and I'm a Democrat and I'm a Biden supporter, and I've expressed multiple times I'm not. So,
You're the one that
let me
brings it
put you in
up.
this aspect.
You bring it up
Fitness.
every day. Every day.
well,
Let me hold on.
well,
I just realized something that I didn't think about earlier until today, till just now. You take for granted a right that I no longer have. Did you realize that, Fitness? You take for granted a right that I no longer have. I no longer have my Second Amendment right. You do. You should be glad you have that. I mean, really, you don't have to exercise it, but be glad you have that right. I don't have that right anymore.
But you can get your right.
I know. Yeah, but I have to pay like $2,500 to do it. I'm just saying I don't have the right to carry arms. He does. That's a right that he has.
okay. But I should carry a gun for what reason? For what reason?
Whatever reason you want. If you don't want to, then that's the reason you have to not carry one. So there's your reason, and we can all live peacefully. How you don't want to carry a gun, and Bambi wishes she could.
Okay, cool.
And then we've got gun selling people that love
Yeah, it's Kim
helping
Reynolds.
people out with their rights. It all works out. It all works out. If I wanted my gun rights and wanted to use them, I would go to a gun right state where I could use them. If I didn't want to use them and I didn't want them to be, then I'd go to that. That's our right. And you can
Yes.
I'm just saying, like,
you
I was just
cannot use
saying,
your gun rights,
you know,
and
it's a
we
right.
can respect
A lot
you
of
for
rights
not
people take
using
for
your gun
granted.
rights. But that doesn't mean we're scared if we do use our gun rights.
Yeah, I respect that.
Well, you know, I just find, listen, let me say it this way. I mentioned this yesterday. I'm not against people carrying guns and owning guns. I have an issue with people owning, walking around, even worse, with semi-automatic assault rifles, but I'm not against guns. I just
And yet
find
you don't know who Antifa is, but they walk around with those whatever AK-50. What is the big thing? AR-15s.
I don't know
What's
what
the
it is.
big thing in the? So
the
it's like
the
they
most the
carry them
most
around.
I think
the most common gun that's used,
AR-15. There we go.
the most common semi-automatic weapon that's used in the mass shootings is the AR-15.
damn it.
But you know, I just
See,
find it
I
when
just
somebody,
it doesn't
I-
matter. Like I couldn't kill a deer with that, so
no,
I don't even have a
exactly,
purpose for it.
exactly. So you know, I
So,
just find
they wear them with their masked up stuff, Antifa, resist, all this stuff on these.
Hold on. Who walks
Like
around
the
with
Summer of
assault
Love,
rifles?
the Summer of Love, with all
Where's
that.
this happening at? Where is this happening at? Where pedestrians are walking around with AR-15s? Where's this happening at?
jeez,
All
No, I'm
over.
saying, where's
All
this
over.
happening at? I've never seen anybody walking down the street with an AK.
Would have been able
I've
to
never
do
seen
up
that.
until
I might have said the wrong
I've
gun.
never
The
seen anybody
AR-15
walking
is
around
one
with
of
an AR.
Well, come to
listen,
Washington,
I'm just
D.C.
saying I've never seen
Come
that.
to
I've
Washington, D.C.
walking around with
Come to
rifles.
D.C.
Okay, well,
listen,
Spend
I
2 days in D.C.
I'm just
You'll
saying,
see everything.
listen,
Just come 2 days. Come to a weekend in D.C. You'll get to explore all of it. A weekend in D.C.
I have a friend who's a cable installer.
What's that mean?
So
Well, hold on. My son says this is why you see people walking around with rifles. Why?
no, I'm saying the reason why you don't see that in Iowa is because we're a permitless carry state. Okay, so
Wouldn't that mean more people carrying guns?
so anyone can carry a gun, right? But now it has to be concealed. Before you have to have a concealed carry weapons permit. Okay, now you don't. Now, but you have to have your guns concealed. Okay.
Okay. So in Iowa, you have to. They want you to hide your guns.
No. Okay. So beforehand, you needed a permit to be able to conceal carry. Otherwise,
Yeah, it was illegal. You can't
only carry them out in the open, right?
Or unless you're like a security guard or an officer, then you can
Well,
have it.
once we became a permitless carry state, aka anyone can carry.
Hey, Mikey.
Without a concealed carry permit, right? It means you have to have your guns concealed. Okay. You have to have them concealed.
But I'm saying even before that law, I've never seen anybody walking around with rifles walking down the street, in downtown Des Moines. I've never seen anybody walking around with shotguns or rifles in downtown Des Moines. How about you, Darwin? Have you been to have you ever seen that? And they walk around with
Hey,
shotguns and rifles.
here's one that
Walking around
made it. Here's one that made it to the news. You heard of Kyle Rittenhouse?
Yeah.
I
Have
mean,
you heard
that's
of Kyle
happening in DC.
Rittenhouse?
That's crazy.
Yes.
That's
That
scary.
wasn't DC. That was like Washington State or somewhere up there. Somewhere. This is how politically correct I am. But he had
I've never
a shotgun or a rifle or whatever you want to call it, one of those
AR
long barrel things. It wasn't concealed. It
I'm
was
not
out
saying
in
it
the
doesn't
open.
happen.
It was
I'm just
an
saying I've never seen
AR-15. It was an AR-15, and that's what he used to kill one or two people. It was.
Yeah, two people that were
I'm
bad
just
that were
saying
trying to kill
more
him.
people were walking around with fucking AR-15. You think it'd be more newsworthy? You think it'd be all over the news if all these people were walking around with AR-15s down the sidewalk? You think I would notice that? That would be an issue for me. I think more people would notice that if like you had a group of people walking around with AR-15s in major capitals and cities and shit. I think that would be noticeable.
I seen it
And I would
also in
think the news
Texas. Texas is another place I saw it. I was in
What happened?
the Fort Worth,
when
Dallas
Black
area.
Panthers- Look what happened when the Black Panthers were walking around with shotguns. Look what happened. It was all over the national news and they were labeled terrorists. So I would think if people were walking around with AR-15,
That's because they're black. That's because they're black. If a group of black men is walking, if a group of black men is protesting somewhere, like there was I don't know where it was. It was a couple of years ago. Excuse me, I got food in my mouth. I'm eating. I'm very hungry. There was a group of white men who were protesting outside of an FBI office somewhere. I don't know what state it was in, with their AR-15s. If a group of black men would had done that, they would have been shot. It's okay for a group of white men to have the AR-15s out in public.
No. See, there we go. Because
Why
all
are
right,
people walking around with
okay, the news will put on the news puts it on for their narrative. Because I've seen it. It just isn't put on the news because the news has a narrative. That's why aren't supposed to watch the news. They only put Kyle Rittenhouse out there to put him out as a bad person when he was actually there saving people's lives.
Look, let me just
He
say
was
this.
getting
What's
killed.
the reason?
Let me say this. Everybody lives their life the way they want. The way I
They
live
were
my
having
life,
the summer of love. Antifa was.
the way I
They took over cities. They've made it where police couldn't even come. They would call it their own little. I forget.
Really?
See, I'm not political enough to argue about this, but they had like this chop shop that was taken down in Portland that was Antifa run and no cops allowed in the area. They finally took it down. Like this is going on all over the news.
Did they take over the city, or did the cops allow them to take over the city? For instance, Kensington.
Well, when the cops aren't being paid enough and a lot of them aren't back on the force and stuff like that, there isn't enough cops to outnumber the ones that took over that little chop shop or whatever it's called, that little few block area that they call chop shop or something.
I was going to bring this up the other day, but didn't get the chance. Fitness, like legit. This is what happened in Des Moines. First night of the riots. First fucking night of the riots. Like what, 3 years ago? In the Black Lives Matter thing. The first fucking nights. It was a
Summer of love.
A buddy of mine goes, hey, can you run me over to Douglas Avenue to this apartment? I said, sure. So we get in my car. Me and two other people go with us. We get to this apartment. And this is what I see. And I'm thinking, oh, people are just hanging out. No big deal. There are hundreds of black people. Not white, black. I'm a white girl. Hundreds of black people walking around in the streets on Douglas Avenue or Millhay Road. This is right before they set the mall on fire. Hundreds walking around, music playing. It was like a big party.
Were they protesting? Were they protesting the shooting of another unarmed black man?
It was the George Floyd protest. The Summer of Love. George Floyd protest.
It was a fucking party. Here's what happened.
Well,
I'm sitting there and I see a SWAT van, right? See a Des Moines police van. I see a Des Moines police car. And the cops are just sitting in their vehicles. And I'm thinking, Jesus Christ, any one of these motherfuckers, if they wanted to pull me out of my car and rape and kill me right now, they could have. And the cops ain't going to do a fucking thing. Those cops sat there and watched hundreds of black people do whatever the fuck they wanted. And I watched.
Well, speaking of George Floyd.
Even realized I was right until I got home. I got home, turned on the news, and they're like, "Oh, a riot!" And I'm like, "I was in a riot. That was a riot." Well, then 4 days later, they set the mall on fire, like a block over. So I mean, the first night of the riots in Iowa, I don't consider it a riot. They were just a bunch of black people hanging out, talking, playing music. It's like a big fucking party. It was ridiculous. But the cops didn't do a fucking thing. And I mean, do you realize how scary that is to realize that a crime could have been committed against you and the cops wouldn't do a fucking thing? I mean, do you have any idea what that's like? And I did. I sat in my car. I mean, I was safe. I knew I was safe. But I mean, in a second, if any one of those black fellas wanted to pull me out of my car and rape me, the cops wouldn't have done a fucking thing. Cops wouldn't have done anything. They sat in their cars and watched it. It was crazy. I've never seen anything like it.
Well, speaking of George Floyd,
Blocking traffic. The cops did nothing.
I was wondering what the consensus is here on the panel with, is everybody in agreement that George Floyd was murdered by that police officer or those police officers?
Refresh my memory. George Floyd again. There's been so many, and I don't mean
He
to
was
sound
the guy.
rude when I say
He
that.
was the guy in Minneapolis who had gone into a convenience store, gave them a counterfeit $20 bill, came out, was sitting in his car. I guess he was sleeping. I believe there was a passenger in the car. The police came. He had actually had a confrontation with this cop before.
So I just got a phone call and missed that whole thing. The consensus on the panel are, and then go ahead again because my phone was ringing.
George Floyd. You tell me who George Floyd is. Refresh my memory on who
Do you
George
believe
Floyd
George Floyd was murdered by that police
was
officer?
he the one on the phone with his girlfriend?
Yes.
Was he on the one on the phone
Calvin.
with his girlfriend?
Two.
Was that the
I
guy on the
believe
one on the
that
phone with
the
his
movement that raised all that money in the voice of George Floyd, should have given it to the family.
I don't know.
Because the family was still living in poverty, but yet the leaders of the movement were buying mansions.
What did the evidence
and
say?
they've invested.
What did the
Purple, that
evidence
wasn't Purple.
What
That wasn't
did
the
the evidence
question.
say?
Purple. The question is.
What did the
it-
evidence
it's-
say?
The question
that's all
is.
I
It's a
care
yes or no answer. Do you believe that what was his name? Derek Chauvin, the police officer with his neck on. I mean, his
I
knee on his neck.
believe that
Did he
they
murder him?
need better
that
training.
guy?
No,
I
no, no, no.
believe they
guilty
need
as
better
fuck.
training. It's not a yes or no.
Derek
The
Chauvin is
motherfucker was a
guilty as
thug
fuck.
that was
Derek
let out,
Chauvin is
that was on a
guilty as
speedball.
fuck.
Okay, so the police are
Derek
He was
supposed to render
Chauvin is
he was
justice
doing a
now.
guilty
speedball. He
as
was ripping
fuck.
other people off and stuff. I believe that he OD'd, but I also believe that the police need better training, and that wouldn't have happened like it happened either.
Derek Chauvin is
So
guilty
then I'm
as
saying,
fuck.
I'm taking that you're saying no, that he was not
guilty
murdered.
as fuck.
I didn't say that. I didn't say
Derek
that. I said he
Chauvin
died as an
guilty as fuck.
OD. Look at the obituary. He OD'd. The
guy
guy's
was
knee wasn't on
suffocated.
the freaking neck. It was on the shoulder where they're trained. They need better training.
Okay, but did he murder
He
him?
was fighting the cops. He was having an OD. He was fighting the cops in the cop
Okay.
car, and he was a big guy. He was fighting the cops in the cop car. They said that he wouldn't go in. Then when he was in, he wanted to come out. He came out, and then the other guy came around and did what he did. And they should have had better training for that shit. But the coroner says he died from ODing.
Okay, well, that's your opinion.
I don't think any of that. If they wouldn't have let him out to begin with, so he could do some fucked up shit again, then it wouldn't have ever happened. He'd be still alive in jail.
Okay, that was your opinion. I heard you. I disagree, and I'd like to add this.
Let me tell you this.
Can I add this?
My husband
Can I
was
add
a
this?
trained federal officer. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't think you're aware of the fact that
No, go ahead.
Derek Chauvin had it run-in with George Floyd prior to this incident when he was off duty working as like a bouncer at a club someplace. Okay, so he knew George Floyd before that
A lot of police officers have had a run-in. He was let out 1 million times. He was robbing, or he was using Confederate money. He was dealing drugs. He fucking ate his drugs, and he OD'd.
Okay, so the fact of the matter is that, yeah, absolutely.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, my husband, who was a trained officer, I asked him, I go, do you think the guy's guilty? Derek Chauvin, he goes, he's guilty as fuck. He goes, he is guilty as fuck.
The
he was a
police are
trained
supposed
officer
to.
saying that against
The
another
police are supposed to arrest the subject, the perpetrator, and the judge is supposed to render justice. That day, the police officers rendered justice, and they gave him capital punishment, murder.
He
death.
said, you are not trained.
Well,
That is
the
not
judges
how
should
you
have
are
rendered him
trained.
justice and made him guilty of all the other charges and spent more time in jail so he'd have learned his lessons or never been out free to do what he was doing.
Okay, that's your
Like he
opinion. I got
fought
you.
the cops. He fought the cops. If you watch the body cam footage, he fought the cops to the car. He fought the cops in the car. They had to call more cops to come. That's when this other Derek Chauvin came. If they had better training, they would have never had to
I agree.
involve that
Was,
Chauvin
was it
guy. And
intentional?
if they did better
We don't know.
justice in the damn courtroom, he wouldn't be on the streets fucking over people again to have the cops called to have that shit happen where he has to eat his drugs
Only
and fight
Derek
the cops.
Chauvin knows. Only Derek Chauvin knows if it's intentional. Only he knows. But like my husband said, my husband had said that you are not trained. What he did, that is not standard procedure. You do not act like that. You do not do that. You do not that is not how you detain a suspect. Do I
Well,
think
see,
it was
then the
intentional?
Texas police that I talked to, they do have a training class where they put the knee on the back of the shoulder blade,
He had that on his
like
neck.
right there.
He had it on
It
his
wasn't
neck.
quite on his neck. It was the nape of his neck, but
Okay.
still.
Okay. All right.
He already said he couldn't breathe before that Chauvin guy got there. He was saying he couldn't breathe when they were trying to shove him in the car.
All right.
He was ODing on the speedball
At
of
the
shit
very
he ate
least,
to get rid
Well,
of
at the
because of
very
the
least,
$20 counterfeit film. Oh,
Purple, do you believe in our
I
justice?
no,
Do you
I
believe
don't
in our
care.
justice
I don't
system?
care. It's
no, I don't. I don't.
Well,
Motherfuckers get let go all the time, but then
officers. I'll
somebody will
be
sit in
honest
there
with
for
you.
10 years for weed.
Do you realize how many
well,
criminals fake
I believe.
injuries? Do you realize how many criminals fake injuries and feign seizures and pretend that they're sick to get out of charges and to garner sympathy? If every cop
They don't
believed
even have
every
to do
cop,
that anymore. They don't even have to do that
it's
anymore.
ridiculous.
They just get let go.
I'm not that I'm a big cop lover, but I feel sympathy for cops. They have the worst fucking job on the planet. Police have the worst job on the planet. They are dealing with the worst of society every single fucking day.
And
Every
then they
day
get
they're going out
judged
their
if
job.
they do.
Pursuing the
Yep.
lives.
hmm
Oh,
And then
people traffic
during that summer of
stop.
love and
The
all the,
motherfucker's gonna lie.
and then also
I have
when the
sympathy
police,
for cops. Yep.
yes, because then with the summer of love, it got super dangerous. Then their government isn't backing them. Then they're forced to take a shot. So half of them quit, the good
But
ones do.
they choose
Now
to
they're
be
just
cops.
left with bad ones. It's crazy, man. It's a horrible job. Half my family was like either police officers or in the medical field, military, something like that. And it's
Nobody,
just crazy.
nobody put a gun to their head and made them become
I asked.
police officers, and they can quit anytime they want.
I talked to a
And that's why there's
I
not
talked
very
to a
many good ones
retired cop
left.
in Maryland. Okay. I talked to a retired cop in Maryland and I said, with all the strict psychiatric, everything you have to do to go through to be a cop, why do we have the what is going on? He
What part of
said
Maryland?
that in desperation, I can't remember the county. You
What
know
part of
556 Media?
Yes.
You know 556
Mr.
Media?
Smith.
I was
Mr.
talking.
Yes.
Smith.
Mr. Smith.
Oh
That's
yeah.
right.
I was talking to him and I said, what happened? And he said that they have lowered the standards because they're so desperate for police that they've lowered the bar
Yep.
of who can get into
They
the
sure
cop
have.
now. That
The
sucks. I mean,
Antifa
that
can get
sucks.
into it
What are you
now.
gonna
Yeah, see if
do?
we
I don't
can
even
get
know what
into
it is.
it.
Keep throwing that word out. What is that?
It's like
Keep throwing that.
anti-fascist. It's an anti-fascist group.
Do you know what a
It was
fascist
what?
is? Do you understand? What's the definition
This
of
is
fascism?
2023. Who's a
Yeah,
fascist in
exactly.
2023?
They're exactly the opposite of what they try to promote.
What's your
I thought that
definition of
went out.
fascism, Purple? What's a fascist to you, Purple?
I just said what they're fucking doing is the opposite of what they promote.
That's not the
I know what
definition
the
of
fuck.
fascism. What's the
Oh my
definition
god.
of fascism?
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm not the most politically correct, so I'm
I
not
don't
going
know.
to
What is
answer
the
everything.
definition of fascism?
It's like where you want to protect everybody's rights
What's
all
the
the time,
definition
but
of
they're going a
fascism?
little extreme to protect their rights. It's like,
Here we go. I got you. I got you.
What does fascism mean? Many experts agree that fascism is a mass political movement that emphasizes extreme nationalism, militarism, and the supremacy of both the nation and the single, powerful leader over the individual citizen.
So how is that different than communism?
exactly. And they have the communist flag.
I get communism, fascism, and Marxism all confused. They all seem like the same shit to me.
All of them. Yeah,
Team
it's all
leader,
different.
everybody's kicking up to the top. You got one guy in charge. Nobody has any rights. Everybody's kicking up.
What they all have, what the three of them have in common is they're democracy.
Yeah, they're all like the same, practically the same government shit. Everybody kicks up. There's one supreme leader. Y'all don't have any rights. Isn't that, I mean, in a nutshell?
Yes, in a nutshell, yes.
Three of those? Yeah.
In a nutshell, yes.
Who believes in that in 2020?
Like,
Who
for
really
instance, if we
believes in
became
that?
if we
I mean,
became a fascist nation here, if democracy ended, we would no longer have the three co-equal branches of government. We would just have an authoritarian
you'd have no
leader
government.
slash a dictator.
Yeah, we'd have the supreme leader. We'd have the supreme leader. That's it. There would be no government. Supreme leader. That's it. That's never going to happen. I mean, I don't really see how anybody in America could really be a fascist. I don't see how anybody could
Well,
really
most people like
that,
to just
that our government
most
democracy is
people
gonna break down.
most people, if you ask them to define the word fascism, they would not be able to. They don't know what fascism is, what a fascist
I
is.
can't
They really
define it.
don't
I had to look
know.
it up. I had to look it
So,
up. To me, it's the same as communism. It's just like communism. I know it's different, but it's the same thing.
it's different.
It's
It's
damn near the same
different.
Okay,
thing.
well, the
It's just different
anti-fascists
terminology.
are exactly the opposite of what they promote. It's like kind of crazy.
So people believe
Even
in
though they call
democracy.
themselves anti
Would be
whatever,
anti-fascist, right?
they're basically they want to be the ones that rule, and it's their way or the highway, and
So
fucking
let me ask
that's
you
why
this.
you had the summer of love and
So
34 murders out of it and
so
all
let me
kinds of
ask
crazy.
let me ask you this, Purple. So the Antifa out there in Portland, Oregon, would you
They're
say
all
would you
over.
okay, hold on, let me finish. Would you say that they burnt the city of Portland to the ground?
No.
Did they?
Good.
Did they?
No.
Now
No.
now
Did
No.
they did
Portland
have
burn down?
riots. They
I
did
blame the
have
government.
riots that
I
had
blame
tore
the
up some
government.
shit, but it was already heading that way anyways, but this was just the outcome of what had been a downcline there anyway. That's
Okay.
why I don't live
Is there any city in America that you can name, Purple, that was burnt to the ground, like what's being told on the media? Can you name one city that was burnt to the ground?
I didn't know they were saying
Didn't
there
Philly
was
get
one
burnt?
burnt to the ground on the media.
Oh yeah.
Oh, LA got burnt. LA got burnt. LA got burnt in 1992. LA got burnt. LA got burnt. LA
Oh yeah, we're
riots.
talking about this
That was a
summer of
fucking
love
riot.
thing.
I'm just
We're
saying that
talking
wasn't a
about
riot. Dude, that wasn't a fucking riot. I was there in Des Moines. That wasn't a fucking riot. He had a bunch of black people hanging out partying. That wasn't a fucking riot. If that's what you consider a riot, y'all are a bunch of pussies. LA, that was a fucking riot. Motherfuckers looting and polluting, burning buildings up. That was a fucking riot.
What are you talking
Okay,
about with
well, the looting and polluting and burning buildings up happened again during the summer of love, just not in Des Moines. It didn't
I
happen
don't
here in
consider that a
Appomattox,
riot.
Virginia either.
I mean, did it happen? Was there major shit? I've seen better
Yes,
riots.
there was major
during-
shit, and yes, and other countries
No,
got it worse than our country.
I'm
Well,
not
other
aware of
countries,
I'm not
well,
aware of a
that's
single
other
building
countries'
that was
problem. That's not my problem.
I'm not aware of a single building being burned down in New York City
I'm not
during
either.
that. Now there were cars that were burned up. Some
I
of them
mean,
were
Des
police
Moines,
cars, but not a single building was burned
they
down.
set them all
Not a
on
single
fire.
burning.
They set them all on fire, and
Did
that
it-
was it. They didn't
Did
burn
it,
no cities down that I'm aware of.
did the mall burn down, or was it just a small fire that was
No,
put out?
they set a fucking fire. They're a bunch of pussies. What do you expect? A bunch of pussies. They set them all on fire. It didn't even get very far. That was it. Like, done. I don't even think no damage.
And see,
No damage.
I'd want to live in a world that even a small pussy fire is too much for me. So that's why I just don't go
Glad. No, don't
to
get
big
me wrong.
cities
I'm glad.
anymore.
I'm glad
I'll let
they're
them do their little
I'm
small
glad.
pussy fires
I'm
there,
glad.
and I
Don't
will
get me
sit here
wrong.
where they have it.
Amen. Sis, don't get me wrong. Amen. I'm glad they're a bunch of pussies. I'm glad. I'm glad. I don't want to see another LA. I don't want to see another LA where cities are burned to the ground because people are pissed off.
What are
I'm
you
just
talking
saying,
about? The Rodney King verdict?
people
Back in
riot
back in
over
1990, the
World
Rodney King
Series.
verdict? Are you
I'm
talking
just
about
saying,
back?
I've
Are you talking
seen-
about?
what was the last riot? They had that big riot in what, Pittsburgh?
Wait around a minute.
Hey, Cy.
Bambi.
Remember what was
Hey,
that riot
Bambi.
that they had in
Can I
Pittsburgh? What
say
was it? The
something?
World Series? Basketball, something? Yeah, go
Oh,
ahead.
when the white
Bambi.
people rioted because
Right.
their team won the championship.
Hey,
I remember that.
Fitness.
Yes, Steve.
Fitness,
Yes, Steve.
please have a look at this a minute, right? Have a look at this a minute, right? Have a look at the era, the generation of fascism when it was most pointed out. Yeah, build up of World War II, the height of the mafia, yeah, the escaping of the mafia that was leaving Italy, that was taking over Americas. Check it out, yeah.
Yeah, Mussolini.
Have a look
The
at
reason why
have a look at this.
the reason why during World War
Have a
II,
look at the
Hold on.
origin of fascism. Have a look at the
the,
origin of fascism. Okay, have a look at the origin of fascism, not at the meaning of
Mussolini, wasn't
fascism.
it?
Have a look at what countries
Mussolini.
are built. Have a look at
Mussolini,
what
exactly.
countries. Have a look at what countries that are built up from fascism. Have a look at what nationalities and what cultures survive from fascism, and then you will see what fascism is. Quite possibly. Hello, Vicky.
Back
Argentina.
back
Hello,
during
Crazy
Wasn't Juan
Pearl.
Perón? Wasn't
back
Juan
during
Perón a fascist too? Wasn't
Right.
Juan
So,
Perón in Argentina a fascist?
so,
Wasn't he a
so
fucking
when
fascist too?
so
I
my
don't know.
point is, my point is, yeah, when people are saying this isn't mob related, yeah, it fucking is. Yeah, it fucking is. Yeah, Latin Americans, Latinos, Spanish, Italians, the hype of fucking fascism, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look at the fucking
No shit.
content we're
Yeah,
making.
Juan
Yeah,
Perón.
people that left the fascist countries,
And
they
let me
left
just say,
fascist countries and they took fascism to the United States of America. And
and let
there's
me say,
there's repercussions in stereotyping because people are ignorant and naive and thinking that it's all about politics. No, it's not. It's about the common people. It's about the topics that we cover on a daily basis. It's completely very relevant. So, Bambit, big up, big up, big up, big respect.
well, can I just say this?
For
You know,
allowing,
Mussolini was a fascist dictator, and like any dictator, they want full reign.
and
He went after the mafia because the mafia had too much power. He wants all the power.
And money. And money. It's all about money.
They
Greed.
all was,
Money.
yeah,
All about money.
and Franco and Adolf Hitler. They was all in each
Yep,
other's
thank you.
pockets. They was all backing each other and encouraging each other. And the
Yep.
Moroccan fucking and the Moroccans, they were all backing each other and siding each other. Even the Spanish,
Fucking
even
Juan
the
Perón
Irish,
over
even the
there in
English were
Argentina.
encouraging the fascists.
Yeah.
They all had. And
Well, you know, there was a
in the
communism
cartel,
group
you
here
will
in
see a lot of
America.
fascism.
Back in the
You will see a lot of fascism. And it's mob related because it's the business. It's business, yeah.
Yep.
You know, it's a mentality that goes with things. It's a generation. It's like the hippies. It's a generational thing. You know, we continue it because we talk about it because we, like we don't
Well,
understand it.
did you know?
Nobody's got a direct answer.
Did you know that? Did you know that Joe Bonanno, the mob boss, once went to a school all about fascism, and he was all about it until he saw the downside, and that's when he ran to America. He was all about Mussolini up until he saw, oh shit, he's killing mob guys. I'm out, and he ran to fucking America.
Well,
He was all about fascism.
Mussolini was trying to wipe out the mafia in Italy.
Yeah, he was all
So
about. Bonanno was all about fascism and all about Mussolini up until then. Up until he started wiping out mob guys, then he jumped ship and ran to America because he went to a special school that was all about fascism. They called it, I think, the Red School or something was what it was called, and it's on his biography. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Yeah, they're all about it until the shoe drops.
We have communist China, which is now being led by a dictator who has changed the law. And the law now states that he will be president there, or the prime minister, I'm sorry, of China until the day he dies. That's what all dictators do. Once a dictator takes over, there may still be elections, but they're not free and fair. He will remain in power. That's it. In Russia, right? Yeah. What happens there, Russia, Vladimir Putin's been the president there for, I want to say, approximately 26 years. Now, what he does is he puts on a front. After whatever 8 years or whatever it is, he actually lets the other guy win, but the other guy is just a puppet. He's running the show. That's it. And he'll run that show in Russia until the day he dies. Whether he's taken out by somebody on the inside or he dies a natural death, he'll remain the leader of that country. That's it. Once they're in till they're either killed or they die. They're never voted out. Never happens.
We can see from history, we can see when dictators get assassinated by within their own, by their own peoples. Yeah, we see see that the country goes into complete chaos, and normally there's like fucking genocide, there's fucking world wars and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, if Putin is coming to the end of his throne, you know, we can quite literally expect world war just on those grounds alone, because history has shown us this. That's how it goes with those countries. When they're about to
Yeah,
lose their representation,
well, the way that
they
the
go to
way they
war.
think is if I'm going down, I'm taking as many people with me, as many countries as possible. That's how they operate. What most people don't realize in America is that more than half the people on this planet live under an authoritarian dictatorship. They don't realize that. You want me to? I'll give you the look. China, 1.4 to 1.5 billion people live under a dictator. India, 1.5 billion people live under a dictator. So that's 3 billion right now. The population of the planet is 6.8 or 7 billion, something to that effect. Then you have North Korea. I'm not sure what the population is. It's probably about, I would say, 60 million. Don't quote me on that. They're under a dictator. Then you got Russia, which is about 77 million people. They're under a dictator. Then you got Poland. I don't know the population. They're under a dictator. Then you got the Saudi Arabia. That's not a dictator. That's the king, whatever. It's the same difference. They're under a dictator. Who am I missing? Oh, the Turkey. They live in all those people live under a dictator. Who else am I missing out on? The Filipinos. I believe what's his name? Oh, Venezuela. They live under a dictatorship. More than half the people on this planet now today live under a dictator. I don't want to be one of them.
Yeah. And have a look at all the resources that comes from all those countries. Yeah, they are some of the richest and most dominant countries on the planet. You know, that's where all the resources come from. That's where all the drugs come from. You know, the people
Yeah,
are fucking slaves. You know, like they can barely exist. Yeah, but they're progressing. You know, they're getting stronger. We put all the money into those environments, but we can't handle what's happening. Yeah, they've taken over. Yeah, we've become dependent. Whereas before, like we had control over things. Now we've given all the work to the what we dominated. We gave it to
yeah.
them, and now all of a sudden we've got nothing for ourselves,
I
and we're
forgot
here
about
complaining about.
I forgot about the people of Iran. They live under a dictator too. They don't call it a dictator. It's the mullah, whatever the hell they call it. Same difference. He's a dictator. That's it. I don't want to live under one. Thanks, but no thanks.
I've never understood it. I've never understood it, never looked into it. But what I've seen from cultures and characteristics, and you know, like little bits of informations of life, you know, like yeah, I'm making up my own thing, you know, and I'm not wrong, you know. Like I've just made a statement there about the fascism being like coming from Latin, is predominant in Latin communities, and the fact that it's there predominant in Latin American communities. I mean, like, and Bambit just backs me up with the information she comes up with. You know, like, you know, it's like it's there. I'm not stupid. I'm
If
not thick. I'm
if
just brain dead.
if we have a president, no matter who that is, that's bragging about getting a love letter from Kim Jong Un in North Korea, and he's buddies with Putin and all the other dictators. When there's smoke, there's fire. That's a problem because
Yeah,
police
mate.
officers hang out with
Yeah,
other
mate.
police
Check this
officers,
out, yeah.
firefighters hang out with other
What?
firefighters, and dictators hang out with other dictators and aspiring dictators.
Yeah. Yeah, but hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. If we take it out on a personal level, yeah, we do that ourselves within our little circles and communities, yeah. Me and you, we're communicating. Me, you, and Bam, Biv, and Victoria, we're communicating. Some people will judge us because we're communicating. You get me, yeah? Some people will come and go because we're communicating. It'll encourage and disencourage other people's. You know, like, but you know, it's not about the content and how we communicate and how we relax each other and communicate about things that we want to talk about. Even though I don't know nothing about it, I've got rational opinions that can justify sort of things that you lot are stuck on and confused about. So this is where yesterday, what I've learned from what was recited from what happened yesterday. Shut up, you're English. Yeah, what do you know about? I don't have to listen to you about American politics. Well, actually, if somebody from a foreign country has taken interest in your country and understand your politics, how fucking dare you write that person off? How
And not
fucking
only
dare
that,
you be
not only that,
that person off?
you're getting the view of an
Or
outsider looking
what
in.
are you going to
You're getting the
say?
view of an outsider
Write
looking
me
in,
off.
which is
Write me off.
oftentimes a
I
clearer
don't
view.
understand American politics. I don't understand any politics. Yeah, write me off, but don't be writing somebody that's taken studies and got education and taken an interest. Do you get me? Yeah, because that is like, in my opinion, that's insults and insults for me in my language coming from the street. That's a fucking pig ignorance, and pig ignorance deserves a fucking headbutt before I get handcuffs. You get me? Yeah.
I like the way I like your terminology, Steve.
Yeah. Right. When it comes to all these politics and all these politician groups, yeah, I mean, like, it's too much commercial, yeah, and so it pisses and upsets people off, right? But if we can make personal connections and say, well, like, it happens in our community, so like, let's try and see, yeah, if it was a movie, what character would you be playing in that movie? Yeah, what role would you be in that movie? What role would you be playing in that genre? What is your favorite genre? Do you get me? Yeah. And happy days, we can progress. You know, all this. Oh no, you're friends with that person, so automatically, yeah. No, you're talking about that person. You're wearing that T-shirt. You got that haircut. You know, like we're making judgment on you. Fuck off. Fuck off. You know, I've got friends with swastikas on their foreheads. Yeah, because they're fucking grew up teenagers in the 50s and 60s. Yeah, English, where it was fashionable. You can't judge a man in his fucking 90s because he's got fucking swastikas on his neck.
Hey, I saw a comment Mikey wrote. He said we're all, he's brainwashed by the fake news. You know, Mike, we didn't have any such thing as the fake news until a certain guy became president. Never heard that term before until a certain guy became president. He gaslighted 40% of the nation. You know what gaslighting is? That's not lying. That's getting people to believe in an alternate reality. They doubt their own
Hello, Carol.
reality. Oh, anyway.
Yeah.
You still there,
You know
Steve?
what,
Yeah,
right?
you're there.
Yeah, man, I'm still here. Yeah, I'm still here with you. Yeah, I'm Victoria. I'm Bambip still here. You know, yeah, yeah, beautiful peoples. You
I'm
get
just
me?
trying to
Yeah,
gaslight me all the time. I just need to shut the fuck up. You're not gonna make me believe what I know reality is. Only the weak-minded let themselves be gaslit. I don't get gaslit. I tell motherfuckers shut the fuck up. I know what the reality is, you
yeah.
know, and that's what it all boils down to. Is
You know,
you gotta be
can I just,
strong-willed.
Mikey just wrote a comment. What a Trump hater. Hey, Mikey, let me ask you a question. I'm not a Biden supporter, but I'm sure you must know some. When's the last time a Biden
I don't
supporter
think
has
he's talking
called
about
you
you,
a Biden hater?
Mikey.
What's up with
I don't know
that?
if is he talking about you? I don't think he's
I
talking
have
about
no.
you, is he? You guys
No,
were
no, no.
talking about Trump.
It
You guys
doesn't
are talking about
matter.
dictators. You're
No,
talking about
wait, no.
history and dictators.
It doesn't matter.
I
The
don't think
point
he's
I'm
talking
trying to make is, when's the last time somebody who supports Biden, and I don't, has called Mikey, you, a Biden hater? Why is everybody a Trump hater if they don't support him? Why
CIA
automatically do they hate him?
I don't support him. Am I a Trump hater? I don't support him. Am I a Trump hater?
According,
I don't support him because I don't like his character. He
Fitness.
cheats on his wife.
Fitness.
He fucking does horrible things. His
Bambit.
character is
Fitness.
horrible. That's nothing to do with his presidency. He's just a horrible fella, and I don't support horrible people. I don't care who the fuck they
Yeah,
are.
Bambit.
Horrible, it's
Check
horrible.
out that comment. Bambit, check out that comment. CIA running inception. Check that out, right? You see how
Really, Finn?
CIA have done throughout every establishment. They've infiltrated everything. Yeah, they have infiltrated everything. They've got their hands in everywhere. Everywhere, all over the world, the CIA have been doing these fucking these trial fucking experiments all over the world.
And I respect
They've
that,
got their
Tyler.
hands in everything.
Hey, Rottweiler, your comment makes no sense. Charles Manson is dead. You can't have dinner with Charles Manson.
Tyler.
So pick somebody else.
Like I said, I respect that, Tyler. It's like I said, you don't have to like I said, how I feel about his character does not reflect how I feel about his presidency. I didn't think he was a bad president. I just don't like his character. I don't want a villain as my president. And that's anybody. I don't give a fuck who. If JFK had been a villain, I would have been like, man, I don't want that guy as my president. He's a villain. I don't want villains as my president. I don't want people with bad characters. People who cheat on their wives. I don't want them to be president. And don't give me that crap of, all politicians do. That's fine. I don't know about it. Once I know about it, you're done for. Bill Clinton. The minute I found out, the minute he lied to the American people, he became a bad president in my eyes. He became a liar, untrustworthy, and somebody I don't want as my president. Same thing with Trump. I don't want him as my president because he's got a bad character.
Bambi.
What's up?
Research on Google or
You're breaking up. You're breaking up, Steve.
If you can do some research, check out the research on the family tree that connects all the American presidents. All the American presidents, they all related. They're all related,
Really?
my dear. Yeah, check it out. Yeah, do research.
I will.
Yeah, there's a
That's
family
brilliant.
tree that connects all. There's
Wow.
a family tree
You know, let's
that
look it up. I
connects
mean-
every single American president except one. Except one. Yeah, there's
I
one
agree, Mikey.
president that is not.
Who's that, Steve? Who's that one?
Yeah.
That one guy.
I can't remember. Yeah, but if you find
look it up.
if you find that family tree, it's common knowledge. Yeah, it's common research. Yeah, I glanced over it there months and months ago. Yeah, a couple of years ago. Yeah, I glanced over it, and there's something there that's like kind of tickled me, and I've not done any research on it. Yeah, you know. But now that it comes to topic, yeah, and you'll see an organized something that's been going on for many generations. Yeah, many generations. You know, it's something very deeply organized.
Okay.
When you think about
Here's
the
what it
Masons,
says.
the Freemasons, and all that sort of stuff, yeah.
Here's what it says. It says the ancestral background of presidents of the United States have been relatively consistent throughout history, with the exception of Martin Van Buren and perhaps Dwight D. Eisenhower. Every president has ancestors from the British Isles, which in turn makes many of them distantly related to one another.
Yeah, but that's kind of distant relatedly. Doesn't mean even third cousin or something like that. It's, you know,
Well,
I mean,
I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this again, and I'm addressing everybody, including you, fitness. I'm going to address this to everybody. Everybody. Again, I'm going to say it. Sit in here day after day, arguing about the state of America and politics is not going to fix it. You are not going to save America. People in MobTube, motherfuckers in this chat room, we're not saving America. So why sit here and argue about who's a better fucking leader? What's the point?
let's switch the subject. Maybe we could do trivia. Maybe we could do trivia.
Thank you. Well, we were doing we were talking about history in the mob. Did you hear what they were saying about okay, question. Do you guys think that the mafia set the Lusitania on fire? Do you think Albert Anastasia did that, or do you think it's rumors? I haven't seen any evidence that says Albert Anastasia did it. There's no hardcore evidence, but rumor has it he did it to get Lucky Luciano out of prison. What do you?
That's the first time I'm hearing of this. I never even heard this before.
You've never heard that? Oh my God! Okay.
Let me explain something to you. Let me explain something to you about me. Let me explain something about me. Okay, I'm from Sheepshead Bay. Hold on a second. Hold on.
Wait a minute. No, wait a minute. No, wait a minute. No, wait a minute. Wait a minute, please. Yeah, check this out. Yeah, if I've just shown you that all the presidents have been related, bar minus one or two, have a look at the organization. If that is just the presidency, have a look at the mafias. Have a look at the businesses. Have a look at how many businesses that the governments have taken off of the mafias or the terrorists, yeah, and they can now claim as their business, commercial businesses, yeah. Fuck's sake, it was only 20 years ago. It was a criminal fucking thing.
Okay, so now can I say this?
Yeah? Now all over the world, marijuana is a big fucking industry.
Can I explain this? Can I explain this as an Italian American, born and raised in Brooklyn?
Do you remember the boat fire? You're old enough. You should remember the boat fire.
Okay,
I'm from Sheepshead. You should remember. Remember that fire that was on that boat that was on fire? You're old enough. You should remember that. There was a
don't.
big boat that caught on fire. Well, no,
Okay, well,
maybe you're
listen.
not old enough. Never
Listen,
mind, you're not old enough. Your dad.
I'm from Sheepshead Bay, a mobbed up neighborhood. Carlo Gambino lived in my neighborhood. Tommy Karate lived in my neighborhood. I do not put mob guys on a pedestal, and quite frankly, I've heard enough about them. What are mob guys? They're con men
No,
and
this
they're
is a
bullies.
historical
They
thing.
intimidate people through the fear of violence. They were brought to their knees by the FBI. Good, good.
No, this is
It's
this
the
isn't a
people
mob
who it's
thing.
the people
This
who
isn't a
did
mob.
not
This is
grow
a
up.
history thing.
It's the
This is a
people who did
history.
not grow up in a mobbed up neighborhood that seem to put mobsters on a pedestal. Now, why won't the freaking cartel in Mexico deal with the mafia one on one? Because so many of them are rats. Am I against rats? Not like you guys. A lot of people. I don't know about here in this chat right now. I would never trust a rat, but if they didn't rat me out, anybody in my family or any of my friends, I could care freaking less. But the reason why the cartel will not deal with the mafia one on one is because so many of them are rats. And to me, as an Italian, that's an embarrassment. That's an
Okay, well,
embarrassment.
this isn't exactly about mob. I mean, it is, but it isn't.
Always
It's
done.
Mob Monday after all. This is
Yeah,
Mob
I know.
Monday. It was just talking about
It's the
mobsters. It's
politics,
Mob
and
Monday.
it seems that a lot of the people are leaving the chat.
Yeah, it's Mob Monday. It's not political fucking
Yeah.
Tuesday. It's Mob Monday.
That's what I was talking about. I was talking about the
Exactly.
mob. I was
That's
talking
what I
about
was
the mob.
getting to is okay. So Lucky Luciano, basically during World War II, there was a ship in New York called the Lusitania. Anyways, it caught on fire. It caught on fire. Rumor has it that Albert Anastasia set the boat on fire. So the government would go to Lucky Luciano and ask the mob for help, aka
But-
getting him a lesser
but-
sentence.
But
Do you think that's possible?
Like I said, I never heard that before. I guess anything is possible. I mean,
Yeah, the reason why I'm so surprised is because it's like history. Like it's a history thing. Like that ship catching on fire was a big fucking deal. Big deal. Huge deal that it caught on fire. Basically, they're saying that they did it to prove that the government would have to go to the mob and be like, oh, we'll protect our harbors and we need your help. Therefore, getting the government to go to Luciano, which they did, they ended up going to Lucky Luciano. And many of the mob guys reached out to their family members in Italy and helped the war effort. I mean, those are facts. Like went to Sicily, helped the war effort. The Allied troops invading Sicily was greatly because of the mafia's effort in Sicily to help. So
what I
that's
do
a big
recall,
historical thing.
what I do recall is back in the 70s when the Son of Sam was running around. I guess it was right after he killed. I don't know if it was a couple or just one of them in Bensonhurst. I don't know if this is true or not, but I do recall hearing news that the NYPD had asked the mafia for help to try to find that guy. Now that may or may not be true, but I do remember hearing that.
And then they tell them to fuck off. Then they tell the cops to fuck off. I mean, like, okay, if you go by what the movie's saying, like I said, I know movies, I know. A couple of stories I heard was that like the detectives basically told the cops to go fuck themselves. I mean,
Well, I could tell you this much.
secretly.
I could tell you this much. When he killed or he shot at, I don't remember the couple there in, what was it, near Shore Road or on Shore Road in Bensonhurst? The mafia doesn't want that. They don't want the fucking cops flooding into the neighborhood looking for anybody.
I mean,
so
I can see them telling the cops to fuck off and then secretly telling their guys, hey, put the word out, find this fucking nut job. Find out who the fuck he is.
I don't really.
And it wouldn't surprise me if they would drop a dime, quietly drop a dime. Because who was it? Fucking Frank Lucas. I think it was Frank Lucas or Nicky Barnes would do that. Would like drop a dime. Would have one of their guys call in a tip whenever there was a fucking nut job in the neighborhood.
That was up in that was Harlem.
Bambi.
Yeah, so I mean, I could see the mob doing the same kind of tactics to get rid of a sicko. I could see that.
Hey, Bambi.
Not saying it happened, but I could see it.
Bambi, can you hear?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
I have to step out for about 15 minutes, but I will be back on the panel.
What are you going to get, a ham sandwich?
Okay.
No, I'm not.
I'm kidding with you.
Back. See, bye.
Ciao.
That's on Tuesday, guys.
I'll be back. Yeah. Okay. Bye.
No, but basically, right now, the book I was playing was Killing the Mob. And basically, the book starts out with Dillinger, Babyface Nelson and the rise of the FBI and the tactics used. Like, and right now where we're at in the book is they're talking about World War II and how and I love these books, and I stated it earlier. It's so funny because they're like, in the storytelling of the book, they were saying Lucky Luciano was smiling from behind his bar cell saying, "The good job, Anastasia," because Anastasia, set the boat on fire, supposedly. And I always find that shit funny in these books. It's like they were there in the jail, like they knew what the fuck these guys said behind closed doors. I love the fictionalization. It makes me kind of giggle. Like when we were reading the Lufthansa book, and they were talking about Stacks, the fake conversations he was having with his girlfriend. It makes me giggle. The fictionalization makes me giggle, sometimes. And you mentioned
I,
Tommy Karate. That's kind of funny. I'm going to play that book at some point.
Tommy
And Johnny,
Karate,
Johnny Madden.
Yeah, Tommy Karate lives, not this wasn't his only address, but he did live in Sheepshead Bay at some point on Avenue X between 12th and 13th Street. Carlo Gambino also lived in Sheepshead Bay on Ocean Parkway and Avenue V. And everybody has heard the name Roy DeMeo. He was found dead in the trunk of his car in Sheepshead Bay at the Varuna Marina, which is right across the street from the Roller Roaster. So I grew up in a mobbed up neighborhood. And it's not what these people. These people that live outside of that environment or grew up outside of that environment tend to put these guys on a pedestal. A lot of those people. I don't understand why. I do actually. They don't really understand what the mafia is. They glorify these guys.
No,
Anyway,
they're not in it. They don't. You know what they see? They hear these stories of these guys who are honorable, and these stories of guys who are gentlemen and take care of their neighborhoods, and these great Italian sons of Italy. That's what they hear. People in the Midwest, that's what they hear. They hear the stories of how John Gotti was a saint and he helped his neighborhood. They don't. They don't hear the stories about how John Gotti had my uncle go shoot an innocent guy in the face in front of his daughter in New York. They don't hear those stories.
And meanwhile, they don't understand when you lived in a mobbed up neighborhood, every store in the neighborhood is being extorted by the mafia, every single one of them. And what does the store owner do to recoup that money? They increase the prices so that everybody in the neighborhood is paying more now. and so, I don't know.
And not only that, these great men of honor, a lot of them abused their wives, cheated on their women.
Well, they virtually all have girlfriends. They all have gumas, all of them.
There's
and how is that respecting your wife?
And I hate to say this, and I've said it a zillion times, but I'll say it again. You know why? I have a strict rule. I don't date Italian men. Want to know why? Both times that I decided to break my rule and date an Italian guy, both times I found out later on they were fucking married. Both times. No idea they were married. I found out a year later he was fucking married when his wife called me and outed him.
Yeah, but Bambi, don't you think you're generalizing? You can't.
I hate doing it, dude. I hate doing it, but it's like I've learned. Lesson learned. Twice.
All
Twice.
right.
Lesson
All right.
learned. You know what I'm saying? Lesson learned. My mother, she's so out of her fucking head. She would be like, I'm not gonna say the name, but he was a mob guy in Kansas City. And she'd be like, why don't you hook up with so-and-so? He can take care of you. He can take care of you. This is what I said to her. This is 20 years ago. I said to her, why? So in 15 years, the feds can kick in my door, freeze all my assets, and me and my kids are ass out. Why?
Well, your mother was not giving you. Your mother was not giving you good advice.
No,
that was bad advice.
Guess what happened to that fella? In 2001, the Sabella family got taken down. He's in federal prison now, doing fucking life. History done. Yeah. Exactly what happened. They kicked in his fucking door, froze his assets. His wife and kids were asked the fuck out.
Well, remember something, Bambi. Not all Italian people are in the mafia, but we all work for it. That's a joke.
Okay, but this is the kicker, dude. This is the kicker. Both guys I was dating, neither one of them were mob guys either. They were normal fucking jerk off Iowans. Both Italian guys I dated. Both jerk. Well, okay. One guy. Never mind. But the other guy was a total straight guy. Total straight guy. He was just a fucking scumbag
For,
cheating.
for
Piece
me,
of
for me, love is blind. And it's what am
Hey,
I
it
going to
is.
say? I'm not going to date an Irish girl because they're all drunks. Come on,
No, I
that's
agree.
that's
I
not
say that,
that's
dude.
wrong. That's wrong.
I'll be honest with you. I don't find anything hotter than an Italian guy. I'll just say that right now. I am highly attracted to my own people. Like very, very attracted to my own people. So much so that I break my own rule. So that just because I say it doesn't mean I follow it. But yeah, there's not a whole lot of Italian guys in Iowa anyway. So probably gonna
I
get
would.
stick with some jerk off Irish more likely. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. Yeah, I know, right, Mikey? There's not. I don't know, man. Iowa did have a mob boss, Louis Fratto. I know his grandsons. They live in Las Vegas. They got the fuck out of Iowa. Yeah. Sorry, I'm melting a candle wax. That's what I'm doing. Sorry about the noise. I'm just fucking off here this morning.
Hey, Mikey, I was the bench winner. I was the bench. Would you say? Wait. Fitness was the bench warmer and water boy. Bench warmer for
Well,
what, Mikey? For what,
Mikey,
Mikey?
why don't you pack up, come buy one of these $12,000 houses, and bring a real Italian to Iowa? Why don't you do that, Mikey? $12,000. I can hook
Mikey's
you
one
up.
of
I
those
can give
guys that's going to just make stupid like 5-year-old childish comments. That's all he is. That's what he does. It's going to go ahead, make some more comments, Mikey. At least if you're going to make comments, try to be witty. All right.
Yeah, but all presidents pardon a turkey. Oh, himself. Ha, Finn, you're so funny. That is funny. That's funny, Finn. That's funny, Finn. No, but I'm serious, Mikey. Though you have to like you whenever you're serious, whenever you're 100% serious, get a hold of Muggsy. He's got my phone number. Hit me up. I'll tell you the neighborhoods to look in, what areas of Iowa. I'll hook you up. Of course, then again, you can just call a real estate agent too. You don't really need me. You could just you're not a stupid guy. You could just call a real estate agent, I guess.
Fin Freak just put a kind of funny comment up that Biden
No,
just
he did. I thought that was
pardoned
funny.
the turkey.
I know that was funny.
Doesn't the president? Correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't the president always pardon the turkey?
At first, I'll be honest with you. I don't even want to get on the subject, but like at first, I thought Biden was doing a good job. Like at first, like the first 6 months, I thought, okay, this looks good. And then like, I don't know what the fuck happened. It was like nothing got done. To me, it seems like nothing got done. Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like nothing got done.
Well, what you do have to take into consideration is when the Republicans in Congress, who have the majority, fired or voted out Kevin McCarthy, for 3 weeks there was no Speaker of the House, which means nothing is really being accomplished.
I'm talking in the beginning of his presidency. In the beginning, I can't name one thing that he's done other than economic shit, which not going to affect us till like 15 years from now. Environmental shit that's not going to have any effect on us for another like 20 years. Okay, I get that. Long-term shit's important, great. But I don't see any, there's no walls are being built, no immigration shit's being done, no taxes are really getting lowered, the food prices are out of control. What is being done? I haven't seen anything being done. And maybe the next president will do a better job if there is such a thing as a better job. I don't know. I can't name one thing this guy's done, but I can name things he's done. I can actually name things he's done, but I can't really name one law that Biden has passed that's helping me or my fellow Americans at this time.
No, do you really think a wall is the best way to protect the border? A wall?
You want to know how you fix immigration? No, you want to know how you fix it? You want to know how you fix the illegal sneaking into this country problem. You want to know what you do? You make the border a military impact zone. That's what you do.
But if you do that, do you know how much money that costs?
How much would that benefit the military?
It would benefit the military, but it wouldn't benefit the American taxpayer. They'd be raising our taxes if they did that. The border is 2,000 miles long. You know how many men you'd have to put there to actually seal that off?
Have it both ways. But motherfuckers can't have it both ways, though.
What I think we should do,
the border, then when there's a solution that'll absolutely secure the border, a military impact zone will 100% make sure no one's getting in. And if by some chance some Mexican or El Salvadorian sneaks in, give that motherfucker citizenship. He
What I
really
th-
wants to be. Give him citizenship.
what I think we should do is patrol the 2,000-mile long border
They do
with
it.
drones, right? And when the drones see a group of illegals trying to cross the border, we then increase the amount of what do you call them, border patrol agents, so that they can intercept them and not allow them to cross the border. You see, let me explain something to you. If you put a 100-foot high wall across the border, 2,000 miles,
They'll
if you
just dig
did that,
under it.
hold
They'll
on,
just dig
no, they won't. They'll go around it. They'll come in on the ocean. They'll just come in on boats. It's like, so a wall is like so 13th century. Let's use modern
It's sick, man.
technology to seal
It's
the border up.
I was playing the live. I was playing a live a couple of months ago in here. I don't know if you saw it, but it was the border down at Texas, right? And I'm watching 20, 30, 40 people cross the Rio Grande, just walk on into America like, hey, what's up? Motherfucking border patrol, state troopers are just, they're doing nothing.
Right,
And I'm like,
and
what's happening?
Mikey, aren't you aware? Do you realize that the vast majority, 90+% of the illegal drugs coming into America through Mexico
Thank you,
are
Danny.
coming across at the legal border crossings? You know, where you got to show your passport. They're coming through in tractor trailers. They're coming through in vans, cars. What do you think? Mexicans are carrying 1,000-pound bales of
They're
freaking
coming across the
drugs on
Rio
their
Grande
backs.
through Texas. I watched it in drones. These motherfuckers just walking across, coming across through the Rio Grande, walking right into
The
America in front of the
vast
cameras.
majority.
And Daryl goes, where are you headed? And they go, oh, we're going to Chicago. And he was like, yeah, welcome to America. Fucking cops aren't doing anything. Border Patrol doing nothing. Well, this is what my son said. And to me, this sounds so ridiculous. He said, what you don't understand is they're not getting very far. I'm like, what do you mean they're getting very far? I'm like, why is Border Patrol not stopping them the minute they cross that over to the river? The minute they get here, why aren't they arrested? He said what happens is they catch them later on in the city. That later on they catch them. It's like, no, I want them caught now.
Something
Right
else
fucking
that
now.
something I'd like to mention
Not
here.
later on.
Okay, the people who don't like the illegal immigrants, the undocumented immigrants, migrants, whatever you want to call them, and you guys like to call them illegal aliens that are here in New York City, go down to Texas. That's where they're coming from, and file your complaint with Governor Abbott. That's the Republican governor of Texas. He's the guy sending them here, sending them to New York. Not Biden. It's him. So go down and file your complaint with him.
You guys don't have to deal with it. Well, now you got to deal with what Texas deals with. How do you guys like it? How do you like it? That's all I'm going to say is, how do you like it? How do you like it?
To be honest with you, living right here in Queens, it has no impact on my life whatsoever. None.
Well, it hasn't impacted your life whatsoever. I'm just saying, like, I've talked to people down south. Like, I have a girlfriend that lives in Arizona, and she goes, Bambi, you don't know what it's like. I'm like, you're right. I'm in Iowa. She goes, you don't know what it's like to have your grandkids out in the backyard playing, and a couple of Mexicans just walking illegally through her yard. While her young grandkids are out playing. It's scary. I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want some fucking illegal walking through my backyard, hanging out, coming into my country illegally.
I agree. I agree.
We don't have to live in it, man. We don't have to live in it.
We have to slow down the amount of illegals being able to get into this country. I agree 100%. I mean, but
I don't really know.
Nothing's really being done.
That's my solution: military impact zone, and I don't care about my taxes. I'll pay.
Can you Google something, Bambi? Can you Google something?
Sure.
Fact, true or false? President Obama deported more illegals than President Trump, because it's true, and I want you to verify that. They don't know this. So you guys are sitting there with a smartphone. Use your Google. Use it. Did President Obama
even care about that.
deport more illegals? Did
You gotta
President
understand that
Obama
these things
deport
matter.
more illegals than President Trump?
It doesn't matter. Neither one of them are the president anymore. It doesn't really matter. We need a future solution.
But the reason why I say that is because in their minds they truly believe that what I just said is false.
Well,
That
then let
President
them.
Trump,
Please,
he's the
let
one who deported all the
Let them.
illegals.
Let them. There's nothing you can do about that. Let them. You can't change. If someone, you don't understand, like some of these PP supporters, they're willing to go down with the ship like no man I've ever seen before.
I
You
know,
gotta
it's
learn to pick
crazy.
let
It's
it go.
nuts.
You
It's
gotta pick and choose
nuts.
your battles, let it go. You cannot make everybody believe and see what you see. You get what I'm saying? Like you cannot.
It's not. I'm not trying to. Listen, I hear what you're saying. I'm not trying to get them to believe what I believe. I'm trying to get them to understand what the truth is. The
Well,
truth.
it's up to them to figure it out. It's up to them to figure it out. You know, they have to do their research and figure it out. And I don't even know why you're worried about it. I don't even know why everybody's all worried about Trump anyways. The chance of him being president is slim and none.
I know.
None. No
I
offense
know.
anybody. And I'm not talking political wise. That's if he doesn't go to jail. That's if he doesn't go to jail in October. He may not even make it to the election, is what I'm saying. It's not even talking political. I'm talking criminal. He may not even go. He might not even get a chance to be president. So I don't know why everybody's getting all riled up anyways. None of anybody
I
in
don't.
this.
You know something? I got to tell you something. I don't want Biden as president again. I don't want Trump as president again. And nobody has asked me. But if you were to ask me who do I want as president, I can't even tell you. There's no government official that I can think of, not even one,
I
other
want
than
JFK to be president. I want JFK to be president. That's who I want. JFK. George Washington.
George
JFK or George
Washington.
Washington.
No, we're not going to get George Washington. That's out of.
Yeah, I'm not going to get JFK either because he's
Uh-huh.
dead. But you know,
Yeah.
JFK or George Washington. That's who I want.
You
That's
can
who I
still
want.
get. Isn't RFK running?
Is he related to JFK? I'd vote for him just because of his name.
I would
Just
think so,
because of
but
his
I'm not positive. I would assume yes, but I'm not positive about that.
I don't know.
Really
There's
know
just
much
there's
about the
this
guy.
hard ass senator. There's this hard ass senator in Louisiana named Kennedy. He's not related to the Kennedys, but he's like a hard ass. I've watched some of these Senate committee hearings way back earlier this year because I thought they were kind of funny. Like the one with the Homeland Security, Department of Human Services people. Oh, that was fucking hilarious.
You know
The
who-
Senator Kennedy's like, so you got an app like Uber for immigrants, and the DHS guy's like, well, that's not exactly. And Senator Kennedy's like, so do you have this app and you can't even describe to me what it does? It blew my mind.
You know who I would like to have as president? Actually, I thought of somebody, but he's the
And
president of another country. I'd like to have President Zelensky of Ukraine. That guy's a badass, man. I got a lot of
That guy is
respect
a
for him.
badass.
He's a badass. He really is.
I will, yeah. That guy's a badass. That guy is a badass. I do respect.
He's
that
been
guy.
holding the Russians off now
I don't give a fuck. Fuck
he's
you.
been
I'm not
holding
leaving
the.
my.
He's
Fist to fist. I don't give a fuck.
The Russians were supposed to go in there and take that country in 3 weeks. It's been over 2 years and he's still holding them off.
See, I'm a jerk off like that. See, I'd vote for RFK because he's Bobby Kennedy's son. I'd vote for him just because. Bobby Kennedy's son. How can I not vote for that guy? I'm like a Kennedy freak. How can I not vote for Bobby Kennedy's kid? That's my vote. If he makes it, that's who I'm going to vote for. Right there. I have no idea what he believes in, and maybe that sounds ignorant.
The person I'd like to see actually become the president. I don't know the name of this person, but this person would come from We the People. Somebody that wasn't born with a silver spoon up their butt. Somebody that can actually relate to the average American.
Okay, you know what, you guys?
Not somebody that's never eaten ramen noodles before.
Here we go.
They can't relate to us.
Vote for me. Spread the word. Vote for me. Just write my name in. Just vote for me. Write my name in. I'm old enough. Let's get me to the White House. First thing I'm gonna do, first order of business, I'm gonna nuke the Middle East. Bye-bye, Middle East. I'm done. I'm done with their shit. Goodbye, Middle East. Bye-bye. Turn in the desert to fucking glass. Next thing I'm gonna do, turn it to fucking glass. I'm done with their terrorists. I'm done with their bullshit. Bye-bye. Done. 9/11 was the final straw for me with the Middle East bullshit. That was it. Goodbye. They can't get along. They're never going to get along. I'm done with them. That's my first order of business. Second day in office, I'm going to make the border a military impact zone. Anybody that sneaks into the country, get citizenship if they make it through the military impact zone, because that shows to me those motherfuckers really wanted to be here.
But here's the problem. Here's the problem with that.
What?
America has right around 1 million men active duty. So you to secure a 2,000 mile long border, you're going to need at least one man every eighth of a mile.
Landmines.
So do the math on that.
Landmines.
And then
Landmines.
oh, you're going to you want to just
Landmines.
blow them up.
Landmines. Landmines. Seriously. How are you going to protect the border if you don't have it protected? You can protect it
You
with
gotta
things
have
other
it
than-
protected. You gotta have it
fucking
protected.
drones.
It's
Have
gotta be
fucking drones
protected.
with guns. Have drones
Yeah,
with weapons.
yeah, that's what I said. Use drones. Use drones. We have to.
And I'm
use dro-
sorry. I'm
It's-
sorry, bleeding hearts. Don't come down on me, bleeding hearts, because my dad would say to me, "What is wrong with you? You know, so you shoot somebody just for trying to get freedom?" I go, "No, they're trying to sneak into my country illegally. Shoot him in the fucking leg. Not my problem. Teach him a fucking lesson."
They're gonna bleed out in the desert.
It's not my fault. There's a 20-year backlog on paperwork. I don't know the solution. I really don't have the solution. That's why I'm not president. That's why I'll never be president.
If I was the president, I would push hard for the president of Mexico to put on their northern border, because most of these people are not coming from Mexico anymore. They're coming from South America. I would pressure them to put troops on their northern border so that the immigrants can't even get into Mexico.
Dude, I hate to say this, but what the fuck's they're going to do? They can't even fight the cartel. They can't even beat the cartel. Their military can't.
Well, the cartel has more. The cartel has more money than they do.
Yeah, I mean, we can't really rely on Mexico because they can't even fucking look what happened when they tried to arrest El Chapo's son for us. Look what happened. Fucking cartel's like, no, you don't. I mean, can't really rely on them. Their military kind of sucks, unfortunately. And I'm not trying to bash on Mexico, but I mean, seriously, they can't even control the cartels.
The reality is this problem is only going to get worse because as the temperature on Earth continues to rise, there's going to be less and less clean drinking water, and tens of millions of people are going to try to get into the United States just for freaking drinking water. Seriously, we got a problem.
Why don't you have the cartel man in the border?
Why don't we do this? Why don't we do this? Why don't we do this? Why don't we line the border with robots that capture these people? Right? We have robots now. We have military robots as well. It would be a lot cheaper in the long run than feeding and housing troops on the border. And the robots could work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They could have solar panels to stay charged with electricity.
You got to pay people to man those robots, though. You got to have humans to man those robots.
No. They're programmed already. They're programmed.
Yeah, but you still got to have a human to supervise. You got to have a human.
All right, yeah, you're going to need a few people. You'll need a few people, yeah, but you don't need 50,000 troops. You're not going to need 50,000 troops to cover a 2,000 mile long border.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm all for people bettering their lives and escaping tyranny. You know, I get it. I don't have the solution. I can't save the world. I want to, but I can't. I can't say, hey, let everybody come into my country, because then my country gets hurt. I don't know what the solution is. The solution is for countries to clean up their own shit.
But here's the thing. Listen.
Their own problems and fix their own.
Here's the thing.
I mean, what's going on in El Salvador that everybody wants to come here? What
here's the thing.
El Salvador.
What's going on down there? Here's the thing. If we threw every illegal alien or immigrant out of our country and prevented not every single one of them never getting in here again, no more illegal aliens, the government still ain't going to help the people with the money that's saved. They're still not going to feed and house the homeless.
No.
They're still not going to take care of the mental issue problems in America.
No.
They just blame everything. They blame it on the immigrants. They blame all the problems on the immigrants when it's the government that's the problem. It's the rich that run the government that's the problem. Not the immigrants.
There's never been a time in my life that I've never heard you got to feed the kids in Africa, the starving kids in Africa. My whole life, I've heard that phrase. And I said to my son one day, I said, man, I'm 44 years old. When's Africa going to get its shit together? My whole life, I've been hearing that. You got to feed the poor kids in Africa. Feed the poor kids. And my whole fucking life. Sally Struthers, that bitch. If you donate a penny a day, remember those fucking commercials?
Yeah,
my
I
whole
remember.
life. When is Africa going to get its shit together?
There's a hotel in Manhattan
4
that
years
was.
they get their shit together?
Listen,
4 years?
listen. There's a hotel in Manhattan where they were housing the immigrants that the immigrants trashed. How does that affect me? I don't own that fucking hotel. What the fuck do I care if that hotel got trashed? So what? How does that impact me in any fucking way? It doesn't.
Because they're going to build a government. The government's going to raise your taxes. That's what they're thinking. They're going to build a government. The government's going to come out of our tax dollars. That's how.
The government's going to raise our taxes when they give the tax cuts, another tax cut to the fucking rich. That's what they're going to do. Are you fucking kidding me? It's the immigrants' fault, right? It's them. It's them. It's not us. It's not us.
I'm going to play devil's advocate. I'm going to play devil's advocate because my dad, I grew up with my father who's the same way as you. You know, goddamn rich, greedy corporations, you know, preying on the working man. Well, let me put it to you this way, Fitness. Without that corporation, the working man don't have no fucking job. So it's kind of like without the worker, there's no corporation.
And without the people, hold on, let me finish. Let's say we're talking about a giant corporation that manufactures TVs, right? High definition TVs. Without the people to buy the TVs, there is no corporation.
No, I get it. My dad would say the same shit. Because here's my dad's argument. My dad worked for a millionaire, right? Rich millionaire. And this millionaire would bitch to my father about how he should have to pay lower taxes, right? Really pissed my dad off. Because my dad's a staunch Democrat. Really pissed him off that he would bitch, being this millionaire, about paying less taxes, right? Well, because the way my dad saw it was, well, without me, he wouldn't have his corporation. Without me building his stuff that made his corporation rich, he wouldn't be where he's at. But like I told my dad, without that person starting his company, you wouldn't have gotten that job to begin with. You wouldn't be where you're at without him starting that company. So it's like the chicken or the egg theory. Who came first, the chicken or the egg? Same thing. Who came first, the worker or the corporation? Without that corporation, the worker has no job.
Wait a minute. I know who knows the answer. I know who knows the answer. I know who knows the answer to whether the chicken or the egg came first. That guy William Brooklyn. William Brooklyn knows.
Fuck. He would know. Yeah. You believe that steals chickens while drunk? Who does that?
That's somebody.
Drunk, I'd steal like a store full of shit. I wouldn't be stealing just a chicken. I'd wipe that bitch out. If I'm going to jail, I'm making it worth my while. I mean, really. That's really how I feel about shit. Like, if I'm going to jail, I'm making it worth my while.
Yeah, you know? Well,
it's simple. But I don't make a habit of trying to go to jail. I try to be a law-abiding citizen. I try to just keep to myself, not harass people, respect others as much as I can. And that's what I try to do. I try to respect everybody's opinions. Everybody's different. And I know that everybody's not going to get along. Everybody's not going to like each other. This ain't no kumbaya motherfucking world. We all have difference of opinions. Just like in school. We all didn't like each other in school. That's just the way it works. I'm adult enough to know that. And I'll let you all handle your own issues.
Hey, can we play trivia?
Sure. You can. What kind of trivia?
You pick it. It's your show. You pick it.
No, we're good. I pick it. God,
what are the different categories?
Anything from entertainment to pop culture to history to
history.
How about history? Right. I love history, so.
Well, why don't you take a consensus in the chat? I don't know how many people are in there, but
Tyler wants to do music trivia. Sorry.
Wait a minute. Who's Tyler? Who is Tyler? Because I get confused with the name. Is that the lady I was up here with? Yes.
Little Wes Tyler. Tyler's from the Little family. He's from my friends in the Little family. He's a
Oh,
little.
okay.
He's from the Little family people. I don't want to fight. Muggsy, I'll fight you. Come into fucking Queens, and I'm going to drag you out of your house, your nice fucking house, and beat your ass. How about that? Is that what you want to hear, Muggsy? Shut up. Too old for that shit.
Muggsy, I'm probably going to be coming through your neighborhood on Thanksgiving morning, early afternoon.
Here, let's just do general. We'll just do general. That way it covers everything from, let's see, we'll do general. That way there can be music in there and everything else. All right. Supposed to be doing mob shit. We should be doing mob questions.
Oh, you know what would be great if somebody wrote up a trivia game for MobTube, like the different things that have happened, you know, in the different content creators channels. All the, you know what I mean? That would be pretty cool.
I
think it
couldn't
would.
do it. I couldn't do it because I don't know enough. I don't know enough about MobTube. Like,
Well, that you
I
need
haven't seen everything like y'all have.
You need a group of people to collaborate on that.
Yes. All right. Let's see. Some of these we've already went over. You can't do this one. Who wrote Pride and Prejudice? You guys know who wrote Pride and Prejudice? It was a female. I'll let you know it was a female. And no, it wasn't me. And they wrote Pride and Prejudice. No.
Abigail Singer.
I don't know who that is, but no. Fucking Heidi wasn't driving. She'd have the answer. She's like really good at this trivia shit.
Yeah, she is. But I was who?
Jane Austen. You know the writer Jane Austen? I'm sure you've heard of her, Jane Austen.
I've heard the name, yeah.
Who's known as the father of modern physics? Who's the father of modern physics?
Tesla?
No, I didn't know this one myself. I didn't know this one. I'm kind of surprised.
Einstein?
Yes, Albert Einstein. He's known as the father of modern physics. I thought it was Stephen Hawking. I was wrong. Albert Einstein. Which mountain range is the largest in the world?
Oh, the
theory of gravity. That's gravity. Gravity, Tyler. Isaac Newton did the gravity thing. The apple.
Which mountain?
Largest?
The Rocky Mountain? The Rockies?
Largest?
The Rocky Mountains.
No. I don't think it's in America. I don't think any of these are in America. No. It's the Andes. Is the Andes in Asia? It's the Andes.
Isn't that Peru?
I'm not sure. The Andes is supposedly the mount, which is the mountain range in the largest in the world. It's the largest mountain range. The Andes.
Okay.
What is the largest island in the world? Largest island. I didn't know this one either. Never really thought about it. Largest island in the world.
Greece? Athens? No, I have no clue.
Not Greece. Not Greece.
Italy.
Not Italy. No.
Albania?
Yes.
Albania. Greenland. Oh, that makes sense.
Greek is right. Greenland is the largest island in the world. Largest island. I figured it'd be like the Philippines or something, or like I don't know, what are the other islands, like Australia or something. I had no idea it was Greenland. I thought Greenland was small. Maybe I'm thinking of Iceland. Yeah, I was thinking Australia too, Danny. That's what I was thinking. What is the chemical symbol for silver?
SL.
No. Right? Weird. Chemical symbols are always weird. Chemical symbol for silver. I wouldn't have guessed this either, so don't feel bad. I wouldn't have guessed it. AG. AG, exactly, Finfreak. AG.
Where's Cletus? Cletus is good at this too, especially the chemical symbols.
I don't know. I think everybody's mad at me. Like everybody's like left. They're all mad at me.
They'll be back.
Before President Barack Obama, sir, don't fucking roll your eyes. This ain't my fault. Before becoming president, Barack Obama served as a U.S. senator from which state?
Illinois. Illinois.
Yep, Illinois. Illinois. In which year did the Titanic sink? When did the Titanic sink?
Oh,
What?
geez. 1947?
No, no,
It was the
not not
30s, right?
not not during World War II. No,
It was in
no,
the 30s,
no.
1939? No, I don't know. Even earlier than
Go
that,
lower.
probably.
Yeah, way
1926,
earlier.
1917.
Close. 1912. See, I thought it was 15 something. No, it was 1912. It sank in the 1912. 1912.
Do you know where the
They actually
survivors were
made
brought?
food.
The survivors of the Titanic were brought to the 14th Street Pier in Manhattan and taken
I say, yeah,
to
weren't they brought
what
to
used to be
Newark?
called the Jane West Hotel, which is on like Jane Street, just off of West. That's where they brought the survivors.
I follow a
That I
channel
know for
called
sure.
Tasting History. I follow a channel called Tasting History, and this guy makes food from like the Romans. He has the whole recipe, whole menu from like the Titanic, the first class visitors, the second class, and he makes like the recipes from it. And I make one of the desserts that they made on the Titanic the last night it sank. It's fucking amazing. It's called peaches and chartreuse jelly. It's fucking amazing. I've made it a couple times. It's pretty good shit. I'm into stuff like that, like history and stuff. So, what is the capital of Argentina? Do you know what the capital of Argentina is, guys?
Buenos
I
Aires. Buenos Aires.
yes, yes, Buenos Aires. Yes. Who painted the famous artwork, The Last Supper? Do you guys know who painted The
Leonardo da
Last
Vinci.
Supper?
Leonardo da Vinci.
Yeah, it was Da Vinci. You're right. It was Da Vinci. In which year did World War II end? What year?
1946. 1945.
Yes, 1945. I don't know what month. What is the currency of
December
Japan? No,
7th. December 7th, wasn't it?
December 7th was when they bombed Pearl Harbor.
Oh, okay.
1942, December 7th. I don't know what month. Finfey, do you know what month the war ended? You don't have to answer it, but I'm not like trying to put you on the spot. I don't know what month the war ended, but it was 1945 when the war officially ended. I think they signed some declaration on a ship. Yes, the Japanese yen. That is correct, Fin Freak. Yes. See, he's smart too. He's smart too. Okay, we don't want the kid friendly trivia because we're not kids. All right, fuck it. Fuck it. Let's see how smart you motherfuckers are. What animal is known for its long neck and spots on its body?
Giraffe. Giraffe.
Yes, a giraffe. Do you guys know the name of the toy cowboy in Toy Story?
Oh, Woody. Woody.
Woody. What do you call a group of fish?
Oh,
Group of fish. Anybody? Group of fish? You guys know what a group of fish is?
I can't
No,
think
it's not
of
a
it.
bunch of assholes. It's
I
not.
can't think.
It's not. No, it's not a bunch of Democrats either. So don't say it. Yes, a school of fish. Yes,
School. That's it. That's it.
I know it's funny how much simple stuff. Like if you were a kid, I bet you would have been able to name that off like that, right? But here, 20, 30 years later, you're like, I used to know that answer. I used to know it. In what season do the leaves fall off the trees?
Full.
Exactly. Yeah, we're in this.
That's easy.
What animal is known to change colors to hide in its surroundings? What animal?
Octopus.
No.
Oh,
Maybe they. No,
that's
not
a
the
sea
animal.
animal. Geez.
What animal? Matches
Camouflage.
its surroundings. Matches its surroundings to hide from prey. What animal? I guess I don't know. Is it Is it considered an animal? And I know when I tell you the answer, yes, a chameleon. Is that considered an
Chameleon.
animal? Would that be an amphibian? A reptilian?
I would think it's. I'm not sure. I would think. I would guess it's a reptilian.
Like
A
I'm not trying to
reptile?
give you a trick question, but I was like thinking about that. It's like, is a chameleon considered an animal? Is it?
Sure. Why not?
Okay, this is easy. If you guys can't get this one, I have no hope for any of you. Which animal is known for hopping and has a pouch to carry its young?
Kangaroo.
Exactly. I was gonna say if you couldn't get that, there's a problem. What fairy tale does a pumpkin turn into a carriage? A
Damn, define that.
pumpkin turns into a carriage in what fairy tale? I know
No,
the answer. I didn't even have to look. Yes, kangaroo is correct. But no, fairy tale. Fairy tale, Cinderella. Yes, also has a glass slipper. Yes, Cinderella. She turns the pumpkin into a carriage so Cinderella can get to the ball. Correct. What animal is known for its long trunk and big ears?
elephant.
Big ears. Yes.
Elephant.
What is the name of Mickey Mouse's dog? You guys know what the name of Mickey Mouse's dog is? Name of Mickey Mouse's dog.
No clue.
It's also a planet. Well,
Oh,
no, I
Pluto.
don't think
Pluto.
Pluto. Yeah, not Leon. Greek, goddamn it, not Leon. Was it Leon?
Leon.
Not Leon. What planet is known as the red planet? What's the red planet?
Saturn.
No, not Saturn.
Venus is the green. What's the red
Not
planet?
Minnie Mouse, Steve.
I
It
don't
was
know.
a mouse, not a dog.
Not Jupiter.
Pluto. Hello. He was. You know what? I always found this funny. Okay, all
You're,
the other animals in Mickey Mouse talk. Pluto's a fucking dog and he can't talk. Why can't he talk? Fucking Goofy's a dog and he fucking talks. All the animals talk, but Pluto, the dog. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. Why doesn't Pluto talk?
well, if
No,
Pluto
it's not.
talked, that would take away some of the relevancy from Mickey Mouse. Mickey Mouse had to be the most special, right?
Yes. Yeah, I guess. Mars. Mars is correct. Mars is correct. Yes, Mars. Mars is known as the red planet. Correct. You guys are smart. Okay. In the nursery rhyme, who had a farm with a dog named Bingo? Who had a farm with a dog named Bingo? Who was it?
A-I-E-I-O. On this farm. I had no. I know some of the. I don't know.
Come on. You're right. You're right. Blank cat at farm. You're right. You're on the right track. You're on the right track. Oh, McDonald. Yes.
Old McDonald. That's it.
Yes. Which bird can repeat words and phrases that it hears
A parrot.
often?
A parrot.
Yes, a parrot. Old McDonald. Yes. Okay, here we go. Here's some science and trivia. Some science shit. What year was the very first model iPhone released?
2006.
Close.
2004.
Close. No cigar. Nope. Close, but no cigar. Close.
2007.
Yes, 2007. I didn't know that either. So, what's the shortcut for the copy function on most computers? What's the shortcut? Do you know what the shortcut is for copy on computers?
Nope.
Control C. Control C. All right, let me see. I'm trying to find. Okay, these you guys wouldn't understand. Okay, let me skip these ones because I wouldn't know a lot of these ones either. Who discovered penicillin?
Oh, it was a Scottish guy. It was a Scottish. I don't know his name, but it was a Scottish guy.
Was he a Scottish guy? Really? I didn't know that.
Yes.
That
Yeah, he
doesn't
was a
tell me that
Scottish
even
guy.
if I didn't. I see. I thought a chick invented.
If you when you give the name, if you Google it, you'll see he was a Scot. He was a Scotsman. A Scot, whatever. I think that's what they called. He was a Scottish guy.
Alexander wasn't Square. God damn it! No, it wasn't Square. Square just takes penicillin. He didn't invent it. He just takes a lot of it. Alexander Fleming. Alexander Fleming. I thought it was a chick that invented penicillin. I did not know that. Wow. I'm highly allergic to penicillin, but like I was saying, it saves lives. So you know. Who was the first woman to win the Nobel Peace Prize? Anybody? You guys know who the first woman was?
Amelia Earhart.
No. I don't think she got the Peace Prize ever. No.
That was just a wild guess.
I talked about her this morning.
Madonna.
No, I talked about this chick this morning as well. Her discovery took her life but it saved hundreds. Her discovery. Marie Curie invented radiation. Discovered radiation. Marie Curie. Exactly. Yep. Mother of radiation. She died of radiation poisoning. What part of the atom has no electric charge?
The neuron.
Yeah, it's a neutron. Neutron.
Neutron. That's it. Okay. I was wrong technically.
1 second.
Okay, until Bambi comes back. What's the strongest muscle? Okay, I don't know the name of it. Where is the strongest muscle in the human body located? I'm assuming you guys heard me. I don't know what the name of the muscle is, but the strongest muscle in the human body, pound for pound, is the jaw muscle. The jaw muscle.
No, I had to take care of something offline. I was asked a question. I had to go look for something. What is this? Do you guys know what the symbol for potassium is? What the symbol for potassium?
No clue.
Smarties? Anybody? You smart geniuses in my chat room? K. Exactly. I figured Finfig would get it. He's so smart. What is meteorology the study of? What's a meteorology? What is that? Do you guys know who studies meteorology? You know what the study of meteorology is? Exactly. When I go to school, I want to be a meteorologist. Meteorology, the study of weather.
Ah.
What planet is the hottest in our solar system?
The sun.
Which planet? I'm sorry, not in our solar system, in the solar system. I'm assuming our solar system because I don't know of any other solar systems. So our solar
Mars.
system. No, it's not the sun. No. Nope.
I don't know.
Not Mercury. Starts with a V.
Venus.
Venus.
Oh,
Yes, that's the hottest planet, apparently. Yeah, it's the hottest planet in our solar system, I guess. Which natural disaster is measured with a Richter scale? The Richter scale.
Oh, earthquakes. Earthquakes.
Yes, earthquakes. Which animals are pearls found in?
Oysters.
Sorry, what's that?
Somebody in the chat room write oysters.
Sorry, what's that? All right, sorry guys. Sorry. It's melted snowman brownie time. I'm sorry, guys. Had to go get a melted snowman brownie. Had to.
What's the answer? Is the answer to that oysters or clams?
Oysters.
That's what I thought.
Pearls are found in oysters. Okay, let's see. Which planet has the most gravity? You guys know?
Oh, not the moon. Probably Mars.
The most gravity.
Earth?
I would think Earth too. That's what I would think. Nope. Fin freak, Jupiter. Isn't that crazy? I thought we had the most gravity. All right, let's see. Here we go. Okay, let's do some. Let's do. This is some superhero Marvel DC trivia. What is Hawkeye's real name? Do you guys know what Hawkeye's real name is from the Avengers?
No clue.
Clint Barton. Let's see. You guys probably won't know these ones, so I'll make it easy. Let's see. What is the name of the song that Queen Elsa sings as she builds her ice castle in the movie Frozen? You guys know what song she sang? I do.
No clue.
Really? You can fit 100 Earths in Jupiter, huh? Wow. That's a lot. Let It Go. How many films did Sean Connery play James Bond in?
7.
See if anybody else has an answer before I say yes or no. Well, we'll see. Sean Connery, how many times did you see James Bond, guys? Any idea? You made that song with the passion. I know, right? Sticks in your head. I was singing Do You Want to Build a Snowman when I was making these brownies. 7. Sean Connery was James Bond 7 times. Which Indiana Jones movie was released back in 1984?
No clue.
Indiana Jones movie in 1984. Which one? You guys know? Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. How many Lord of the Ring films are there? How many movies are there in Lord of the Rings?
4.
Anybody?
Actually, I want to change that to 3. 3.
Lord of the Rings is a trilogy. Yes, 3. Who played Jack Dawson in the Titanic? You guys know?
Oh, what the hell is that guy's name?
A lot of people don't like this guy.
He was also in The Departed. What the hell? I can't think of his name right now.
And What's Eating Gilbert Grape? Yes, DiCaprio. Leonardo DiCaprio. A lot of people don't like that fella. They think he's a douchebag.
Why?
I don't. I think they say he's an asshole. I don't know. He's arrogant. I guess. I don't know. Which popular TV show featured House Tarragon and Stark? House Tarragon and Stark. Hey Danielle. Which do you guys know? Which TV show?
Starsky and Hutch.
I would. My husband loved this show. Not me. I didn't really watch. I couldn't really get into it.
No clue.
Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones. Like I said, I never got into that show, so I would have no idea either. So don't feel bad.
I never actually watched an episode of that, believe it or not.
Let's see what else we got. What was the name of the family who starred in Seventh Heaven? Seventh Heaven. Anybody know the name of the family?
No clue.
Me either. The Camdens? Oh, here we go. If you guys don't get this, I give up on all of you bitches. What cartoon character lives in a pineapple under the sea? Oh, did you watch Seven?
Nemo?
Ah.
Nemo? I don't know.
Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
Charlie
Who's
Tuna.
something yellow and porous is he? If nautical nonsense is something you wish. Exactly, SpongeBob. Thank you, guys. I can't believe I had to sing that. Mikey's got a question for you, Fitness. I don't know what the question is, but he's got a question for you, sir.
Okay.
Yes, SpongeBob SquarePants. You guys know what year the first episode of South Park aired? I do. You guys know my episode?
No clue.
Yeah, Mikey, go ahead. It's the year I graduated. Close. 1 year, go lower. 1 year. 97. 97. Close. Who won an Academy Award for their role as the Joker?
Oh,
What state in Zinc?
Joaquin Phoenix. Joaquin Phoenix?
Yeah, it was Joaquin Phoenix. You're right. It was Joaquin Phoenix. I thought it was Heath Ledger, but no, you're right. It was Joaquin Phoenix.
I really, really like that movie.
I like the Joker movie too. I liked it too. I'm waiting for Folie à Deux to come out. It hasn't come out yet. Thought it was supposed to come out in this. Didn't it come out? I thought it was supposed to come out in October, but I haven't seen anything. Which U.S. state ends in K is what Mikey wants to know. Fitness. Don't really know why.
I don't know.
I don't think there is.
I don't. Yeah, I can't think
There
of a
isn't a
state.
U.S. state that ends in K. I don't think there is a U.S. state that ends in K. Is there? There isn't any. No, not that I can think of. And if there is one, then I'm a fucking idiot. I don't think there is one. When did the Joker 2 come out? I thought it came out in October.
I didn't even know there was a Joker 2. I got to see it.
Yeah, it's a musical. It's a musical. It's actually okay, it's coming out in October 2024. It's called Folie à Deux, which is a French term for a psychiatric disorder called shared madness of two. Two people share a delusion of crazy. Kind of like couples that kill kind of theory. Shared delusion, madness of two, Folie à Deux.
So, Mikey, tell me how this makes sense. Your question is, what state ends in a K?
Oh, New York.
Dumbo,
Fucking
you
New
live in
York.
it. How does Dumbo end in a fucking K?
He's calling me a Dumbo. Dumbo, you're a Dumbo. You live in it. New York. Duh, you're right.
Oh,
New York.
yeah, okay, yeah.
New York,
Oh.
duh. Duh. Fucking
That was a
asshole.
good one. I was trying.
That's
I couldn't
hard.
think. Wow. Yeah, that's good.
No,
Okay.
Dude, I don't think of New York like a state, though. That's not fair. I think of New York
It
like
is a
city.
state. It
I
is a
know it's a
state.
state. I don't think of it like that. Like when I think of New York, I think of New York City. I don't think of New York like as a state. I just think of like New York as city. New York, Manhattan.
I remember when I was a kid in school. I used to think Chicago was a state. A lot of people still
Right?
do.
I know you met him, not me. I know you met him. Yeah, duh. You smarter than a fifth grader? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. But yeah, what I was gonna say now, goddammit. Yeah, Joker 2. Lady Gaga is playing Harley Quinn. I don't know how good it's gonna be because, like I said, it's a musical. It's a musical, so it's a musical. I don't know. We'll see. God damn it, I just lost like where we were at in our questions. Damn it, just lost it. There you go. 100 fun general knowledge questions. Let's see. Do we have general knowledge? Let's see. What country has the highest life expectancy?
Japan.
In this country, you're gonna have a high
Japan.
life.
Japan.
No. It says Hong Kong. Hong Kong's not really a country, is it? It's a city, isn't it?
It's a city.
Seriously, it says what country, and it says Hong Kong. What the fuck? Okay, we can't go with this one. This is ridiculous. Fucking giving me wrong information. That's silly. No, they're not going to do that one. That's ridiculous too. All right. See if these are any good. Let's try this one. Is it gonna like give it to me? No, maybe. Okay, I'm looking, guys. Give me a moment. Are you a true American? This is gonna be great. I gotta hear this one. If you're a true American, this is the quiz. Wow. Okay, can't be right. The citizen quiz? Do you want to play the citizen quiz test?
Why not?
If I can find the answers, hold on. It says good luck. Okay. I want to see the quiz. Let me see the fucking quiz.
Hold on. Let me run downstairs and grab a couple of immigrants.
That's not okay. Name the highest court.
Supreme Court.
Hold on. Name the highest court in the United States. A.
Supreme
Supreme
Court.
Court. B. Justice of the Peace. C. Court of Appeals. Or D. There's no such thing as the highest court in the United States.
Supreme Court. It's the highest court in the land.
Correct. That is correct. Who can vote in the presidential elections as a United States citizen?
Anybody that listens.
18. Any man over the age of 18, college-educated citizens over the age of 18, or any citizen over the age of 21.
Any citizen over the age of 18. 18, actually, anybody that's 18, male or female, any citizen, no?
That is correct. Did you know in Iowa they were talking about trying to up the age to 21?
That's crazy.
Last
That's
year?
ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
21. Yeah. I thought that's crazy. You know, it's bad enough my son can't buy cigarettes. He doesn't have the right to buy cigarettes at 20. He doesn't have the right to drink at 20. Now they're trying to limit and take away his right to vote.
Is Iowa a red or a blue state?
I think I was a Republican state, I believe. Which
That's
is weird
odd.
because it's full of farmers. I thought farmers were Democrats. But I guess not. We're a Republican state. What are the two main political parties in the United States? Democrats and Libertarians.
Yeah.
What's an objectivist? Objectivist and a Republican. Green Party and Wings. Democrat and Republicans.
Everybody knows the answer to that.
What's an objectivist? What is the hell is that? Is that a political?
Objectionist is probably somebody like myself that's against both parties. I'm against the government, period.
No, I'm just kidding. The answer is yes. Republicans and Democrats. I mean, that's easy. Okay, what iconic statue over New York Harbor on Liberty
Statue of
Island?
Liberty.
What is the iconic?
Statue of Liberty.
Yes, the Statue of Liberty. Yes. What is the capital of the United States?
Washington,
Chicago,
D.C.
Illinois. New York City, New York. Boston, Massachusetts, or Washington, D.C. What is the capital of America? I didn't know America had a capital. I guess
Washington, D.C.
See what anybody in the chat room says. Yeah, capital of America.
Oh, come on. Everybody's got to know that. Come on.
I didn't even know America had a capital. But if
Are you
I was
shitting
going to
me?
get, yeah, I didn't think America had a capital. I thought, it is Washington D.C. Yes, that is the capital of America. Which I'm just saying, I didn't know America had like an official capital. I didn't realize it was an official, like officially that's the capital. I just figured it was the capital of Maryland. I didn't know America had a capital per se. I didn't know that. That was something I didn't learn. They didn't teach us that in school. That America.
Well, now you know.
These questions are so easy. Like, how can these motherfuckers not become citizens? This is like the citizenship test. This is so easy. In 2008, what individual made history by becoming the first African American?
President Obama.
Bill Clinton,
Barack
Colin
Obama.
Powell, Martin Luther King Jr., or Barack Obama. This is really easy. It's like a really easy citizenship test.
Well, for an immigrant, it wouldn't be so easy.
An immigrant, maybe I wouldn't know this, but it just seems like really easy questions. No, Bantry, it wasn't Michael Jackson. I'm sorry. Yes, Barack Obama. Yes, you are correct.
Oh, Tony Pizza.
Wasn't Tony Pizza, no. On July 4th, 1776, the Declaration of Independence stated the American colonies' independence from what country? What country do we tell to shove it up its ass?
England.
England is not an answer. Great
Britain.
Canada,
Great Britain.
Russia, Ireland.
Great Britain.
Ireland, Russia, Canada, or Great Britain?
Great Britain. Oh, can I ask you?
Isn't his father only
if anybody gets more than 2 of these questions wrong, they get thrown out of the country, right?
I don't know. I don't know what happens. What happens if you don't fail? You don't become a citizen, right? But don't you get to take it again? Is it
I
like your
guess
driver's
not.
test? You get to keep taking? Because I know you have to pay. I know it costs a lot of money to become a citizen.
I don't know, but I would imagine they may give you an opportunity to take it again, short, not too long down the road. I don't know.
What country borders the United States to the north?
Canada.
Here are
Canada.
your options. Mexico, Puerto Rico, Greenland, or Canada. Borders America to the north.
Canada.
You say Greenland, I'm going to Greenland. No. If you said Canada, you're correct. Canada borders us to the north. Correct. New York City's Wall Street is most famously the home of what? The
Stock market. Stock market.
The Grand Canyon, Walt Disney World, the Capitol Building, or America's Financial Center?
America's Financial Center. Stock market exchange.
This again goes back to what we talked about this morning in Steve's room. Why did the terrorists attack the World Trade Center? I said it was because it's the financial beacon of America, the world. The financial beacon had to come down, representing greed in the eyes of the terrorists. Yes, America's Financial Center. That is correct. If the president of the United States is unable to serve, who becomes the president?
Vice president.
First lady, the Speaker of the House, the Vice President, or the Prime Minister of Canada?
The Vice President and the Speaker of the House is third in line for the presidency.
The Prime Minister of Canada is going to become the president. The president can't do his duties. Come on down, sir. Yeah, right away. Wouldn't that be funny? Fucking, they call him Vicky to fucking take Biden's place. Wouldn't that be funny?
What the hell happened to Vicky? She must be having trouble finding her ham sandwich out there.
I don't know. Did she say an hour?
She said 15 minutes, I thought I heard.
Poor Tyler. God damn it. Poor Tyler. See what Tyler says? Poor Tyler. Yes, the vice president. Not the first lady. I don't think the first lady will ever becomes president. Happen? I don't think that ever happens. Like, who comes next? Like, if the Speaker of the House can't be president, then what happens? Like, what if our whole cabinet gets wiped out? Then what? Like, who comes in line after the Speaker? Do we have a plan for that?
Well, there must be. I'm not sure who the fourth in line would be, but I know the third is the House Speaker of the House. I'm not sure. Good question.
Not right. What two oceans border the east and west coast in America?
The Atlantic and the Pacific. Atlantic and Pacific. Atlantic on the east, Pacific on the west.
The Arctic Ocean and North Sea. Pacific Ocean and South and Southern Ocean. Atlantic Ocean and Indian Ocean. Or Atlantic Ocean and Pacific Ocean.
Atlantic and Pacific. Atlantic on the east, Pacific on the west.
Pacific is correct.
Why the hell?
Okay.
Why the hell would? Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm curious as to why the hell would that be important an important question for an immigrant? Which I don't know. I don't see the relevance, but what do I know?
I don't know. Geography, maybe. I know where you're at. I don't know. Possibly. I didn't even know that. Okay, I didn't know the answer. I would have guessed. Okay, and I live in America. Which of these is not one of the three branches of the federal government of the United States? Executive, legislative, capitalist, judicial. Which of
Capitalist.
these? One of them. Executive,
Capitalist.
legislative, capitalist, judicial. Yes, capitalist. Capitalist is not one of our branches of government. No capitalist here. Which of the following is not a war in which the United States was directly involved? Which one is not a war the United States was directly involved in? Ready? Oh my God. The American Civil War, World War II, the Vietnam War, or the Spanish Civil War. Which one were we not directly involved in?
The Spanish Civil War. Why would we be involved? A civil war is inside of a country. Why would we wouldn't have been involved with the Spanish Civil War?
The American Civil War, World War II, the Vietnam War, or the Spanish Civil War. If you guessed the Spanish Civil War, you guessed it correctly. Clear, was not involved. 1 second, guys. I gotta put your out. Sorry, I had to let the little badass puppy out. I had to let the little badass puppy out, guys. Sorry about that. All right. Yes, the Spanish War, Spanish Civil War, we weren't involved in it. Which I'm surprised because we're involved in everything else on the goddamn planet. Why does the U.S. flag have exactly 50 stars?
50 states.
United States official number. The number of stars makes the flag look its best. There are 50 states in the Union. It was the 50th country founded in the world. Why is there 50 stars? Any of those? You guys? 50 is the United States official number. The number of stars makes the flag look best. There are 50 states in the Union. It is the 50th country founded in the world. 50 looks good. I know, right? 50 states, yes. I'm going with the Union. You're right. 50 states in the Union. Correct. Star for every state. Which of the following mountain ranges is not founded in the United States? Is not found. Sorry, not found. The Appalachian, the Himalayan, the Rocky, or the Sierra Nevada Mountains. Which one is not found in the United States? The Appalachian, the Himalayan,
The
Rocky,
Himalayan.
Nevada.
Himalayan.
Are you sure, sir? Is that
I'm
your
positive.
final answer?
That's my final answer.
Final answer. The Rocky? Okay. I know why Bantry says that because he's not from America, so I know. The Himalayan. The Rocky Mountains is in Colorado, which is in the United States. So the Himalayan.
The Rocky Mountains also extends into Canada, that they call it the Canadian Rockies.
I didn't know that. Oh, I didn't know that.
Actually, the Canadian Rockies are more breathtaking than the American Rockies or Colorado Rockies.
Okay. What is the name of the movement that occurred in the 1950s and 60s to fight racial discrimination? What is the name of the movement?
Civil rights.
The Civil Rights Movement?
Civil rights.
Manifest Destiny, the Great Movement, or the Right Fighters? What the fuck? The Civil Rights Movement. Yes, the Civil Rights Movement is what it was called. Who was the first I hate this question because it's like a trick question. I mean, I guess it's not a trick question because technically, yes. He's the president of the United States. Who was the first president of the United States?
George Washington.
Abraham Lincoln, Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, or George Washington? The United States. Who is the president of the United States? Not America, the United States. Who is the president?
George Washington. Georgie boy.
Yes. Yes. George Washington was the first president of the United States, but not the first president of America. Yes, George Washington. Good answer. Good answer. How many colonies were originally part of the United States? How many
13.
colonies?
13.
How many colonies? 13 is correct. You guys are citizens so far. What is the national anthem of the United States? The Pledge of Allegiance, Born in the USA, America the Beautiful, or the Star Spangled Banner? What
Star
is
Spangled
the
Banner.
national anthem of the America the Beautiful? Oh, shit, where'd it go? America the Beautiful, America is Great, and I don't remember the other two. Yeah, the Star Spangled Banner, correct. How many senators are there in the United States Senate? You guys know how many senators?
100. 100. 100.
50 or 435?
Wait. Say that again. The Senate or the Congress?
How many senators are in the United States Senate? 100?
100.
9, 50, or 435?
100.
You think it's 100?
Absolutely.
100 is
1,000%.
correct. See, I thought it was 438 because I thought you had so many senators per state.
That's the House.
Senate.
There's 435 in the House. In the Senate,
That's the
there's
House?
100. Yeah.
So the House has a larger number than the Senate.
Yes.
Oh, see, I didn't know that. Okay. See, I thought it was the other way around. My bad.
The House writes the bills, right? And they send them to the Senate, and the Senate votes on whether or not that bill will become a law.
2 in each state. Okay, Danielle. Thank you. What document serves as the supreme law of the United States? The Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, the Emancipation Proclamation, or the Louisiana Purchase Treaty? Which document serves as supreme law of the United States? The Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, the Emancipation Proclamation, or the Louisiana Purchase Treaty?
The Constitution.
The Constitution, yes. Yes. That's a tricky one between the independence, between the Declaration and the Constitution. It's a little tricky one. That was a tricky question. If there is a tied vote in the United States Senate, who votes to break the tie? Is it
the Vice President? The Vice President.
The Supreme Court, the Vice President, or the Speaker of the House?
Vice President.
Who breaks the tie? Breaks the tie. Not the Queen of England. She's dead, so she couldn't break a tie anyways. The Vice President, correct. Yes, the Vice President. What is the annual deadline of most Americans to submit their federal tax forms to the Revenue of
April
Service?
15th. April 15th.
April 12th, May 1st, March 30th, or April 15th? It's all right. You don't have to know. It's all right. April 15th. Yes, the 15th of April. We just went through that. All right. This one's okay. I don't know this one myself. On what date was the Declaration of Independence officially adopted by the Continental Congress? What date? July 4th, 1780, July 4th, 1766, July 4th, 1772, or July 4th, 1776?
July 4th, 1776. Did I get my green card yet? When do I get my green card?
You are almost an official citizen, Fitness, almost. So far, like, you got it so far. Yes, July 4th, 1776. Yes, 76, correct. From what country did the United States purchase Louisiana Territory from in 1803? Great Britain, China, Canada, or France?
Say that again.
What country did we buy the Louisiana Purchase
France.
from?
France.
Canada, France, Great Britain, or China?
France.
If you said France, you are correct. Which individual is in charge of the executive branch of the United States?
The president.
Mantry, you are definitely would not make it. You would not pass the citizenship test. I'm
The
sorry,
president.
you would not pass.
The president.
Speaker of the House, the President of the United States, Chief Justice, Supreme Court, or the Secretary of State? If you said the President, you are correct. What was the purpose of the U.S. Constitution when it was adopted in 1787? What was the purpose? Was it to establish the government of the United States? Was it to define the government of the United States? To protect the basic right of U.S. citizens? Or D, all of the above? This is an easy one.
I would say all of the above, but I'm not sure. That one I'm unsure of.
D, all of the above. Let me tell you a little secret. When all the questions are A, B, C, and D, and they all have answers, and then suddenly there's an all of the above question, it's always the all of the above. Almost always, it's all of the above. Whenever that question is thrown out.
I knew the answer to that. I was just kidding around.
For those of you that didn't know the answer, what is the primary economic system of the United States? Is it socialism, capitalism, communism, or mercantilism?
Capitalism.
Economic system. What's mercantilism?
I've never heard of that. Mercantile.
Hey, Vicky's back.
Yes.
Yeah.
Capitalism. Yes. Okay. Which of these did Abraham Lincoln not do during his presidency? What did he not do? A, free the slaves via the Emancipation Proclamation. B, lead the Union during the Civil War. C, oh my fucking God, drop a bomb on Hiroshima. Or D, establish the Department of Agriculture. Which one did Abraham Lincoln not do? I wonder.
Drop the bomb on Hiroshima.
Yeah, obviously. Even the foreigners know this one. Even the ones that aren't in America know this question.
Yeah,
Sorry, I don't mean foreigners, but like non-Americans. Non-Americans know this question. Like, duh. That was like so fucking easy.
Yep.
That was like child's play. A child in Canada would know that answer. That's crazy. What man is primarily responsible for the drafting of the Declaration of Independence? Was it A, George Washington, B, Thomas Jefferson, C, Abraham Lincoln, or D, James Madison? Ooh, that's a hard one.
A.
I'm guessing between C, B, and D. Madison and Jefferson is my guess. Which one do you guys think? Jefferson?
A. I said George Washington.
Okay. Answer is Jefferson. Yes, I picked Jefferson in the end, and it says yes, correct. Jefferson. Jefferson's correct. I don't know. Was George Washington involved in writing the Declaration? Was he involved in that? On August 21st, 1959. 1959, August 21st. Which or what became the last state to join the Union? That long? 1959? There's a state that joined the Union? Alaska? Hawaii? Or Maine?
It was either it was Hawaii or Alaska. It was Hawaii.
Be Thomas Jefferson University? Would that be it? Rottweiler, I'm guessing. Yes, Hawaii. Hawaii is the last state. Wow. Okay. I didn't think that. That's great. Okay. How many justices are appointed to the Supreme Court of the United States? How many justices?
9.
5,
9.
7,
9.
11, or 9?
9.
9 is correct. God damn, there's a lot of questions to this. How many amendments does the United States Constitution have? 18, 25, 27, 28.
18.
You guys know? 18, 25, 27, or 28.
18.
I guessed 28 and I was wrong. 27. 27.
27.
27. So it says 27. 15% it guessed 18, by the way. So 50% of people like you guessed 18. Which of the following is not a right of everyone living in the United States? This is not a right. Freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom to assemble, the right to vote in federal elections. Which one is not a right?
A.
I don't know.
I'd say A.
Let me ask an immigrant. Hey, Julio. I don't know.
Are you guys ready? This is kind of surprising. Yep. You do not, and I repeat, Americans, you do not have the right to vote in federal elections. That's not your right, apparently. Anyone in the United States, even undocumented immigrants, are afforded the basic rights of the Constitution. However, not all are afforded the right to vote in federal elections. Yeah. You don't have that
Why
right.
not?
I don't know
why not.
Fucking ask the government. I don't know why not. I don't know. That's just what it says. I don't know. You don't have the right.
Well, that's a fix. That's so they can control everything.
I don't know. It just says apparently you don't have the right. You don't have the right. What
That's
is a
some
federal
bullshit
election?
right there, man. That's some bullshit right there.
Gracie, my fucking Doberman just ate the rest of my brownie. She just snuck up and grabbed it off the table. Thank you, Gracie.
That's not good.
You.
That's chocolate in there. Chocolate's not good for dogs.
Not real chocolate. If it was real chocolate, I'd be worried, but it's like imitation. It's not real chocolate. So
okay.
Real cocoa. They can't have real cocoa. Real cocoa kills them.
Was it an edible brownie? You make edibles or
no? Just a regular brownie. Just a regular brownie. She's all right. Regular brownie. Yeah. Apparently, well, what's a federal election? Would that be like the presidency? What's a federal election? What's considered a federal election?
I don't know.
But yeah, we don't have the right to vote in federal elections, I guess. No.
Oh, I know people in Puerto Rico. I know Puerto Rico's a commonwealth and they can't vote for the presidency. But that's not a federal election. They can vote in the primaries, but not. They can vote in the primaries, but they can't vote for the president because they're not a state; they're a commonwealth.
Yeah.
But technically, they are Americans. Puerto Ricans in Puerto Rico are every single one of them, Americans.
I agree. It's fucking weird. How many states are there in the United States?
50.
48, 49, or 51?
A lot of people are going to say 51, but it's 50.
50. Yeah, you know what? I always say 51 too. I always say 51 for some reason. For some reason, I keep thinking there's 51 states and there's not. Not that I'm
Alaska was the 50th. Alaska was the 50th state in the United States.
All right, guys, you ready to view the results? You guys ready? Hey, we passed. We passed. We get to be citizens.
Okay, so Vicky, start handing out the green cards.
Yep.
We get a free ham sandwich with the green. We all get a free ham sandwich too with the green card, right?
Oh my God.
I'll take mustard on mine, all right?
No.
And none of that American cheese. I want cheddar cheese, please.
Yay, we get to be citizens.
How many? I wonder how many questions they're allowed to fail or to miss and still get their green card.
I don't know.
Because I'm
Good
sure
question.
there's some
All right, let's
Americans
look it
in
up.
the
Let's Google
chat that
it.
actually missed like 5 or
Let's see.
6 of those questions.
I know, right? Poor Bantry was like all wrong, and I feel bad for him because I know he's not in America, so it's like, damn, you would have
Well,
failed.
it's not. That's to be expected.
But they
That's
get to
normal.
study too, though. But it's not like he would like if he was really trying to pass a citizenship. It's not like they wouldn't give him a book. There's classes you study. All right, how many questions can you miss on the citizenship test in America?
According to USCIS, the USCIS officer will ask you up to 10 questions from the list of 100 civics test questions. You must answer 6 questions correctly to pass the civics test.
Oh, okay. So 4.
Well, you missed 5, Bramby, so that means you're out.
No. Deport me. Can I go to a warmer climate, please?
Yeah, we're
Can
going
I
to send
go
you
to?
to You're going to Mexico.
No,
One-way
I don't want to go to
tickets.
Mexico. I want to go to Switzerland where everybody makes a bunch of money. I want to go to
Well,
Switzerland or what's that?
Switzerland's
richest
cold.
country?
Switzerland's
Oh,
cold.
is it
It's
cold?
not warm. Yeah. They have vicious winters there. A lot of snow.
Is it cold year round?
Not year round, but the winters there are rather long and very snowy.
Is it cold year?
I think they have 4 seasons, but don't quote me on that.
Oh, there's something Mikey said. You said about the voting thing. Not everybody has the right. Not all states allow felons to vote in federal elections. That is true.
That makes sense. That's why. The felons, I didn't think about that.
That is true.
I think
I
all
didn't think about
felons
that
should be
either.
able to vote. I think all felons should be able to vote, no matter what the felony is. Why shouldn't their right to
I
vote
know,
be
right? What
taken
is my
away?
crime? Yeah, why
You
does
still
my
live in,
crime
you
have
still
to
live in
do with
America.
who's president?
Exactly. You still live in fact, I think they should be able to vote while they're in prison. Why shouldn't they?
No, the deal with that is here's the deal. Here's the deal with that is when it is like the way they see it is when you go to prison, you forfeited all right as a citizen at that point. You can't
That's
play
some
the
bullshit.
lottery. You
That's
can't vote.
bullshit.
You have forfeited all right as a United States citizen the minute you go to prison. You are
That's
no longer a
bullshit.
citizen.
That's bullshit.
It's just the way it is. It's the way it is. You're in prison. You've lost all rights as a United States citizen. Yep.
Yeah, imagine there's a lot of people in prison that are not supposed to be there that were convicted
I know.
and that are actually innocent too.
I know. I agree, little Tyler. All right. What is the common name for dried plums? What do you call dried plums?
Prunes. Oh, I don't know. Apricots? I don't know.
Prunes is correct. Prunes is
Prunes.
correct.
Okay.
What name? What do you call deer meat? What's deer meat called?
Venison.
Venison.
I got it first, Vicky. Venison. It's venison. I know from the farm when I lived on the farm. We used to eat venison. Just take down $2 every year.
There's a lot of people that feel like Rottweiler does. If you're not contributing to society, you shouldn't have a right to vote. If you're not contributing. If you're in prison.
Okay, maybe if you're in prison, okay, I'll buy that. But once you serve your time, you should be able to vote when you get out.
Exactly.
You still live in the country. You're still affected by what the government does. You should be able to vote.
I still live here. You guys know what other name corn goes by? What other name does corn go by?
Maize? I don't know.
Corn.
Yes, maize. Maize,
Yeah.
You're right. Maize, yes. You guys know what the primary ingredient in hummus is?
I got it.
Oh, man. I should know this. I don't like hummus, but it's good for you.
Yeah, you should.
Oh.
Anybody know what hummus is made out of?
Oh.
What's made of?
Hummus. HUMMIS. Chickpeas.
Chickpeas.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Also known as garbanzo beans.
What country produces the most coffee in the world?
Brazil. No, Colombia. Colombia.
Anybody? What country produces the most coffee?
Colombia.
No, not Colombia.
Oh, Arabic.
Yeah.
Hang on. An Arab country.
Nope,
No,
not
hang on.
America. You had it
Brazil?
right the first time, Fitness. You had it right the first time.
Brazil.
Yes.
Yeah, Brazil.
Brazil?
I would have guessed Colombia too, but no, it's Brazil. Corn Pop. What the hell was Corn Pop? Corn Pop, he was a bad dude. What was that?
No clue.
And Banty's happy he can build a mass now. Yay. A moss
Those
now.
are-
Woo. I'm glad for you.
Isn't it corn popper?
I don't know. Who are they talking about?
I don't know.
Hey, you guys know what country invented tea? What country invented tea?
Either England or China. China. Probably China. China.
Anybody?
I would say England. Or England or China, but
I already just said that.
okay, China.
You should have went with England. This way, one of us is going to be right. I
Okay,
think.
well, I'll go back to England then.
I think.
Yeah.
I'm going with China.
Okay, I'll go for England, but I think it was found found in China. Yeah. Okay.
China. Which country, or I'm sorry, what kind of alcohol is Russia known for? Or Russia. What kind of alcohol
Vodka.
is Russia notoriously known for?
Vodka.
Vodka, correct. What is the national dish of Spain?
Oh, rice and beans.
Nope. Where's Mirror Mirror? National dish of Spain, Mirror Mirror. What is it? I mentioned this on your show, Gordon Ramsay.
Carne
Paella.
asada. No clue.
Paella.
Oh, paella. I like that stuff. You know what paella is? It's like rice, and it's got like clams and shrimps. It's really good for
It's
you.
like burnt
I
rice,
like that.
I think. It's like burnt rice. Burnt rice.
It's not burnt. It's like it comes in this pot, and it's got like shrimps.
Paella is the pot. Exactly. Steve and I had a big conversation about this. He
Yeah.
said paella is just the pot, the dish they serve it in. But that's not the actual food. It's just the dish that they serve it in.
Well, that dish is
I don't know.
They call it paella.
that dish is rice with shrimps and like clams and
Yeah, whatever you
it's
want
mostly
with it,
it's seafood. It's seafood in it. It's good. It's really good.
What European nation invented hot dogs?
It has to be America. No, European. Duh.
What
France.
European country?
France.
Well, wait and see. See what other people say. Invented hot dogs. Germany.
Germany. That makes sense. The knockwurst. Okay.
I would have thought Poland. You know, Polish sausage.
Yeah.
What country? If you motherfuckers in this chat room get this wrong, I'm going to be highly disappointed. Which country is responsible for giving us pizza and pasta?
Italy.
Wonder which country, motherfuckers? Which country?
Italy.
Israel.
Fucking fitness. Yes, Italy. That's why I said, if you guys got this wrong, there's something wrong with you people.
Yeah, really.
Considering what chat room we're in.
Excuse me.
What is the main ingredient of Vietnamese pho? What is the main ingredient?
I don't even know what the heck pho is.
You don't know what pho is?
No.
It's like a soup. Vietnamese soup. Rice noodles. Rice noodles. Thank you, Rottweiler. You know what I'm talking about. Because you're in California, right? Probably
Florida.
got like a lot of Asian food.
He's in Florida. They're all
Oh, you're
running
in
around
Florida.
they're all running around with guns down there now.
Dude, everybody, Florida's always had guns. Do you realize Florida has the highest number of registered sex offenders than any other country, any other state?
Yeah, but
Florida does?
correct me if I'm wrong, Rottweilers, but isn't now you don't even need a permit to carry a gun, do you? You just go and buy one and you just strap it to your waist and off you go.
See, Iowa's that way now. Iowa's that way. They got rid of everything. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's scary. Fucking scary.
I hope that doesn't happen here in New York City, because if it does, there's going to be shootouts in the streets
I
constantly.
doubt it. I doubt it'll happen in a place like New
You
York.
can't put guns in New York City. 8.5 legal. Everybody can walk around with a gun. All 8.5 million people. I got news for you. If they do legalize guns in New York City, I will get one. That's the only way. If they legalize you can carry a gun in New York City, I'm going to have to. If everybody else has a gun, then I'm going to have to get one. And you know what? The thing about guns is this. The thing about guns is this. Just because you have a gun doesn't mean you're safe. First of all, you got to hit what you're going to hit. Second of all, even more important, how fast are your reflexes? How fast can you get to that gun, pull it out, aim, and fire? Reflexes is a part of being in shape. Most people don't realize that. They just think, oh, if you're strong, you're in shape. Bullshit. Strong is just one component of a high level of fitness. One component.
So he's going after a gang leader? Says Corn Pop guy's a gang leader? Is that true?
I looked it up and it's a kid's toy. Corn Pop.
Are you fucking serious? Shut the fuck up. Is this for real? Sorry, I'm going to tell you the story I'm reading. This is a story that I'm reading right now. The year was 1962. Joe Biden, a swimming pool security guard in his early 20s, had a problem. A tough guy by the name of Corn Pop, leader of a Delaware gang called the Romans, was waiting for him outside the pool. Corn Pop was a bad dude who ran with a bunch of bad dudes. He was armed with a straight razor and backed by other gang members, and he was threatening to cut the future vice president. Instead of calling the police, Biden met Corn Pop and his cronies head on. Having armed himself with a 6-foot chain, after a standoff, Corn Pop backed down. Are you fucking serious? Get the fuck out of here. Shut up. Shut up. This is not true. Really? Did he really say it? No, get out of here. Wow. Wow. I no comment. No comment, future senator. No comment, Mr. Senator. I have no comment to that. Wow. Oy. Okay, I wasn't trying to get all political. I just Googled what I was told to Google, and I was reading that story, and I was like, "Are you get the fuck out of here? Shut up."
Well, it's feasible that you could defend yourself with a 6-foot long chain against a guy with a straight razor. That's
shot Roy DeMeo 5 times in 1982. I'm sorry, 1981. I shot Roy DeMeo 5 times. I did. It was me. I put him in the trunk all by myself too. I left the car in Sheepshead Bay. It was all me. I did.
When you left the car at the Maruna Golf Club in Sheepshead Bay, you walk across the street and get to Roller Roaster and get yourself a roast beef sandwich. You should have if you didn't.
What I did was, I walked across the street and there's a payphone sitting right there. There's a payphone. I call up Joey Ravioli, who came down from 100 in West Essex, and he picked me up in the story. Yeah.
So that
you should have called Tommy. You should have called Tommy Salami. Tommy Salami would have been a good guy to call.
He was busy. Tommy Salami was at the Ravenite that day.
No, you
Tommy
know what?
Salami was busy. He was doing some shit with Johnny. Some
Floyd
silver
DeMayo
heist
was
with
my old man.
Johnny and South Policey. I don't know.
That was my boyfriend. And you
Yeah.
killed him? Oh, God, eh?
Now, I didn't have a choice. I didn't have a choice. Castellano
Well.
said he had to go. Said he was going to rat. I had to go. Didn't have a choice. It was me or him.
Yeah,
Me or
well,
him.
God, Paul's dead. But no, Roy DeMayo was my lover. And you killed him.
Yeah, well, you weren't the only one. You weren't the only one.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? Now I don't like it because you were sleeping with my boyfriend in 1982. Were you even around then?
Yeah, well, I wasn't sleeping with him. I just killed him. I just watched him. I was sleeping with him.
Yeah,
No,
well, I don't
He wasn't
like
my
that
type.
one.
He's a psychopath. I don't date psychopaths. Try to avoid them. Okay. What is the name of the Italian dessert made with coffee-soaked ladyfingers and mascarpone cheese? What's the dessert? This is my daughter's favorite dessert, by the way. My oldest daughter. Come on, you Italian New Yorkers. You should know this fucking answer.
It's not the cannoli, but I don't know. I don't know.
Starts with a T. T.
Tiramisu.
Tiramisu.
Tiramisu. I call it
Tiramisu. Correct. What is the primary ingredient in the popular Japanese dish tempura? What's the primary ingredient in tempura?
I know.
Rod, do you know this question?
Flour.
You know
Flour.
No.
Flour.
Sofa
What is
noodles?
the primary ingredient in the popular Japanese dish tempura?
Tempura.
Shrimp?
Tempura. That's like rice and
yes,
chicken,
that's
isn't
what
it?
Battered and fried seafood or vegetables. That's crazy, Tommy. Okay, this one's kind of easy. Which popular drink was originally created as medication in the 19th century? What drink was originally created as medication in the 19th century?
Coca-Cola.
Hang on.
Yes, Coca-Cola.
Yeah. It used to have, it actually literally had cocaine in it at that time. It did.
This is like some crazy deja vu shit. All of these questions are coming back to conversations that I had earlier today or yesterday. Which country is famous for its chocolate and is home to brands like Lindt and Cobblestone?
Switzerland.
I just talked about this country.
Belgium.
Yeah.
Belgium.
See,
Belgium.
but
That's
see what I'm
right.
saying? All of these questions are coming back to conversation. Yeah. Switzerland. No, Switzerland.
It was Switzerland.
Switzerland. Which organ has 4 chambers?
What?
Which organ has 4 chambers? Which organ of the body has 4 chambers?
The heart.
Mm-hmm. Yes, the heart.
I got it first, though.
No, I don't know about that. I don't know. I hit the buzzer first there, Vicky.
Oh, you
Did
did?
hear me? Yes, I did.
In which
What do you?
Hey,
in which part of the body can you find the femur? Where's the femur?
That's in the upper leg.
I'm
That's
sorry?
the biggest bone. That's the biggest bone in the body. The upper leg between the knee and the hip. That's what the bone that's underneath your quadriceps and your
The leg,
hamstrings.
It's the leg.
Biggest bone in the body.
Do you-
skin.
What is the
skin.
body's largest organ?
The largest organ, the liver or
Skin.
the kidneys.
Your dermatitis, your skin.
What do you
That's
think?
not an organ.
Yes, it is.
I heard
would
you. Yeah, I got you,
say-
Vicky. What do you?
I'm going to say
What do you think?
the largest organ, the kidneys.
Nope. I'm saying
Vicky
skin.
is right. The skin. The skin is
Yeah.
the largest organ.
We just want
It's the
another
skin,
free ham
yes.
sandwich.
The skin is the largest organ. Yes.
What are you eating now, Vicky? A ham sandwich?
Yeah, I am.
All right. What bone are babies born without?
Oh shoot, that's the
What
bone in the back of the head.
are babies born without?
It's in the skull, isn't it?
No.
The back of the skull. It's
No.
soft.
No.
What
No.
bone are they born with? The
Not your
boner.
skull plates. No, it's not
The
your
bo-
skull plates.
the boner. The boner. I don't know.
No. You ready?
Oh, it's got it in the. Maybe it's something in the mouth because they have baby teeth. I don't know.
I would say the cranium, but no, I don't think so. Like
Babies?
the head, eh?
No, when you're born, you are born without kneecaps. Kneecaps.
Oh, really?
Wow, I didn't know that.
Crazy, right? You're born without kneecaps.
Yeah, come on, Paul.
How many taste buds does the average human being have?
51.
How many taste buds do you think you have? Oh no, way more than that. Keep going.
I got no clue. No clue.
About 10,000 somewhere in that area. I'm thinking.
Yes.
Yeah,
10,000. 10,000.
But if you're older, it would go down to about maybe 4, or
4 or 4,000.
4,000.
What element is said to keep the body? 10,000. What element is said to keep your bones strong?
I just shocked the
Calcium.
fuck out of
Oh yeah,
myself.
calcium. Yep,
How
that's
would you
right.
shock yourself?
I don't know. I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? What'd you just touch?
I don't know. Yeah, I just shocked the fuck out of myself right here where it's red. I just touched my shirt, and all of a sudden it's static shock. Fucking shocked the fuck out of myself.
Oh, well,
Who's that?
Weird.
okay. Well,
Who's talking?
my 20-year-old.
You know what I did one time when I was a little kid? I took a freaking house key and I stuck it into the wall socket. Boy, I got a shock out of that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I swear, I'm serious. I did. For some reason, I must have thought it was like I could open it up or
How many
something. I
times-
got a shock.
Yeah.
How many times per day does your heart beat? You know how many times per day does your heart beat?
Jeez. Thousands and thousands. I don't know. I it's a lot.
100,000. 100,000 beats. 100,000.
Well, wait a minute. That depends
That's
on
a
your
lot.
resting heart, your heart rate. Your resting heart rate. If your resting heart rate is 45 as opposed to say 75, it's going to be a lot less. My resting heart rate is between 40. My resting heart rate is 40. Yeah, my resting heart rate is 42, anywhere between 42 and 45 beats a minute when I wake up in the morning. That's when your resting heart rate is lowest, right when you wake up in the morning.
Yeah. Well, you're physically fit, right? So I'm assuming.
Fitness is my life.
Yeah. Yeah. Your heartbeat will slow down, but somebody like me, my heart rate's fast anyway. So
What really lowers my heart rate, my resting heart rate, is not so much my calisthenics training, it's the cycling that I do, the aerobic workouts. That's what really will bring your heart rate down.
Yeah.
Might be in the dishwasher. Okay, so what American state is the largest by area? What is the largest state? You guys know?
It's either Texas or California. I would say boy, one of those two, Texas or California. No? Huh. It's not New York State, that's for sure. It's not Florida. New Mexico? It's not Colorado. I don't know. What's the answer?
I don't know.
PA? Somebody wrote PA? PA is a big state. Bolivar is the biggest one.
Sorry, give me a second. Sorry, give me a second. Alaska. Alaska's the largest state. Yes,
Ah,
Mikey got it. Alaska.
that makes sense.
Yes, Mikey, you are correct, sir.
Vicky, give Mikey a ham sandwich.
What two countries?
Fuck off with your ham
Which
sandwiches.
two countries share the largest international borders?
Then me and you are gonna go at that boxing there, bud.
Oh
two
no,
countries share the
I'm not,
largest
I'm not getting in no
international-
ring with you, Vicky. No way. Which two countries are the largest?
You guys know?
China and I guess it would be Russia, wouldn't it? China and Russia. I'm going to say it's China and somebody.
No.
Which two countries? Oh, America and Canada. America and Mexico.
Yes, it's America and Canada. He's Scotland, or he's Scottish, Deborah. Yes, America and Canada. What is the smallest country in the world?
Oh, the Vatican. Vatican City.
Smallest country.
Vatican.
Yes, the Vatican, correct. That is correct. That is correct. You have to bear with me, guys. I'm getting the my other pressure cooker out because I'm gonna be cooking the ground beef for the tacos, the regular tacos.
How many pound turkey are you cooking? Bambi, how many?
Turkey?
How many?
I'm gonna brine it.
How many pounds is it?
Well, it's a 20-pound turkey. I know for like 4 people. I know it sounds ridiculous. It's a 20-pound turkey, so it's like what, an hour and a half per pound. So I'm started at 6, probably be done by 1 or something. 1 o'clock.
Oh, you'll have turkey for a while. You can make turkey. What do you call it?
Yeah. For a while. They usually do.
So
no,
Vicky,
right
you're gonna be eating turkey sandwiches soon. You're gonna step it up from the ham sandwiches.
Right?
Yeah.
My son came up and asked me if I would make some orange chicken. So I'm making him orange chicken. And I realized that my pressure cooker has 3 hours left on the carne asada. So I'm going to start the ground beef for the ground beef tacos right now. Let it slow cook for about 3 hours.
Carne asada, that's shank steak, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm using sirloin. I'm using a full pound. I'm using a giant ass sirloin steak, actually. I'm using a giant ass sirloin that I cut into pieces, like cubes. And then I'm going to I used this is what I use for the seasoning. Let me grab it. Where the fuck is it? I use a special seasoning called by Chef Marito. Is the guy Chef Marito's his name? I use his carne asada seasoning. Can't find out. I don't know where it's at. It's in my cupboard.
I'll be eating turkey with stuffed shells for Thanksgiving.
Nice. Are you having company, or is it just you and your girlfriend?
Just she and I. She's cooking. She's actually
Nice.
she'll start doing the cooking tomorrow. I'm sorry, Wednesday.
Right? Same. I'm gonna brine my turkey all brined up for 2 days, so it's all juicy and ready to go by Thanksgiving.
I don't know how big her turkey is, but I'm sure it's nowhere near 20 pounds.
So I will get up in the morning, start my show, let my turkey do all my shit at 6 o'clock with you guys and hang out. Well, actually, I'll do that first thing in the morning, but that's the plan. Right now, I'm just dumping some taco seasoning in with the ground beef.
Yeah, I don't know if Muggsy's still in the chat, but I know that we're going to be going through on part of our bike ride. We'll be rolling through freaking Howard Beach.
Oh yeah, you're doing that bike ride. Yeah, that's right. You're doing that bike ride on Thanksgiving.
I promised her I would do the 50 miles with her. I really don't want to do it, to be honest with you, but whatever. I promised I would do it, so I'll do it. Gotta leave at 9 o'clock in the morning, Thanksgiving morning. Yeah, it's a pain in the ass, though, because if she gets a flat, now I gotta fix it. You know, it's just a pain in the ass, whatever.
Well, what's the odds of that? I've never gotten a flat tire on a bike ride. I mean, what's the odds? What are the odds?
Most of the time, we're going to be on a bike path, but when you hit the streets, this is I have basically bulletproof tires on my bicycle.
Right.
I keep trying to get her to invest in better tires, but whatever.
All right.
I would say I get a flat tire maybe once every 3,000 miles of the tires I use. With the tires she's using, she gets one once every about 1,000 miles.
And I'm going to shred that up. Shred up the beef. I'm going to shred it up. And I got the ground beef is in there going. I got the brown beef going. I got the orange chicken over there for my son going. Okay. I'm going to stir up. So tender already, man. Like, I'm barely touching it with the tongs. And it's like wanting to fall apart. So it's going to be perfect. So perfect. Now I got to go over here. This is what I'm doing with the orange chicken. I got the chicken. I got the spices. Got the orange. Got the everything in there. It's going to cook up nice. So that's what I got going on.
You're going to watch the March of the Wooden Soldiers? Doesn't the March of the Wooden Soldiers come on Thanksgiving Day? Or I know it definitely comes on Christmas.
What is that? I don't know what that is. What is that?
It's like, I don't know. I guess you could kind of compare it a little bit to like the Wizard of Oz. It's some play from like the 1920s or 30s that they put in it and they made a movie out of it. I actually like the March of the Wooden Soldiers when the bogeymen come out.
That's what I'm doing. Let's see. Yeah, right. It's so tender, and I'm gonna fry up some corn shells, and so yeah, it'll be real good. All right, let's see. Which of the 7 wonders is located in Egypt? 7 wonders of the world. Which
Nile
which
River.
one's located?
The Nile River.
The Nile? You think that's the 7th wonder of the world?
I think so.
Nile.
That's what I'm going with.
That's what you're going with. That's your final answer.
Final answer.
Anybody else? 7 wonders of the world. 7 wonders of the world. What is located in Egypt? 7 wonders of the world.
It's either that or the pyramids. The pyramids.
Bingo, pyramids. Pyramids of Gaza. Pyramids of Gaza. Giza. Is it Giza or Gaza? How do you pronounce that? Gaza?
I don't know.
Do you guys know what the capital of New Zealand is? What's the capital of New Zealand?
Nope.
Anybody?
Oh, fuck.
I don't know.
New Zealand.
I don't
know.
Capital of New Zealand. Buddy?
Don't know.
Capital of New Zealand is Wellington. And the pyramids, yes, Wellington. Wellington. Capital of New Zealand. All right, let's see what else we got. What desert is the largest in the world?
Kalahari.
Which desert's the largest?
Kalahari.
The Sahara Desert. The Sahara.
Largest desert in the world.
The Sahara Desert. That's the Sahara.
That's Sahara.
The Sahara.
The desert.
I said I had it right the first time. Why don't I change it?
Yes. Although Antarctica, which is the largest, might qualify as a desert as well. Antarctica. Apparently. House of Nilo, what's up, sir? What is the name of the world's largest river? You were right earlier, Santini.
The Nile River.
World's largest?
The Nile. N-I-L-E River.
The Nile, yes, is the largest river in the world. The longest. What city in India would you find the Taj Mahal in? What's the Taj Mahal at?
Oh, man.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I always say India.
Calcutta.
City.
Calcutta?
I don't know.
Agra? Agra? A-G-R-A? Agara? Agra? A-G-R-A.
Yeah.
Why, Agra? Oh, Agra. Okay.
Never heard of it.
A-G-R-A. The Nile, yes. A-G-R-A. What is the largest island in the Mediterranean Sea?
I don't know.
Largest island in the
Cyprus?
Mediterranean.
Cyprus?
Island.
Greece?
Is that an island?
Cyprus?
Fiji?
I don't know. Is that an island?
I don't know.
I don't know. That's my answer.
Largest island in the Mediterranean. You guys know what the
Cyprus.
largest island is in the Mediterranean?
I don't know them. Cyprus,
Some of you
Greece.
have ancestors from there. I do. I have. My grandfather was from this island. My grandfather was
Sicily?
from this island.
Italy?
It's Sicily.
Yes, Sicily. Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that was an
C,
island. I thought it was a
yes.
city.
C. It's an
I thought
island.
Sicily
Sicily's
was
an
in it.
island. Which river
No,
runs
I thought it was
through
a
the
capital
Grand
of Italy.
Canyon? Do you know what
Sicily.
river runs?
The Colorado.
Rome. Rome is the capital.
I don't know.
Yes. Yeah, the Colorado. I didn't know that myself. Spin this. I'm impressed. I didn't know that.
Ow.
Which country is known as the land of the rising sun?
I don't know.
China.
What country is known as close, Deborah? Nope.
Oh, Japan. Japan.
Land of the rising sun. What country?
Japan.
Yes, Japan.
I don't know.
Yes. Yes, Japan. Yes. Which African country is known as the Pearl of Africa? What's the Pearl of Africa?
I don't know.
Timbuktu.
No, it's
Pearl
not
of
Timbuktu.
Africa.
What is the
Pearl
Pearl
of
of
Africa.
Africa?
Oh boy.
Any of
I don't know.
my UK friends? You guys know what the Pearl of Africa is? Any of my UK friends?
I
Anybody?
don't.
I don't know.
Starts with the U. I'll give you a hint. Starts with the U. Starts
Uganda.
with the U.
Uganda?
Yes, Uganda. I know. I suck at these too, Nilo. I suck too. I would be, if I was in your shoes, I wouldn't be guessing. I'd be like Jude Law. All my answers would be Jude Law, Jude Law, Jude Law. That'd be my answer. Jude Law. Which Asian river is considered the longest? I would not have gotten this one either. Yangtze? Yangtze? Yang T-Z-E. Yangtze?
Yeah. Yangtze.
The Yangtzes? Yeah. All right, I don't. By what name were the Egyptian kings rulers known? What did they call the Egyptian kings? What were they called? That's what they were called?
Ramses?
Pharaohs.
Pharaoh. Oh yeah. Pharaohs, that's right.
Yes, the Pharaoh. All right, here's the broccoli with beef. It's all done. Or not the broccoli with beef, but here's the orange chicken. It's all finished. I will show you the finished product. Find it. Come on. See it? Yum. Broccoli, some orange chicken. You can smell the orange. All right, so let's go back. So let's see. So yeah, Pharaohs. Pharaohs is correct. If you said Pharaohs, you are correct. We're gonna go back to our docking station. All right, let's see what else we got. Which queen was Julius Caesar involved with? Which queen?
Queen Elizabeth.
No.
Julius Caesar. What queen? Who was this queen?
Oh,
man.
Cleopatra.
Yeah. That's it.
Yes. Cleopatra. In fact, his son was murdered. Reason why his son was murdered? Because he said one son by Caesar is one son too many. His son with Cleopatra was murdered. One Caesar was one Caesar too many, the king said, and executed him. That's a vendetta. Let's see. Where did the Franks settle? Do you know where the Franks settled? After defeating the Romans? After they defeated the Romans, where did the Franks settle?
No,
Anybody?
no clue.
Really famous city. And when I say the name, you're gonna be like, "Oh, I know this." The Franks took over Rome, and where did they settle at once they beat Rome? Gaul. They settled in Gaul. How long? Do you guys know how long the Middle Ages last? How long the Middle Ages last? You guys know?
1,500 years.
1400.
No. No.
1845.
No.
1485.
I'll be right back.
Yeah.
No.
So, Vicky, what are you making for Thanksgiving?
I'm in Canada. We already had Thanksgiving.
Oh, that's right. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
okay.
It was October the 9th.
So
Yeah.
what did you have?
Oh God, we had deviled eggs, turkey, and everybody brought something like a potluck. It was good, and the deviled eggs were really good because you put curry powder in them,
Guess what?
and they taste so good that way.
That's me.
Nice.
Yeah, so lots of turkey, different dishes,
1,000 years.
wine,
1,000
and
years.
potatoes, and deviled eggs.
1,000 years. Knock it off. Guess what came? You guys ready?
Yep.
Hey.
Hey, Gracie. It came. Let me fix my shoe stuff.
What are you having for Thanksgiving?
Turkey and stuffed shells.
Stuffed shells. What's that?
It's like shells with ricotta cheese inside.
Oh yeah. Oh, neat.
My
Are you Italian?
My daily high club box game. My daily high club
you
box.
And
Italian?
when I say shells, I mean pasta, not like clam shells.
Okay.
It's like these
Are
big.
you Italian? I asked.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, cool.
My girlfriend's black. She's making the stuffed shells for me. I mean, she eats them too. She likes them as well. But
Cool.
I asked her if she'd make some kind of an Italian dish to go with the turkey. So she asked me what I wanted. I told her to pick it. So I preferred, quite honestly, lasagna. But she decided to make shells, and that's just as good. That's fine.
Mhm.
I'm not picky.
Mhm.
I'll eat anything except for ham sandwiches.
Yeah, me too. I don't actually get that joke, so
No.
I don't either. I don't. It's been going around, so I guess keeping it alive.
yeah.
You want me to let it go, Vicky? You let me know. I'm only
No.
kidding with you. You know I'm only kidding with you, right?
I know. I have no problem with that. I laugh along with it because there was somebody in the chat that said it. Maybe Muggsy or somebody.
Probably Muggsy.
Yeah.
There's the pipe. There's the 420 cleaner. See what we got. It came with a pink lighter, right? We got some cherry pie wraps to put weed into, cherry pie wraps. Got some raw papers. We got a bong mat. Booyah, a bong mat with an air freshener and some like stupid stickers. We got in the piece. Here's the piece. Dun, 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 dun. I cannot wait to see it. I'm so excited. All right. Here's the piece for my daily high club box for this month. All right. The TV. It's a little TV. My bong. The bong for this month is a television. It's a turkey television. And there you go. That's my daily high club box for November. It is a cute little, retro TV. That's my daily high club box.
Does your oldest son smoke?
There it is. That's everything. Got a little football pipe.
Bambi, does your oldest son smoke?
I'm gonna plead the fifth. because
I
he's
hear,
only 20. So I'm gonna plead the
I hear
fifth.
you. I understand.
I will not confirm nor deny said statement.
Yeah.
My son, yes, my son gets a Daily High Club box too. His is coming like in a few days. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go put this on the bong shelf. I'm gonna go put this stuff away real quick. I'll be right back.
Yipper.
Please talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah. Got my friend coming over to get rid of my empties. Well, Bambi knows who he is, but, you know.
Yeah, my girlfriend doesn't smoke anymore, so since she quit, she doesn't mind if I smoke as long as I go outside.
Oh,
But
yes. Oh,
I'm
you
just
smoke, eh?
I'll leave the weed home, and what I'm going to do is post that. Just bring some edibles.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, I smoke myself.
Do you ever take the edibles?
No. Oh, I'm not smoking cigarettes. I don't use
No, no, no,
pot.
no, not smoke. I'm talking about pot. I smoke pot,
Oh,
not
no, no, no.
not
I don't,
cigarettes.
no. I don't smoke it because it just makes me paranoid. I don't do any drugs. Like, I drink occasionally, and I smoke
Okay.
cigarettes. That's about it.
Okay.
But well, okay, pot is legal here. They have pot stores, and you can walk down the street smoking one.
Yeah, you can smoke over here in New York City, walking on the street as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Weird laws in other places, but it just got allowed here in 2018, and yeah, no, there's about must be 50 pot stores around here, right?
I still get
Everywhere
mine.
you look.
I get mine off the black market still. The pot stores. You pay more in the pot stores, and you got like I think it's 14 or it's either 14 or 20% tax on it too. It's ridiculous.
Well, here you can
Told you,
get a
man. Daily High Club.
THC, for about $5. I think it's called THC. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the psychoactive ingredient in it,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
or
think
chemical,
you.
not ingredient, chemical.
Yeah, I think you drink it if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. I've been offered it, and I said, no, 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 I don't want to. I don't want to do that
So
stuff because
when you drink, what do you drink?
I'll usually like
You'll
Southern
get there,
Comfort
Tyler, when you're ready.
or gin. I can't drink like I don't like beer like I used to drink beer, but it made me made me go to the bathroom all the time. So
I
it
don't drink
stopped me from
alcohol. I don't drink alcohol. I don't enjoy it. It's just not.
no,
It's just not. Nah, it's not for me.
yeah.
I smoke a joint, I'm good. Eat an
Oh yeah.
edible, I'm good. That's it. That's all I do.
Oh yeah.
Nice. What's up? See, yeah, you'll get there, Tyler. When I was ready, I just quit. When I was ready.
Oh God, it's cold here. I'm smoking outside.
How cold is it? What's the temperature?
Gotta be about -4 or 5.
So that means it's approximately 10 below zero. No,
No,
I'm sorry.
no.
That's like about 20 degrees.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
but it's freezing out here. Ugh.
Yeah, that's cold. That's cold.
Like
Over
it's
here,
yeah.
I'm not sure what the temperature is over here, but I would say it's about 55, 57 degrees Fahrenheit, it's a nice day. Sunny,
Yeah.
bright, nice and sunny.
Oh, this is cold. I have to go in. I smoke outside, so cigarettes. Yeah.
You never smoke inside the
Oh, yeah.
house?
No. Nope.
Good.
It
That's good.
causes smell, and like if I want to sell it someday, they're gonna say, well, all the walls are stained and it smells like smoke in here, and.
Yeah, and then you'll smoke less if you go outside to smoke. You'll
Yep.
end up smoking a little bit less, especially in the
Yep.
wintertime when it's freezing cold outside.
Oh, I know. Yeah, a lot of people just don't like the smell, and people say, yeah, we'll buy it, but it's discolored and all that stuff, and I smoke less because it's in the it's getting colder out, so maybe I have on average maybe about 7 cigarettes a
That's
day.
good. Good for you.
Yeah.
What do you
But
smoke? You smoke American cigarettes or the Indian cigarettes or what?
Well, I get mine off of reserve. They're cheaper.
Okay.
Yeah. So, okay, if you bought them in a store, the carton would be over $100. Where on the reserve, it's about 14 for a carton.
So then you're smoking the American spirits or no? Or no?
No, I'm smoking Saratoga, like they're Canadian smokes.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. And they're cheap on the reserve. You know,
I
holy shit.
think I'm not. I don't know because I don't smoke, but I think cigarettes in Manhattan are like $19 or $20 a pack.
But they're like here, Canadian.
And it, like if I guess in Brooklyn or Queens or Staten Island or the Bronx, they're probably about, I would guess about 15, 16, maybe $17 a pack. It's outrageous. I don't know how people could smoke. It's ridiculous.
Oh, I know. When I ran out, I had to buy a pack at the store, and it was $24 for one pack. I can get two cartons on the reserve for that. So, and if people sell them from the reserve, like 14 a carton or 15 a carton, right? And if you know people, you can smoke, right? So, but too expensive for an actual carton.
Right.
Yeah, over
That's
$100.
it's crazy.
It's crazy.
I've smoked since I was
It's crazy.
15, and I remember that a pack of smokes were only $2 something or $1 something. And
Somebody's got some static going on.
I don't
Not
think it's
me.
me.
It went away. It went away.
Yeah. So you're a trainer, personal trainer?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
32 years now.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know how many clients
Hey, if
I
I
have
can
today?
do it.
I have 0 clients today. 0.
Oh yeah.
As the holidays approach, my business gets slow.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Right.
Once
Yeah. Well,
I won't really pick up again and get really busy until about the 3rd week in January when people recover from the holidays.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. And then I'll be busy until like the middle of July. And then people start going, like my clients have money. They'll go on vacation for a month. Some of them will go for 6 weeks. So I'm very slow in the summer. Then Labor Day rolls around, then I get busy again until the holidays.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing is, in my business, you don't work if you don't get paid if you don't work. There are no sick days. There are no holidays. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
So you got to do the right thing with your money. You got to put money on the side. There are the good times and there are the bad times. You know.
Yeah.
Next month is when it really starts to get slow. The 2 weeks before Christmas, people are out of town or they have guests in town, and it really gets slow. But like I said, by the 3rd week of January, I get really busy. I'll pick up again like crazy. So
Yeah. Oh, just freezing. Just freezing over the way over this holiday time. Oh, okay, my buddy's here.
Who's your buddy?
Mhm.
Your buddy like at your house?
No, yeah, well, no, yeah, you know who he is from the last time. He comes over to get my empties.
Oh yeah.
what do
Why
you mean?
you should like
What do you mean your empties? What do you mean your empties? Are bottles or cans or something?
Yeah. Yeah, and then you can cast them in that. And
You get like 10 cents for a can in Canada to return it,
I think
don't you?
yeah.
I think so. And some of them, I don't know what it is now. You can get 15 cents.
Really?
Yeah. A lot of people
Nice.
do that to supplement their income here because okay, to rent a 1-bedroom apartment here, about 1,500.
That's not much less than it is here in New York City, to be honest with you. Actually, I would say a nice 1-bedroom apartment in New York City in a good neighborhood, it's going to be
Yeah.
about $2,200 a month. You might be able to find something for 1,700
Yeah.
if you're lucky. But
Yeah.
I'd say it's about 2,200 a month.
Hold
So
on. I'm gonna mute you for a sec.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. What's up, DOND? Don? Will, what? That's a long ass name. Oh, yeah. You're surprised that Pizza's a con? Of course he's a con. Don't give him no euro. Banty, don't give Pizza no fucking euro. Don't give him no American money. Don't give that bum nothing. Don't give that
and
bum money.
I went over to Pizza's chat earlier. He was doing a live, and what did I write? Something like, "Hey, I don't
He
want
blocked
to."
me today.
What seems like what he's doing, from what I can see, is he's blocking people, and then when he unblocks everybody for the next video, and you can get one comment, and then he blocks you again. So I put a comment
Yeah,
in,
pretty
and
much.
he started. What was he saying about me? Yeah, that's this guy. He wanted me to go live with him on the Appalachian Trail because he knows that I'm going to be going on the Appalachian Trail. But he says that I want him. I asked him to come with me. This is what he's saying, right? And then what did he say? He hangs out in the schoolyard and he's into little kids. The fucking guy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Guy, right?
But he didn't go on.
Guy.
He didn't go on much of a rant about me today. He didn't say anything about my mother either.
I went in there this morning and all I said was, "Good morning, Pizza. Happy Mob Monday," which is what I usually do. I'll go in there. I'll be like, "Good morning, Pizza. Happy Friday," or whatever day it is. Just being me, being polite. And he's like, "Oh, the fucking junkie," and like blocked me. And I'm like, "I'm blocked." I'm like, "Why did you fucking fuck you, Pizza? Fuck you, Pizza. I'm not a punk like you. I don't have to block you." Enjoying the show, Pizza.
He is what he is.
What? Yeah, exactly. It's whatever. You know. What religion dominated the Middle Ages? What religion? Religion dominated the Middle
Catholicism.
Ages.
Catholicism.
Anybody else? Any guesses? Anybody? What religion
Catholicism.
dominated the Middle Ages?
That was my friend. He said Catholicism too. So.
Yeah, I'll go with Catholicism.
Mm-hmm.
Catholicism. Yes, Catholicism. Yes, the war on Muhammad. Catholicism. In which year did World War I begin? What year did World War I begin?
1919. 1919.
1914. He says. I don't.
1919. No, 1918. I'm sorry.
1914.
World War II began in 1914. 1914.
He was right.
Yes,
No. You said World War II. World War One began
World
there.
War I.
Yeah.
What year did World War I begin? He said 1914. He's right. 1914.
You're right.
In which country did Adolf Hitler? What country was Adolf Hitler born in? Anybody?
Austria.
Close, Tyler.
Austria.
Austria. Yes, Austria. John F. Kennedy. What city was he assassinated in? Where did he die? What city?
Seattle. Dallas, Texas. Dallas, Texas.
Is that your final answer?
Yep. I'll phone into that
Fitness? What do you think?
Uh,
JFK, where did he get shot at? Where did he die? What city?
I don't know.
That's my answer. No, Dallas.
If I was going to guess, I know it's going to sound crazy. Memphis, Tennessee.
Dallas, Texas.
Dallas, Texas. Dead on the plane.
Yeah, he was declared dead on the plane. Yeah, or something like that.
Dallas, Texas was where he was assassinated. Dallas, Texas.
Yeah.
On Sunday, Sunday, 18th of June, 1815. Which famous battle took place? What battle took place on Sunday, June 18th, 1815? Sunday, 18th of June, 1815.
School on this one.
No clue.
Floyd was a scumbag. Floyd was a scumbag. What Floyd? Which Floyd?
Pink Floyd.
No,
I don't know.
Probably go.
Probably talking about Floyd Mayweather.
I don't know if he's talking about Floyd Mayweather. It could be talking about George Floyd. I don't know. It could be talking about a bunch of Floyds.
Pink Floyd. I don't fucking know.
no, Pink
Do
Floyd.
I
not.
don't know.
Oh, if he said was a scumbag, that means he's dead. So that's probably about George Floyd.
Oh yeah, you're saying was a scumbag. So yeah, possibly. All right. Yeah. What battle? 1815. What battle
don't know.
took place?
I don't know.
The Battle of Waterloo. The Battle of Waterloo took place. What event marked the beginning of World War One? World War One. What event started it?
The death of the king and or the czar.
No.
I don't know.
Czar.
Somebody threw a potato
The
on somebody's head.
assassination of Archduke Ferdinand.
Mm.
The
That was the day
assassination
that-
of Archduke Ferdinand
That was the
started
day
World War
they
One.
stole Vicky's ham sandwich.
You better stop this business. I'll go in there.
That was that what
You
happened?
fucking cocksucker. God. What's this ham sandwich fucking joke?
Who
I
is
don't
the
know what it
leader?
is.
I don't know.
The
Ask
Soviet
Muggsy. I think he started it.
No, what started was you. I was talking about the CIA. You were talking about wiping your ass with a ham sandwich, and Saul brought it. Saul's been bringing it up ever since, and now you're bringing it up. That was
I
Saul that
started
made the
it?
comment about you wiping your ass.
I'm
Saul
not,
did.
I started it. Oh, Saul started it.
Saul.
All right, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Saul. Yes, it was Saul. All right. Who was the leader of the Soviet Union during World War II? Who was the boss?
I don't know.
During World War
Stalin.
II?
Stalin.
Joseph Stalin. Yes. What? Oh, we already did. Wait. Oh, okay. I didn't know this one. What ancient wonder was located in the city of Alexandria in Egypt? Ancient wonder.
The pyramids.
The Sphinx.
The pyramids.
The
Sphinx.
Pharaoh.
No.
The Pharaoh.
Or the Sphinx.
Yeah, that's it. The
You guys
Sphinx.
ready for this? The lighthouse. The lighthouse of Alexandria. I don't know what the lighthouse of Alexandria is, but that's the answer.
Is it there anymore?
Oh, who is the founder? Who is the founder of modern nursing and is known for her work during the Korean War? Who is the founder of modern nursing?
Florence Nightingale
Yes, Florence Nightingale.
or Laura Secord.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
What was the name of the ship that brought the Pilgrims to America in 1620?
The Mayflower.
Mayflower.
Yes, the Mayflower.
Damn boat people.
Damn boat people.
What group? What was the name of the group that Justin Timberlake was a member of? Justin
I don't know.
Timberlake. What was the name of the group he was a member of?
man.
I don't know.
Couldn't tell you.
Tyler? You know? You know, little Tyler? Name of the group
don't know.
Justin Timberlake was a member of.
I don't know. That's my answer.
In Sync. In Sync.
Oh, okay. Well,
In Sync.
I stopped listening
was
to
the-
music actually after the 90s. So
That's a personal problem. That's a you problem. What was the name of What was the name of the rock band formed by Jimmy Page? Jimmy Page started what
Led
band?
Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin.
Led Zeppelin, he says.
Oh boy.
What do you think?
Led
Jimmy
Zeppelin.
Page.
Can you speak?
Come with me.
Your
Jimmy Page.
voice is muffled. Say it.
Led Zeppelin.
Ooh.
Yes, Led Zeppelin.
Yeah, he got it and got it right. This guy's better than me, eh?
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
What country did AC/DC originate in? What country
UK.
is AC/DC from?
The UK.
That's not a
United
country.
England, then.
No.
Ireland.
No. Australia. They're Australian.
Australia.
Didn't know
What
that.
genre of music did Taylor Swift start in? What
Country?
genre did she start in?
Ooh,
Taylor
Country.
Swift.
pop music.
Country.
Hip
Yes,
hop?
she started in country.
Country? Okay.
Who was the lead singer of the iconic 80s band Culture Club?
Boy George.
Those were the
You're
Smiths.
right, Boy George. Yes.
Oh, it looks like he jumped off because he's being a sore loser.
This
Come
this
on
is
back,
going to
Vickers.
be a kind of a trick question. The name is wrong. What name is rapper Sean Combs known by? What name? Sean Combs. He's
I
got
don't
two
know.
names actually.
Oh, there he is. He's back. I don't know.
It says Puff Daddy, but he's known as P Diddy. P Diddy.
Oh, really?
okay.
Sean Puffy
Yeah.
Combs, Puff Daddy.
Okay. I don't
P
know
Diddy.
too much
He changed his
about
name from Puff Combs to P Diddy. I don't know. Stupid. Who is Jay Z married to? Do you guys know who Jay Z's married to?
Yeah, what's her name? Beyonce.
Yes.
I
How
don't
many
know.
Grammys did John Legend have? How many Grammys does John Legend have? Singer
6.
John Legend.
I don't know.
6.
10. 10.
Oh,
10. What British group does singer Mel B come from? What British group? Mel B.
The Beatles.
I don't know.
The Spice Girls.
No.
Who's referred to as the king of pop and is known for iconic hits like Thriller and Billie
Michael
Jean?
Michael
Jackson.
Jackson. I got it first. Fitness.
I don't think so.
What do you
I
mean?
get the ham sandwich for that one, Vicky.
What's the
Yes.
ham sandwich?
What is the name of the home of the Greek gods? Where does the Greek gods live? What is the name of their home?
Oh, I don't know.
Athens.
Anybody else?
Rome.
Rome.
Olympus. They live on Mount Olympus.
Oh. Yeah.
Yes, Mount Olympus.
Oh, I don't know.
Which
He got it right.
warrior's
too.
weakness was their heel?
What's that?
Which warrior's weakness was his heel?
Oh, Achilles.
Which warrior's
Achilles.
I don't know.
Achilles.
Achilles. Yes, his heel. Yes, Achilles' heel. Yes. Who was the messenger of the gods?
Oh man.
Osiris?
No.
No.
Oh.
Starts with an H.
A
Starts with an
pigeon?
H.
I don't know.
Okay. Hercules.
Hercules?
No. Close. Hermes. 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 It's the messenger of the gods. What was the name of the paradise warriors go to after death? Where do the warriors
don't
go
know.
after they die? Vikings are real big in this. Starts with a V.
Victorious? I
This is
don't know.
where the warriors go when they die.
Victory? I don't know.
Valhalla.
Oh,
Valhalla.
yeah, well, I don't think anybody can guess that one.
Valhalla. Thor was the son of what god? Talked about this the other day. Thor is the son of. Somebody said Poseidon. I said no. Thor is the god. Is the son of what god?
No clue.
Follow?
Odin. Odin. Odinite.
These are getting really difficult,
Odin.
eh?
Son of Romulus and Remus were raised by what animal?
Wolves.
Who raised Romulus and Remus? No.
Wolves.
Yes, a she-wolf. Yes. The Roman god of war inspired what planet? The
Pluto.
Roman god of war inspired what planet?
Mars.
Pluto.
Yes. Mars.
Oh,
Mars.
he got it
Anubis,
right again.
The jackal god of death.
Well, give him a
At the
ham
head of a-
sandwich. He won. That's
At the head of a what?
Press one this
Come on, no, I know this. Okay, and Anubis, go ahead. God of the dead. Please, I know all this.
Anubis, the god of the dead, at the head of what? He had the head of what?
A dog, a jackal kind of thing.
Yes, jackal dot. He's the jackal god of death.
Yeah.
Set throws Osiris into the Witch River after tricking him into a coffin.
The Nile.
Osiris, yes, gets thrown into which river? Yes.
In the Nile River.
What author? Yes, the Nile.
No, you
You're
said
correct.
denial river. You said
I
denial.
did not, mental.
The Nile.
Shut the fuck up or I'll meet you. Sucker.
Oh, here we go. Which author became famous for his 6-volume biography of Lincoln?
I don't know.
Who
How am
wrote
I supposed to know this stuff? I have no clue.
modern literature? It's modern literature. You don't know modern literature?
Oh God,
Carl
no.
Sandburg.
Come on.
Carl Sandburg. Carl Sandburg.
Oh, everybody should know that.
I don't know.
Everybody. Okay, how about this?
Yes.
Who wrote Old Man and the Sea? And is considered one of the greatest writers in history.
What's his name? Not
It is a boy. It is a man. Yes.
Yeah,
It is a guy.
Yeah.
Ernest.
It's like
Hemingway.
Ernest.
Hemingway. He said.
Yes.
Thank you.
Which Danish author is considered by many to be the most prolific fairy tale writer?
I don't know.
He wrote fairy tales such as The Princess and the Pea, The Little
Dr.
Mermaid.
Seuss?
Dr. Seuss.
Hans Christian Andersen.
Oh, right.
Okay, right.
Yeah. Who is the writer of The Merchant of Venice?
Yeah. No clue.
He also wrote Macbeth.
Oh.
He also wrote Romeo and Juliet. He also wrote. Go ahead. Any idea?
I don't know.
Listen to me very carefully. He wrote Romeo and Juliet. He wrote Macbeth.
Oh.
Romeo and Juliet.
Tip my tongue. Kind of.
William Shakespeare. Shakespeare.
Yes.
Yes, William Shakespeare. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes was written by which author? Who wrote Sherlock Holmes?
I don't know.
Arthur Conan Doyle.
Never heard of him.
Right.
All right, this is for you, fitness. Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire.
I don't know that about Harry. Ask Sonny Money. Sonny Money.
I might get it right.
I don't know. I never watched the Harry Potter movie. I have no idea.
See then.
All right. The name is what? Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire is what? The fourth book.
I mean,
in the
is
Harry Potter
what? Like,
series.
no, like, can you be more specific? Like, is that Harry Potter is what? That's all you said.
Who is Sonny Money?
No. I said Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire is what? Is what? What is Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire?
No clue.
It's the fourth book in the Harry Potter series is the answer.
Well, all you said Harry Potter is
series.
what? So
No, okay. In Herman Melville's novel Moby Dick, who was the lawyer reasonable first mate?
Papa Boner.
Moby Dick, who was the first mate?
No clue.
hang on, you might have it.
Papa Boner.
Papa Boner? No, no, that ain't Papa Boner.
Starbuck. We're gonna skip because you guys. Okay, you're not gonna. I don't think you're gonna know these ones either. Let's see.
This sounds like a name of. This sounds like a name of a porn star, Papa Boner.
All right, here we go. Which American president was involved in the Watergate scandal? Who was involved in the Watergate
Clinton, Bill Clinton,
scandal?
Bill Clinton.
Nixon. Nixon.
Bill Clinton.
I am not the thief.
Nixon.
I am not a thief.
Oh yeah, I am not a thief.
What are the surnames? What are the surnames of the father-son duos both served as U.S. presidents, father-son duos. There's only
George
been two.
Bush and his son
Bush.
George Bush.
Father
The
and son,
Bushes.
both presidents.
I just said that.
George
And
W.
Someone
Bush
else.
and
There's
George
another
H.
set.
Bush. George Bush and George W.
The
George
Bushes and who
W.
else?
George H. Oh, the Kennedys.
No.
Bushes and who else? Adams.
John Adams.
Bushes and Adams. How many presidents have been impeached?
Oh,
Any idea how
geez.
many presidents have been impeached?
At least two,
two,
three.
At least two.
One.
Clinton
And Trump.
yeah. And there's another one that was impeached. Who was it? Not
Three.
Nixon. Nixon resigned.
Can't be Stalin.
Three.
It wasn't.
Three
Nixon
total.
resigned, so he wasn't impeached. He would
Before
have
the
been
laws
impeached.
were changed. I don't know. I just says how many. 3 presidents have been impeached. 3 to date.
Wasn't
Before
Obama.
the laws changed in 2000, was Clinton, wasn't Trump impeached?
Yes.
Twice he was impeached. Trump.
Twice. And
I don't know who the other
Clinton was impeached, wasn't
He's the third
Yes,
one.
he was
I don't know who the
impeached.
first one is.
Well,
But
remember,
the
impeached
first one
doesn't.
was probably one from like 19 something or 18
Re-
something. Let me look it. I'll look it up. Let me look it up.
Remember something. Impeached happens in the Congress, right? They vote, but
Yeah.
neither Trump nor Clinton was then convicted and removed by a
Okay, you ready?
67 vote majority in the Senate. So they were
You ready?
impeached, but impeached doesn't mean removed from office, right?
No.
A lot of
Ready?
people think that.
Andrew Johnson in 1868, Bill Clinton
Oh.
in 1998, and Donald Trump twice, 2019 and 2021. 3 U.S. presidents to date have been impeached.
Was the first one removed from office? Because you need a 67 out of 100 vote to
Andrew
get to,
Johnson.
he was removed.
I don't know.
Yeah, I know that one.
Oh, really?
I don't know if Andrew Johnson was removed. I have no idea.
You need a 67 out of 100
Bill
people,
Clinton,
Senate
and neither
vote to
was
get
convicted.
removed.
Okay,
Convicted
no,
means
neither one was convicted, so
Yeah.
neither one was removed.
right. Convicted.
Johnson and
That
Clinton
happens
wasn't
in this.
convicted.
Right. To be convicted, you have to get 67 of the 100 senators in the Senate to vote to convict you and remove you. If you're convicted, you're removed from office. But you need 67 out of 100 votes to do that.
Oh, yeah.
It's very, very difficult to do.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and before the law was changed in 2000, how long was a French president's term? How long was a French president's term before 2000?
I have no
I don't know.
idea.
No,
8 years?
I don't know.
8
Any
years.
idea how many times? How long has he been
No,
serving?
I have no idea. It's
Close.
no,
7.
it's out of the,
7.
these questions, like they're out of everybody's country kind of thing. So, yeah,
7.
I never knew that.
7. Who was the longest serving monarch of the United Kingdom?
Queen Elizabeth II.
Who was the longest serving
Now,
monarch?
Queen Elizabeth II.
Yes. Queen
Queen
Elizabeth II.
Elizabeth II.
Yes, I said yes. You are correct. Donald Trump and which North Korean leader are known to trade threats
Kim Jong
over the internet?
Un. Kim Jong Un. Kim Jong Un, Little Rocket Man.
Yeah, that Kim dude.
I can't believe that's one of the questions. I cannot believe that is really one of the questions. That's so ridiculous. What was Mao Zedong famous for?
I don't know.
Man. Wonton soup.
And no, it wasn't killing. And no, it wasn't the killing of 6 million people. No, it wasn't the killing of 6 million people. What he's famous for was Mao Zedong led the Communist Party of China to victory during the Civil War. That's what he did, other than kill 6 million people. He led the Communist Party to victory during the Civil War. Leader and political icon Nelson Mandela was from which African country? Where's Mandela from?
Oh, Zaire?
South Africa.
No. Yes, South Africa.
Oh, no, it wasn't me. It was Dan that got it
What
right.
does
Oh, sorry. Yeah, he got it right. He's smarter than I think.
the largest political party in South Africa, the ANC, stands for what?
No clue.
African National Congress. I wouldn't have known either. So, what is the legal term for a voluntary written statement made under oath? You know what the legal written term is? That you know what it is?
Affidavit?
The voluntary. Yes, an affidavit. Yes, very good. Okay, what is the name of a classification of a crime that is less serious than a misdemeanor? Oh, I'm sorry, I just gave the answer away. Never mind. We're gonna skip that one.
Less serious than a felony is a misdemeanor, right?
Felony, yes, a felony. Sorry, I read the answer instead of the question. All right, a verdict is what's a verdict?
Judgment?
Yes, a decision of judgment. What is evidence in court? Where a person tells everything they saw or know.
Eyewitness.
Eyewitness.
No.
Plain, I don't know.
First
When you
hand.
go into court and you take the stand, you're giving
testimony. Testimony.
Yes, testimony. Who is the group of people sworn to make a decision / deliver a verdict in a court? Who are the people?
The jury. The jury. The jury.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe this is a question. What was the verdict in the O.J. Simpson murder trial? Do you know
Not
what the verdict
guilty.
was?
Not guilty.
Yeah.
Said it before you fit.
How many homicides did Ted Bundy admit to?
6.
Do you know how many homicides Ted Bundy officially admitted to?
6.
30.
Wow.
30. Ted Kaczynski was a former graduate of what university? The Unabomber. What university did he graduate from?
Berkeley.
No, close. He taught at Berkeley. He didn't graduate from there. He taught there. Harvard. He went to Harvard.
Wow.
Graduated from Harvard. Top of his class. Gregory Lee Johnson was convicted in Texas for what in 1989?
Oh, he was the Marine that shot those people from the tower, wasn't he?
That was Charles Whitman. No.
Oh, okay.
He was arrested in Texas in 1989 for burning the U.S. flag. Yeah. He burned the U.S. flag in 1989 and they locked his ass up.
Is that a crime?
Texas.
Is that a crime?
Gregory Lee Johnson.
Yeah,
it's not a crime anymore, is it? Aren't you allowed to burn the flag if you wanted to?
I don't know. Back in 1989, it was desecration of a flag. Back in 1989.
Oh, really?
I don't know about 2023. I don't know if they consider that freedom of expression today. I don't know. As far as I know, it's illegal.
Aren't you in New York?
Yeah.
Well, then maybe you know. I never knew that. That would be a crime, actually. Burning a flag.
You didn't know that?
No
Is
idea.
desecration of a flag still illegal?
Oh, really?
Yeah, it is still illegal to desecrate the flag.
Oh boy, I better cancel that flag burning party then, huh?
18 U.S. Code 700, desecration of the flag of the United States penalties. Yes, it is illegal.
Well, actually, okay. Fitness, I'll come and see you in New York, and you give me the match. I'll burn the flag. Will I get in shit for it because I'm Canadian? Don't know. But if you ever feel like you want to have a flag burning party, let me know.
Whoever
I'll bring the gasoline.
Whoever
and the flag.
Desecrate. I'm sorry. It says, here's the law. Whoever knowingly mutilates, defaces, physically defiles, burns, maintains on the floor or ground, or tramples upon any flag of the United States shall be fined upon the the title or imprisoned for not more than a year or both.
Yeah.
You're fined. You're in jail
really?
or you're fined. If you
Never
burn
knew
the
that.
American flag, it is still highly illegal to do
I can
so.
burn it though, can't I? Like, because I'm Canadian. If I go to New York to visit somebody, can
I
I
think
not burn?
I think so.
No, because they'll arrest you. Just because you're from Canada doesn't mean you can come to New York and burn a fucking flag. That's still against the
Ooh.
law.
Mm.
They'll
Don't
lock
worry,
you up,
Vicky.
and once your
Vicky,
sentence
I
is over,
got your
they'll
back.
deport you.
Vicky, I got your back. Don't worry.
That's what we do. Like if you commit a crime and you're from another country, we'll lock you up, and once your sentence is over, we'll kick you out and send you home.
Oh yeah. Okay, well.
That's not
Like that
very nice.
illegal immigrant, the illegal immigrant that killed Molly Tibbetts here in Iowa. You know that the story I was telling you, I showed you guys. If he ever
Yeah.
gets out of an Iowa prison, his ass will be deported back to Mexico or El Salvador, where the fuck he came from. He'll be deported right the fuck back. If he
Oh
ever
yeah.
gets out of prison, he got
Yeah.
life, but life in prison in Iowa was only 15 to 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
Do you
So,
know? Do you know
she was
today?
killed by an illegal.
Do you know today more Mexicans in America are going back to Mexico than
Yep.
coming? The people that are coming across the
Can you blame
border are
him?
not from Mexico. They're from South America, Venezuela, and the
El
likes. And
Salvador.
one of the reasons why the Mexicans are going back to Mexico is the economy's better there now. And one of the reasons for that is all the American corporations that went to have their goods manufactured in Mexico. There's more jobs for them now.
Yeah. We've lost Bambi for some reason. Maybe she's having difficulty, but yeah. I don't
She'll be
know. It's
back.
weird. I
She'll be
never
back.
knew that about the flag. Eh? Oh, there she is. Well, she just came up on my phone.
I wouldn't burn the American flag. What are you kidding me? I'd burn the
Yeah.
Canadian flag, though. I'm kidding you.
Fuck off. Okay, do you know what? Instead of Roscoe going down to beat you up, Roscoe's from Scotland. I'm in Ontario. I can come down and beat you up anytime in that boxing ring. And you know what? You can pay my way down, bud. And then after that, I'm gonna have a vacation. You know, yeah. You weren't seriously gonna pay Roscoe's fare there, were you?
No. If he actually shows up in Manhattan, I'm not going to fight him in the street. I'm going to go to jail. I'm not going to lose my freedom. So if he wants to fight, we're going to get in a ring at the freaking whatchamacallit. I lost my train of thought now. At the boxing gym, I said I'll pay his daily fee, which is $35. Church Street Boxing Gym on Park Place, 25 Park Place, downtown Manhattan, just off the corner of Broadway. That's what we're going to do.
Oh, he thought that you were gonna pay his
Thinking about
airfare
it,
there.
Oh no! Are you crazy? He pays his own airfare. I'll pay his daily gym fee, the $35.
Why fight? Why?
I know. You guys were so
physically
funny
fight?
that when
So you
you
guys
and
can look
Roscoe were
stupid,
going
so
at it
it's
there,
not
bud,
making
that
you
was funny because you couldn't understand him. Eh? Like, I can't understand a damn thing you were saying, and me and Bambi had to translate. I said, well, he said this, and he said that. So.
But listen, don't say his name again. He's going to show up and he's going to ruin the whole freaking vibe here. So, go ahead.
No,
What was the next question, Bambi?
yeah, he said he didn't want to come back. Apparently, I haven't actually seen the video. Like Bambi, so you and him got into it on Steve's. Oh my god.
No, me and Fitness got into it on Steve's.
Oh, I
Me and
thought
Fitness
Roscoe
got into it.
Oh, okay. Well, Fitness is right here. I'm just saying. Roscoe said he's not
No.
gonna come and chat anymore. Oh well, no. I'm just curious because I missed it.
No, that was Fitness earlier. Where were you? Do you not pay attention when I talk? Do you not pay attention when I talk?
You
Do
were
not
okay.
pay
You
attention,
were
like
on. You
zone
were
out.
in Steve's chat earlier before you came on this morning, right? And you and
Yeah, with
Ross
Fitness,
got into
arguing
an
with
argument.
Fitness.
Oh, Fitness.
No, me and Fitness got into an argument on Steve's panel this morning.
Okay, but why isn't? Well, how come Roscoe? You said Roscoe said he's not going to come back into your chat.
No,
I said
it was me.
That.
Oh,
It was me.
Roscoe.
I haven't been back in the chat. I just hit the StreamYard link. I've been on panel for I don't know, about 4 hours now. 3 hours.
On too. So I don't know. I asked you, Bambi. I said, "Is it Roscoe said he won't come back?" And you said yes.
And I told you Fitness. I didn't say nothing about Roscoe. I said Fitness.
Oh, okay. Well, then I guess that's resolved.
No, you left it on
Because fitness is
it
here.
disappeared. It was on the counter a couple the day I went, and then it disappeared.
I can understand why she's confused. It's whatever.
Yeah, because
I
I
was there
wasn't here
that
like
morning.
it was early. That's all, and I assumed that it was Roscoe that said everything.
No.
So I don't know. Okay, well, hey Steve. Hey fitness. It's glad you're back. Now I'm gonna shut up because I really don't know what's going on because I
Don't
was
get
not
Illinois
up.
dog food.
Well, Vicky, I came back to get that ham sandwich.
Get
So,
whatever
you know.
cheapest possible away because it'll make him fit. So I just put pedigree because pedigree is usually like $20 for like a 50-pound bag or whatever.
Oh yeah.
And I think that's all we need, unless there's anything else you can think of. I can't think of anything
No,
off the top of my head.
I'll just watch the mirror Steve's chat in a while and I'll see what went on.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. It's over now. I mean,
Oh, okay. Well,
no. I mean, obviously it's over. Fitness is there kicking it, so obviously.
oh, okay.
shit's
Well,
over.
I didn't know.
Yeah,
All right,
you know,
I'm sorry.
Well, I mean,
for
I'm
the-
glad,
for the-
I'm glad
listen,
I'm glad
listen,
you
for-
did because I'm glad you jumped on because I was really disheartened by this morning. Like, it really bummed me out. Like, I didn't
Well,
want to
so was
think you didn't
so
want to
was
hang out because of, you know what I'm saying? I was really bummed out.
so was I, and if I could take it back, I know I can't, but if I could take it back,
No,
I
it's
would never
all right.
went on that
I'm not
live.
upset at you. I was just,
And
I was
here's-
really bummed out of the situation, disappointed that you
Well,
weren't
listen,
going to
here's
hang
what
out.
this morning.
Here- listen, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stay out of the chat room. I'll just come on the panel, and for now I'll stay out of the chat room. Okay, I don't want to start
You don't
any
even have to do
issues.
that. Don't feel like you're. Don't feel like
It's
you're
a
isolated.
misunderstanding
and
then,
that's
okay?
like most everybody said. Like they don't.
I'm
have
not
an
up at
issue with
3
it.
a.m. I'm sorry.
That they don't
It's
have
a
an issue with
misunderstanding.
you. They just don't want to talk politics. They will
Okay.
argue with you and talk to you about anything but politics. Anything but politics. Anything but that.
Okay.
They'll talk to you about anything but that. Seriously, because I've
Sounds
seen
good.
my chat. We talked about it. So I mean, it's not so much you. It's just politics.
There can't
They
be
don't wanna
very
talk
many people in
politics.
chat right
So
now.
talk
Is there?
about whatever
What
the
is there?
fuck you
5 or
want
6?
other than that.
What are there?
There are
5 or
9.
6? There are
No,
9 people.
Nine. I haven't been very popular lately because I don't want to fight and have drama. So I'm not very popular anymore.
And even in the chat.
I'm not very popular because I don't have nut jobs on my panel fighting. I'm not
Okay,
very
yes,
popular
Deborah.
because I'm not sitting here calling people faggots. I'm not very popular right now because I'm not sitting here making people feel bad about themselves. So I'm not a very
Listen,
popular
Well,
creator.
yeah, it was a
That's fine.
misunderstanding because I'm not usually up at 3 a.m. So yeah, it was. I thought it was Roscoe. Okay, I didn't know it was fitness. All right.
Isn't Monday a slow day on YouTube anyway?
Slower than
Sometimes,
Sunday.
yeah. I mean, somebody like I notice the most traffic I get is usually first thing in the morning. Like first thing in the morning, that first hour or 2, 3 is usually the most busiest. When people are getting up, getting ready to go to work, usually the most busiest. Usually,
Right.
I don't really worry, but I mean, yeah, I'm not. If there's only one person in my chat room, I'm not going to sit up here. I'm not going to waste my time. But I don't care if there's 9 people in here. Great. If you guys are entertained, you're entertained. If you're not, then you're not. I mean, I don't know what else to do at this point to entertain you motherfuckers. Between playing books and trying to not talk about drama, is where I'm at because I don't want to. I don't want to talk about fucking Solo and FBS and Johnny fucking Matt. People that don't deserve to be talked about. I don't want to talk about people that don't deserve it. They don't deserve any clout or attention. And I've decided weeks
I
ago.
know you didn't, Scottish Deborah. I know it's a little confusing, isn't it? I didn't see it either because I'm not up at 3. Okay, hang
Other
on.
than Tuesdays, I don't want to talk about those clowns. Other than Tuesday, because the way I see it is they don't deserve the recognition.
Yeah.
Johnny Mapp does not deserve the clout. They don't deserve it. They just don't deserve it, and I'm not going to give it to them. They can go fuck themselves. Fuck themselves. And they're not going to use me, and I'm not going to use them as a way to build my fucking channel. Not doing it. Not doing it. You guys want drama, go hang out with them. I don't need it.
Yeah, no, Scottish Deborah. Bambi, you're doing your channel the way you want it to do, because you know what? Actually, Bambi, you have content where the other people in MobTube, they don't. It's like constantly
I don't know.
putting
Do
down
I?
all the haters.
'Cause I mean,
Thank you,
I'm
Deborah.
trying to give people content, but that's what they want. I've been trying to do actual content, but it just doesn't seem. I've said it and I've watched. I've watched my numbers go up when motherfuckers are fighting, but I don't want to do that. I don't want to be that
Yeah, I
person.
know.
I'm not going to use other people's hatred to bring in fucking 60 people to my chat room. Because you know what? Those 60 people aren't donating money anyways. It's not like I'm getting rich off of people being miserable, because I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't make a fucking dime. Whether it's 60, whether it's 9, whether it's 5. I
Yeah.
don't make a dime. Either way.
Yeah.
Either way.
Yeah.
I don't really know what the right decision is, what to do at this point. I really don't. I'm just gonna keep doing me is what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna keep doing
Yeah.
me.
Well, even when Jen was on, what was that, about 2 weeks ago? Jen and what's the other? They were both
Heidi.
arguing. Heidi and Jen, but you know what? Heidi did put Jen in her place, because I blocked it. Come on, help me out, Jen, from Instagram, YouTube, and everything, eh? Because like what Heidi did was basically put Jen in her place, right?
It's
Yeah,
not really stressful, Deborah. It gets frustrating because it's like,
yeah,
you know what it's like to trying to make everybody happy, and you can't make
yeah,
everybody happy, and you're one of those kind of people that all you want to do
mm,
is make everybody happy, and you can't. That's the position I'm in. It gets frustrating because I want to make everybody happy, but I can't. I can't do it
yeah.
no matter how hard I try. No matter
I
what I
know.
do, I can't make everybody in my chat room happy. I can't make
Listen,
everybody on MobTube happy, no matter what I fucking do.
make yourself happy first and foremost, right? And just, you go with the flow. You have to, somebody
Yeah,
come on, whoever it
Dude,
is,
I'm
you have
trying.
a conversation, a
Making other
peaceful
people happy
conversation.
makes me happy. That's what I'm trying to do by
yeah.
making other people happy makes me happy. So it's
And you
very
do
Yeah,
that.
but
frustrating.
if making people happy who thrive on drama, uh,
Yeah, yeah.
that's not going to make you happy, because at the end of the day, it's very physically and mentally draining, isn't it? It is for
Yeah,
me.
yeah,
Yeah, and it's
I've
just
been,
gonna
I've
have drama.
obviously,
There's not a whole lot of drama in my life. There's not a whole lot of drama in my YouTube, my online life. There isn't. The most drama I had was our fight this morning. That was the most drama I've had in a couple of weeks, in like a week or two. Like legit.
yeah,
The most drama I've had was our little fight in Steve's. That was the most. I don't have a lot of drama. Everybody thinks that shit with Jules stressed me out. Nah, I wasn't stressed out. I
yeah,
wasn't stressed out. I was annoyed, and I knew it'd go past, and it did. It's passed. All
yeah,
my battles with all these clowns has extinguished. They've gone away. They fizzled out. So now I'm at that even keel stage where now I'm waiting for the next fucking thing to kick off, because something will kick off. I don't know when, but it will.
but
Somebody has
you know what's going to happen,
to kick
Bambi.
off
Listen,
again.
listen. Obviously, I
Yeah,
engage. I've engaged in a drama, okay, but the
mm,
drama for everybody eventually is going to get tiring. It's repetitive,
uh,
and they're going to look for something where
yep.
there isn't that drama. So if you stay with if you I'm not telling you what to do, but if you choose to stay away from the drama as much as possible, you're going to start picking up people that get tired of
I've
the drama.
been, I've really
You
been
know what I'm?
trying. Like I said, if my chatters want to fight it out on panel, like I said, the only reason why I let you and Roscoe do what you did, because you guys are grown adults. You both chat in here. You're both my friends. If you guys want to argue it out and settle whatever, that's what I was trying to let you guys do. I try to let you guys work out your own disagreements. That's what
Bambi,
I try to do.
can I ask you something? I really want to
Sometimes
know
it works.
something, Bambi.
Sometimes it works.
How
Sometimes it
how
doesn't.
how come
Yeah.
you added me as a co-host? Like, nobody's done that before, you know?
I don't know, because you like being on panel and kicking it with me. Why not? The
Oh yeah.
fucking ask fitness if you wanted to co-host when you're not around. We have a
Oh
good
yeah.
chemistry. Get up here and kick it. We
Yeah.
kick it on other people's channels. Why wouldn't I? Why would
Yeah.
you? Because I can't sit up here and talk 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 for fucking
Yeah.
18 hours.
Yeah.
And I've said that from day one. Like, you know what took me so long to start Gangsters, Ghosts, and everything in between. You know what took me so long to start my show and to begin with? I
No.
couldn't find a co-host. I couldn't find a
Oh, yeah.
co-host. Everybody is like, "Oh, well, why do you need a co-host?" Because I need someone to bounce off of. I need someone to talk to. I need someone to engage in conversation with.
Yeah.
I can rely on my chatter, sure,
Hmm.
but it's hard when you don't have that other person to hear them talk back. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense.
It does, yeah. It does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted someone that I could bounce off of and someone to keep me on track. Someone
Hmm.
to remind me of why I get up every day and go live.
Hmm. Ooh.
Partner.
Yeah. But yeah, like because the all this drama between that mob tube genre, like I said, I think I told you, it started in 221 with FBS and Angel Gotti, and then it went to all the other creators. So now, instead of having mob content or anything, they're all arguing with each other. And I mean, FBS, holy fuck, he gets 300 and some in his chat, you know, just to argue. It's crazy. Or tell them stuff and, you know, then he said something to the wrong person. And, all of a sudden, what happens? He gets beat up. FBS does. That's, because he does have a big fucking mouth. Like, he's so high and mighty. I started watching when I went into the MobTube genre. I was in FBS's chat. And to me, he seemed okay. And then Angel Gotti had another chat. And then FBS was, saying, oh, she's so sweet and this and that. And then, he says, oh, she's a bitch. And so is Marla, like the only, I don't like, okay, the reason why I don't like Angel Gotti, and I told her this, is because her father, well, you actually said this, Bambi, that Italians do not like black people, right? The only reason why Angel Gotti has Marla as a host, it's for appearances only, because Italians do not like black people.
I
Okay,
wouldn't necessarily say that's like it
I
might be accurate to say
I wouldn't
some
say that.
Italians though, but I
I
wouldn't say
wouldn't say
all
that.
Italians. All
yeah,
Italians.
but why after?
I wouldn't say
Okay,
that.
why after? FBS said something that about Angel. I remember it. That
I'm gonna tell you what I think is because way back when it came out. Well, no, wait. Let's see. I think when it started is when they found out MRE's actual name and the crimes that he was charged with,
Oh yeah,
and there was accusations that he was a
white supremacy.
Nazi. I don't know if he's a Nazi or not. I really don't want to get into that, but because he was attached to Angel, they were putting pressure on her, saying your friend MRE is a Nazi. You must be a racist too. So I believe that's when she got Marla, but don't quote me on that. And
Yeah, well,
I also do believe this. I believe that at this point in time, Marla and Angel are actually friends. I do believe Marla's been to her house at least once. Um, and I believe that they're friends now. You know, I,
yeah,
but I think that's how it started. But I don't know, and it doesn't really matter to me anyway.
yeah, but it's well documented that John Gotti was a racist. That's well documented. Tapes and
Well,
everything else. And
to me, whether he was or not, it really doesn't matter. The man has passed away. I don't know, 22 years ago, I think it was. So
yeah,
I don't. Whatever. It's I really believe that. Excuse me. Most of these content creators they talk to each other behind the scenes, and
hmm
oftentimes they'll say, "Listen." Content creator A will say to content creator B, listen, tonight I'm going to talk about your mother, and you talk about my daughter, and we'll create some drama, and then they get the people in their chat room to side with them and to fight for them, which is just ridiculous, but that's what it is. So, excuse me.
Okay, well, Scottish Deborah, I don't know. I don't know if she's your friend on Facebook or whatnot. I'm just telling you what I have seen in my observations. That's all. That's all, Deborah. That's it. Nothing more. Hmm. So, Like I'm just telling what I kind of see, and I remember FBS did say on a show that the Gaudis don't like black people, right? And then that's when Marla came in.
Well, just
I
because
don't
just
know.
because listen, just because FBS said that doesn't mean it's true. And
I
just
know,
because Angel said
I
Angel
know.
just because Angel said X, Y, and or Z about FBS doesn't mean that's true. You know what I'm
I know.
saying?
No, you know what? And you were right. This did happen after MRE was accused of being a racist, and an Angel says, no, he isn't. And people, like, it's well documented that he is. It's well documented. There's been videos and this and that. Yes, he is. Bambi, I sent you the article about MRE there, aka Nick Colacone, and yeah, he was arrested for all that, but Angel refused to believe it, and then eventually Angel dropped him as a friend too. So
As far as I'm concerned, I'm not telling you how to think or anybody else, but as far as
I
I'm
know,
concerned, it's a
yeah,
waste of time. It
I know,
doesn't matter to me whether he is or he isn't or she isn't. It doesn't matter.
Okay, I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Say hi to him.
Wait, bring your sandwich with you so you can wipe. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I'll wipe my ass with your face if you don't shut up.
Hi, Bambi. This is Daniel.
Hello? What was that?
This is
Who am I talking to? I know you're a friend of Vicky's.
Daniel.
Is there a name I can call you or address you by?
Oh, my name's Dan.
John?
Dan. Daniel.
Daniel. Hey, okay, Daniel. How you doing? My name is Fitness.
Fitness. Yeah. I just come here to help Vicky out for a few minutes, and I'm going to head out again. But I've been
Okay.
listening. It's quite interesting here. And yeah, I remember talking to Bambi there about about my life. Till I got a little spuffed up there a bit. Yeah.
Okay.
Bye, Vicky.
So do you, Daniel? Do you go on YouTube when you're at home, or only when you
No,
go to
no, no,
Vicky's?
no,
No.
I don't. I'm just on here right now, just passing through.
Okay.
Yeah, just saying hi and you know.
Okay. Nice.
So you're from the States too, eh?
I wouldn't say I'm from the streets. I
Oh,
was.
from the United States.
Yeah. The states. Yeah, from the United States. Yeah, I'm in New York City.
Oh, New York. Okay,
Yeah.
never been there.
I've
Yeah.
never. I've never been to Canada. Believe it or
Oh, well,
not.
you missed something. If you want to
Oh,
feel like you got elbow room, you got less room here. Yeah.
there's not much elbow room over here in the city. I can tell you that.
Oh, I can imagine.
New York City's got 8.5 million people in it. It's
That's a lot.
quite congested.
Yeah.
So
Oh.
cold over
I,
there today, huh?
yeah. I don't think living in a city is natural though.
What do you mean
Living in,
natural?
yeah. E- it's only because the earth is getting smaller, kind of thing. More people being born in here. But because I'm part native, I've been living in the bushes all the time. Eh? To me, that's natural.
Okay.
Yeah, he loves it there. Like, he could actually live in the outdoors all year round. So, and he's native.
Native American. I mean, not Native American. He's Indian.
Yes.
Yes.
I'll tell him what your tribe is.
I'm a Ojibwe.
Ojibwe. Some people say Ojibwa, but I think Ojibwa is past tense.
Do you live on a reservation, or just so you?
No, I'm from the '60s group where the government took me, two sisters away, and adopted us out into a white family. So my heritage and my language and everything was taken away from me.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, so I'm from the 60s scoop. There was over 35,000 people that were adopted out. And there was a, what do you call it, class action towards the government. And we all got just 21 grand out of it, which is a slap in the face. Because if you divide that per day, what is it, just pennies per day for being abused.
Wow. Did you get lucky? Did the people that adopted you, were they good to you?
They were good, yet they were bad. There's mental, physical, and sexual abuse involved.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and there's a lot of them. A lot of Indian people that went, it's well documented. Yeah, they were beaten, they were sexually abused, men and the women, and even I think that I don't know, they sent Indian like native people to special schools and tried to assimilate them.
Yeah.
And I think most of the staff there abused them too, the women and the
Well,
men.
you know why they did that to they adopted out those children was to try to lessen the Indian population. Just like here in America. Here in America, I'm not a natural native to this land.
Okay, but listen,
The American Indians are. Okay.
Fitness. There's somebody on here that's there's a lot of static.
You have static. You have static.
Yeah.
Is that me? Hold on a second. Let me hold on a second.
Yeah.
Yo.
Henry.
Hey guys.
Henry, good to see you, sir. How you doing?
Next time I go to England.
Sorry, I was AFK. I had to shoot the bees.
And
yeah, I had to shoot the bees. And I had to explain to my son why he couldn't wear sandals to school.
What?
I had to
hey,
explain
Henry.
to my son, in the background, why he couldn't wear sandals to school. He's like, oh, it's always about I'm like, you goddamn right, it's about DHS. Motherfuckers will call CPS on me being like, your son's not properly dressed for school because he wants to wear fucking sandals in wintertime. Get the fuck out of here, lazy. Just find your goddamn shoes. How hard is that? Find your shoes.
So where's Fitness?
One minute.
Fitness. Hang on.
Hello, who's that?
No, it's me. It's Vicky. Remember the one that went to England in May?
Hey, what up, Harry?
Ted from Argos.
What? No, I'm from Ontario. I was in London in May, and you asked me where I stayed. I said Westminster or St. Vincent Square.
Yeah, one sec. Yeah, let me just. Sorry, guys. One sec. Yeah.
How is that?
One sec.
It's better.
Hi, Henry.
Yeah, it's better now.
Okay, good.
Hey, Fitness. Is there anything else you want to ask, Dan? Because it's very interesting stuff we're talking about back then.
No, I just wanted I wanted to say that
What up,
I wanted to say it's a pleasure and an honor to meet you, Dan. And I would think that your story is somewhat similar, even slightly, to a lot of the American Indians over here. That land initially was your people's land, and other people came in and stole it from you and tried to. Yeah, that's well.
No, what are you doing? Oh no, Vicky, no. Who did you just say that was? Who did you just say that was? Where are you at, Vicky? You are not setting me up again.
What the hell? I didn't say fuck off. No, he was talking to Fitness.
Right now? Okay.
Holy shit.
I'm like, shit, man, we're not going to have you beat up somebody on my live again.
No, that ain't going to happen.
Somebody on my live again. I was like, no.
He was talking.
You better not be around Indian Dan. You better not be.
He was talking to Fitness.
Yeah.
Hey, fuck.
Hey, take it easy. Take it easy.
All I wanted to say was they got to rewrite history books.
No, I thought you were with. I thought you were with Indian Dan. I was gonna say I'm not gonna have a
No,
repeat of what happened October
no, no,
20th,
no.
where you're beating up motherfuckers on the panel.
That won't happen. As far as I know, no, he's a different friend, but that's Fitness was talking to him, right? So okay.
Okay. Sorry, you said Dan. You're talking about Native Americans. I put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know you
he's a
know
different.
another Indian named Dan. How many fucking
It's a
motherfuckers named
different
Dan
Dan.
do you know that are Native Americans? Goddamn.
No, it's a different Dan.
That just happens to be an Indian too? Goddamn.
Oh,
different.
God.
Okay, all right, cool.
Is Henry still on the panel?
You set me up. Goddamn.
Is Henry still up
Yes.
here? Okay. I'm actually in the middle of lubricating my bicycle chain, getting it prepared for Thursday. So I have my cell phone is in my pocket right now, so I can't even see who's on the panel. That's why I asked you.
Where's that ham sandwich?
Yes,
I ate
yes.
that. I ate that 3 hours ago.
Well,
Nothing, Mikey. She's okay. Here's what I caught. I was in the other room. I was in the other room shredding up the beef, the carne asada, right? I was in there shredding it up. And I come back in to check my computer and I hear Native American talk. Then I hear Dan. And I'm like, oh no, Vicky's hanging out with Indian Dan. She's going to get in a fight on my panel again. And
No.
that's why I freaked out. I was like, no, you can't be around that guy. No.
Even if I was around
nothing,
him, that
we're good,
would happen
Mikey.
again
That's what I
because the other, he threw coffee in my face. Yeah, I'm gonna beat the shit out of him.
I know, but you shouldn't be around people that are like that. Is my point. You shouldn't be around him. That's all. Somebody that has caused you physical trauma, you should not be around. I don't care what they fucking say. I don't care how sorry they are. You shouldn't be around them. Shouldn't be around them.
Yeah, well, if I could say this, number one, Indian Dan was playing along with us in the trivia game, and he was answering a lot of questions. And from what I can hear, it's very peaceful. So, Vicky will have over whoever she wants. Vicky's a grown woman; she can have over whoever she wants. Right?
Yeah. This Indian Dan, he's got a girlfriend.
This is a different Indian Dan. This is a different guy. Different Indian Dan. So
yeah, it is.
We're good. Like I said, it was a personal thing. Like I'm just trying to look out for Vicky's safety. That's all.
No. He just threw coffee in my face and I beat him up. That's the only thing that happened. If somebody wants to do that, well, it was warm coffee, but that's not. I had to wash my hair the next day. It was sticking, and that's why I beat the other Indian Daniel. That's why I punched him out.
No, but you told me that you told me you have a metal plate in your arm because of this fucking guy. You told me this fucking guy because of him. You have a metal plate in your fucking arm. So
I do, yeah.
That's why I was like, you shouldn't be around somebody like that. That's why I was saying that, Fitness. You feel me? You get why I was saying that? Why I was freaking out? Does that make sense? Why I was freaking out? It wasn't because it was any. That's a good thing. Just looking out for my girl. That's all. Just looking out for my friend.
I know. I know, but I don't have anybody.
Well,
it's two different people.
I was having a
common name, whether you're native or not.
Is Dan still there?
Yeah, he's right here, huh? Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I was having a good conversation with Dan. I didn't know.
Yeah, we were talking about
Vicky.
Oh, yo.
Are you gonna put up with that? You're gonna put up with Muggsy's shit? You're gonna take that from Muggsy? You're gonna put up with his shit? You gonna put up with that?
Muggsy, I kind of know that it's part of you humor. No, I do not have a plate in my head. Actually, if I did, and my entire hippocampus was removed, yeah, I would have a slight problem with my head. They usually put heads in your plate if they have to remove your hippocampus, which is the frontal lobe of your brain, which would actually it would take about a year and a half to until because they remove the hippocampus. It would take about a year and a half until you finally forget everything. So no, that was years ago, Muggsy, you cocksucker. Don't ever
Muggsy.
question my medical knowledge. Oh, here, hang on. Okay, hey, listen, everybody. Daniel. See, listen, Dan. Can you just listen and be quiet, everybody? Okay, Daniel. What do I do for a living? Get over here. What is my profession?
You talk shit. That's what you do.
What am I?
Shit talker. You're a
Dan said you were. Dan said
What?
you were a
shit.
street. Dan
People
said
don't
you
look
were.
at me. What? Can you be quiet? What?
Dan said you were a nun.
Shut up, please. What is my profession?
Shit splicer.
No, my profession. What do I do for a
Yo!
living?
Shit splicer.
You
Sorry
work at a
about
you work at a sandwich stop. You sandwich
No,
shop. You
I
make
don't. I'm an
sandwiches.
MD. Okay. Dan, why can't you answer it? Like he knows me. Like this is fucking crazy.
You're
Listen,
putting
what
them
is
on
my
the spot
profession?
now. Easy.
Oh, easy. Yo.
Shit splicer.
Well, look what
I'm a
Muggsy
shit
said.
placer. See?
Muggsy thinks you're a professional dick sucker. That's what Muggsy thinks. The Muggsy
I
says.
thought
He says, yeah.
I well, I'm going to keep out of this. Let me not get this going here.
I was saying professional shit talker, but
Ambi, how's it going, man?
Splices it together.
How
Hey,
you doing,
Muggsy, hey,
Henry?
bud, I'm just gonna block you because you know.
Ambi.
Or
Yo, you good?
Good.
yeah,
I got
so
a phone call from someone. Sorry about that, man.
I don't need to see your messages. Okay?
No.
Muggsy's getting
So
blocked.
yeah,
Muggsy's getting blocked. Muggsy, you just got blocked, sir.
That's it,
Island,
Muggsy.
Blocked.
You're out
figure
now,
out what's
Muggsy.
happening, man. What's happening? Yo, you
At
good or you
least
good?
I'm a step up from you. I'm just a knob slobbler. You're lower than that.
Oh shit!
Step
Suck
up
a
from
homeless
me.
guy's cock for a
No.
food stank. Stanky
No, you're
fucking
probably
cocksucker.
2 steps up from me. Like you're probably about 8 steps up from me. I'm
Shall I
down in
continue,
the
asshole?
what?
Muggsy Seal. Get on panel, bud. Show your fucking face.
So,
Yeah.
Silent Assassin, where do you live, Silent Assassin?
Muggsy got
Hey,
you.
Muggsy. Muggsy, your
Where?
birth certificate is a letter of apology from the condom factory.
Oh,
Okay?
come on, man. You ignoring me?
No,
Oh,
I hear you. I hear you,
Mugsy,
Henry.
girl. Mugsy, come on, man. You can do better than that. I used to say that shit in primary
Oh,
school.
you spelled
First
Henry
grade.
wrong. What the fuck, Muggsy? Are you fucking
I mean,
retarded?
come on, man. He's going on about dick sucker. He's going to tell a mum joke in a minute. Come on.
Oh, God. This guy is weird. He just-
Please don't do that to me. Please
Yeah.
don't make a fool of yourself and criticize my mum and tell
The way
me.
he does it, though.
I got Muggsy. I got your back, Muggsy. I got your back.
Hey,
Oh,
Muggsy.
okay.
Don't make a
You
fool
said
of yourself, Muggsy.
Henry is a dick sucker,
That's what
too.
Henry says.
Why?
Yeah.
Henry says.
Why, Muggsy?
Henry says.
Why,
don't make a
Muggsy? Because we have the balls to come up on panel and you don't?
The ball.
And you don't? Yeah, you're
It don't
real
take
prize
no
there,
balls
Muggsy.
to
You're
do
fucking
that, though,
tall.
does it? It don't take balls to come on a panel, though. It's all
I-
pixels
Muggsy
on a
hides
screen.
behind the scenes, and yeah, I know. Henry is
Right.
sitting on the dildo. Why does he have a wrench in
Henry's
his
sitting on a
hand?
dildo. She slips that in.
I'll just
Yeah,
tie him up.
but I mean, this pixels
Fuck
on
you.
a screen. Who needs courage
Now,
to
this guy's
to
nuts.
make pixel on a screen? Nobody knows who you are, so why? I don't understand this shit that you need courage. Come on, man. No one's watching you, really, are they?
Because when I'm all here.
No
Yeah, like-
one's.
Mugs. You're out of your Muggsy. I don't know what to tell you, man. Come on.
No
man.
one's
You dug
watching.
yourself
I mean,
a hole, pal.
this
You
live,
dig yourself
hang
a
on.
hole.
This live
Yeah.
stream will. This live
Come on,
stream
channel.
will go down into the depths of the YouTube shit and the internet where nobody ever sees it after this second. So as soon as it's like done, like it's gone. Like, 'cause, how many people upload videos to YouTube every day? 1 billion or whatever. So it's just gonna go. No one's gonna watch this back. So we're only talking to each other. Don't be afraid. You don't have to have courage to do this.
I suck. Nobody wants
Bambi, why does
my
Muggs
show.
even have a
I
wrench
suck
in his
ass.
truck?
That's all I'm saying, man. Like, you know, we're all
Wait a
gonna
minute.
be
Wait a minute.
anyway. So you know, just go for it.
Henry, did you say you were having a cup of coffee?
No, I'm having more than a cup of coffee.
Yeah, I could tell. I could tell. I could tell.
I'm actually receiving some shit in a minute. It's gonna be more than a cup of coffee. You know
I'm
what I mean?
almost out of shit.
Time, you know.
I am almost out of weed. I am almost out.
Now
I'll
it's
be
tea
out
time.
for about a week. Get paid, and then we'll buy some more. I'm out for like a week.
Oh yeah. I'm about
I'm
to
out
get
for
some
about a
hard drugs, so like you know, and just fuck life off for about 24 hours.
Not
Like
bad
some
for
real
yourself.
shit.
Right?
But that's what I like to do every now
Nice.
and again, you know what I mean?
What are you getting? Some cocaine?
No.
Yeah, man.
All right, nothing
No,
wrong
I don't
with
do
it. You enjoy
cocaine.
that.
I smoke weed. I don't do that. Oh shit,
Yeah,
I'm gonna catch all
weed
kinds of
makes
hell.
me
Be like,
think too
"Yeah, I
much
killed
about.
on her shit."
Weed makes me think too much about myself, and I criticize myself on weed. I hate that shit. I hate it.
What does
I'm
what does cocaine do to you?
Me,
Oh, yeah, what do you
it
say
makes
to
me
yourself?
feel. I'll tell you what, though,
What
when
do you
I
say to
smoke a bit of that shit, yeah, it makes me feel sexual. It makes me feel alive. It makes me want to
Oh,
go
shit,
out
what
there.
now?
No, seriously.
Oh, bugs to fuck off, and I don't even know why he
And,
has a here.
and hang
So
on, it don't make.
so you're
But
gonna
at
free.
the end, when it's all gone, yeah, that's when I start to turn inwards and criticize myself. But on weed, I do that from the jump, so at least I get some kind of relief.
Okay, so you're gonna smoke the cocaine. You're gonna freebase it, or you're gonna get crack.
Yeah, no, I smoke crack.
Okay, all right.
I smoke crack. Yeah, I'm a chemist, and usually I buy that flake, yeah, and I wash that shit up myself. You know what I mean? But this particular time, I am buying crack from someone I know.
How much are you gonna spend?
£100, so that's about
I thought you were a
$100.
shoe designer.
Okay.
I mean,
How long will
I
that
thought you
last
were
you?
a shoe designer.
oh, this will last me like at least 8 hours. I'll be sitting here at first smoking it pretty quick, but then I make it stretch it a little bit, and then you know, it will last me for at least 8 hours. I'll be up. It's 8:16 p.m. now. I'll probably be up at 8 in the morning still, and then maybe even ordering some more.
Okay, so here in America, Henry, we call people who smoke crack crackheads. So this is the first time I'm actually speaking to a crackhead online.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Crackhead. Are you listening to the fucking chat?
Hang on. Would
Especially
you
the
call
wretches who are moderators and they're talking about me like that, Bambi? Wow.
Wait a minute. Would you call
You're
somebody
co-host and you're allowing this to happen?
Hang on. Would you call somebody who snorts cocaine
He's not talking to
who
you, Vicky.
works in the city?
Come on,
Hang
Harry,
on.
he's not talking to
Who
you.
works in
Then who's he talking to? Because yeah, well, he's
about
talking to
Harry.
somebody.
Are you not?
Vicky,
Hold on, gentlemen.
Vicky, take
Sorry,
it
are you
easy.
not
He's
listening to the
he's breaking your balls.
conversation?
Okay,
Are
Mugs,
you
I got
not
the wrong
listening to
impression then.
Yeah, he's
Crackhead.
just breaking your balls, Vicky. He's just breaking your balls.
I ain't busting
Are you
balls, but I'm
not
just
listening to the conversation?
who me?
I'm watching the chat.
Oh, sorry,
Vicky,
man.
are you not listening to the conversation?
I am watching the
You should
chat.
listen to the conversation
Who
on
are they
panel,
referring
and
to
then
when they're saying
if you
this?
would
Like,
listen to the
happened before. It's happened
They're
before
talking
multiple times.
because Vicky,
Yeah.
Vicky, you're not listening to the conversation. If you heard what was going on panel, you wouldn't be saying that. Harry is talking about how he's buying and gonna smoke crack. You weren't paying attention. Muggsy's commenting about it. He's not even talking to you. He's not even talking to you. Pay attention to the conversation.
So Henry,
and you'll know what's going on.
Henry, are you going to stay on panel with us while you're smoking the crack?
People there
Okay,
talking
cool.
about me like that. Okay, that's my problem.
But hang on, I wanted to ask a question. Would you look at
Listen to the
somebody
panel
who
conversation.
works hang on. Would you look at somebody who works in the financial district, the city, as we call it in the UK, who likes to, take cocaine and sniff it? Is that a taboo? Because when you smoke crack, it's only the same drug, but you
I know. Listen, Henry, don't take it the wrong way, okay? I'm the kind of person that I live and let live. Okay, I was just picking on you a little bit. That's all. You do what you want to do, and even if you like, I asked you if you were going to be smoking while you're on panel. You said yes.
Yeah.
I'll keep talking to you.
That's cool, man.
Yeah, you do what you want to do. It's not my thing, but if it's your thing, that's cool. Whatever floats your boat.
Do you think this? Like, Do you think it's up to individuals to decide?
Henry,
Yes,
Henry,
it's up to
Is it
you
up?
to yes, absolutely. It's up to
Hang
you to
on,
do
hang on.
whatever
I
you
ain't
want to
even
do.
asked the question yet. Is it up to individuals to decide what they put into their own body, as long as they're not harming anyone else? I ain't no
100%.
fucking crackhead where I go out robbing old grannies and all that. No. If you got the money and you want to have a good time, like I don't do this that often. What's wrong with that? Because it's
Nothing.
only cocaine at the end of the day. It's
Nothing.
only that from that leaf. It's natural. It's a
JJ, what's wrong
natural
with smoking
substance.
crack? JJ,
It's a natural substance. It comes from the leaf of the coca plant. For God's sake, it's natural.
Listen. It's. I'm a live and let live. I'm a live and let live kind of guy. Do whatever you want to do. I'm not. You know, seriously, everybody should be able to do it.
If
Whatever
you
they
got the
want to
money
do.
in it, I've got money, but I've got money coming out of. I don't know what to do with it, so why not?
Well, well.
Hook a girl up, motherfucker. Motherfucker. Hook a girl up. Hook a
You know,
girl
it's
up,
my money.
motherfucker.
I'm
Hook a
spending
girl
it.
up.
I'm
You wanna waste your
doing
money,
whatever.
Hook a girl up.
I ain't harming no one, though. You know what I mean? I ain't harming no one. It's my money. I earn it.
Absolutely.
So why not? Do you
Absolutely.
support that? Big up your chest, then. I love you, then.
Absolutely.
Big up your chest. But I don't encourage that shit. But this stereotype that people have, you're a crackhead, so you must be robbing old grannies, you must be ripping people off, doing all sorts of sucking cocks, all that shit to get your money. It's not quite. In reality, I know more people who are working, hard-working people. They earn their own money, but they like to smoke drugs at the weekend. I know more of them than I do.
Wait a minute. Today's Monday. Today's Monday. But today's Monday. The weekend's over.
It's not even the weekend anymore.
What
It's not
time to do some
crap,
Okay, so
the weekend's over.
Bambi, change the title of the live to Crack Monday.
What is the weekend for, though? I mean, why do you see the weekend as a time to do drugs or get high or whatever? Why not Monday?
Is tomorrow cocaine Tuesday? Tomorrow going to be cocaine Tuesday? Tomorrow going to be heroin?
The names of the days don't actually mean anything, so it doesn't really matter. It's just the timing, isn't it?
So, do you smoke this like in one of those glass pipes, or?
How do you smoke your crack?
Well, yes.
How do you smoke your crack? How do you smoke it?
Well, not like meth, but you know, you have a little stem.
I smoke mine out of a cup.
Basically, in the old days, it used to be a water bottle that you used to melt a hole in, put a bit of tin foil on the top, put some ash on the top, put a crack on there, and then light the crack and breathe in through the hole you made in the bottle. But these days, there's more sophisticated ways to do that.
Henry,
So,
you're making mob tube history over here, man. This is mob tube history.
Yeah, I'm an innovator. Yeah, I like to bring
Where's
the
fucking Tony Pizza? Tony Pizza knows all about smoking crack. Where's he at? Where's fucking Tony Pizza when you need it?
Hey, hang on. There's nothing wrong with smoking crack because all it is, you're ingesting cocaine. And so you got a vision in your head of people doing cocaine, so they may be high class guys who do banking and all that. They are ingesting the same drug as the crackhead.
Yeah, but they're wearing a suit, so it's okay then, right?
Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
I'm breaking your balls. I'm breaking your balls.
You're busting my balls. No, you know, I'm just asking the question. Is there a difference between your low, you know, your down and out heroin addict or the guy that is a high flyer who likes to do a bit of opium and heroin?
I know what you do.
At the weekend?
I know what you do on said drug. If you're going to come over to my house and rob me, yeah, there's a difference. If you're a junkie, whether it's heroin, crack, methamphetamine, whatever, a junkie's a fucking junkie.
Well, you know, listen, you gotta give Henry a lot of credit for being honest.
I'm
right?
being honest.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
about to leave to go and collect it. So give me a minute, yeah? Just talk amongst yourselves, yeah?
Fuck
I
out,
ain't
you
gonna
shut
do
up.
that online and get your stream in
Oh,
some trouble or nothing, but I'm gonna be here though.
my
You're
show,
gonna be.
my show just turned into Lefty's alibi room. That has turned into Lefty's alibi room with this bitch. The fuck's just happened?
It's been a
What
long
the
time.
fuck did I walk into?
I'm actually looking forward to this shit.
What the fuck did I walk into here?
This is better than fucking. This is better than knowing that Pamela Anderson is waiting at home for you, about ready to, all that shit, receptive and all that.
Hey, like
I don't know.
Francis
I don't know if I go that far and say
Wait.
that, but
Maybe the rich crackhead in the phone chat.
Rich
This is not
crackheads.
money.
Hey, here's my saying. Yeah, here is the saying that you need to take home. The take-home message is here. Here it is. Lucky is the man that can smoke crack and not let it take over his life.
Yes. Lucky is the person that can do any drug. If you got to do the drug, you don't let the drug do you. That's the saying. Don't do the drug. Do the drug. Don't let the drug do you. Here, you guys really want to fucking laugh? You guys really want to laugh? Jules, Amzy, all my enemies who watch my show are going to be like, we need to find out who Harry is so we can call the cops on him. We need to find out where Henry lives. We need to find out where Henry lives. You know they are.
Holy shit.
We can call the cops on
You
him.
never know what's gonna happen on fucking Mob Tube. I gotta tell you, you never know what's gonna happen. Who's gonna show up?
Yeah, have fun, Americans. We're ratting on Henry. Have fun, Americans. Have fun, Jules, ratting on him. Have fun, J-Fed. Have fun finding out where he lives. Have fun with that. You don't live in America. Have fun. Have fun. Wow, that was. Get the fuck out of here.
Holy shit.
No way. No way he's going to go buy crack. Shut up. There's no way. No way. No way.
I'll bet you he is, and I'll bet you he's telling the truth. He's probably
no way.
He's probably a corporate guy who's got a few bucks, and I believe it. I believe what he's saying. You know, yeah. I don't think he's like a street crackhead that runs around robbing people. I doubt that highly. He sounds like he's an educated guy. No, he's not going to smoke on the panel.
He said
he's going to. He's going to smoke it. He's going to smoke it off panel, and then he's going to come on panel and talk to us while he's feeling the effects. That's the gist of what I got.
Oh God! What did you get me into, fitness?
It wasn't. Why the fuck did I? Don't blame me. Blame Steve. Blame Steve. He came from fucking Steve's channel, man. I don't know. I don't know nothing about this. I don't know nothing. I'm innocent.
Steve's probably asleep. He's in Spain. That was in Spain. He's probably asleep. Man, this food smells amazing. Like my house smells like carne asada. Smells fucking great. I just shredded up the beef. Oh, smells so good in here. I wish you guys could enjoy it with me. What's up, Vicky?
I'm gonna make a cup of coffee here. I honestly thought this guy.
It's like, who you calling a crackhead? It's like, are you not listening to the conversation I'm listening to?
I thought that when Henry came on just now, he'd been drinking. And I thought he said he had a cup of coffee. And it just made a cup. I was going to ask him, would you put a couple of shots of whiskey in there? And then he comes up and he says, no, I'm happy. I'm about to get some fucking crack. I'm like, what the fuck?
I thought you guys were just trolling. I thought you were trolling and just bullshitting. I thought you were role
No, he's fucking serious. Is his avatar still up? Hold on a second. Is his avatar still up?
No.
Okay, so he probably left the apartment to go get the crack.
I would have imagined. I thought you guys were role playing. I thought you were role playing. You know how when I go Roy DeMeo, I'm joking, and Vicky will play along. I thought you guys were role playing. I didn't know he was serious. He's really gonna go buy crack. He doesn't look like a crack type. Do they have crack in England? That's some crazy shit. I have the best chat room ever. I do. I have the best chat room ever. You never know what's going to happen in this fucking bitch. Never know.
Well,
Never know
you
what's
never
going to
know
happen.
who's going to show up, and you never know what kind of fucking drugs they're going to be doing. This is the fucking mob too first.
You never know who's going to show up and talk about what drugs they're going to be doing. That's a first. I
Well,
thought you guys were trolling. I thought you guys were just bullshitting, playing around. I didn't know he was serious. Damn. I thought you were just fucking around. Well, like with Vicky wasn't listening to your guys' conversation. And then all of a sudden she flips out on Muggsy. And I'm like, Vicky, are you not listening to the conversation? He's not even talking to you. It's like you got to pay attention to the conversation that's going on.
I will tell you this.
I guess she went AFK.
I met Henry. What was it yesterday on Steve's channel, and then spoke with him a little bit. Got to speak with him a little bit yesterday. I'm surprised. It turns out that he's somebody that smokes crack. That is surprising to me. But
me too. Me too.
Well,
I'm surprised. I'm surprised.
Listen,
he passed out on my panel from booze, not.
Live and let live. Is the way I look at it. Listen, if the guy live next door to you, do you want him as your friend? Obviously not. You're going to stay away from him. But he's over in England, so you know what I mean.
My business. I don't care if he wants to fight. If he wants to be spun out on crack and come hang out, I don't give a shit. As long as he's cool, I don't give a fuck. What do I care? It's not like he's sitting in my living room freebasing.
Exactly.
Big difference. Big difference.
Exactly.
I had to see my friend off. And
hey, wait a minute, Vicky. Where'd you go to get some crack?
Yeah, did you go to get some crack?
Yeah. I really needed it. Like I just can't function without it. And actually, no. In reality, I was seeing my buddy off because he lives close by. So
okay.
Yeah. So, but he had the crack though with him. So
shut up, Muggsy. You're such a bullshitter. Shut up. You're a bullshitter.
What's he saying now?
Is that where you shoot up? What is
freebase?
What is freebasing?
I don't know. Isn't it smoking it?
Freebase came.
I'm assuming it's actually smoking.
Yeah, it's smoking. Freebase came up before crack. Freebase came before crack. It was like, I guess it basically you smoke the cocaine. I guess it's I think it's similar to crack, but I think crack is even stronger. I think crack is stronger, but I don't know.
I don't know. Do you know what?
Is freebasing just smoking? Is it smoking? Is that what that means?
Yeah, you like cook the cocaine in a pipe or something. You smoke it. I think it's
like smoking. Then why do they have to have a name like that?
I don't know.
Yeah, I know, Pam. That's why I was telling her to listen to what was going on in the panel. Because if she had heard what was going on the panel, she would have known that Muggsy wasn't talking to her. Is what I was saying. Yeah, the whole point.
I tried it years and years ago. I would say about 2005, right?
What, crack?
Yes, but you know what? I didn't see what the big hype was. Like, it kind of, it just made me feeling like hyper and that and weird. So that's why I never did it. So I think everybody's tried something and I don't like it.
I had this piece of shit. Fucking wannabe fucking Crip, half black piece of shit in prison now for murder. Fucking do one of these. Hey, Bambi. And I looked at him and go, what? He grabs my head and fucking blows the crack smoke into my mouth. I was pissed.
Oh, God, yeah.
You know what I'm going to do? You know what I'm going to do on Thursday? I shit you not.
I was pissed. It tasted like ass.
I bet.
I was like, what is... Oh, I was
That's secondhand crack there. That ain't good for you.
I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do on Thursday. My girlfriend quit smoking pot a few years ago, right? So when we go on the bike ride, an hour into the ride, I'm gonna bring edibles. I'm gonna bring these like the toffee chews. They got 15 milligrams of sativa. Sativa gives you energy, right? So an hour into the ride, I'm gonna say, listen, here, have one of these candies. It's laced with caffeine. It'll give you energy. That'll kick in about a half hour, 45 minutes. And you know why I'm gonna do it? So she'll step up her pace and get the ride over sooner. I'm really not looking forward to riding 50 miles on Thursday, but I promised her I would do it, so I'm going to do it. You know, she only averages
I
like
will say
15
this:
miles an hour. I want to pick up her average a little bit,
that
her average
shotgun,
speed, so the ride will end quicker.
that shotgun that douchebag did was the worst tasting shit I've ever tasted in my entire life. And I remember looking at him go, "You actually smoked that?" And he was like, "Oh, it tastes so good." I'm like, "Are you out of your fucking head?" I go, "That
I
does
know.
not taste good." I go, "If you ever do that again, I'm gonna punch you dead in your fucking mouth." He didn't do that again, but yeah, that was the worst tasting shit I've ever tasted in my entire life. That was horrible. I'm a weed smoker. I don't do hard drugs. I don't want to taste it. I don't want any fucking bullshit. Don't lace my weed with anything. I just want weed. That's it.
Yeah,
That
well,
is all I want. Weed.
yeah, Pam, there's more people that actually use it than anybody knows. Like, well, where I'm in, Kingston, Ontario, it's legal. So there's pot shops there and this and that. I was just surprised of, the people that actually do it. Like they would be so, I don't know.
Another thing that like really fucked
They
me
look
up.
like straight square johns, right? But we did it, and you'd be really surprised, and it's harmless. So
I don't know.
I'm
Do you
Bambi,
okay?
I interrupted, but
Maybe fitness. You'll know what I'm talking about, or maybe you won't. Another thing I've noticed, and I've noticed it here in Iowa too, with the GD that my husband was friends with. They have a thing for putting PCP on weed, and it's like, why do you want to put PCP on weed? Why does anybody want to put anything on weed? Why do you want to lace your weed with speed or PCP? Why would you do that? I don't. And I've
I
only
don't know.
noticed, and I hate to say this, and I'm not being racist, but at least in Iowa, I've only noticed it's a black guy thing in Iowa. The black guys in Iowa like to put PCP on their weed. It makes no sense to me. I don't get it. I don't
I
know
don't know.
why. And if anybody in the chat room can explain it, let me know. Because I don't get it. I don't understand because I've never done PCP and I don't want to. But it's like weed's a downer. So why would you mix an upper and a downer? That never made any sense to me anyways. Why would you mix the two?
PCP, isn't that angel dust? I thought PCP was angel dust.
It is. But I'm saying like they'll do things like mixing crack with weed. They'll mix fucking methamphetamine with weed. I'll watch these motherfuckers smoke meth and then they'll smoke a fucking joint of weed. And I'm just looking at them like why are you wasting your time? One's an upper and one's a downer. One's gonna counteract the other one.
I think it's sort of like, like when people do when people inject heroin and cocaine together, right? They call that speedballing, right?
Yeah,
So I think there's a somewhat similar effect, only it's not as
I don't get it.
it's great. Well, if you mix
It's like why
weed,
do that? Why?
if you mix, well, because you probably go up and come down, go up and come down, and they like that, that
That's
variance.
fun.
I don't know.
Fun?
That's what I'm assuming. I don't know. The fuck do I know?
And the funniest thing is like one time I was looking at a cop and I go, it's crazy. He goes, what's that? I go, it's crazy that people pay to feel like I do naturally. People pay to be up and down, up and down, up and down. People pay to stay up for days on end. People pay to feel like I do naturally. And it fucking sucks. I go, they don't understand how bad it sucks to be bipolar.
Listen, when you do drugs,
it's different
when you do drugs,
they don't understand. People actually pay to feel like I do.
When you do drugs, what are you doing? You're escaping from reality, right? And like, let's say you do crack or cocaine. What you're doing, you take that first hit. The very first time you do it, you take that first hit, and you're trying to recapture that high that you got every hit after that. One hit is too much, and 1,000 hits isn't enough. And even with weed, right? What does weed do for me? Does it take me out of reality? No, but it kind of takes the edge off a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Mellows you out, but I know.
Honestly, for me, weed doesn't do anything anymore. I smoke so much that
well, take a break.
Such a high
take a break for 4 or 5.
It's more of a habit. Like
take a break.
I know you guys do it. It's a habit. I can't help it. It's a habit now. It's a habit. It's a habit. I can't not smoke. It's a fucking habit. Now
I'll tell you what you do. Listen. Here's what you do.
Here's
what you do. You take 4 or 5 days away from the weed, and instead you eat edibles. You don't like edibles? All right. Well,
Not really, but I'm just saying, like, it's now a habit. Like, I don't get fucked up. I'm not all high and all giggly. I mean, you guys see how I am daily. Do I look all fucked up to you? You watch me smoke out of my cup all day long. Do I sound fucked up or giggly?
I seen you fall off your chair a couple of times. What was that all about?
Fall off my chair.
Bambi.
I'm kidding.
Okay, Bambi. How
That was
much
the crack.
does the doctor
That was the crack
prescribe
I
you?
got from
Like,
Henry.
you know, you have a piece of paper that says that it's on medical, right? So how much do they give you? Is it only a certain amount a month, like a regular pill or something? I don't know.
I can get, I don't know, I get as much as I want. Like,
oh yeah, well,
I'm not gonna say how much, but I can get pounds if I want to.
Oh, okay.
Is all I'm gonna say if I want. I don't, but I mean I could. I don't know what the law is. I don't know what the law is. I don't like I order my shit from a dispensary online. So I don't know like
oh yeah.
I don't know what the legalities
okay.
is of how much I can get. I know I can get a bunch of vapes a year. I don't know how many exactly I can get, but
Oh yeah.
I never
Okay.
go through
Just
the
wondering
amount
how
I'm supposed
how
to.
it's done medicinally. That's all.
Yeah,
I'm still trying to figure this fucking guy Henry out. So he comes on panel, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm going to get some crack."
Oh, I think. Oh my god.
That's I got to tell you,
I don't know.
I'm
I don't know.
really
Him and Ross still
surprised.
got into it a little bit, and then I thought you guys were fucking around. I thought you were role playing. Like I really did. I thought you were role playing. I had no idea he was being
No,
serious. I really
I don't think
thought
he
you were role
was. I
playing.
don't think he was joking around.
Say, his busting balls, Muggsy. I really thought you guys were role playing.
I think
I
Henry
heard you
was
say that.
serious.
Wow.
Why the fuck would he come on panel and say, "Yeah, I'm going to get some crack. I'll be back in a little while"? I don't think he was
really?
making that up. No.
If he comes back, we'll know. Well, no, I'll be the show that the guy got smoked crack on. I don't know. I'll be known as that show. Baby Palermo has crackheads on her show. That's exactly what it'll say. Like Muggsy said, just wait for the headlines tomorrow. And I said, "Yep, wait for the headlines."
Oh, wait. There's going to be at least one channel that's going to find out about this, and they're going to do. You'll probably make Redzilla. That's actually a good thing for channel growth, though.
All right, I will. Come on. Redzilla's my buddy. Redzilla, I don't think he's gonna diss me unless I do something really bad. He's my buddy. I don't think I'll be on Redzilla, but
What the
I
fuck
can hear
is
it
taking
now.
Henry so
Bambi
long to
has
get back?
crackheads.
What's taking this guy so long to get back? I want to see how he acts when he's fucking smoking the crack.
Oh.
Where was his drug dealer at? Where is the dealer at? The dealer could have been across town and where he's at. Don't know. Then it depends. Maybe the dealer wants to stay and hang out because sometimes drug dealers, that's why I'm so glad I don't have to go through dealers anymore. I can just go to a pharmacy, because it sucks going to a drug dealer. You have to sit there. You have to make conversation. You have to fucking hang out. Well, normally I just want to get my weed and leave. I don't want to fucking hang out.
Now,
But
I
the
would
drug
think
dealer,
with a crack, I would think with a crack dealer, it's a quick transaction, and you know what I mean.
I don't know. I've never bought crack, so I wouldn't know.
Give me the money. Here's your shit and rock and roll.
I'm just saying, anytime I've ever dealt with a drug dealer, it's always, "Oh, sit, have a seat. What you want to smoke some? Hey, have a seat." And I'm just like, "No, I just want to get my shit and go home. I want to smoke at home. No, just give me my shit." They always want to sit and smoke. I don't want to sit and smoke. I want to take my drugs and go home. I just bought them from you. What, you think I want to share them with you too? Nah. Nah. I'm just glad I don't have to deal with drug dealers anymore. So nice.
Oh.
Crackhead, are you proud of that shit? What do you mean? No. I'm really surprised. Why would I be proud? Why would I be proud? Not proud of that. I think he's bullshitting. I know Pig Boy.
I don't think so.
I'm laughing because of how ridiculous people are going to spin it. That's why I'm giggling. I'm not giggling at the fact that things are going to be said. I'm giggling at what's going to be said. Just the whole basis, how ridiculous they're going to spin it, is what gets me giggling. Is why I'm giggling.
Blame it
Because
on me. Blame it on me. Just blame it on me. And I'll blame it on Muggsy.
Well, you know the
I
ridiculous
mean,
shit the motherfuckers
it was like
say.
sneezing 10 times in a row, and I don't
You
know
know
the
the
name of it.
ridiculous shit. You know the ridiculous shit and how they spin it. They spin it and say the most ridiculous narratives, and I have to giggle because you know they are. You know they will. The most ridiculous narratives on the planet. You know. Next thing you know, they'll be saying, "Call CPS because Barbara encourages crackheads." No, I don't encourage.
The guy's in freaking
I
England,
don't
for
encourage
Christ's
it.
sakes.
I can't control what Brit does. Yeah, what the fuck am I supposed to do with some Brit? Some Brit I don't even know. I met him yesterday on a different panel. What the fuck do I know? I don't got control of what you motherfuckers do. I am not your babysitter, nor am I your boss, nor am I your fucking mother. I'm not your sister. You guys have free reign to do whatever the fuck you want. It is
Yeah,
not
well,
my business.
okay.
That's the fucking house. Not my
Yesterday,
business.
I was talking to him. He says, "Oh, I
Not my
live in
business.
Camden. Camden is very close to Westminster, right? It's another highbrow part of town. If you want to go to the poorest parts of London, you have to take the subway, like get off at Whitechapel, because that is still
Yeah,
that's still the poorest place. It's the
he's a
East End,
major
right?
troll.
But you know, it's very rare to find an East End person that actually lives there. Like I was talking to a cab driver, and he had that accent, and I said, "You're from the East End," and he says, "Well, yeah, not too many of us around." And I said, "Well, yeah, because Whitechapel now it's immigrants, right? And they have flea markets and everywhere. Totally changed from the Jack the Ripper times. Like some things are still there, and you
Yeah,
can
I'm sure
actually
he was
walk."
trolling.
You
I'm
think he
sure
was
he was
trolling?
trolling Mikey. I think it was
Who?
because he uses AI avatars on his fucking screen, which shows me he has some computer knowledge. I think he was trolling. Mikey picked up on it. I think he was trolling. I think he was
Who,
just
this guy
fucking around.
Henry?
That's
This
why I
guy
wasn't
Henry?
taking it. Yeah, I think it's he uses a face changer. He uses that AI.
Oh,
He probably uses an AI program on his video. That wasn't him. That's not what he looks
yeah,
like. That was Mr. Bean. You didn't notice that was Mr.
I
Bean
know.
with blonde hair? That was
Yeah,
Mr.
we
Bean
saw
on
that
panel
I
yesterday.
wasn't
yesterday.
looking. I was fucking lubricating my bicycle chain. I wasn't looking at
Yeah,
Yeah,
all.
that
It
was
just
yeah.
his video yesterday was Mr. Bean. He was Mr. Bean for most of the fucking chat yesterday on panel.
Well, no, he looked like Mr.
Yeah,
Bean, but not
and then he was
exactly. So, like,
Elon Musk. Then he was Elon Musk with lipstick. Yeah, Mikey picked it up.
I know
Mikey got it.
that's
Mikey
weird.
saw. Yeah, yeah. He's not buying crack. He's just fucking. He's just fucking around. He's a funny
this
guy.
guy's
He's just a
probably
funny
standing
guy
in a
playing
fucking hallway
around.
somewhere smoking crack.
That's why I said it. Yeah, he's not
But he was
smoking
right
crack in
about
a
Camden because
way.
that's not
He's just
very far
fucking.
from
He's sitting there
Westminster. So,
laughing in another. What
yeah,
he's doing is he's
actually,
sitting in another chat room laughing at us, telling other people he's smoking crack. That's what he's doing. Hey,
Wait a
John's from
minute.
fucking London. You're from England, right, John? You know Henry. You think Henry's out buying crack? Henry said he's leaving to go buy crack. You think he's out buying crack? You know the fellow more than me in fitness. We just met him yesterday. Think
yeah,
he's out buying
yeah.
crack?
He
John
jumped off
Tracy.
today.
John Tracy's
Wow.
from the UK room. He might know.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I think he was trolling. I think he was fucking around.
But
I think he was taking a piss. What they call
he
it.
was right.
Piss.
He was right about Camden. That is actually very close to Westminster, and he knew
That's
the
where he's from.
locations where I was.
Yeah, that's where he
well,
lives.
so yeah,
I said he was
Camden.
trolling about the crack.
How
I said
long
he was
ago did he?
taking a
How long?
piss about the crack.
How long ago did he leave the panel?
Oh, are you serious, John? Shut up. Are you serious? Get the fuck out of here, John. Seriously? Get the fuck out of here. Are you serious?
How do you know, John?
Are you serious?
How you know, bud? You should jump on.
You see that, Fitness?
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. Seriously? The dude really likes crack. Are you serious? Get out of here.
Who's John Tracy? Is he from Steve's?
Yeah, he's from
No,
the UK
he's right
room.
here.
Yeah.
He's in the chat here.
Yeah, he's from Steve's. He's from the UK room. That's why I asked.
Yeah,
him.
but like, okay, hang on.
Maybe he might be going to bike
God.
crack. I don't know. Maybe he's.
How long ago did he leave the panel? How long ago was it that he left?
I don't know, about an hour ago.
10
But-
minutes,
and then,
maybe?
he was on the
Was it
panel
an hour
yesterday,
ago?
and he kept
Like 10
changing his face. One time he looked like a woman, and then he smiled, looked like he had no teeth. It was really weird. It was like he muted his mic and was acting like a total fucking
Okay, well, what
retard.
time is it in
That was
the UK
Steve.
right now?
The guy with no
No,
teeth.
a quarter to 9.
Quarter to
Quarter
9.
to
Well,
9.
that okay.
It wasn't an hour ago.
No,
it was
sorry,
like
quarter
10
to
minutes
10.
ago.
Quarter to 10. It's 4 hours ahead. Quarter to
It's
4.
like 10, 15 minutes ago.
9:45 there
ago,
now.
Santini. Like 10, 15.
Yeah.
10, 15 minutes tops. That bald guy with no teeth on panel was Steve, Ricky. Steve kept muting his mic.
I know that. I didn't. No, I muted my own mic. That's all I
That
know how to
wasn't
do,
Henry.
okay?
That was Steve. That was Steve.
I can't mute anybody's mic. You can. I can't. Hope it all comes out.
Oh,
fine.
I said
Oh,
that
sorry, I'm
was
just
Steve.
talking to
He
my
kept
friend.
muting his mic.
He's having a dump at Tim Hortons. Okay. Hope it all comes out. Wow.
God damn it, Roscoe. God damn it. Why do you gotta be such a ball buster, Roscoe? God damn it. Gotta be such a ball buster. Like Mikey said, he's a troll. He's funny as fuck. I don't mind fucking around. I don't mind. He's funny. He's a funny guy. He is a funny guy. I'll give him that. I'll give him that much. Very creative. And he obviously knows his computer shit because I see the programs he's using. I mean, his video was Elon Musk with on. That was great. That was fucking great. Yeah, it was like 10 minutes ago, 10, 15 minutes ago. Yes.
All right, so we give him a few more minutes and see what happens.
God damn it. I don't think he's coming back. I'll be surprised. I'll be surprised. Let me see if let me go check my UK chat rooms. Let me see if there's any UK chat rooms open. And if there is, let me go see if old boy's in any of them. I don't know. Just call it a hunch. I think he's out. I think he's online fucking around in other chat rooms. I think he might be. I don't know. We'll see. Oh. Let's see what Chad's doing.
What are you looking at his IP address?
No. I'm just looking at my UK chat. Okay, none of my UK chat rooms are open, so I can't go check. So no. I was looking at my UK chat rooms to see if Steve or anybody was open, and then I was gonna pop in and see if he was in there.
Once you have the IP address, can you see if they're online?
No, you know what an IP address does?
Huh?
All an IP address tells you what country you're in. That's it. Like if I was to pull up your IP address, like say I have an IP, it's like say that I'm able to somehow get into your modem, which is hard as fuck. Get into your modem to look at your IP
This
address.
guy is
All it
texting
would
me
say
and
is
he's
what
on the
country
toilet
you're in.
having a crap. What the hell?
It would say United States. That's all it would say. That's it. Ooh, you're in the United States. Congratulations. I already know that. Not telling me nothing I don't already know. Yeah. Anybody that tries to be like, I'm going to track your IP, say, okay, so what? You're going to know what country I'm in? You already know, faggot. Go ahead. Trace my IP. Find out that I live in America. Congratulations, genius.
I still say this guy is serious, and the reason why I say that is John Tracy's confirming that he'd probably be back, and also sounded to me like he was bombed out of his mind yesterday. Not when he first came on, but as the hours rolled on. Was that guy not
Dude,
bombed?
I think he was drinking. He passed out. He passed out on panel yesterday.
Did he?
Oh, Henry did?
Oh, under
That's
another
weird.
name, Mikey? Really?
Was he nodding out like he was on pain pills or heroin, or just fell asleep?
He just passed out. Steve noticed it, or somebody in my chat room noticed it, and they were like, is he okay? And I'm like, I don't know. He just nodded. He just, like this, fell asleep.
Oh, no. Do you know what that was? I think it was a bad Wi-Fi connection because his face was
Oh, no,
like
that's Miss
frozen.
Marie. No, that's not. Henry and Mr. E are two different people. That's not Henry.
Okay.
That's a different guy. Henry and Mr. E are both in the UK, but they're two different people. Mr. E's
Okay.
actually a pretty cool guy. He's got a good channel. He makes music and shit.
Cool.
Well,
Yeah. Mr. E isn't him. Yeah, Mr. E has a wrench. Yeah, I know Mr. E. He's a really talented guy. I like Mr. E. Yeah, two different people. Two different people. They're not the same guy. Mr. E has a wrench in here out of respect. I know him from Steve's chat room.
Oh, Bambi, this is what I wanted to ask you. You were saying something about super mods and stuff. Like, is there a different like icon, like if someone's a super mod or what, or is it just the wrench? I don't get it.
Nothing. There's no icon. Nothing. The difference is a super mod. A super mod, like I'm the only one that can time out a super mod.
Oh, okay. All right, I didn't know that.
No,
hey, Vicky, Vicky, I don't hear. Vicky, I don't hear Dan anymore. Vicky, what'd you do? Kill him?
No, he left. I said it a few minutes ago. I said, well, I was.
Are you sure he left? Are you sure you didn't kill this guy? Because I don't know about. I'm not sure about you, Vicky.
Yeah, tell him, John, that Mystery and Henry are not the same person.
Why am I called the silent assassin? I can get away. I can get away with killing anybody. That's what a silent assassin is, okay, right, bud? So if I come to see you, I'll still be the silent assassin. God forbid I don't get caught. Aren't we supposed to have a boxing match though?
I'm not There ain't no freaking way I'm getting in the ring with you. No way.
Why?
Wait a minute. How do we know this John Tracy guy isn't fucking Henry?
I don't know. It might be me. You never know. But I doubt it. But I don't think, hey, Fitness, I don't think that Roscoe is going to come visit you, but I will. Like, I'm closer than he is, right? So let's duke it out.
All right, well, make sure you bring a ham sandwich for me, right?
Oh, my God. Don't.
Why you gotta stir shit between them again? Why you gotta stir that shit up again?
Nothing.
Why?
I'm just saying, I want to fight
up?
this dude in a boxing ring. That's all. Joking.
You want to fight it? Hold on. You want to fight a
63-year-old
man? You want to fight a 63-year-old man? I don't. I don't have a desire to fight my elders.
Well,
no, I didn't. This is a new room.
I'm 54, so next year I'll be a senior. So yeah.
This is a new room.
Okay. Fitness.
Moderator.
Listen.
What the fuck do you want about Pam?
You're
a managing mod.
Fitness. I had to dump him in the lake, eh? So.
No, now I know you're full of shit because the lakes are frozen. It's 20 fucking degrees over there.
You guys are so mean.
Dump them in the lake.
Oh my God, the lakes here don't freeze until January. Not till January. That's the worst year here.
Bust my
In the
balls,
lake,
man.
right? So my buddy is in the water right now, and you know, I said, well, I got to do this really quick, because I'm the co-host in Bambi's chat, so I just punched him and knocked him in the water, and we won't hear from him for a while. Joking.
Yeah, you do. I just checked. It says you're a managing moderator. Remove as managing moderator. Okay, here. I'm gonna. There, I removed you. Now I'm gonna re-add you again. But it says you're a managing moderator, so I don't know.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know.
I was asking what you meant by the different titles. I
didn't
know.
So you're good.
Well, I didn't know that because I heard you say it, a super mod and this and that, managing mod and that. I don't know what it means. God.
Fucking. It's a program.
Never listen, do they?
Program. Like I have a program called Animes where I can sit up here and I can have a person. I can be a fox. I can like have an icon like the bee. You know how old girl uses the bee?
Yeah.
Or avatar. That's what it is.
Cool. Oh yeah. I didn't
Yeah,
know
no,
that.
Miss
I'm just,
and Henry are two different people. They're just they're both from England. They're two different guys.
yeah. All right. Well,
Um,
all
who
right. I
was
didn't
it?
know that.
The funniest shit happened to me in Steve's room yesterday. This guy Lordy started trolling me, right? And it was fucking hilarious. He calls me a yank, and I start fucking giggling because that is the second time in my entire life that I've ever been discriminated against and called a yank. Second time in my entire life I've ever been discriminated against.
Hey, you know,
And the
Mikey
first time
says
was
if
in
I come,
Arkansas.
Mikey says
Arkansas
if I,
in 90.
Mikey says if I come over to one of his lives, he's going to make me a managing moderator.
I don't know what those terms
Yeah.
mean.
Oh
I
yeah,
had no
yeah,
idea.
yeah.
Because Bambi said them. There's super mods and managing mods. I don't know what the difference is. I have no idea. I never heard of it before, so that's why I'm asking.
One can't be fucked
Who
with
the
and one
fuck
can
calls
be.
himself Mikey? That's like a little kid. Remember the commercial? Mikey
Mikey.
likes it. Mikey.
Do you like it, Mikey?
Oh, what was
Now you're
it?
gonna
That
bust
was either
Mikey's
the
balls?
cereal or the Oscar Mayer Wiener's kid, eh? I wish
Life.
there was an Oscar
Life.
Mayer Wiener. Yep.
Life.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Didn't Mikey like the hot dogs, or was he? Yeah. I wish there was an Oscar Mayer Wiener. You know
No,
that.
you are. I don't. I need to check my. I'll be right back. I need to check my. I'm gonna check my studio because I don't know if
Okay.
anyone's been fucking with my shit. I need to check. Fucking people like to be stupid.
Okay.
Stupid
Fitness.
little petty
Let's
bitches. Not
find this
actually.
out. Did you mean who was Mikey? He was either the Wiener guy or I can't. Okay, Mikey commercial. Hang
And
on.
no, I'm not talking about
The
any of
Mikey,
this
that
crap,
was
dude.
the
I'm
guy
just
that
saying.
was eating the kid that's eating the cereal. Mikey likes it. Remember?
Okay.
Yeah, life. Cereal, life cereal. Mikey, he really likes it. Let's have Mikey try it. He likes everything. Remember that? Yeah, I remember that commercial.
I wish
80s,
there was an
90s.
Oscar Mayer Wiener. Yeah. Oh.
That's
Okay.
Gene. That's Gene
I'm
Team.
looking it up on YouTube.
It's Gene Team.
Oh yeah, you're right. It was Life cereal, Mikey. Wow, eh? Holy shit.
I guess this guy was trolling us. Where the fuck is he? Who knows?
I don't know because everybody in the chat has wrenches, right? So I'm just, hang on. Yeah, that's weird. Maybe he was. What the one I remember? Oh, it was an Oscar Mayer Wiener. Wish there was. What the hell was that? No, did you let one go there?
Second, guys.
Oh, here it is. Yep, I found it. Wow, these commercials are.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't. Henry guy, I can't see him in the chat anywhere. So Bambi, he's just been dropping in the chat and then getting on the panel.
I've talked to him over in Steve's. It wasn't like he's a complete fucking weirdo stranger just popped up in chat.
Yeah,
I go to other chat rooms.
Everybody has
people in other chat rooms.
Yeah, because everybody here, it's the wrenches, all the wrenches that are here, but I don't know. And that guy jumped off maybe 1 hour ago. So.
Because he went to go, but it wasn't an hour ago. It was like 15 minutes. Have you been drinking?
Yeah.
You aware what time it is?
It's more than
It's only been like 15
it's more than
minutes.
it's
Right,
more than
right here,
50.
it's 4
Wasn't
p.m.
very long.
It's more like a
And
half hour now. I think this guy was. I
yeah, he
think
didn't
Mike is
drop
right. I
off
think he
15
was
minutes
fucking
ago
Yeah.
because I've been here for 15 minutes,
No,
right?
no,
It's like
hours.
I go out for a smoke usually, so no, don't say about drinking because I ain't.
I tend to agree with Mike. I think he was trolling. It's been like a half hour. Why the fuck would this guy come on panel,
But it
say
ain't
this,
15
and then
minutes ago.
disappear for a half hour? And what the fuck is $100 worth of crack going to do? He's going to smoke it in fucking 15 minutes.
Yo, I'm
Oh,
back.
there he is.
Henry, what's up?
Yo.
Sure.
Yep. Yeah,
Hey,
we
crack
good.
man, how you doing?
I'm
Hey,
all right, man. Yeah, I'm good,
Yes.
man. I'm good. We all right.
Mikey, I call myself fitness after 60. You couldn't fuck. I run circles around you, my man. I run circles around you. Goddamn right I would.
I smoke crack and I still run circles around all you. No, I'm joking.
Well, once you get on that fucking crack, you should have some real energy, no?
Oh, yeah.
Did
I've
you
only
smoke
just
any
got
yet?
back in. Yeah, just the first one. You know what I mean? I'm feeling good, baby. What? But, that's what it does.
He's
Hang
fluffing.
on.
Yeah, but
Hey, Henry is
the
fluffing.
high only lasts like 3 minutes, no?
No, a little bit longer than that. But don't listen to the stereotype. All crackheads are robbing old grannies and all that. But look, it's the same drug that they chew in the Amazon. It's the coca leaf. Yeah, it's the same drug, except
it's not, because the coca leaf is
Right.
straight off the plant. That's before they put any chemicals. They use fucking gasoline to make fucking cocaine.
Yeah, I know. But me being a chemist, I know all that is an acid base extraction. So it's basically like putting a tea bag into water to get the caffeine out. You don't drink the gasoline, that's thrown away. So, the coca, when it's put into the certain solvents, it just rains out of the solvent and solidifies as a solid, and you get rid of the gas. You don't eat the gasoline.
Okay, let me ask you this, Henry. So you bought $100 worth, right?
Yeah.
So how much of it have you smoked already?
Probably about $5.
Okay, so when you run out, are you gonna go get more?
Probably not, because I bought enough to last me until I get so tired and I just want to go sleep. And I got some alcohol. Another
okay.
drug that should be illegal.
I have to. Okay, I'm sorry, Henry Crinkle. I have to ask you. Can if you're a chemist, can you please tell me the formula for crack cocaine, because I'm interested.
What do you mean, the formula?
The formula itself with the numbers and the numbers.
What do you mean, the formula, though? I mean, the formula for what?
If you're a chemist, you'll know what formulas are. So,
what do you
they're
wanna
either
know?
C7 or C17. And give me I remember this from school. Give me the formula for cocaine right now. The formula is like you're in a lab. Even the molar mass. I'm just curious.
Well, if you want to know the formula to...
Okay, it starts in C17. I did take... I took lab.
You want the molecular formula.
I just want the name of the formula. If you're a chemist, you will understand all formulas.
Yeah. You want to... Well, there's lots of formulas. There's
okay, can you give me the basic one? Okay.
Are you after the molecular formula?
I know, but the formula, I mean, with using the numbers, because each number's in a formula adds to...
Well, hang on.
you know the formula.
Hang on.
If you're a chemist, you should know by heart.
Okay, let me explain something to you. There's molecular formulas. Hang on.
If you're
wait a minute, please. I am. Yes, please. There's molecular formulas where you can describe, add up all the...
Pam, you got some nerve asking somebody to show their face. You never even go on panel. And Mikey, don't worry about hiding me in the chat. You'll never see me there, my man. You don't make the cut.
Hang on. To me, what I thought you was asking is the formula
to give you the formula.
Bud, hang on.
No, listen,
you're not being...
Bud.
Hang on. As a chemist, you're being very vague right now.
You want me to? I will name
Right,
the
the
formula.
formula for what? Tell me the formula of what you want,
Crack
and I'll give it
cocaine.
to you.
Crack
Yeah,
cocaine.
but what's
The
what
basic formula.
Because there's so
Basic
many.
formula. No,
No, there's
I know. I'm
there's
eating the basic.
yeah, no,
It starts
yeah,
C17.
yeah. No, basically, what you're
Formula,
demonstrating
please.
to me is your ignorance of chemistry.
Okay, well, want me to tell you? It's should
Well,
be
hang on, there's
C17,
yeah,
H21, number 4, NO4.
yeah, yeah,
So
but
if you're a
there's
chemist,
no
you know that.
chemist. Hang on, no, there's no chemist out there that remembers all
That's
of
the
that.
formula. That is the formula.
No,
And
no,
even
but do you
the
know the
percentage of
formula
which,
for LSD? No, you don't
which
need to
it
remember
can
that
be.
to be a no.
Okay,
You
well,
don't. No, it's like
okay.
it's like me
When does
asking you.
crack?
Hang on, it's like hang on. It's like me asking you. Okay, so you're a statistician. How many people exactly live in the United States?
Oh
Like
my
you
God!
don't need to remember that.
100 million. Right.
It's pointless.
Okay.
I thought you was asking me. Hang on, I thought you was asking me for the
It's the
formula to
temperature
turn
in degrees.
cocaine salt.
The
Yeah, the
temperature
powder.
in degrees Celsius at what it has to thrive
Oh,
before it can be
okay.
actually manufactured.
So ask me something else. Go on.
Well, if you're a chemist, you'll understand all this because
Yeah, no, but chemists
I'm
don't
a doctor,
remember.
right?
Hang on.
No,
Chemists
chemistry
don't
has the formula.
Hang on.
And
There's
the
no.
last,
Hang
okay, do you know what?
on. No, you
How come right now, okay, you're a chemist and the other day you made shoes for people. I don't get this. The other day you said, oh, I make shoes. And now you're a chemist, but you don't understand formulas like in the numbers like of oxygen or anything else.
Yes, I do. 18 oxygen. Yeah, 18. Hydrogen 1. Helium 2. Yeah,
No,
atomic
but no.
numbers. No, hang on. Chemists don't. The art of a chemist is not to remember what the atomic weights are of every molecule out there. You're an idiot if you do that.
Okay,
Because
well,
you can look it up.
the
Like
other
any
day,
chemist worth their salt would not try to remember that. But I thought you was asking me the formula. Hang on.
I
thought
remember.
you was
Can you just mute him so I can say something, please, Bambi?
Yeah,
the
go
other
on, say
day,
something.
bud, you said that you made shoes, and now you're a chemist. Well, fine.
Dude, I'm a qualified chemist that makes shoes right now. I work for a company.
Can you please
where
tell
I
me
earn enough money?
of where crack cocaine actually goes, like in the degrees? And can you tell me the formula? You'd understand the formula. Like I studied medicine, so yeah, I know all this stuff.
Formula of what? What are you asking me? The
Okay,
formula
I'm
of?
thinking cocaine. Is it a C17 or capital NO4 and 303 point,
I don't know
something?
the exact number of carbon atoms. I don't remember that stuff. I don't need to. But if you want the
But
formula
you're a
to
chemist. You have to know all this stuff, right?
No. Hang on.
Yes,
Any
doctor has to know all this so they can
this is
actually
what they
interpret.
do in high school. They teach you to remember formulas and numbers. It doesn't teach you anything, and there's no benefit to remembering this kind of. Look, this is the difference. Yeah. Hang on. Here's a perfect analogy. Here's a perfect analogy, right? You don't remember. Hang on. Wait a minute. Here's the perfect analogy. You are not asked to remember all the numbers from 1 to 1,000,000 or how to calculate numbers from 1 to 1,000,000. All you have to know is how to multiply and add. And that's basically
listen. If you are a chemist, what is your title? Serious.
Bachelor of Science in Molecular Science.
Okay, well, molecular science goes a long way after just identifying chemicals, right? So, sorry.
Identifying chemicals is not the job of a chemist. It's to understand reactions. This is me. Look, this is me, bro. This is me in the lab. Want to see more of me in the lab? Yeah.
Okay,
That's
if
me.
you don't understand, okay, what is H21? H21, what does that stand for?
Age 21.
H21.
H21.
What does that as a chemical? What does H? What is it?
H means hydrogen if it's a capital.
Yeah. What about 21? What does that represent?
It depends if it's in uppercase or lowercase or normal case.
Okay.
Same side as the
how about NO in capital and then 4?
Lowercase.
NO4. That's
uppercase and 21 lowercase.
NO4 doesn't actually exist as a gas, though, does it?
It's relevant. It's relevant because different
no,
particles.
hang on.
Yeah.
No. Are you talking about N2O4? Now, that's a different story.
What I am talking about is crack cocaine, and
Right.
I'm basically, you know, the melting point, the half-life in the blood, and that. So,
calling you out
Well,
on everything.
I mean,
man.
chemists don't have to remember that unless you know, you're a doctor.
You in the
Like, chemists
lab?
don't need
Is
to
that you
know
in the
that
lab? Is that you in
the
the lab?
half-life in the blood. I know all about that,
that
though.
you?
The ADME, yeah, the the administration, the distribution, the metabolism, and the excretion. About all these things, I know that
what
shit.
are we talking about? Like cocaine hydrochloride itself?
No, we're talking about the base, yeah.
Okay.
What I thought you was asking me earlier is how to turn it from the salt to the base.
Okay, well, how
the
many
process,
atoms?
formula.
How many atoms are in one molecule? Like that, I would say about from 17
Well, I'll
atoms.
count
You
it
know,
for you.
no. How
Well,
many atoms is there? Like for coke?
Well, I don't know. Like chemists don't count these things unless they.
Yes, they do. Yeah. Chemists do
Well, no,
everything.
they
Yes,
don't.
they do.
No.
It's
Okay,
all
so
toxicology and what
well,
does a
look, if
half-life
you think
have?
you're
Like,
a
I'm just
right.
curious.
So, how many atoms in LSD? Come on.
And
You don't know, do you? Come on.
I would say 45.
This is a stupid question. This is like fucking.
But no, it's 45. I'm just
someone who knows math. Yeah, like so.
You said
So what?
okay. You said that you're a chemist. No, I'm just curious.
Ask me a chemistry question, not a ridiculous thing where it would take memory.
B21
No one
NO4.
memorizes this shit. That's the first thing you learn in chemistry. You don't have to memorize stuff. All you have to do is understand what's going on, and that's good enough. You don't have to memorize these numbers. This is high school stuff. No, this is high school stuff. This is like memorizing all the numbers from 1 to 1,000,000, just so that you can understand
only
4
so
plus
many formulas.
4. No.
No.
Hang on.
I'm just saying.
Silent assassin, what you're trying? Right, silent assassin. Did you learn your times tables in school?
I did, yeah. But I'm just curious.
Okay.
Did
you learn them? Hang on. Did you learn them up? Hang on. Right. Did you learn them up to 1 trillion?
No.
No. Why not?
That wasn't like high school, but medical school is different. I'm just saying. What do you think about
learn the multiplication
benzoxy?
Hang on, you don't learn
benzoxy. What's that about?
Hang on, you don't learn the times tables of 7 times whatever up to 1,000,000. Hang on, the reason why is
what does benzoxy mean?
Look, the reason why you don't do that is because you know how to multiply. You don't need to remember the answers to all the multiplications, because if you learn how to multiply, you can do that on the fly.
Formula. Okay. All right, here. Can you tell me what benzoxy is? Like benzoxy in what, that's not a formula, but what is benzoxy?
Right. It will involve a benzyl ring, which is benzene, which is 6 carbons in a ring, and there will be an oxygen. It will be oxidized with an oxygen, and it will likely be an alcohol, because the oxygen attached to a benzene ring is likely to have.
What about methyl and
a what?
Methyl.
Methyl will be 1 carbon atom. Hang on, with an alcohol attached. That is methanol. Methanol.
Okay, let's all get along. Let's get
methanol. A methyl will be.
I know at what 0.8 or 0.7
wood alcohol. That will be wood alcohol.
No,
a methyl group with an alcohol attached.
I have to be quiet. Bambi's gonna kill me.
Yeah. Come on. Okay. Ask me some more questions.
I'm just saying your attempt to troll him didn't work because he obviously knows chemistry. He obviously knows what the fuck he's talking about. So your attempt to troll him did not work.
No, like
exactly. It didn't work.
Let me
it's
help
not
out.
that.
Let me just help
He's
out.
like he said he was he made shoes for a living. Is this the same dude that was on the panel?
Yeah. Do you hang on? Most people
Yeah.
I know that have degrees, yeah.
Maybe he changed
A
careers.
lot of
People are
I did
entitled
it
to
for
change
fun.
jobs.
Yeah, I did it for fun, but while I was studying, I had a career that was earning me money, and I still do that. And I've
Oh yeah.
gone up. But I studied chemistry because when I left school, I felt that I didn't justify my potential, and I mucked around, yeah. And as an adult, after going so far in a career, I thought I want to satisfy that urge, that I wanted to satisfy my curiosity about the world that I've had since I was about 4 years old, or as far as I can remember. And that is understanding what the fuck is going on. And I
Yeah.
thought, what better way to do that than chemistry? Because it is the central science.
I know. You know what? It's also very difficult, and they don't teach a lot of people like the whole thing. Congratulations for you. Do you still work as a chemist though? Like, are
No,
you?
no, but I
No.
use what I learned. I
Yeah.
use what I learned to do what I do now, right? And it improves what I do now. And it improved me. I did it for really to satisfy me, my urge to understand what the hell's going on, to give me and some kind of understanding based on what the professors who taught me, which they've been doing their whole lives, just to give me a little grasp on what may be going on, because I love this shit. I am passionate about this shit. And you
With
know
your
what's got
knowledge,
me up?
you could with your knowledge of all that, like you should, like go further in it because you know everything and like the short forms, like when I went to school, they only have certain short forms for this and that. It's difficult, but if you actually study that whole thing, wow. So, how come you got out of it? Just wasn't interested, or
No,
what?
I'm still damn interested. I was actually going to go on, I was thinking about doing a PhD, but I thought,
Yeah,
do I want to do that? Because I got so stressed out and
yeah,
anxious over my results over this, just the
yeah.
first degree, that I thought, I've satisfied my curiosity. I've done what I set out to do to make up for the bunking off school, being a truant, all of that. And I loved it, every second. But do I want to go on to do a PhD and find out something that nobody else has? I thought maybe, but then I carried on doing what I'm doing, and it pays the bills. So a lot of people leave school just to pay the bills.
Yeah.
I did it in later life, I had the what do you call it? I can't think of the word, privilege. I had the privilege of being able to do it later in life when it really matters, when I actually care about the subject. Not when you don't care and it's just a teacher trying to ram some shit down your throat.
Yeah.
I lived and breathed that shit. Yeah. So
Yeah,
that's what I'm
So,
saying. And as a chemist, let me just tell you, they don't unless they're, studying and researching an actual molecule, to say if you can't recite the atomic mass or atomic weight of any molecule, you're talking shit. Nobody remembers that as a chemist because you can just look it up. What's the point? There's no point. There's better things to remember if you're a chemist. Yeah.
yeah, well, like doctors, like MDs, they only know the basic formulas for like pills and that, right?
What they teach you though on these sort of degrees is not to remember things, but how
Not the
to
whole
think.
thing, no.
No, they teach you how to think and how to work stuff out. It's not
Yeah.
all about remember. When you're in high school, it's all about
Formulas.
rote
Complex
learning.
thinking.
Remember it. Yeah, you can
Yeah.
remember 7 times whatever up to 1,000,000, but that ain't going to help you do multiplication. The key is
Yeah.
to be able to
It's
do
about finding the
multiplication.
solution.
Then you don't have to remember anything. You just have to know how to multiply two numbers.
It's about finding the
this is
solution and knowing the formula, and having the tools to find the solution to the question.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's about having the formula
I
and
was
knowing what
asking you
formulas to
certain
use
formulas
and the
from the
skills on how to find the
the
answer to
only
the questions.
perspective I know how. So yeah, because every medication has those formulas.
Yeah, I know. Silent Assassin. Do
I only
you
know
right?
the
Do
basic
you
one.
realize though, right?
Mm.
Do you know what the chemical space is?
I do, but
You do, right? So if
Well,
you're aware of
it
the
is
chemical space, you may be aware of the number of possible molecules that could exist. And do you know what that number may be?
let me guess here. About 1050 or 1060.
It's 10 to the 300. Yeah, the atoms in the universe is, predicted to be 10 to the 80.
Yeah,
So
are
we're
you
talking
talking about drug space?
yeah,
Like drug space?
the
Okay, well,
possible
drug
molecules.
space.
Yeah, yeah. This is the
About
space.
about 180 A2.
No, 10 to
about
the 300. 10 to the power of 300.
Well, it's beyond my scope because I'm just I know how to know the actual, for drugs. But if
Yeah.
you're asking
I
me
remember a few of
about
them now.
about KDS, it should be about somewhere in the A2 or 175 for polar surface. And like spacing and that, yeah.
Hang on a minute. Go on.
It's what's known as the drug space.
Yeah, no, the chemical space, which is all the possible potential molecules that could be created exist in the chemical space. Even though we may not have created them, you can think them up.
It would
It's
be
a large.
approximately 1060 followed by a long
No,
one like
it's 10
0 0.
to the 300. It's 1 followed by 300 zeros. That's how big
Yeah.
it is.
So
So hang on, how many of them do you remember? By the atomic weights. Come on. Is there any point in even trying?
for molecule, yeah, there is actually.
Well, I know the molecules I studied for my degree. I know what their atomic weights are likely
Yeah, but your
to be.
specialty
They're
is
all
chemistry,
different.
right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's
Your
what
specialty.
molecular science is. Mostly.
Yeah. Somewhere I don't know, 7.9.
But does that make you understand anything by reciting a number that something may be the molecular weight of?
Pharmacology active molecules, do you mean?
Well, any molecule. Does it
No,
actually
I'm talking about pharmacology and what I took.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I did some pharmacology too. So does memorizing the molecular weights of anything improve your understanding of anything except
I only know what
just
I was
to be able
taught.
to categorize
Like
something?
there are 7. Okay, chemical of drugs, right? Yeah, there's all those formula. Like, oh my god, fuck it. Hang on, Dan. I'll be right back. Like there's CNS, and hallucinogens and dissociative anesthetics. Okay, that's what I know. That's what I
Central
was taught.
nervous system. Central nervous
Hang on.
system. Yes.
Fucking no, I'm not, man.
Okay, so you studied the central nervous system.
Yes.
Okay, so one of the biggest drugs that can affect the central nervous system was the molecular weight of any opioid, heroin, codeine. What's the
All right.
molecular
What do you
weight?
want? What do you want? Like,
I'm just throwing it back to you. What you tried to do to me.
and what do you want to know? Motor neurons or whatever. Like, come on.
Well, okay. What's the molecular weight of One of the drugs that affects the nervous system. Okay, diazepam. What's the molecular weight? You must have studied that.
Yep.
Or do you think I'm just asking a question?
No, I know what
Even if you have the
diazepam does.
answer, doesn't
That
actually.
is a CNS neurodepressant. So what do you want?
Yeah, I know the
formula
molecular
for it?
weight. Molecular weight. Atomic numbers of anything. How many carbons in that shit? Or is it just a ridiculous question? Because nobody remembers this shit. Just admit it.
I don't know. I would the actual one. Okay, well.
Yeah. Well, you know, I don't need to press the point home anymore. You know what I mean?
gonna get nasty. He's gonna get nasty. Those sheep
But that's
get
me
nasty.
in the
It's my
lab.
toy.
That's me in the lab. That's me in the lab. Right there, man. Look at that. He's got his gloves on. He looks mean with them purple gloves on.
About
I like to smoke crack now and again.
About 280 something 0.76 the molecular weight.
Okay. So even if you got it precisely right, absolutely accurate to the you know, right down to the 0.000 whatever, does it actually help you, or what benefit do you get from remembering this?
I don't know. Do you know what? All I know, we were never taught as a chemist where it was. I'm just giving you the molecular weight.
Yeah,
and I can tell you the class of medications it's on and everything, okay? It's a benzodiazepine, CNS. Okay. The formula would probably be in the C's somewhere to about 20, and then you were asking molecular weight, I would have to say about 280, 75 or
right.
For any CNS drugs, CNS drugs.
Yeah, but does it matter if you get even that number wrong by 10, 20, 30? Does it?
No, it shouldn't.
Where
No, it
does
shouldn't.
it actually matter?
No, it doesn't. That's what I just said.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah,
it's a
you know,
benzo.
they're like, okay, like you're taught the facts, right? In the basics. So yeah, the numbers are not always accurate. I am just
it doesn't
taking an
really
educated guess.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter unless you're actually doing
No.
research on that
Yeah.
exact molecule. Even if you out by 100, that it doesn't actually matter because you're talking
No.
about the same thing. You know.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's like trying to count how many
my
people
guess is close
turned up
enough.
to a demonstration. It don't matter really. You just know that a lot of people turned up.
Listen, wasn't I close enough to the molecular weights of everything? They only teach you about medicines.
No, I didn't check because it doesn't.
Oh my God! I know. I am guessing.
Yeah. It don't actually matter though, because this is not what chemists do. They don't memorize that kind of stuff.
I am not a chemist, okay?
Yeah, I know. But
I only
even
know
a
certain formulas.
pharmacologist, it don't matter to a pharmacologist though. What does it matter what the molecular weight is?
Okay, let's stop this because you know what? It's giving me a headache. Anyways, forget about it.
Yeah, I think it's probably best that you forget about it because, you know,
I
you
will.
started the thing off and it didn't lead anywhere, did it really? To any further understanding or anything. But I'm still smoking the crack. You know what I mean? What do you want to know about the crack?
I thought we were talking about that.
You said it was bullshit. I told you. Told you.
Who said it's bullshit?
That wasn't me that said anything.
No,
That was them.
I was talking to a young man who's smarter than probably most of the citizens.
Drugs. Silent Assassin, you know about drugs?
I do.
She's a chemist. Remember, she just schooled you on chemistry. Remember?
I am not a chemist. No, I'm not. I've never been a chemist in my life.
I'm sorry.
Never.
What's an ACE inhibitor?
Oh, now he's gonna school you. Now he's gonna like quiz you. See how much knowledge you have, Vicky.
Or why
now
would you take a proton pump inhibitor? What would you take that for?
Well,
is that a
ACE
sexual
inhibitor.
thing? Is that a sexual thing?
No, it is not. No, it is not. It's ACE. It's It's a medication that is used to relax your veins instead of, and blood pressure.
Okay, that's good. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
as
What's
far
that?
as I know.
What does it stand for, though?
ACE
ACE.
inhibitor.
Yeah,
Oh God,
what's
okay.
ACE? Okay.
Okay, hang on. H converting enzyme.
What?
Antihistamine. Oh, I forgot it. It's a enzyme converting enzyme.
What's an
And they,
enzyme? What's what? What's an enzyme?
why are you asking me this enzymes?
Come on, man. I just want to
Bam,
see if you know
I
what you're
will
talking
state this
about.
fact.
Yeah, well,
She is or was. She did go to school for family medicine. She does have her medical degree in family
Yeah.
medicine. I did see her
Okay.
shit.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
that
cool.
is legit.
Fair enough.
That is legit. She
okay.
actually
Like,
went to school and actually got her
no,
medical
I sent
degree.
her a copy of my CPS. So
Yeah.
Okay.
I saw it.
You
I saw
see
it.
the difference
This doesn't
with
stop
me.
you.
I
enzymes,
live and breathe
they're
this shit, though.
enzymes are usually help to clear up the speed of the metabolism.
I'm gonna smoke
Oh
weed.
well,
With
you
It's like,
used a
okay,
great word there.
different chemicals that are in our bodies. Okay, basically that's what it is,
Well,
and
the first thing
Dini,
you
where the
said
fuck did
had
you
more. The first thing you said had more. There was a word in there that had carried great weight and power when it comes to
I don't know
describing
what
an
it was.
enzyme. Okay, so
No,
there's
like
only
you do
one
this all the
way
time
to
on people's
describe
fucking
it.
chat. I can just send you my credentials. Okay.
Okay, I'm not. I'm not. I
Yes.
don't.
Yes, Cam
I
does.
believe you when you say that, but I just like this kind of thing because I live and breathe this shit.
Yeah.
I've
Okay.
been
Can
reading
I
about
ask
this
you a
shit since I
question?
was 4 years
Can
old.
I ask you a question? Did you ever
Yeah.
have your hippocampus removed? Because you're really talking like you had hippocampus removed.
Well, yeah, I'll go on like I have had
Doctors
it
do not
removed.
understand all the chemist talk. Okay.
Ah,
We only know
okay.
about the class of drugs, right?
Okay, so now you know what it feels like when you ask a chemist, what's the molecular weight? We don't remember that shit. Have you had your
Fine.
hippocampus removed? Come
No,
on.
you did. Oh, you did.
Now you don't like it, do you? Now you don't like it.
No, was your hippocampus removed or something? You know what the
Well,
hippocampus?
what's yours when you're asking me the molecular weight of whatever?
No,
We don't remember that stuff.
Not everything has a
Oh, man.
molecular weight. I only know about the
It
medicines.
does.
Okay,
Everything
we're not
does.
trained like that.
Yeah, but
Okay.
everything does. Well, did you have your hippocampus removed?
No, did you? I'm serious. Because if you remove your hippocampus, you have short-term memory, and there's something
Right.
weird about you.
Yeah, but I don't remember the molecular weights of anything unless I'm studying it in great
I only
detail.
know a little bit about medications. Okay.
Right.
We're not taught, like, a chemist is actually in a different class altogether. Like,
Yeah, well, molecular science is chemistry with all of that stuff to do with medicine, understanding
not all of
biology,
it. Not all of it.
and
No, not all of it. Not all of it.
Well,
Right. As far as I
well,
know.
a lot of it. Molecular biology, understanding the chemistry inside cells, how
Yeah.
drugs work, how they are distributed around the body, metabolized, excreted, all that.
I know,
That's what
but
we
you know
do.
what?
And I love
Any
that shit. I've grown up on that shit. I studied it
chemists.
before I even studied it. I was studying it because I enjoy that shit. I enjoy understanding that shit.
It's very cool, but
Yeah.
let me say, why do you think doctors pass things to the chemistry lab? Because it's beyond the scope of, like, that's why lab people, that's what they do, is they test on that, right? Am I not right?
Yeah.
Doctors don't know that.
Well, yeah. The lab people are the ones who
Exactly.
find
There
out
you go.
new things. Yeah, they're the ones who try to
Yeah.
find out new stuff. All doctors do is prescribe drugs that we already know what they
Not trying
do.
to clear this turn out that way. It's just
You
one
know
of
what I
those
mean?
days with one of those videos.
Yeah,
No,
but
it's
I love you,
weird
Silent
how
Assassin.
I'm being questioned about my chemistry knowledge when I only took so much. Like, we just basically
Yeah.
know the formulas of the pills. You send it to the lab. That's how they know if somebody's OD'd or not. That's all
What's the
doctors do.
biggest drug in
And
America
the lab
for like?
passes it on to somebody else, okay? And that's it. So no, I don't know about chemistry. I only know about the formulas. Okay.
What would you say is the most problematic drug in America for social problems causing
Fentanyl.
fentanyl?
Fentanyl, or
I'm not
that
okay. I am not
fentanyl
okay.
or
I'm
that
not in
mammal.
America.
She's not in the US. She's a Canadian.
And what?
That explains.
Oh,
it.
okay, sorry.
She's a Canadian.
Yeah.
Or
I
you
would
know, in
say
Canada,
fentanyl
or what do you think is in America?
or that Exion shit. It's an mammal tranquilizer. People are injecting it.
Oh,
Their skin is
xylazine.
flooding. Yeah, xylazine. I would say that and fentanyl
Yeah.
would be my guess. Hey, guy, Jason, nice. What's up? Nice name. I like that name.
Why
Very
is it
witty.
more
What's
problematic
up?
than something else? Like, what's your reasoning behind that?
Well, if you want my personal opinion, it all depends on where you live. Like where I live, I would say the number one problematic drug is methamphetamine. Where I live, it's methamphetamine. What's problematic about it is you got, I don't know, Darwin, junkies. We have junkies. I live out in the country. I have junkies walking around my neighborhood. Junkies looking for shit to steal. They're everywhere. They are a fucking problem. It's everywhere.
Yeah. It's in Ontario as well. And like actually,
yeah, my
oh, hang on. Hey, bud. Hey, bud.
my
Henry.
son,
Henry,
junkie
listen to
today.
this.
Yo.
Listen.
Hold on, Vicky. Hold on. My son today saw a junkie going through someone's mail today. Like that's how bad it is.
Yeah.
Fucking methamphetamine.
Crazy, isn't it?
Are you serious? You really saw somebody going through someone's mail? Who was it?
I really have to say this there, Bud Henry, but you know what? You know this as well as I do. There is no fentanyl or whatever or meth. Oh, okay, meth. You can buy everything at a drugstore to make it because crystal meth has no pharmacology value. You can actually get the ingredients from a pharmacy. Am I right?
Yeah, directly across from me, or the guy next door.
Okay, you know what? You can make. Anybody that goes to a drugstore and knows all the components can make fentanyl. Not sorry, fuck, that was a horse tranquilizer. Meth. Because meth has no medical. Yeah. The smart ones, like you, since you're a chemist, you could probably make it with drugstore ingredients, right?
Well, yeah, they crack down on the precursors from chemists now, but yeah, it's a simple way to make it. But if you try to get hold of these precursors, they are controlled substances in most of the world now. So yeah, they used to be able to get pseudoephedrine and then out of cough tablets and all that, but even that is I think they've stopped selling that shit at least in the UK. You know what I mean?
Well, it's
do
crazy.
you think this is a symptom?
I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you think the drug problems around the world may be exacerbated by the sheer fact that drugs are illegal and there's a war on drugs?
No, it's meth. What's scary is you can make it from drugstore ingredients because there is no medical use for that for crystal meth, right? It's just
I think there could be though. I mean, they prescribe stimulants of that type to people with ADHD.
No, not for methamphetamine. No, not for crystal.
Yeah, no, not methamphetamine, but similar substances that have a similar effect on the same receptors and all that. Ritalin, that's an amphetamine type.
Well, it's used by people like who have bipolar or some other medical condition. Yes,
because the funny thing about that is that these people who have ADHD, they're considered to be hyperactive or whatever.
Yeah,
they get prescribed a stimulant that would turn a normal person hyperactive. That actually calms them down.
Yeah,
it gives
I
them
know. Because it's not in the benzodiazepine family. I know that. But
Yeah.
like the benzodiazepine family has, a lot of doctors do not want to prescribe them because holy
Exactly.
shit, like it fucks you up like 20 years later. And then there's drugs like paroxetine and
Yeah. But isn't that strange
risperidone,
though?
and that
I
which are
s-
actually used today. But
Mm.
I don't know. I was addicted to benzos for 25 years, right? So
I was too.
I went through hell when they came down. Like, there's no worse hell that you can go through. Like, I don't know if I stayed up for 2 weeks or not, but holy shit, yeah, no. But I did kick my habit because I had a,
I've had yeah,
I had a
I
doctor that, oh well, I
that
just couldn't do it
understood.
anymore.
Wow,
That's,
that's good.
I've had to been tapered off benzos 3 times in my life by the doctor.
oh,
You know what I mean?
what benzos did you take?
At first, it was diazepam, then
Oh
it was
shit,
Rohypnol, and then it was Xanax or alprazolam, but they were
oh,
not real Xanax. But
alprazolam.
it
That's
was
actually a sleeping pill.
alprazolam. Yeah,
Alprazolam. That's Restoril, right?
alprazolam.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
Restoril. The other name is Restoril. Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
All
and
benzos, you know.
yeah. Well, actually, the one is actually it's hypnotic, which puts you to sleep. The the Restoril. It's not a
Yeah.
benzodiazepine. It's a
When,
hypnotic.
well, alprazolam's a benzo.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you're using a different name.
Well, that's the drug name, alprazolam. I
I
mean,
know every drug has a different name.
yeah, but Restoril is just like a product name. Like the drug may be alprazolam. I don't even know Restoril, but presumably it's alprazolam, which is a
Okay, well,
benzo.
alprazolam's okay. Sorry, another name for Xanax. Okay, it's yeah. So they gave that to you just to sleep. They should have been
No,
giving you
no,
some.
I used to buy it. Oh
Yeah,
no, Restoril is temazepam, actually.
Restoril. Yes.
Yeah, Restoril is it's not alprazolam, it's temazepam. That's another benzo. That's a sleeping tablet. A short-acting benzo. But Xanax, you've probably heard of Xanax, innit? That's
Yeah,
alprazolam. Yeah.
yeah. And
And
you took
in the
that like.
UK, sorry, go on.
Oh, okay. So you took that to sleep.
Yeah, well, I used to take it recreationally every day to sleep,
Ooh,
to function,
yeah.
just to, and then you get addicted and whatever. But in the UK, yeah, the doctor, if you go up, I know what the doctors have to do, and I used to get addicted to benzos, and then maybe if you come into hard times and you can't pay for them anymore,
Mhm.
you can go to any doctor in the UK, tell them
Mhm.
you've got a benzo habit, and they are obliged to give you some more but taper you off.
Oh, really? Well, yeah. Like I don't know. Well,
Yeah.
that would have to be like a family doctor there. They okay. They even have trouble. Oh my God, the pharmacist. Do you know what diphenhydramine hydrochloride is?
I what? Sorry.
Diphenhydramine hydrochloride. It's an ingredient in like Benadryl tablets and that.
Haley.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
yeah, I was taking them. Like I do take what I take to sleep is amitriptyline, right? But
Mhm.
with that, like the ingredients, one just
Oh,
makes
shit.
me fall asleep, and that's diphenhydramine hydrochloride. But when you
Okay.
go to a chemist and buy them over the counter,
Yeah.
they say, well, we can only sell you one, right? So,
All
but
right.
some of them gave me two, but they asked when I was in England, the one or the two dose or the one dose, and
Yeah.
the one dose is 25 milligrams. The higher one
Right.
is 50, and that's they can
Right.
only sell one at a time.
Right.
I did get some. Like just go to a different Boots drugstore because I always take pills to sleep, and that's Elevil, right?
Yeah. The reason why I say that though is because because benzos can kill you if you cold turkey off them. Like
Yeah, I know.
doctors in the UK, at least, are obliged to try to prevent that by
Yeah,
continuing and give it to you, but taper you off.
yeah, but
anyone in the UK,
hydrochloride is actually available over the counter. It's a common ingredient in Benadryl or cough syrups.
oh yeah.
Gravol and
Yeah.
But yeah, it's total over there. But yeah, I was up there in May and yeah, they had
See,
certain ones.
coming off a benzo, that can kill you. If you have a fit, you can die off that shit.
Okay, I don't think you understood what I said. Okay,
No, I
I went
did.
off benzodiazepines pretty much about, I think, 8 years ago. Fine. Now what I do is I use Elevol and the the one I just said, it's ingredient in Gravol if you're a chemist. Yeah, diphenhydramine hydrochloride, and they kind of help the Elevol. So
Yeah.
but no, those aren't benzodiazepines. No, they're not.
Yeah, no.
No, they're not at all. No, it's common medications that you can actually get over the counter, which are actually
Yeah.
yeah. So no, I haven't done
Have you,
benzos for about 8 years, I think.
have
So
you
no.
tried lean?
Huh?
Lean? Have you tried lean?
No,
Oh
I
no,
haven't.
you're not America, are you? The
No,
purple drink.
I'm in Canada, and no, but I have tried that herbal stuff. Help me out here.
The purple drink.
No, you're
No.
you're naming actually stuff that I'm not familiar with because I'm in Canada. I was
Oh
just
yeah.
saying when I was in the UK, they
Exactly. She's in Canada.
The purple
it's
drink.
She's in Canada.
total different medical stuff in even England or America. So yeah. So no, a lot of that stuff I haven't heard of.
Yeah. I like you, Silent Assassin.
I like you too. Too
Do
bad
you have to show your face on screen? Is that you on the picture?
Yeah, I
or
will
is
actually. I will after I'm muting you because I'm on the toilet. Okay, I have to pee. So.
Look at Muggsy, bunch of drug addicts. Not really. I mean, we're all drug addicts. If
I'm
you
not a
drink
drug
coffee
addict.
every day, well, if you drink coffee every day, if you smoke tobacco, if you drink alcohol, we all are. Come on, and they're the worst ones, to be honest, aren't they? Nah, I mean, come on, man.
This drug addict's about to have a shredded beef taco. So go fuck yourself. How about
Shredded
that?
beef
That's what this drug
tacos.
addict.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Even if you are addicted
beef.
to, let's say, buying CDs or even sex, that can be an addiction. You're addicted to your own brain chemicals, really. That's what's really the addictive thing. Dopamine. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I'm addicted
I have
to
some
these
friends
shredded
who
beef
are
tacos.
that. Oh,
go on, Bambi.
I'm addicted to shredded beef tacos. That's what I'm addicted to.
Yo, Mikey. Mikey. Ah, you said, Mikey, wake up. Mikey. You obviously ain't seen that video.
No,
I think we were talking about that before, but
Henry, people thought you were Mr. E, and I'm like, no, he's not Mr. E. It's two totally different people. You and Mr. E are
I know Mr. E is like he's from the UK. I know that guy. That's not me. That's not me.
Yeah, totally different guy.
That's not
You're
me.
not Mr. E. You're totally different guy.
Nah, I'm on a completely different echelon. You know what I mean? Don't mix me up with that guy. No, I like him though. He's alright. He does the rapping, doesn't he? He raps a bit.
You guys talk. I'm gonna eat this.
Okay. So okay, you're in Camden, right?
Go ahead.
Yeah, how do you know?
Well, you told me yesterday, and I was in.
Oh yeah, yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah, and when I
Yeah.
I
Camden.
was there in May, not Camden. Actually, I never missed it. The only
Yeah.
reason why I wanted to go to England is because I have a fascination with Jack the Ripper, right? So
Oh, okay.
what happened to me is I got on, the trolley, the subway. I got off at Whitechapel. Next time I went, I
Oh,
said, "Well, I'm getting off at Aldgate." And so
yeah.
there, I was right across from the White Hart and everything, right? So that
Oh
was,
yeah.
yeah,
Jack the
because
Ripper. Yeah, they do tours, don't they? Like.
I went on the tours. If you have
Oh,
Facebook, I could send you my photos. But yeah, like holy shit, they were surprised that I knew quite a bit about Jack the Ripper. But the guy sold tickets for like he just goes, well, it was in front of the White Hart, that alleyway.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and the Jack the Ripper thing is right beside it. And he gave me a discount, £15. So we went on the walk, and oh, you know what? So many of those sites are just gone, but the tour guide took us right to the spot where the last victim, Mary Jane Kelly, was killed. Well, actually,
Yeah.
I showed Bambi the pictures.
Oh yeah, wicked.
Yeah, I went back. Well, I don't say Whitechapel, say Aldgate, because that's where
Yeah,
I got off on the And those people on that automated voice, mind the platform, please. Holy shit, this guy's got a fucking accent. Next stop.
Hey, Bambi, I
And
can see the headlines tomorrow, Bambi. I can see the headlines tomorrow.
What is it then? What's the headline?
Bambi supports crackheads.
Ah, come on, bro. No,
what the fuck? Get rid of him.
They
No,
look
no,
for
leave
people.
him on it.
Fuck off.
They look for stuff like this. Are you kidding me? I guarantee it.
Yeah, he's not getting you,
Bro.
Hang on.
I see it tomorrow
off.
too, bro. They're gonna be like, maybe
Get rid of
Palermo
him.
has crackheads on her panel. You won't
Mugsy,
Get rid of
do you
this
smoke
asshole.
cigarettes?
Then you watch,
Mugsy,
they will.
do you smoke
You know they will.
cigarettes? Do you smoke cigarettes or drink alcohol, Mugsy?
I
Oh,
smoke
Mugsy.
cigarettes.
Right. Well, that's worse than crack. That's worse than most drugs out there in terms of
Yeah.
killing you and making you ill and causing all sorts of diseases. And everyone has to pay. Well, not in your country. In this country,
what?
we pay our taxes to support people who chose to smoke all their lives, and now they got lung cancer.
I think crack might be cheaper than cigarettes now. I might have to try crack.
Well, look, the guys in the Amazon, they chew the leaves of the coca plant to get the same molecule that's in crack, so it's natural. It's a natural substance, bro.
Cocaine.
This guy is very
No, that's not cocaine. You cannot compare the two.
Yeah.
No.
It is, though.
Look what you done. You got Bambi all upset. How dare you? Wanker.
Yeah, you can.
No. You cannot compare chewing on coca leaf to end off hunger to cocaine. They put gasoline and other chemicals to make cocaine, aka that they later
Hang
turn
on,
into
though.
crack.
Hang on.
There's nothing about cocaine or crack.
Yeah, I know. But hang on, though. Like when you make a cup